money, fame, Hollywood. The city has it all. The home of Capcom Cup. Thousands of players from around the world compete, but only the very best from each region made their way to the bright lights of Hollywood, California. Most people would have been blinded by this spotlight, but these players are different. Just the kid! Their vision remained clear, to write their name among the stars, to win a life-changing amount of money, and most importantly, to be crowned champion. The world is here, and the world is watching. It's showtime.
It's showtime indeed here for Capcom Cup IX. My name is Vicious, here with my man Jammers. We saw the LCQ just a couple of days ago, but boy, do I have a love letter for you all. It's Valentine's Day, and what better way to send off all the love to all the fighting game fans around the world with a Capcom Cup back into the way it was before.
You know what, it's been since 2019 since we could celebrate like this, so it's good to see you in person once again, but now we gotta make sure we get the games underway and make sure we celebrate with some Street Fighter, because this is gonna be fantastic. But hey, on the screen right now, it's no cookies and cream. They're gonna be earning the big bucks. Talk to me, Vicious.
Oh, you are definitely talking about that cream, as the lion's share goes to the first place winner. $150,000 life-changing money, and we've talked about the prize pool in total over 300K. If you want to do the math yourself, if you don't believe me. But second place getting 50 grand, third place with 20 grand, and fourth place with 10 grand as well. Of course, from 5th all the way to 47th, we're still showing a lot of love to the players that have qualified for this year.
But yes, that's what the prize pools look like. But I'll tell you what, they got to do the groundwork first. They qualified, but now they've got to be working to get their way out of the groups. Speaking of groups, we can see it, all 8 groups on your screen right now. This has been in conversation for weeks now.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it has their fantasy brackets, their favorite players, but things have been distributed evenly. But now, talk to me, Vicious, is there any standout group for you?
Listen, we've been talking about this all over social media. We actually talked about this in the chat while it was happening, and there was quite the bloodbath. So, in particular, we're going to go over group after group, but the ones that stood out to me the most, obviously, Group B being one of them, without a doubt. Then, after that, it had to be the death.
Yo. Yeah, of course it is. He trolled me there, but I know what he's talking about. The typical ones are Group B, Group F. But I'll tell you what, one group that hasn't really been slept on is Group C. But you know what? Whoever talks about that, they're going to talk about that later. Talk to me, Vicious.
So I gotta say, it is an upgrade from Group F. I will say Group F obviously has been like the talk of the town. But have you seen Jen's performance from LCQ? You are living it, obviously. So I want to say Group G, they may as well also be in Jen's group. But let's talk about Group C just a little bit too. You kind of talked about just like the full distribution of talent here. I know you wanted to highlight how Group C kind of snuck under the radar, so to speak, on social media.
It's mainly because obviously people expect Punk and Bandmaster to make it out of the group, but Brandon isn't there. Just came back from Japan. JRBM, the best player in South Africa. Frozen, solid with Nash. How much Nash experience is there? It's going to be amazing to see. And VX Bow, he's playing Cody, top 5 in the game.
I believe it, yeah.
Good luck with that. But you know what? I do want to take a glance at, can we look at Group A? I wonder if we can look at Group A, because that's what we're going to be coming to momentarily. But yes, this is it. So, we've got Veggie from Norway.
Correct.
All King representing Taiwan. Solvian G from Mexico. Idon representing the US, the previous Capcom Cup champion, hailing from New York City. Takamura from Belgium, and Ronaldinho from Brazil. Shout outs, I like that DMX sponsor there. But the first match there, what first match are we getting?
Obviously, we're going to get these two gentlemen right here, the 2 World Warrior qualifiers. We got Veggie going up against Oil King. Both have had their shot at the limelight through numerous amounts of World Warrior events, but also through Street Fighter League. This is the matchup that I really am looking forward to, because I feel like these guys don't get as much love. So no, going into this matchup, Birdie versus Rashid, this is where we kind of like get some of the time to really break down the nuances. And I know that Veggie has been reluctantly staying with Birdie, and he's been with this character since I feel like his inception into Street Fighter V.
Well, mate, that's just obstinacy in full force. I've been trying to tell him to play Poison, pick another character. He said, no, I can do with Birdie. And for those of you who don't know, how he qualified for the Cup, he beat his demon in Reimagined Barnet, which, you know what, he walked 5 hours to the venue. I don't know if you guys have seen it on social media. He did a long walk in LA. That's crazy enough. But
At 3 in the morning. That guy's
listen,
brave.
that's him. He's built different. But Veggie, because he beat his demon, his competence is high. He told me he wants to play Idom. He's ready for the set specialists in Oil King and Soul VNG. So it's going to be interesting to see who Oil King picks. Could be Rashid. Could be Seth. We'll see. But it's getting set up. And you were correct, Vicious, before the camera. It was Rashidi that he was going to pick.
And just to remind you folks at home, there's only going to be 2 people that qualify out of groups during this stage of the game. And it's also going to be 2 out of 3. So these might go the distance or these might go quick. Either way, we have a lot of matches for you. Here we go. Game number 1 between Veggie and Oil King. Let's get it.
So we lack Rashid experience of Oil King's caliber in Europe. However, Veggie is fantastic with Birdie's buttons. Complete mastery. He can harass, he can deter, he can be obnoxious with them. But right now, Oil King's the one being super aggressive.
And you see that he immediately backs off, kind of evening the life, right? Now he's looking for a big opening via the airborne approach. But I do like Veggie's commentations. He does kind of let loose a little bit. All
right.
I love that option too, just getting rid of it. Rid of the V-skill.
Talking about the buttons, good whip punish into Bullhorn, but back throw. Here comes the Asar. Not quite yet. Wonder when he's going to summon it. Good V-shift. He can keep in the corner, but Veggie needs to make a decision. He hasn't got V-trigger yet. Vicious.
We can talk about that V-trigger.
He might be dead.
Get a chance to pop it? I don't think so. Spinning Mixer getting barely enough damage to get into the next round. Oil King starting off real strong, but looking at the advantage here for Veggie, he does have 2 bars. He could be aggressive if he wanted to, but with the amount of normals, long-range normals that Rashid can put out there, it could be a problem.
That was insane. And you know what? The buffers into Eagle Spike might actually be the bane to Veggie, but right now, trapped in the corner, because of his slow, methodical play, it might be to his detriment that Oilking can take advantage of it.
Oh. Turn after that, but Veggie's still a little bit stuck in this corner. He's being stuck by a couple of fireballs. Spinning Mixer. Now it's the offensive play from Oil King. Does get the big opener. Jab to kind of bait anything from Veggie, but still he's staying confident. But
no, Ansia here is wary of the Eagle Spike. Yeah, here it comes. Activation. He's got to hold this. Bullhorn might come soon. He might have to take a decision. Cross up.
Or sequence. You saw the counter hit too. Veggie tried to get a little bit antsy there. And I feel like with that decision making with Oil King, why wouldn't he let off the gas? I mean, like he's got the full life lead. He's got resources. I don't think there's anywhere where Oil King would stop at that moment.
Yeah, you're right. My personal gripe with Veggie, though, he takes too long to do the risky move. You feel he can play solid and clean before he has to do that, but dude, you've lost 80% of your life. You got to make a decision. He activated safely, but to turn it around, you got to be a bit more belligerent. Go in, go hard.
And you're starting to see that a little bit more from Oil King, actually. You've had that mentality set in mind for Veggie, but I think it's Oil King after he got that confidence in him. Now he's allowed to play that aggressive style, already bringing Veggie to the corner, getting a little bit of harassment here.
He tried to jump out, but that's that medium punch kept him locked in place. Good check. What a cancellation of the light kick. Fantastic. Here comes the Asar. He's going to take him and trap him in the vortex. There's a throw. He's got one more throw under him, B.
And I love that. Now we get to have Veggie be the offender here. Anti-air, you already know it. Oh, combo. Juggle, it was counter hit. No. Not the rest of it.
Jumps off the wall. Huge life lead here to Veggie to work with. He might be able to close this out with EX Bullhorn if he times it right. Oh, but the Bullhead did it instead.
We'll take that. We'll absolutely take that. And I like the spacing too because he couldn't get himself ready for like a whiff punish, any sort of like longer normal, even like a whirlwind shot and get past that. So really good call out there.
Crouching medium kick. Yeah, here come all the buttons. And again, that's that medium buffer into Eagle Spike. Been paying dividends for Veggie.
2 times over, I feel like Oil King has gotten himself a big advantage off of that sequence alone. He's getting good advantages now. He's able to at least catch Veggie on a slight punish. A little bit of extra damage on the table though.
There we go, trying to get the jab check, but that is a 5-frame move, but he activates V-trigger, and he can play footsies with the light bullhead. Let's see if he does it. Just waiting there, doesn't want to get hit by a projectile. There's a bullhead. Here he comes, one of the best corner games in the game.
There's the command grab, and it's EX.
Spinning Mixer, is he going to leave it? He jumped out. Chase down. Here comes Veggie.
Here comes the big bubble. Sar's gonna get rid of that. Now it's gonna be Oil King on the offense.
Here he comes, Vicious. 2 throws will do it.
It doesn't matter.
This is what I mean. He left that too late. It got in the game. But that was at a very close call. Clutch decision there for Veggie, equalizing here in this first game. And it's super important for both of these guys, all the guys, to win their first game.
This is going to be do or die time for Veggie and Oil King. And it's so nerve-wracking, too. This is still only the group stage, and it's still the first match, but every single round counts, especially when there's like a tiebreaker situation on the line.
Yeah, gets the hang and change against the whirlwind shot. He's feeling confident here, Veggie, I can tell. No anti-air again. He might have to not prioritize that for the rest of this. Good V-shift again. Wake up buttons. Just waiting. Yep. I think he's been 3 for 3 on that. I don't think it's missed.
Bullheads? Yeah, I mean, there was one he threw out there in game number 1 and did get Oil King off guard a couple of times over. Yeah, I think you might be right, 100%.
Okay, looking for that crush down there.
Yes, sir.
This is looking fantastic for Veggie. Yeah, piling on the pressure. EX Bullhead, it helps turn the momentum around and really give Veggie that control he's been desiring. V-chip is coming. Throw.
Take throw. Strategy. Cross up on the way over, and it's Oil King again catching Veggie off guard.
He doesn't know what to do. And even when he spent the mid before, Oil King chased him down and got a clean punish on it. So he's really got to consider that situation.
I feel like in that particular situation in the corner too, if you have meter, man, that was the buffer. Off of the standing heavy punch, and Veggie fighting right back, spending the meter. We'll talk about another situation later in the corner, but right now it's been tit for tat so far.
Let's see if he can take it to a final round, though. Oh, he got hit with the counter hit. Whirlwind shot, 3-piece into the eagle spike, and again, had to block that.
Oh, yes, and the juggle does get the 3-piece this time. Trying to roll out of there, no sir. Veggie did get a catch.
Has to block it out. No meter on his side, and he doesn't want to use V-shift either.
Oh,
what a jump jab! Your command grabs have all missed, mate. He's still got V-trigger.
Got activation now.
What if Oil King's going to take the fight to him, or he's going to play slow and steady? Doesn't have to overextend. Good anti-air. Another V-shift. One more should do it. Is he going to do bullhead or leave it? Oh, he lost fight! He went the wrong way!
No! What is happening? Oil King is what's happening. Getting 2 to 1 in a slight scramble way towards the end. But it's not the last we'll see of Veggie, absolutely not. But Oil King off to a great start. This match is Group A. But it could have been scary. I feel like that could have gone either way. One of the things I wanted to point out in regards to that particular situation in the corner as Oil King, the reason why Veggie was so reluctant to try to anti-air is that EX Eagle Spike could come out of nowhere.
Yes. And the thing is as well, you all saw on your screen, it was very difficult for the game to decide where Rashid landed from that EX spike. So when he did the heavy mixer, all you saw was that and Fierce. And it was like, okay, still got to close it out because in that situation, Veggie was extremely frustrated. And to force something to happen, he had to do the bullhorn. But I mean, we can take a look back what transpired now, right, with the replay. There you have it. Talk to me. The V-shift, keep in the corner, but Veggie needs out with EX bullhorn.
Seeing most of the pressure coming in from Oil King, it's so funny just hearing this over again. Oil King on the offense. But for the most part, yeah, like Oil King again, he's doing what needed to be done with at least the buffer game, at least bringing Veggie to the corner pretty quickly. But that's been the biggest problem, right? Just in the corner, that situation alone has taken so much life away from Veggie. Sure, it's been meter, etc., but it's like, what good is that meter if you're not going to be able to spend it? So I just think overall that control of the corner that Oil King presented, kind of keeping his options consistent with like going for the cross up and kind of guaranteeing and not trying to like be too risky with Eagle Spike. I think that was like the better choice either way.
For me, one of Veggie's biggest concerns was handling Oil King's tempo, his pace. He was getting there, but it went to frustration instead of confidence. And again, first game jitters, he can shake that off, get ready for his next game, because we still have intense matches to come. Not just in Group A, but throughout the day. I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's not going to be the last one either. I think Veggie is going to be facing off against Soul VNG later down the line. I believe for Oil King, I think he's done for the rest of the day because we have 3 full days of group stage if you guys hadn't checked out the schedule just yet. In case you guys are confused, I mean, we are going to be posting that all on social media regardless, so keep following along with us. We will guide you to the promised land I do promise you that. So Group A, again, going up into the next matchup as we set it up. It's going to be IDOM versus Seoul V&G. I don't think IDOM really got like the proper send-off as like a Capcom Cup champion, not being able to defend his title, right? He's coming in full force. He had to qualify via World Warrior, considering how stacked it was for that East Coast qualifier. And Seoul V&G, he made it out, as you see it down below, CPT Central America West champ.
Yeah, I feel he's slept on because he qualified so early. People kind of forgot until you saw his name reappear in the group stages. It's like, oh, okay. I said, that guy's got a solid Seth. I remember from 2021, he was playing Falk, but we checked some footage online. He was playing Falk recently as well. But his main is Seth. IDOM's main is Laura. I don't think he's going to play Poison here. Poison has a good time against Seth, but not particularly well in recent months because of the meta. But I think he's going to go Laura, mainly because of defensive options. We'll see.
And I do kind of want to pick your brain about that, as I actually do not play Poison at all. I play your Poison. I play other people's Poison. I'm okay, but I have played a little bit of Seth. So talking about that, I feel like there's a lot that Seth can do to close the gap pretty easily against Poison, so you don't even want to risk that. But coming into close quarters combat, I feel like Laura has way more of the advantages there in comparison.
Well, he's got a command grab, or she's got a command grab for one. When on defensive against V-Trigger 2, I'm going to assume that's what Seoul V&G is going to pick. Laura's V-Reversal pushes her extremely far forward, so there's some setups that she can completely avoid, even if it's blocked, so the maneuver won't catch it and punish it. Poison's V-Reversal leaves her in place, so that's a bit different. That's 300 damage on the table. B-Skill 2 is a nightmare as well from Seth, because when you get whiff punish straight to the corner, then you got to deal with his strike throw game. Very powerful. His aerial approach can be a nuisance. So, and Laura can dash under. Poison has to commit to an anti-air.
That is true.
Big
Yeah,
difference.
I always think about like what you have to do against Poison, try to whiff punish some of the limbs, even for someone like Dawson. But I always forget like how fast V-Skill 2 actually is, and you combine it with like the uppercut ender, and it just kind of goes airborne. But it's more of the speed that people are looking for. That could be a pretty big deal. And how often like Seth can bring you into the corner now with V-Skill 2 more often than not could be a really big pain against Poison in regards to trying to play defense.
So yeah, I mean, there's footage everywhere, but there's a real lack of footage of what Seoul V&G is doing for the last 2 or 3 months. How hot is he? How ready is he? Because there's one particular V-Trigger that he uses a fair bit, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna see if you rinse that, because it's a consistent 50-50, but people can B-reversal, people can B-shift, so we're gonna see it now. And he's gonna go foul!
Okay, so
I knew it.
he mentioned this. We had to double check. We had seen this in the previous year at IWO. Good time in Poland, by the way. That was a lot of fun.
Fantastic.
We still talk about that to this very day. But looking at his most recent records, I feel like he played a lot against his Central American brethren. More importantly, I think he's faced off against MJ Gama with this character. So he does have this character in his back pocket. He's going to be in the full front force.
And I don't know how much experience IDOM has against Seoul V&G's Falk, or if he's seen it in footage, because in general, he can adapt. He's a Capcom Cup 2019 champion. This could be a big deal. This is a completely different Falk, her best iteration in Street Fighter 5. Good combo to the cat hole.
Seoul V&G tries to get this set up a couple of times over, just having that skill to hover around and be so detrimental once it's gone. Look at how much damage IDOM has already taken on the way over.
With punish, with the forward hard punch target combo. Not gonna look for activation yet. Throw.
Party time. We got the Thunderclap on the way out. Seoul V&G, excellent choice of moving for defense. Trying to keep it active. Trying to get away from all the mix-ups. A throw. Hey, not too bad. It could have been far worse. You get the V-shift. Nothing from the crouching heavy punch.
Please
Now
don't wake up
all
Super.
IDOM. Woo!
Here we go, trying to escape, and he got caught with the sunset wheel to close out game 1. He had to have a phenomenal start, but then that V-trigger came into play from Laura.
I feel like he could have got a little bit more off of that crouching heavy punch.
Probably. He wasn't charging the shot, but I don't think he was expecting it to hit, so. All right, forward fist, peppering away. I love this.
Double shot.
That's going to be hard for Laura to traverse, just to spend bar for the projectile invincibility. Good chase down. Stays in front. Good block there from Seoul V&G. But it's racking up the stun. Done. That's it.
Doesn't even need to build a meter anymore. On to the next game. That's IDOM. Starting things off with a very strong man.
This is the thing with Falk. Against characters like Laura, you have to play neutral or full screen. If she bypasses that, she gets past that, it's a terror. You got a 4-frame, your reversal's slow. It is powerful, but extremely slow.
Yeah, you can get meaty to death with it, right? Even fast enough, you can bait it out consistently. Ed falls under that same category. Even Rashid now falls into that same category.
Yeah, he does. Very surprised that Soul VNG stuck with the Falk and not went to Seth, but hey, good counter hit conversion there from IDOM. And the anti-air too. Bad, the pressure, so incessive. We're gonna activate Psycho and Griff. No, we're not.
Not yet.
I would activate there, but
he does evade. Okay, I love that.
he's gotta do it now, surely.
Gotta do it now.
Yeah, he can do that. That's a new change. Got more time to activate.
Just woke up with buttons.
That's dead.
I'd imagine Soul VNG was trying to apply pressure with like a frame trap first, rather than go for a throw bait with trigger 2.
Maybe, but hey, he's on match point here, IDOM. He's had a fine start, but he just hasn't been able to build the momentum and really deter IDOM from running the train on him.
So you see a counter hit there from the medium kick. Able to extend that, he can charge up the shot, and it's still not going to be a problem anymore. But now he's getting way too close to comfort forward throw from IDOM.
Oh, he's going to overwhelm him again. The IDOM factor may come shortly. Let's see. He's just waiting. Aligning, waiting. Activation.
Now you're in the corner where you need to go.
Dory interrupted the Psycho Schneider. Is he going to jump? He did! And he got locked out!
He does it again! Crush counter!
He's got to do something, surely. Try to throw bait. Didn't work out. Oh my word!
The full set!
Break away again. The V-Trigger's not going to help you here. Oh no!
The command grab does it again! From IDOM. Finishing it out 2-0 against Soul VNG. Not for nothing though, that was extremely close both times over, but again, not for nothing. I think Soul VNG did a fantastic job of trying to keep IDOM away as much as possible. Just certain instances where once he gets in, he stays there.
Dude, his overwhelming presence outside of the game, in the game, and then in those perilous situations like that, no one can handle it. And even with the reversal, you saw Soul VNG trying to use that. It just didn't, it was too worse for wear. It's just, okay, you explode the video, and then you're not really capitalizing off that or changing the situation, do you know what I mean? So, unfortunate there, but IDOM does take his first game.
For what it's worth though, it's brought a lot of light to how Soul VNG is completely prepared with both characters now. I feel like he did just like a pretty fine job in regards to his first match. He still has like another match to play later on today, so
that's right,
we haven't even seen the character he qualified with yet. So there's still a lot of
makes me consider, sorry to cut you off, makes me consider he might go Falco against Veggie as well. He could.
That makes sense. That does make sense. I wouldn't want to run Seth versus Birdie. That's for sure. You kind of have like a similar game plan, right? Birdie a little bit on like the slower end, so I do agree with that. In fact, let's take a look exactly why, right? You talked about the spacing and the neutral in regards to this matchup in particular and how you want to keep Laura away, because this is what happens if she gets in your grill.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing is, I was questioning at times Soul VNG wanted to activate V-Trigger. He did it eventually, but again, IDOM didn't seem too deterred. He's like, okay, you activated it, but I haven't lost a round because of it, right? And even then, trapped in the corner a lot of the times. The EX Psycho Schneider as a breakaway tool didn't really help because the distance was still close enough for IDOM to look for the whip punish. And again, he's fine closing out round with command grab because you're too scared of everything else. His button play with Laura is super efficient. Fantastic stuff to see.
Yeah, we rarely saw any sort of like whiffs, but for the credit of Soul VNG as well, he was ready when the time needed to be ready. So again, getting some of those whiff punishes in and even some of those games in with Falk early is really going to be a big beneficiary towards what he needs to do later down the line for Group A. But speaking of going down the line for Group A, this is going to be, man, these guys are so sick. Takamura versus Ronaldinho is coming up next. Takamura qualifying from Europe West qualifier all the way from Belgium. Ronaldinho qualifying from Brazil. So both of these characters do have, both of these players have a plethora of characters under their belt as well.
Yes, so Takamura's got the Akuma and the Ken. Ronaldinho, I've seen him play Nash, that's the main. I think he's played Luke, is that correct? I can't remember.
So we have seen that, but we haven't seen it just yet.
Well,
right.
You saved the best for last. And it is the last tournament, the big tournament, so
And so Takamura has only been highlighted as playing Ken as well. I mean, like in the early stages of his career and even towards the final moments where he's also shown that off in Street Fighter League, right?
Yes, and of course, when he started with Ken, the swap to Akuma was actually advice from Problem X. Because when Akuma was strong at the time, he said, look, you can do that plus more with Akuma and get better resort. And then we know this. We rinse and repeat this statement all the time. Takamura, every time you see him at a high-stage tournament, he's just going to come out with some new tech. It's going to be fantastic to see.
And he's putting that out there, too, for everybody to see it. Like, I know he's on social media often and puts out some of the moments he has on
right
rank.
after the
So
video
it's like
on his tech.
You can't say you weren't ready for Takamura because he literally gives you the info. But, of course, like he's going to be the one, like, reviewing the tapes. Is like, how do I counter my own stuff? Right. But Ronaldinho, I feel like, is going to be one of those cats that are really going to put Takamura's knowledge on the line. I feel like really to the test, I should say, going in with that Nash, because I feel like Nash is still underrepresented. He had his stint in the season previous to this one, I feel like, or even like the patch notes previous to this one, because he was getting so many positive results.
Yeah, of course. And this is what another million-dollar question I had for this group. How much Nash experience does the group have overall? Because it's a big deal. Ronaldinho qualified. There's Nash players listed around the globe internationally, but again, none of you qualified but him. Obviously, actually, tell a lie, Frozen's here as well. So he's in Group C. You'll see him later today. But I hope Ronaldinho is ready, confident, looking to have a good time, and emerge victorious from this group. Group A is a tough group. But
What? Not a blank check.
You didn't know about this?
I didn't think he was going to do it for this matchup.
Well, Blanca. Okay.
But it seems like you got more intel, so you can feel free to throw that out there. I genuinely thought it would be something else for this matchup in particular, but it's not going to be the first time for Ronaldinho, obviously.
And Blanca is actually pretty damn good this season. V-Trigger 1, the bust back got off as well. Good jump-ins, good anti-airs.
Yeah, it's fantastic as an anti-air, even like a combo extender. We've seen that a handful of times from Wolfgang over the LCQ.
Yep. Shouts to Wolfgang. Get the crush counter there. Does Takamura can already apply pressure. Now, one of the things he told me about Akuma when we were at SFL last year, he said, Akuma, with a lot of his bunts, he can cancel some molds or specials, keep mixing up the options, the demon flip, the fireball, an empty button, stuff like that. Really keeps you guessing from the cancels. All right, get the combo into it, Shoryuken from the dive kick.
But what happens now?
Oh,
man,
okay.
just raw.
Big damage as well. Not bad.
Oh, you're negative. Oh, you're punishable, I should say. Not negative. You are actually full-on punishable. Excuse me.
It's Blankable. Look at the abundance of damage there. I know Kuma's got low vitality, but still.
This guy hurts.
Yeah, viable.
Ooh, what a catch.
Right, and he's got no meat as well. He can take a grab.
Ooh. He just walked into it. He was brave.
Hang on a minute here, Vicious. Go forward into EX5. Or what's Takamura going to do? Watch out for a slide as well.
Oh, boy. You're getting closer and closer to defeat. Very close for each side. Spending the meter.
He didn't parry that either, because I know you can parry Blanca balls, and I did call it a couple seconds ago. Watch out for that slide. This is why Akuma's fireballs, in a situation like that, they're not very good to use.
And he let him off the hook for a while, I feel like. Takamura wasn't throwing any sort of normals. He didn't want to get whiff punished in the corner, but Ronaldinho made himself pretty much the victor of that first round just out of tenacity, pure tenacity.
Yeah. Crouch Fizz, throwing that out with malicious intent. He's really piling on the pressure with these buttons. I love these pokes from Ronaldinho. Activate.
Has to do it.
Max away. That's good. Waiting there. No anti-air at the moment. Akuma does struggle to deal with the Blanca ball. He has to parry it. He can't do anything else. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Yeah.
One of the biggest tells, obviously, is if Blanca standing still or even after a normal, you're going to see that charge, right? But Ronaldinho is doing a great job of masking his charge thus far. But Takamura, going to be a problem now. We do have the activation from Ronaldinho. And again, it's just been so tough for Takamura, I feel like, to even try to get a counter poke game going.
That is true. Very bewildered at what to do. He's got the meter there, but he can't do an arbitrary demon flip because of the anti-air V-Trigger 1. Or the ground shaving roll. Yeah, there it is. That was it. He's not dead, though. Throw attack.
There was an attempt on the chase down. Back though. This is going to be great for Takamura now, but Is it too little too late? We got 14 seconds, very little life left. There's one confirmed. Near 10 seconds, let's forward throw.
He's out.
The chip damage. Oh, he actually ran into it.
Get away.
Ronaldinho tried to slide. Get away, Takamura. Get away.
Whoa,
no, he still got punished for the teleport. He thought he had enough time.
Dude, I really feel time stops when there's 5 seconds on the clock. You're waiting for it to run out, but it's like time freezes. And
or they add a little bit of extra
spice.
milliseconds to it.
I'm telling you, he had the right idea, but to do it twice, not sure. If he did it once, then Demon flipped out, or jumped and did an air fireball to delay his landing, that might have worked.
Probably.
A lot of hypotheticals there, but Ronaldinho, very persistent, got that first game. Does he go Ken though?
Possibly. And I would love to see that option, or even just take a breather to kind of reassess what had just happened. Again, you were talking about arbitrary demon flips going into it because of the fact that V-Trigger 1 is that trigger to do it, right? I think like being able to move around, not having a force and charge to get an anti-air going. Granted, Blanca has some great anti-air normals, but trying to anti-air demon flip, that's hard. So I love the option of V-Trigger just being the harassment tool.
Yeah, I concur. I would love to know how long Ronaldinho's been playing Blanca for. I didn't know. This was unbeknownst to me. But again, the main gripe I have with Takamura right now is not V-Skill 1, the Blanca balls. If you do that, I'm pretty sure you can cancel into the kick, cancel the demon flip, get some Oki going. He's just not doing that at the moment. I think he's just trying to feel out the Blanca, but he might have the intel he needs. Let's see if the adaptations are going to be made.
Not to really think about. We do get the interruption there from Ronaldinho. Takamura still firing right back with the target combo. Forward throw now. Blanca getting closer into that corner. Takamura a lot more aggressive in this game. Again and again finding the mark with the heavy punch. One more for stun.
Rotate just there in case. And there it is.
That was slick.
Still not dead though. He's not going to build the bar for EX Red Fireball. Rotate again.
Excellent adaptation from Takamura and a great offensive sequence. And I will say this, that crouching jab earlier to get the stun, it kind of looked like a crouching medium hook. So I was kind of reluctant for Ronaldinho to even press the button. So I get why the counter hit happened, because it was 2 jabs after all. So very, very well played from Takamura.
He got crush countered too many times by that stand fist, but he already made that micro adjustment to avoid the stand fist. Yeah, he's already doing it. Fantastic spatial awareness there from Ronaldinho.
Oh, it just eats it raw too. That standing heavy punch did a grip of damage, but more so the stun factor.
Wow.
Looking at match point for Ronaldinho with a Ganyo meter to bring itself in from those 2 throws.
Both these rounds have been dominating in this game too, but can Takamura take it to a final game, or will Ronaldinho close it out 2-0?
For the carry option, the bust out, EX up ball from Ronaldinho.
Jumped in, gets hit with a dive hook again. No reversal yet. Jumped out in the corner.
Ooh. Back throw, trying to get this control from Takamura. Raw activation from Ronaldinho.
Yeah, he can't jump. He's limited to the ground. You're literally glued to the ground, and he neutral jumped anyway.
I think he wanted to bait that out. I think he was within space to get at least the first part of the
ground shave. Yeah. Maybe. He can look for a hit confirm, but other than that, it's Blanca's game right now. No! Whoa, that was sick! Hang on a minute. I've really got to look at the parry stuff later. It's bothering me now. Dive kick, good trade. Just waiting in there. Takamura looking to close this one out.
Looking forward, still within range. Just the pressure afterwards. A lot of
right,
expand.
This is your chance. Watch out for the V-shift. Okay, never mind. Just wait.
This is just fine for Takamura.
Be super patient. Good jump away there from Ronaldinho.
Just one touch away. Takamura forces the arrow against Ronaldinho. He thought he was going to catch him moving backwards, and what a risk to take. But I will say, if that hit, I think that would have been all Ronaldinho for him.
Yeah, one more guess, delayed back throw, or even maybe a sneaky command grab, because he's still got the command grab Blanca, so it could have worked there. Hard read, unfortunate there, but like you said, walking backwards, anticipating a fireball maybe, because that's how he won the first game with Blanca, so why not try again?
No, you're right.
Right, does he go Nash? That's the real question. He has the option.
Ooh, wee. This is
show no mercy.
Yeah, and he has to stick with this, yeah.
So we did talk about this a little bit, like the exposure of like Nash matchups that you could get in Takamura's neck of the woods. I feel like Not too abundant, not too many.
So Freya won maze there. Shouts to Freya, he's from France. There's another French Nash player called Kira Mello Light. He might have faced him online.
I've seen that name,
there.
yeah.
They're like Grandmaster, Warlord ranks. So he's got one or two things. I don't know if he's got exclusive tech to Nash. I'm sure he'll come up with something. He's concocted a plan. I can feel it. Starts off here. Crush counter again. That's been his best button in this set. Okay, backs away. Gotta watch out for that Sobak kick as well, right? I think Akuma can whip punish it with stand medium kick or something.
He could, but the problem is it just comes out so quickly.
True.
You have to really be on point and look out for it because both the mediums are such a nuisance, right? Oh boy, the punish could have been there.
He's getting frustrated. Yeah, he's getting frustrated. Hit the target combo, and that's gonna work.
He tried to parry the EX on the way down. The moonsault, I should say.
Frustration was just in his gameplay for the last 3 seconds there. I thought he was gonna commit to the DP and then just get the hard knockdown.
I thought so as well.
For the parry.
Yeah, that moonsault is gonna be quite the problem too, but you know, being able to activate trigger and see it coming, that's huge.
Okay. That's one of the best buttons in the game, by the way. That doesn't get spoken about enough in recent times anyway.
Oh, rush counter, back fierce. We're seeing it again, but this time as a combo extender, plus frames after that crouching medium punch, but still nothing of it just yet. There we go, another set.
Hang on a minute. Can he crush counter him a third time, maybe? Good V-shift.
Oh, that's huge.
Parry, yeah, he's got a counter. I told you. He's worked on the tech. He's got the ideas. There's specific moves Takamura looks for against every character. The B skill comes out. The optimization comes out. Final round here between these two players.
And now we're playing a little bit more of a control style from Ronaldinho, using that Nash against Sobot kick, and crouching medium kicks have been the biggest things to stop Takamura. But once he's in the range for that standing heavy punch, that medium kick gets blown up. Takamura doing a great job with the space. Forward throw now, applying that pressure.
And what was I talking about before? The mix-up from the cancellation buttons is coming through, and that's dead. Takamura's going to take this set.
That's it. Takamura sending him ablaze after a very, very shaky first game. Actually, like a game and a half.
And the thing is, Ronaldinho executed the right strategy in terms of character selection. You didn't want to come back with Blanca. You wanted to see if Blanca could do most of the groundwork for you, and then you swap back to the Nash. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. They're both rare characters, unorthodox characters in their own right, but that was great to see. But the necessary adjustments were made from Takamura, and it's fantastic to see.
And it's so cool to see it in the group stage as well, because we're going to see these cats play off against each other, or at least get to sharpen their swords as the days go on, right? I feel like seeing some of the, I guess, like secondary picks come out a little bit more. It's hard to tell like if it's like their secondary at this point, because they played at such a good level that it's like pretty much their main at this point. I feel like there's just going to be so much more to look forward to going into Group A for the rest of the groups, right? But going into the next matchup, I believe Solvian G is going to be coming up just a little bit. But let's take a look at how it all transpired between Takamura and Ronaldinho.
This was interesting because Ronaldinho had a great start, and that's what I really enjoyed, right? The V-Trigger won a really good threat. He utilized his EX Mayor really well. Called him out with the slide. Yeah.
I love that.
Right, so that means that caught just the one teleport. I thought he did two. It was just one teleport he did Takamura, which is interesting. And then again, the early V-Chefs to set him out, to punish with Shoryuken, good stuff. Couple of hiccups here, and with Akuma, you can't just have an accident. You'll lose half your life for those accidents.
Yeah.
But you know what? He managed to close it out there. And keep an eye on his V-skill usage and back hard punch usage throughout the day or throughout the week, because he's going to get a lot of damage and mileage from that in general.
Even his adaptation, just to kind of like add on to what you were saying, because I mean, you said it pretty much everything on the spot. Just his adaptation to like spacing too has been phenomenal. Like one of the biggest deterrents for anybody in the Nash matchup are those medium kicks. I feel like even if like a properly spaced Sonic side, that's like I swear I could hit that. But for the most part, Sobot kicks, even crouching medium kicks, we see how easily Takamura had flipped the script and started to utilize that standing heavy punch a lot more. So just seeing his quick on the fly adaptation for like the V skills are super prominent, but just his spacing overall, he's had that down pat forever.
Of course, but we got to be swiftly moving on to the next match, which is going to be Veggie back on stage going up against Sol VNG. This is a big deal because both these guys lost their games moments ago, so now It's aiming for that first dub, Vicious.
And this is going to be kind of tough, right? We've actually had this discussion not too long ago in regards to who Solvi and G would use for this particular matchup, because it's going to be very similar in terms of like an archetype or what you could expect against like a Laura as he played off against Idom, right? You have the grappler archetype. So the question remains, do you think Solvi and G is going to stick it out with Seth for the big man Birdie?
Vitality, Seth, Vegi's strategy against Seth. He feels confident against that. We might see Falk first, and if it loses, Seth comes back. Or experiment with Seth, and then let Falk do the majority of the work. Because it's super important that you have these solid character strategies down. But obviously, Vegi, tried and true with Vegi. Birdie, he's not going to pick another character.
He's one with the character at this point. I feel like they're the same
Birdie.
height. He might be the same build, the alpha version build, not the current version build.
Sorry. Okay. He's going to go with Seth.
Show me everything that you have.
And he's gone with V-Skill 2.
I like that. With a vagabond style Seth.
I love this costume.
It's so sick, yeah.
Now, the thing is here, you got to pay attention to the crouch medium punch buffer from Seth to V-Skill 2.
Sure.
And standard light kick, I believe. That's a good one as well.
Huge. Yeah, that counter could lead into crouching medium punch, even standing medium punch as well.
And remember, Birdie's a kind of tall character, so the light annihilated sword,
Oh,
the axe
stealing
kick,
turns?
yeah, the light axe kick, it's going to be, I don't think it was more negative, but it's going to hit him earlier, which might put Solvi and G in a dangerous situation.
We're talking about on a crouching birdie or a standing birdie?
Standing.
Okay.
But Mark Grab. Okay. Let's see what Vega's got. Vega's good at defending V-Trigger 2 Seth as well, if it comes to that point. Stun's racking up. Throw break.
Harassment of normals too, coming in from Vegi, hanging chain to kind of keep Solvi and G in place.
Alright, here
There's
we
a
go.
slide. Watch out
Spoke
now.
about this.
V-shift
Yes,
out of there.
excellent V-shift. I'm going to tell you something in a minute. Right, hang on a minute.
Save that thought, please. Don't lose it.
I'm not going to lose it.
Oh! Just one more touch.
Yeah, it's happening. It's panning out. He doesn't know how to approach. And the thing is, you really, he's rubbing his chin. You really want to approach via the air, but crouching medium punch is actually a very good tool against, it's not a very good tool against Birdie. So you have to use the medium or the heavy axe kick to punish the anti-air. It can't be the light one.
Interesting.
Because you have to be slower.
That makes sense.
Just down. If he gets one medium punch into bullhead and then super, I think Seth's dead.
You're
yeah,
dead. I'm pretty sure you're dead.
Yeah. Here we go.
Firm.
On hit.
The quarter
Yeah,
carry.
he might be shift.
Oh, that's huge.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That's
Damage.
fine. Oh, no, it isn't.
He didn't want to spend the meter for it.
That's what I was talking about. You can't use the light one to activate. Oh, sorry, hit. Hang on a minute. What's he going to do here? Solvi and G. Not got many options in the
I
tank
hope
left.
he doesn't pay for it later, or at least he doesn't pay for it with his life, because he could have gotten the stun. I don't think he was confident in the kill, considering the damage, or at least considering the scaling. And it's Vegi with the heavy punch just at the right range as Solvi and G looking perplexed.
So, in the practice room in the hotel we're staying at, Vegi and Mena RD were having a nice long chat. They were doing Birdie versus Seth, and Mena was going through a lot of the Seth V-Trigger 2 setups, and he said, this isn't real. He said he thinks V-Trigger 2 is better on hit than on block. As they were talking, I said, watch out for crouch face on hit, and they can draw you back in. That happened, and he V-shifted, so it's fine.
That's so smart.
And he's getting what we talk about at the
There we
start.
go.
He's getting Falk to do the majority of the work. He has to close out this set with Falk alone. Let's see what happens.
I feel like going in with Seth the first time, I mean, granted, it's his main character. We get that. And I think it's still like a good choice to kind of feel out your opponent that way, but just Seth's normal is just so detrimental to that match in comparison to what Birdie can deliver.
But then he's got a better use of Normans here with Falk. Good ball horn on the jump shot. He might do it again. Vegi looks so ready. He's waiting. Stand fierce.
Oh, the hanging chain! He just ran into it. Sets up for
He
the
doesn't know
bubble.
what to do.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
doesn't
fine.
work.
He could have got a combo for that.
Could have.
He definitely could have got a combo. Good choice there from Vegi. Raw activation, no punish. He's gonna wait it out. Yep.
It's going to be just fine. Veggie does have a significant life lead. Trigger winding down for both, but Soul VNG just running out a little bit sooner as he activated earlier. But here we go.
Choice, he's dead.
Deader than dead, yo. Veggie getting the best conversion he could have, I feel like.
I have to say, that was a poor choice from Soul VNG to cancel into the V skill. He made the opportunity to punish even bigger than it was before.
The big bubble coming out yet again. They're trying to bait any sort of normal from Soul VNG, utilizing that armor off of the forward heavy punch, or yeah, going into it with the armor.
Right, there we go. Try to anti-air. No dice. The jump shot got him once again.
Activation, that's fine.
Good call. Mitigate the punish. Mitigate that damage.
Seeing a lot more activity coming in from Soul VNG in regards to how many shots are charged, how many forward fierces are coming out.
This is a lot better round. Slower, more patient, taking advantage of the pokes. Much better. Yes, I like this.
Oh, lost frames out, stealing turns.
He could have won the game there. Stand meeting kick should have reached from that far. Jump, what a jump!
Oh boy. Anti-air, Soul VNG back on the board, at least for the round. But this is the pace I wanted to see. Him carrying over from the previous match that he played. This is the exact pace that he should be playing at against someone like Veggie. He's not going to be as rambunctious as Allura, but this kind of control is
oh my word,
kind of sneaky.
The hitbox on there is insane. All right, here we go. Got him marshaled in the corner. Oh. Like that. Nice and far. Good block. Can do a double shot again soon.
Still got the charge up, still intimidating, standing medium kick, taking up so much space.
Activate street trigger. Oh, what a jump. I think you can get the full combo. And that messed it up. The Psycho Mine was too out. It's too long.
Don't get that command grab in him.
That's a big punish. Is he stunned?
I don't think so just yet. Watch out for the overhead or maybe peppering a couple of lights.
Blocks. He's got one more overhead. One more.
Oh my god! Wait a minute.
Hang on a minute. He can't jump forward. Oh no. He's jumping
Line is out.
forward. Vicious.
The anti-air's there! No! He went for the horn!
He's not going to build beat in time. Let's see what he can do. 30 seconds to get a bit on the clock.
You can walk him down. You can walk him down.
I don't know, man. No armored moves come into play now.
Soul VNG can shoot him down, though. Get the Psycho Mine yet again. I love the space. Soul VNG, you have so much more estate back there. You can do whatever you want. Just control the space away from Veggie. Watch out now!
Not dead yet. No!
No! He got baited! Soul VNG couldn't hang on to it, and it's Veggie taking the W. Soul VNG, not for nothing though, he had the space. He had the idea, and he was living too. I think even after he took that damage, I don't know how much VKG he had left, but I feel like maybe he could have gotten away.
He crumbled under pressure, man. The guess was too much. But what I thought he was going to do, this is just me theorizing again, build the one bar, hold that for about 10 seconds, because when you jump, he doesn't know what's coming at him.
No.
It could be the one shot, the double shot, the empty jump. He jumped, but I don't like that he did the dive kick.
The dive kick, yeah.
Because you allowed Veggie to come back in, because it's a guess for him just as much as for you. So, not really feeling that there. And obviously, he capitulated, and then he used the reversal. Great block there from Veggie. I love that stuff.
Even further on, yeah, like that single moment where it came down to like, am I gonna hit, or am I actually gonna hit this EX uppercut or not? That was a lot more for Veggie to really consider, because you've mentioned this a couple times over. You've talked to a particular person named Phenom, where it comes down to those moments like who's more at risk when I have meter. I mean, the attacker, the one.
Roll the replay again. We need to see who was at risk here. No, this is brilliant. So the Seth didn't work. We kind of theorized that, and then he changed over to Falk. Things were picking up, but this was similar to Ronaldinho against Takamura, right?
Sure.
Pick the first character, see if it does. Doesn't work out, use your secondary, let him do the majority of the work. It was getting there, but I felt Veggie felt confident. Despite the life bars and the stun gauge rising up, super confident. I love the V-Trigger 2 activation from full screen. No worry. Only like 60 damage from the projectile, not a problem. So he had a strategy, executed it well. Well done, Veggie.
you did notice a little bit of nerves from Soul VNG. We saw that raw activation. We did see also from Seth kind of figuring out whether or not, or actually deciding whether or not he should utilize EX meter to even get that stun. There was that one moment where he could have gone for EX Hekatonkeries to get the stun, right? He was very reluctant to utilize that meter from the first set, but again, it's just a little bit of potential that we're seeing from Soul VNG game after game. But we are going to get into our next game for the block of Group A. I think it's our last one.
We are. I got to mention this real quick. Soul VNG is down for the day. No wins. That means he's got to come through next time they play. He has
we got
to
2
win
more
from
days.
this point onwards. Yeah, he's got to win from this point onwards now.
Oh, he's got this, man.
I hope so.
He's a qualifier.
I hope so, indeed. But yes, our last match, like you said, just to reiterate, Ronaldinho going up against Idom. Last match here for Group A. And what a closeout as well. Do you think the Blanca's going to come back out?
I would say it would be a great surprise factor for someone like Idom, but I feel like Idom is also pretty well versed in it. We have Wolfgang. Like, that's one of the biggest things we could highlight, right? I think there's been a lot of moments where where Wolfgang had faced off against Idoms at an LLBC or even like at a TNS or et cetera. Like any sort of local that's been happening in the east side or even like Midwest area. I will say this, Ronaldinho does have a different type of Blanca. I feel like it's very much so a slower paced until the knockdown happens. So we'll see if Idom can adapt that type of playstyle.
I mean, Idom doesn't have to adapt to people, but I think there's very few players he has to adapt to. I think everyone's got to adapt to him.
That's fair.
Laura versus Nash. All right.
Okay, never mind. It's not even going to be the Blanca pick, which is going to be just fine.
Well, the thing is, he's got to fire on all cylinders. Like I was talking about during the LCQ, the players have got to do this. He's down 1 game in the group, so that means he has to win this one. Super important here for Ronaldinho.
Off to a little bit of a rocky start so far for Ronaldinho, though. We're trying to see that control. We see the soul bots, the back meaty picks as well. But now, what do you do to stop Idom from getting his game plan going? We do get to see the confirm. It's the target combo for throw now.
Oh, try to do a jump back medium kick or something, but didn't quite work out there for Ronaldinho. Overhead. I don't think he wanted that, but we'll take it anyway. Back dashes away. He's still got the V trigger. Both of them do. Double V reversal. All right, V reversal again.
Oh no, we just caught him mid-air. Idom absolutely ready for the punish against Ronaldinho. Really unfortunate circumstance, but I feel like that one might have been intentional to just try to get out of
That looked
there.
intentional for Idom, 100%, I feel. Ronaldinho didn't really get much mileage from that V-Trigger 2, the stealth dash, in that round. Let's see if he can change it around in this round 2. Good block. Full punish into the Sonic side. Another one.
Another set of mediums. Trying to catch a crush counter with a very, very heavy crush counter one.
Side 12. There it is. And
Side
again,
12 again.
here comes the stun. I think that's it. That's a
Lights
wrap.
out, charge thunderclap. Anything you want with a side of fries. Idom. Game number 1, 2 rounds straight. Ronaldinho again, just out the gate, already forced to play defense. It was really, really tough. Didn't even get to establish that control game that he likes to play.
All right, he went straight back into the fight there. No time to ruminate, no time to think. Ronaldinho really wants to get back into this and make amends for losing before. Oh, what a whip punish on the crouching medium kick with that forward fist. Love that stuff.
Dangerous territory for Ronaldinho. Gonna get the bust out, but at what cost? For a temporary retreat, only to see himself back into the corner.
All right, here we go. Looking good here for Ronaldinho, despite Idom having that live feed.
Back away from the thunder, and I love that.
Throw tech. Just waits there, encroaching on that space. He's very wary of forward medium kick. Yeah, that's over.
Good interruption, too. Standing light kick, but doesn't want to get anything else out of it. There was a counter.
Activation. Here it comes.
Party time.
Makes it safe.
Ronaldinho might get it as well. There it is. It does
That's
have trigger,
it,
but he's not
that's
going to live long enough to use it, and that's Idom yet again. With the full follow-up. Looking at match point.
Yeah, he's got a full CM deck here, Ronaldinho, but again, hasn't really been able to find his groove. He's had good pressure strings, but it hasn't amounted to an abundance of damage like with Idom, you know?
Yeah, a lot of burst damage on the table when it comes to Laura, but when it comes to Nash, I feel like he has to spend that meter to even get some of the sizable damage that we see in comparison.
Just walked out of the command grab range. That might have been a medium one there from Idom, but
Out of there.
almost takes it down though.
Moonsault to close the gap immediately. The backdash is there. Good read from Idom against the throw, but Ronaldinho with defense resetting back to the neutral. Now they're just swinging. They're pretty close intact, actually. That Sobot kick, if he gets a counter, it, he'll be well within range to get a conversion, but Idom is not giving it to him.
Activation again. Here it comes, and that's dead. Yeah, no, he didn't respect it. He was thinking about a million different options, but the biggest thing you have to remember in that scenario is when Laura lands heavy bolt charge and V trigger 1 is available, you can almost bet your house on it. Idom's just going to do the safe activation because there's a layered mix up there. Even if he doesn't do just the first part of the target combo, there's the double layered mixer, command grabs there, and the other options. But you're thinking he's going to dash or maybe dash grab, something like that.
Or even like a V-skill, if anything. Right. It's caught a few people over time, but at that point of the game, it's just so tough to even try to like consider all your options in one. Idom keeping it relatively safe. Granted, he had the life lead, but for the most part, he's had like the right ideas. Even on defense, if it wasn't even his turn to attack, I think like we saw that example of what happened after like the Sonic Boom pressure, right? You saw the backdash away from the throw. Like that wasn't even conditioned into him. Like he hasn't even really experienced it as much of those kind of situations, and he like throws in the corner in general.
Yes, so that's our match is done for this group. Ronald
Already? Are you kidding me? We barely started talking, man.
Well, look, I'd love to talk to you some more, but we need to look at this stuff right now. So here we go. Ronaldinho and Solvi and G no longer have their wins, but I'll tell you what they can get. They can get Street Fighter Duel, or get ready for it. The mobile game that is coming is now currently available for pre-registration. You can register now, and rewards on launch like characters, gems, and many more. Brand new adventure at Worlds when it comes to the World Warrior, teaming up to fight against the rising Shadow organization with 40 plus characters on launch. Some of the unique character outfits have been seen on social media. Check that out on the website streetfighterduelgame.com. More details on how you can pre-register and join in on the action. Stop making jokes about
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, are you gonna finish the rest of that, or like?
they can stop laughing at us now.
You know, it's eventually gonna be time to fly when you sing the song enough. I feel like, and you know, James and I have been singing it for like 2 years.
Oh, he told me.
I feel like so. I mean, hey, it's finally here. Just as Capcom Cup is finally here. Hey, we have a bunch of other segments to go through. Obviously, we still have plenty of groups to go through. But one of the things we do like to talk about is how the matches have gone. We do have the analyst desk as well. Right before we get into a break, I do believe we're going to get into that eventually throughout the day. So, in the fact, we have so many more groups to go through. We're going to get seated with all that. We're going to do a little bit of a shift, but in the meantime, keep hanging out with us until those group stages happen, and we'll see you just around the other side of this break here at Capcom Cup.
This is the one right here. This one was the run of all runs, in my opinion. See, back in 2016, when Street Fighter V had first come out, it was so ambiguous as to who was going to take it all. Like, we had gameplay pretty much developing on the spot, right?
Oh my. Beautiful stuff.
We had so many different players coming from the woodwork from all different regions, but there was only one that stood out from the rest of them.
The hardest read. What's going on? The scramble. He gets a hit. My goodness, Knuckle Dew.
It is Knuckle Dew from 2016 in Capcom Cup, where he dominates every single person. And I do mean the word dominate. You can see it in his gameplay. He takes down Shanghai.
Oh, he goes for the reset. Knuckle Dew. It could not have been more lopsided, James.
Takes out MOV.
He's trying to keep this alive.
That forward medium punch counting.
One more hit.
And Knuckle Dew takes it. Look at the relief on his face.
Eventually goes to defeat Ricky Ortiz. And I gotta say, in that top 8 spot, where everything matters, he didn't drop more than a single game. And that's completely unprecedented going into the first year of Street Fighter V.
Want to activate and try and get something. Here we go.
Oh, jump, jump.
Oh, and he wants out.
Knuckle Dew.
Knuckle Dew is your Capcom Cup champion.
And it's just like the beginning, right? This is where all the beauty really comes together full circle. We still have no idea who's actually going to make it to the very pinnacle of Street Fighter V this year. Who's going to be the final champion of Capcom Cup for Street Fighter V? And that just makes it all the more exciting. I can't wait for Capcom Cup, man.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Capcom Cup #9 here in my hood of Hollywood, California. Woo-hoo! Welcome to everybody internationally. It's where I live. I'm very, very excited to be here with F-Word. My name is Ultra David. How you feeling, man?
What's going on, man? What a pleasure, what a pleasure. It's been a while since me and you did this, man.
It
Very
has.
excited, man. If that first segment is anything to go by, we are in for one hell of a ride. Day 1, Capcom Cup Finals. And how long has it been since we had a Capcom Cup Finals like this, David? It's been too long.
Well, it's been 4 years, buddy, because the last one was 2019. The last champion that we had was in 2019. And of course, we're looking to crown maybe a new one. So I'm sure we'll talk about a few of the ones who we had previously are here again. Maybe they'll be repeat. For example, Idom, we got Gachikun. You know, we got Mena. They're still in here as far as people who could get their repeats. But we'll see. We have a long road first. We just had the first block, and we're going to have the second block coming up now, which is Group B.
Oh, it's the Group of Death. Honestly, David, when these first came out, I was thinking to myself, F is terrible. But what went under the radar for a lot of people was Group B. And the more you study and look at the group, the more you start realizing this could arguably be the most horrific group out of all the groups we've seen. I mean, absolute killers in this group. Talk me through some of the players we've got here, David.
I think that's absolutely right. Kawano, you're looking at right at the start. He is, of course, current EVO champion for Street Fighter V, but he also, with his team, won Street Fighter League Japan. He's just won a bunch of stuff. He's been first place a lot over the last year. He comes in as certainly one of the favorites, in my opinion. But also, we have Just a Kid, who got up to EVO Top 8 and who has been killing it in North America. Of course, we have Phenom as well, who has a long history of being one of the best players throughout Street Fighter V. He just took down DreamHack winner with first place, for example. You know the Four Fills, if you can talk a little bit about that.
Too well, yeah. I mean, the Four Fills, as we know, many people consider the best Fault player in the world. And scary for you guys to imagine he's always been up there as one of the best. But I think in the recent year plus, maybe 2 years, he's absolutely peaked. So he's even better than he was the last time there was a Capcom Cup. So, you know, you might have seen the Four Fills in a group like this 4 years ago and been like, oh, that could be a bogey player. Not the state of things today. Today you see a name like that and you compare it with the Just the Kids, with the Phenoms, with the Kawano. That's what makes this group so incredibly scary for these players.
I think that's right, but then don't sleep, of course, on Doomsnake, who before the pandemic was just known as a constant traveler. We saw that guy all over the place. He was always in contention for all the big events throughout the world. And Young-Ho as well, I think, is somebody who's very impressive. For example, he just took out, in first place, the Hadoken Dojo Gamer in his country. So we have quite a group. I think you're right to call it one of the strongest.
What a way to start, man. David.
Yeah, I mean, Just a Kid and Phenom to start things out.
This is crazy. I mean, these are two genuine contenders to win the entire cup. I don't think that's an understatement.
No, I don't think
it. Fresh off a victory just last week. Phenom, we've seen him win massive majors before. We've seen him get second place at E-League. He's always been capable of a huge win like this. It's just been eluding him. This could be the time. But he's got one hell of a group. And to kick things off, we have these two ridiculous young talents going head-to-head. I mean, I can't call this. People were asking me earlier, who do you think is going to qualify from this group?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's got a reliable answer. I mean, a lot of Kawano fans will say that, but I don't think this is easy for Kawano either.
No, it's not going to be easy for Kawano. I do think that he's probably the favorite going into it, but I wouldn't say that that's by a tremendous amount. And then certainly the next place is completely up in the air. And for Just a Kid and for Phenom, just to start things out, this is going to be one of those, well, there are really going to be must-wins, but you just can't afford to lose against somebody else who is in a situation where they can plausibly get out of the group.
100%, 100%. Every game counts. I mean, it's the first time we're doing this format at Capcom Cup. Those of you who've tuned in years ago will know it's usually straight into the top 32 bracket. This year we're doing a top 2 round robin, UK-Europe style. It's like World Cup all over again. The top 2 go through. So these players will all be playing each other across the first 3 days of this week. And this is the first one we have in Group B. And Just a Kid, one hell of a day today. He has this match and then another absolutely important match to go over. I think Phenom only plays the once today. And it's a very important match for him. And we're going to get into it. It's going to be Luke taking on Jury. And Jury, I mean, he's got CLG. He's got, I've forgotten the guy's name, in his team. Oh, wow. Phenom's so ready.
When I watch Just a Kid, I'm always impressed at the movement. I think that's what really stands out to me. He stands at like just this, he is glue right outside of or at the tip of his opponent's buttons so often. He's doing that right now, not making it easy for Phenom.
He's so familiar with the Luke matchup, as I was saying, you know, from friend to foe, from foe to friend there with Chris CCH. We've seen him take out so many Lukes in recent times. I mean, the matchup experience advantage has to be with Just a Kid. I like the fact Phenom blew that straight away, looking to get 2 V-triggers around there.
He definitely could, yeah, but look again, we're Just a Kid standing, right? He uses that Blitzy buffer in order to get some damage. He doesn't overextend. He'll try it out a little bit here, but if it doesn't work out, he's not going to be too pressed. And it does.
Wow. Man, that was very, very solid there from Just a Kid. The whiff punish to start to get the train started, and then the follow-ups, catching Phenom's delayed jab.
He walked up right into that zone again. Okay, I love seeing Phenom solve that by just walking past, blowing past it with his own movement speed.
That's a distance he's going to have to earn, though, David. I'm not sure how sustainable that approach will be.
No, but it does set up. It sets up this because Just a Kid then has to press the button to prevent Luke moving forward.
Agreed.
He tried it. Luke's in as a result.
Missed this meaty roundhouse, but still gets the follow-up. Now we have activation. There's that jab check. Did it a bit faster this time after getting counter hit the earlier round. It's a good round from Phenom so far.
Yeah, he's adapted extremely well. The button's there. Just a Kid has trigger, but caught in the corner, and Phenom is just holding on to it. Not doing so much that he can look for a jump in case it comes.
Great block on that dash low. Too far. Charged up, keeps it safe. Another meaty miss by Phenom.
Ooh.
Needs to get used to this timing. That's 2 meaties he's missed here, but still able to close out the round. 1 apiece, and you'll see in here there is a decent amount of familiarity and preparation for Jury. No strangers to the matchup is Phenom. But
had the same idea there when he tried it for the walk-up grab, not quite. So we're going to see a bunch of adaptation again around that range. Oh, no!
Rare drop from Phenom. He's had a couple of slips there. Nice whip punish there on that stand roundhouse.
Typically, he's so strong with reactions.
Ooh. He's trying to keep her honest here.
He's got his trigger. Just like that, he brings it out.
Ooh, he's lucky that didn't whiff. There's the activation.
Okay. That was going after.
Look at the chase. Oh, great timing. He's ready. Just a Kid. He has the corner now. Big advantage here against Phenom. Button.
And again, as he doesn't overextend. He tried it out. Okay, didn't work out. No big deal. Go back to this range I'm so comfortable at. He's got a life lead. It's on Phenom to build his way in.
Spent that meter as well. Did Phenom looking for a kick confirm. The dash up. Base out the stand throw. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Base out of stand throw again, and Just a Kid taking the first game here against Phenom. Such massive implications for this set, for this group, as these two favorites go head-to-head, and Phenom will go to the character select screen and take
He's got a whole host of characters after all. We know that he's been using the Luke since that character's been so strong, but he's also just got a whole host. You know, before the event, we were been talking about which characters could we expect from everybody. And with this guy, I didn't even know what to say. Obviously Luke, but then it could be like half a dozen other characters. Karen, he thought about.
Luke are the options here, but how? I mean, he wouldn't have come to Capcom without thoroughly preparing his carry. It's an interesting change, though. I mean,
I think it makes sense when you have somebody who has such fantastic spacing as Just a Kid. You got a little bit better movement speed. Luke is just strong in all areas, but Karen's also excellent when it comes to things like looking for the hit confirms and busting your way in. You can also just bust your way in with, yeah, you tried V-skill, you know, you can try the shoulder, for example.
I always thought Jury was one of the few characters that hung quite well with carrying on the ground, even before the buffs. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. With punish opportunity goes big, and I'm seeing some rare execution errors here from Phenom. Risky overhead gets punished though. Gets the corner back. Goes for the delayed crouch medium. Activation there from Just a Kid. Gets that jab check again. Gets the counter hit. Missed his Tenko. This is not... Oh, he's going to get away with it again.
It's a great round, man. I mean, he did exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to pick this character so that he could use her footsies to get in faster, get the corner faster, and he did. He never let go. Again! A little easier with her.
He's been utilizing the walk speed of both characters really well. Can Just a Kid turn this back round? Oh, that worked out. Thought it was his turn, it wasn't. Just looking for the
trying
V.
to back off, trying to hold on to this range again. Oh no!
Well punished. Back throw, where you going? Just Kid has him in the corner, this is great pressure. V-reversal straight away from Phenom. Holding more pressure here.
Looking for the hit confirm again. Just
Kid
Kid,
has
as
the
he
corner.
does, he feels comfortable. Oh, again! It's so rare to see him overcommit in these ways.
Okay, this time he will. I'm seeing so many mistakes here from both players, David. It's very strange.
It's uncharacteristic. Look, we're on a pretty big stage. There's people in the audience. Like,
Maybe
they're
the nerves
hearing
gets
our
them.
voices rattle throughout the hall. Like, I get it.
Listen, it's set point, Just a Kid. What a statement this will be in Group B. If he can take this first game. Well, it started off badly here. Gets opened up.
2 challenges in that situation.
Confirm.
This time, though, Phenom finds his way in.
No
Not
confirm.
exactly. Yeah, it's a little
No
sloppy.
confirm. And he gets opened up. The stun was there if he'd have got that confirm, but it's gone now. Just a Kid's back in the round. Can he make that mistake count to his advantage?
It's a tough situation up on that stage.
Man, it really is. The pressure definitely getting to these guys. Feeling the heat. Here comes the activation. Will it be a throw? It's the delayed medium. Well blocked. Oh! Range on that roundhouse. Knew not to press a button, though. Saw the projectile on the screen.
Yeah, tried it out.
It's opened
Sweep
up.
comes. And he's
Big
very
shift gets
cautious.
it again.
Yes.
Phenom doesn't want to deal with the pressure. Oh, he gets the open. That should be it.
Super was there. He had
What's he
super.
doing?
He
had
did.
the CA, David. He had the CA.
He could have.
Wow, the
Just a
nerves definitely
Kid's got
getting
his
Phenom.
super as well.
Is it going to cost him? Oh, my goodness. You cheeky bugger, you. Just walk up throw. You called it out earlier, David. He's so good at knowing when he can overextend and just approach his opponent and just grab him. One positive I'll give to Phenom here is despite multiple execution errors and, of course, decision-making errors there, as you saw with him not going with the CA to close out the round, he's still able to get that game. So, Karen seeming like a good pick so far. It's one apiece.
Yeah. And we're still seeing them. Oh God, we're still seeing both of them really respect each other's reactions. They're both great at that, even though they both had overcommitments too. Here's Phenom into the corner. Again, Just a Kid rarely jumps unless he's caught in the corner. Oh no! Error.
Great jump out the corner, and now he's turned the momentum of this whole round. Dashes in, catches him out.
So much
Blocking
pressure.
it.
Finally.
So much pressure. Having to hold all this heat. Look, he's just turned it up, hasn't he? He's changing strategies here as Just a Kid. Going fully aggressive. Phenom having to hold all this pressure to delay.
Oh,
no!
Huge drop. Phenom with a huge chance just like that. A ton of life lost.
Massive turning
One
point.
grab.
Catches him.
Suddenly-
Doesn't convert.
What else would it be but walk up grab? That's what sealed the deal a couple of times at this point.
He just knows when he can do it, David. So aware, and he got that dash up jab, did Just a Kid, but didn't cancel into anything. There it is again. This time he checks the dash, gets a trade hit.
The threat of those hit confirms consistently allowing Phenom to walk up just like this for the grab. Just a Kid finally challenged.
Medium. No choice. Tries to spit out a stand throw. Knockdown. Where you going? One corner to the next. Just a Kid turning it up here.
He puts himself in there though. Phenom chooses to back off slightly so he can maintain that cage. He wanted to anyway.
CA. Massive damage. And he has the corner. Goes in, pays out the stand throw. Set point, both players. Just a Kid turning it around. We go to the wire here, David.
I tell you, we knew that this was going to be a good match. We talked about these players and how they're both threats, maybe to take the whole thing. So for this to start off as it has, it's going to be a good week.
It's a great opening though, and he spent all his meter. He's got to hold this pressure. Phenom looking to make it count. Can he keep the corner this time? He's lost it a few times. Oh, that jab gets checked. Nice walk underneath there. Neutral jump. Again, he catches him with a stand medium. This is so back and forth. The V-shift doesn't get punished this time. Oh,
Here it is. He's got Super this time. Another.
Again.
Just to get patient. He takes the grab. He's away. The charge is up.
Gonna one hit from taking this.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to get only 2 hits.
Jump
There's
in.
one.
And
There it is.
Phenom takes it, David, to the wire. Wow.
I imagine how rare it is for Just a Kid to just do a jump in. Unless he's like caught in the corner, some bad situation, right? But in that game, we did see 2 big moments where it seemed like he was uncomfortable playing that Footsies game against Phenom. And I get it, the way that Phenom played that, even though it was a little shaky at times, right? There were some issues in there, but really settled it down, had the consistent hit confirms, had the walk-up throws, again, to force that uncomfortable feeling against his opponent. Played very, very well.
Yeah, very impressive from Phenom. Really impressive as well from Just a Kid. Unfortunately, wasn't enough on this occasion, and already we're starting to see some huge implications for this group of death, Group B, with Phenom taking it 2-1 over Just a Kid. And I expect to see tons more close matches like that.
I think that's
as
right.
these like giants go. It's just sledgehammers at each other throughout.
I mean, the whole event's going to be like that, right? Like, we're going to take a look back at this here between these 2 players. As far as Phenom goes, again, a little shaky here and there, but the way that he resettled himself and the way that he went back to Karen as well.
That was a great choice. That was a great choice. I mean, he is very much a Luke main these days, but he's kept that Karen warm and ready, and it counted big time. She's still a very relevant character in the game. And I think, you know, feel and synergy is so important. We saw these great moments from Just a Kid, and despite a number of drops also from Phenom, like missing his Tenkos and not doing the right combos, he was still able to close it out. Great count hit confirmed there. Huge damage. That was an execution error, I believe, from Just a Kid that led to that. And there's that last jump you mentioned as well. He's trying to find that angle, that sweet spot, where you can just get behind Karen's head and beat that crouch fierce. It wasn't the right angle. And then you've got the meat throw afterwards. Great play from Phenom to close it out.
Good work. So coming up next, we're going to have the 4 Phils from the UK coming up here versus Young Ho. You talked about Phils briefly and how he may be one of the best Falks in the world.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way about him, and they felt that way for a while.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, as I said earlier, that they thought that before, and yet he's leveled up so much since then. We saw his performance at the Street Fighter League, one of the top winning percentages at the Street Fighter League, winning some hugely important matches, anchoring for his team when it mattered the most. And of course, his solo performances in the CPTs have been nothing short of amazing, consistently qualifying, consistently winning against the best players in Europe.
I mean, the last 2 CPT UK Irelands, he's been #1.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, he's been so impressive. So, I mean, there's an argument that a lack of familiarity for some regions with Folk, but I think, you know, when you look at some other regions like USA, certain parts of the USA and Japan, you guys have got some seriously talented Folk players. So he doesn't get by that anymore. He has to be legit, and that's what he does every time he plays. We're going to have to find out about Young Ho, though, who we'll see how much he knows about the Folk matchup.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Young Ho, having watched him quite a bit at this point, I really like some of the choices that he makes. He does tend to be a very strong read-heavy sort of player. You know, that has its ups and its downs, right? Sometimes you can overcommit. I think that happens to him sometimes. But when I think about his play, I'm thinking about strong footsies, in particular, just like strong reads, like getting a great read on people very fast. He's got good single hit confirms, very important, naturally. But, you know, important for him as well to not get sucked into the opponent's game plan, and that can be easier said than done versus Falk.
Yeah, agreed. She's got these 2 ways of playing that are so effective. You know, she can hold you back, she can rush you down. I mean, she hits like an absolute tank. Yeah. People don't talk about her damage output. She has got well above. I mean, she might be top 5 damage output in the corner damage in the game, especially with that V skill. So, oh wait a sec, it's 4 Phils and Kawano.
Oh, you know, I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, this is my bad. That's 4 Phils and Kawano. I was looking at the wrong day. Spoiler, that match is going to happen tomorrow.
So actually, this is even juicier than. I mean, we just had Phenom and Just a Kid. Now we got 4 Phils and Kawano.
And
I was saying this is one of the regions that is very familiar with Folk. We saw
sure.
Rebel Kumite London. We saw tons of matches. Tokido versus casuals. We got the pleasure of watching this, and it was really hard for the 4 Phils in those first couple of days to really learn these specific things these Japanese players know about Folk. So it's going to be a big challenge for him, and we're going to see what Kawano knows and what he can apply. Be interested to see what character Kawano goes with. I imagine it's going to be, you know, Colleen.
Probably, yeah.
But we've seen him dibble and dabbling with a few characters.
You're right. Yeah, I've been checking out on CFN. I've been seeing some others in there too. But I would expect Colleen. That's what he's tended to go with, even in like the most high-pressure situations. Yep. There has been some deviation on that, but almost all Colleen. So that's what I'm looking for. We'll see if that is in fact what happens. I think for him, the question is, can he establish himself as undoubtedly the best, right? He comes into here, he won EVO already, right? His team won Street Fighter League Japan.
Character,
yeah, exactly, right? And he has a chance to win Street Fighter League overall, and he has a chance to win the Capcom Cup. So there's a lot that he is going for. It's a triple crown of sorts, and it is going to be Colleen for him.
It's interesting we talk a lot about people knowing, oh, there's that. He likes that up close. He'll press that fierce punch to reduce the hurt box on Folk. This time it didn't work. Nice jump from Kawano. Has the corner here. Lots of pressure and bad decisions being made. The throw, oh, the back, that's out of there. Colleen still plus there, but wasn't ready.
Wait. Kawano fairly patient, maybe just waiting it out and seeing what Phils wants to do in a situation like this. No anti-air!
Yeah, no anti-air, I was surprised by that. It's great defense in the corner. Reversal. There's a little bit of V-trigger left.
And there's plenty of it for Kawano, who can get started if he wants.
Activation should be coming soon. That was close. What an opening. Standing short activate. That is a dead Colleen. And again, a dead four feels. Wow. Standing light kick activate. Beautifully spaced and timed by Kawano to close out that first round.
So his footsies and offense look good, but I was really happy as well to see from Kawano that corner defense. Phils is going to have to play a little bit differently in situations like that to find the openings.
Oh, bad timing on that roundhouse.
Yeah, 5 seconds were over.
Nice confirm. Big lead right now.
And no real need to overcommit for Phils.
This is the great thing about the character. She can be played from this distance.
But this, I was just going to say, there are some things you can't do easily when Trigger 2's ready to go.
It's forward throw. Okay, no loop.
Hey.
That's confirmed.
He sets up V-skill yet again. And again, it'll be there.
There it is. Oh, he's not expecting it again. 2 mistakes there. Pluser, the pluser dashing, take the throw. Four Fields with a very solid round, I must say, throughout there, David.
Yeah, I think other than trying to throw out the V-skill when there was a V-trigger 2 that could be activated, I think he played fantastically. Yeah.
Got to be careful with spacing that towards Fierce because she can EX daggers that if too close.
Right back to controlling his four fills. Not overcommitting yet again. It's something that occasionally happens, but he's looked great so far.
Nice, that's the button you talk about. There's that short again, though. Brilliantly timed. Dash, dash, to the corner we go. It's a forward throw. Great start to this round. Much better start to the round here. Dashes out. Oh, whoa, my days!
Patience by four fills, but not for long enough. It's Kawano who's got the stun.
That's got to be the first game, surely. Oh, he didn't send out the thing? Still going to be enough? Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Game number 1, Kawano. Four fills played a lot of that game well.
Yeah, he did.
But Kawano's the one who ends up on top.
It just goes to show the start of this round seems quite vital and important that Four Fields gets the momentum or the pace of the round slowed down. At that second round, when Kawano was forced to play at distance, it looked quite uphill. Had to get that perfectly timed V-trigger and then had to guess right again. Didn't even get in a situation like that in the third round. And then, as you see, going straight in.
Yeah, way faster start, way more active start.
Yeah, I think Kawano knows the game plan is going to pay dividends here. And Four Fields has got to somehow stop that.
He's finding a way right now. Anti-air's there, tested by Kawano this time. Four fills answers right.
Great start from the Evo champion. But he has one of the most exciting up-and-comers up against him.
Trigger 2's there. Oh, can he get there in time on Four Fierce? Okay, but at least for pressure.
I love the idea, though. That's too close, I said it! You can't do it that close. EX daggers connects. Well punished. Oh my days, that interruption, Dave.
He got hit by crouching strong, did the button of his own, and it worked out. He's got corner.
Whoa, the crouch medium commit there. Oh, that was a very brave tech. Tries to chase her down, not quite. Hey! Kawano with all the awareness and tech here. He's in the corner. I guess here it's going to be a throw. Can get to set point. Has to hold this. No, he's going to get it. He got him to throw in the last second. And Kawano with beautiful choices to turn the momentum in that round. That V reversal for the start. And then the read in the corner. And Four Fields just unable to maintain momentum here.
Even there, checking absolutely everything is Kawano.
He's so good at that, David. It's a stand jab, it's a stand medium from the perfect distance, it's a stand short. That was one of the rare occasions where it wasn't the right button choice and Four Fields got the better of it.
It was a slight overextension, but where he's standing is very close. Just maybe in that range, maybe a little bit outside of that range where Ford
nice,
works.
okay. Oh no, we pressed the button again though. Got caught by the Stan Fierce, and this is where it all turns around. This momentum. Tries to jump out.
No free escapes.
Nice button. Gets the activation. Catches him trying to press buttons. Goes in again. Tries to bait out stand throw.
Hoping to have seen
wow.
some overcommand. He's got super.
He's going to get it.
And we got 4 fills, tying up
back in
the
there.
game in rounds.
The target combo to nothing. I think that was on purpose. It definitely threw Koano off.
Yeah.
That's completely unsafe, right?
For sure. It's definitely unsafe there, but
just expected to cancel in the V-trigger. It didn't come. Then did it again and it connected.
just got to make those reads sometimes. Still standing.
Yeah, got to be careful with those buttons. That crouch medium, a great button for Folk, but it's been getting clattered occasionally. Nice check there.
4Fills is so good at knowing when he can bring out forward Fierce. Although punished one time, since then he's been really strong.
Yeah, he's been great.
Only doing it when Colleen is trying to walk forward, seemingly. In this range, crouching strong is the go-to. Stand medium kick if he's in range. There it was.
The dash, a rare dash from 4Fills. Oh, what a punish! And this is where the momentum starts.
Okay.
Huge damage incoming here. And to the corner we go. No activation on this occasion. Gonna look to do it on block. There's that fist in the corner. It's so good. Reels the hurt box back.
Big plus. Koano on reaction. Can he get anything?
Oh,
yes, he's up close now.
What a choice. Back throw. It's a loop. Again.
In trouble.
Goes low. Well blocked.
In trouble.
This is set point Koano. Oh, out of nowhere.
Waiting to see the grab again. Bad situation.
Yes,
Silver Fills. He holds on to the block, but not for long enough.
It's not enough. Koano so patient, so concise, so unforgiving.
And so chilled out. Look at that guy right
I mean,
there. He seemed like no big deal had happened.
For us, that was a massive win, but from his perspective, just another day in the office for the EVO champion. Able to win 2-0 there over 4Fills, and the momentum was such an important part of his game plan there.
Absolutely.
I mean, weathering that storm, keeping it slow and calm, steady, getting his momentum going, activating almost always with a hitting scenario, using that freeze time to his advantage. I mean, I love the fact that he froze time and chose to do the sphere. I mean, it could have been a projectile, it could have been anything. He just read the, or maybe the dive started, I don't know, but
we definitely saw some good stuff from Koano there. Again, look, I liked a pretty good amount of what we saw from Fills as we're going to take a look back on this. He had moments, he had rounds where there were strong decisions. He played, to his credit, pretty patiently at the end. Just couldn't hold on to the block for long enough.
Yeah, I feel like he had some really solid rounds in his game plan and his path to victory. I mean,
come on.
That side switched, man, and he's still just so impressive from Koano. The awareness and the readiness. I mean, that was moments like that where he stood at that range and he knew exactly what button to press and when.
Yes.
I mean, these weren't whiff punishes; these were buffers, right? And they were just perfectly timed.
Yeah. He uses her footsie game extremely well, no doubt about it. So Koano again, EVO champ, one of the favorites I think for the event. But it's a tough pool, and for him to get one over on 4Fills right at the start is a great start for him.
I mean, the fact that we're looking at this Group B and already after just 2 games, we have Just the Kid and 4Fills have lost already, right? I mean you could easily watch another tournament and those guys will be in winner's bracket to the latter stages.
For sure.
That's the level of this group, what we're dealing with in this group. So.
Yeah.
But great result for Koano and the Japanese. I mean, after seeing the Asian performance at LCQ, it's no surprise to think that this is the next level up from that. It's just what a week we have ahead of us, guys.
Again, can he get that triple crown going? I think that's a big question for Koano throughout this week. Going to be a lot of time before then, and whether we'll know. So in the meantime, we're going to move on to our next match, which is going to be, as we're bringing up here, Youngho versus Doomsnake.
Yeah, super important match as well, because if you want to have any kind of chance of qualifying in this particular group, this group of death, as you'd say. I mean, we speak about how Phenom and how Just the Kid and how Koano maybe not actually after seeing the performance, and how 4Fills felt when they saw these groups pan out in that draw from Alex Raya and Rob TV. We talk about how they felt. How did Youngho and Doomsnake feel when they saw these groups come out?
Yeah.
I mean, good Lord, could you be more unlucky with the players you've got to play against? So it's even more vital that, with respect to them being the less ranked players in this group by global status-wise, that the winner of this is the one that has a chance to try and cause a massive upset and qualify.
I totally think that's right.
In a really terrible position.
I think if you lose here, it's a really bad look. I highly agree. It's going to be a hard match versus everybody in this pool. But you're going up against Koano and Just a Kid and Phenom and 4Fills, and it's even going to be tougher. So this is an absolute must-win, in my opinion. Like if they're going to have a chance to get out of the groups, this is absolutely where it needs to happen. Youngho here from Chile. Again, he not long ago won the first Hadoken Dojo Gamer event in his home country.
I've
So
only ever seen
he's
him play,
on top of things,
play
man.
Birdie. Does he play any other characters?
That's mostly what I have seen out of him. I've seen G from him too.
Okay.
But for Doomsnake, it's been Claw, and it's almost always been Claw. Occasionally, some years ago, he would counterpick, but yeah, exactly. But since then, I've really only seen Claw out of him.
I mean, he's such a well-traveled player. I mean, in terms of experience, at Capcom Cup, at finals, at high-stakes events, he's got to be one of the most experienced, like, lesser-known players out here. He's everywhere, man. We see this guy always making an effort to get out, and we'll see if he can make that experience count here against a less experienced player in Young Ho.
He makes those deep runs, man. We have seen from Doomsnake many a time. All over the place. Starting out, as he often does, he's very patient. He's totally cool with timeouts. I've seen him time out so many matches. He can also play mix-ups up close, but this is his wheelhouse, I think, in many ways. Just playing the neutral game, it's already been 40 seconds, and he's almost done no damage, but Doomsnake, you know, that's cool with him. There it is, right? He's happy to play for this. Happy to play for those individual hits.
Nice. Was that guaranteed? That's beautifully timed, if so.
Aye! Trigger 2 activate, sure.
Needs to be careful that fierce now. You've seen the punish.
Very even in life. Okay, that's going to be a minus. And
Nice
Doomsnake just chooses to jump out.
Yeah, use those negative frames to his advantage. Can comes. Nice.
Hey,
and he goes for it. Oh, dash jump! Yes, boy, are you serious?
You know, I said earlier, when I think about this guy, I think about those strong reads.
Yeah.
He's happy to make that kind of stuff. He likes to go in.
Rago, we say. He's definitely one of those kinds. It's going to force Doomsnake to sit still occasionally and eat a few command grabs too.
But I think it's good to see from Youngho's side that he was willing to play that entire round pretty slowly as well, and then still make the big read at the end. So he had that switch up, he was ready.
Yeah, when he lost the corner there, I thought he was going to lose the round, but he wasn't affected at all. Oh, caught him by surprise there with that off the wall.
Hey!
Safe activation there.
Doomsnake with his own trigger. If he can find it. Right now, Youngho's just a wall moving forward. Okay. So out of there at least, and Doomsnake's got the life lead, which is what he's all about.
Yep. The last time he got the corner out, it didn't win him the round. We'll see if we can make it count this time. Back to mid-screen we go. Nice medium. There's that whiff punish again. So well timed. He knows Birdie's going to be looking for that button to hit confirm the re-trigger. The can's out. Catches him low. Oh no! This gets the game. Button!
Yeah. And he's gone. He's out of here.
Oh, again. Catches him by surprise. There was enough re-trigger left.
Did you see the pixels on it? Honestly, there was a couple pixels left on that red bar as it was slowly draining down, and it was enough for Youngho.
Wonderful awareness, and what a start from Youngho.
Oh, right back in.
Capcom Cup finalist debutant, winning his first game.
Maybe this is a sign of a bit of a different tact by Doomsnake. We never saw him dash in. He has tried it now.
Yeah, we saw Just the Kid implement a different game style after a game. Got to be able to adapt.
Definitely more active.
But he's been getting a hit a lot on birdie pressure, and I think he's studied, like you did, he's looked at Youngho's game. And it's very uncomfortable having a birdie that's willing to take that kind of risk dashing up to you. You know, sitting there and just taking it, it's very difficult to do. And you've seen him making the wrong guesses on that approach.
Birdie down strong. If you're in front of him, still legit.
He's had a lot of reward on knockdown here. Representing the claw players is Doomsnake. Can he get his momentum going?
We see Youngho crouching a lot more just in case of sweep at this point. Yep, there it is.
Looking very good here. Catches him trying to dash him with a medium punch this time. Nice check. Needs to make this count now. Takes the hard knockdown. Doesn't dash in. Keeps it simple.
Yo, Youngho is really taking advantage of the fact that Doomsnake is playing away so much. We've seen can setups because of that.
It's a great option for Birdie when he's not up against projectile characters especially. If you're going to sit there and wait, I'm going to load up. I'm going to get this V-trigger. And one hit here, and oh, he gets it! Huge damage incoming! Just about alive! There's that button again, Doomsnake.
But to
face in, set, point.
Are you going to be able to get a better closer than that Birdie crouching jab? I don't know, 10 seconds left. Is there even enough time?
Oh,
Doomsnake didn't think so. He knew it was time to jump in. It's match point Youngho.
Yeah, not enough time on the clock there. Had to overextend him one way or another. It was going to be a dash, it was going to be a jump.
But that's partly because of him, right? He's so slow playing that he runs the clock out on himself sometimes too.
Yeah, agreed. The strategy's not been paying dividends, but at the same time, it's a very difficult character to approach aggressively. Nice punish.
Okay.
Claw, one of the few characters that gets that reliable punish on Birdie.
These Brave can setups have been so good because you could just know that Doomsnake's not going to be going in.
This is set point here for Young Ho. Great situation he finds himself in. Oh, just got away with that.
Activation. Yeah, that's minus still.
Yeah, nice medium punch. Took his turn. Light kick trades there. Needs to be careful here. He's been getting opened up too much by this V-trigger. So many players are so good at just blocking it out. Easier said than done though, David. As he's getting pushed back to the corner. No whiff punish that time.
If Doomsnake finds a hit, he can conceivably get in here.
Okay, he's going to go for damage. EX again.
Another one? No, I'm surprised.
Okay, just goes for the throw. But look, he is 2 guesses away from dying. Look at the CA on Birdie's side, and I think Young Ho knows that. He can be patient. Oh, big opening. He's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. One of the best setups in the game is guess for game, David. Command grab will kill here. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Dash.
big trouble.
No, V-shift. He's out of there. But it's still set point. Oh, no, what choice. Terrible time to throw out the can.
Maybe he was a little bit too comfortable thinking that Doomsnake wasn't going to jump, that Doomsnake wasn't going to go in, because that kind of hasn't happened very often.
Agreed. That CA setup is still one of the best in the game, I swear. It's so good. I mean, you have to manually time the command grab, but once you've mastered it, honestly. And the fear was there for Doomsnake. Man, we could have read that V-shift. Got some huge damage and closed it out, but didn't read it. Doomsnake's still back in the set.
Oh, too close.
Nice medium
Happy to see
punch.
Doomsnake a little bit closer in. Yeah, that's good for him too. He's shutting down these cans. We hadn't seen that before.
He's been getting so much mileage off this V-trigger. Doomsnake just freezes up when it comes out, rightfully so. Has to respect it.
Yeah.
The damage on Oki, too frightening.
He's got a lot of space behind him even still to keep walking. This stage is pretty big.
Missed with punish.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Still with that crouch jab in the corner now.
Oh, he had trigger.
Slide,
so
yeah, he had the trigger, yeah. Gets a bit of real estate back. Okay, just gets out of the corner with that.
Working on his own super. Young Ho still half of that trigger remaining. Keeping it slow.
Oh, he gets the hit. Confirm. It's guess for game again. Horrible situation for Doomsnake's in the corner this time. Oh, the hit saved him.
The hit.
But the wake up. Young Ho is gonna take it over Doomsnake. 2-0. What a convincing performance. He was playing catch up the whole time. And I must say, this guy doesn't look like he's not been in a massive cup final before. He's playing exactly like he should be. Great strategy, great choices on offense and closing it out. Birdie, I mean, very popular here at this Capcom Cup. I think the second most
Birdie is
popular
very
character, right?
popular. You're right. It is the second most. There are 4 Birdie mains, and we may see even more Birdies than that. We got at least one other guy who historically played Birdie and may have won a Capcom Cup before with it. So
maybe, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, Birdie definitely is in an interesting and good spot. I like what we saw from Young Ho, and I like the fact that we saw like kind of 2 important sides. He was willing to play slowly. He didn't feel like he was rushed, like he was running out of time, even though the time was winding down. So we're going to take a look back here.
Yeah,
but at the same time, he was willing to make these bets up close. So we saw a couple of times too. So both sides of his game plan, I think, really worked well.
He was very good. When he got in like situations like this, he was very good at making the right call. The low when it mattered, the command grab when he was sitting still. The only thing he didn't call out was that important V-shift, but it didn't matter in the end because he got the close out. But he landed so much mileage from this V-trigger. And you know, we still see Birdie so much these days, but we see a lot of people just block out that V-trigger. But he found a way to catch the opening. Again, look, I mean, look at this situation. Such a scary situation with Doomsnake.
And he waited a long time for that stuff.
And again, the back throw woke up straight away. Was standing short, just counter hit, able to connect with the medium. Really good play from Young Ho, and sets himself up nicely to cause the upset, because that's what he's got to do here in this group. He's got to believe, and it's one game at a time. He's got that first one out of the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
Some monsters ahead.
I like it. I'm happy for him. It's going to be a tough position for Doomsnake moving forward, but we'll see if he can make it happen. As coming up next, we're going to have another one of these big marquee situations. It will be Kawano coming back up to the stage, and the opponent this time is going to be Just a Kid.
Well, Just a Kid having one hell of a day one here at Capcom Cup. I spoke to him earlier before the tournament started, and I said, bruh, your day one is crazy. You got Phenom first, then you got Kawano, and the way it works this year is we're breaking up the group stages over days. So, you know, he could go 0-2 here and then has to wait until the next day to get his next match, which for a player momentum-wise, it's a massive, massive challenge psychologically for him. So winning this game not only important because it gives him some momentum, but also because it doesn't put him in a situation where he's got to wait a day to rectify the mistakes of day one. So, I mean, but it's a big ask. He's up against the Evo champion, and we saw how efficient he looked just now against Four Fields. On the flip side, Kawano just looks like he's feeling no pressure at all. We've seen him at the biggest stage.
Yeah, I mean, he has been on the biggest stages. To be fair, so is Just a Kid, Evo top 8 this year as well. So it's not like he's not accustomed to that sort of stuff. That said, when he was in Evo top 8, it didn't go that great.
No, unfortunately. But I mean, it's one hell of an achievement to
Of
even get
course,
there
of course, yeah.
Jury.
No, and I think that we all expect that's something that is much more frequently going to be in his future, right? He's been stepping it up big time over the last many years at this point in Street Fighter V, and over the last couple has become one of the strongest for sure.
Yeah, you talk about most improved players. Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, we talked about how Kawano will sometimes switch it up, and
yeah.
it's been with the Luke when I've seen him change things. So,
I mean, his Lucia is absolutely broken, but he only picks her for specific matchups. You know, he doesn't use her too frequently, but he's got that option. But Luke, we've been seeing come out as well from Kawano, of course, as you mentioned earlier, David, on that extremely dominant team at Street Fighter League Japan as well. And Colleen, I think she does need some cover this season. She took a bit of a beating in the recent update, but she's still very relevant. This choice is interesting though, because actually, if you talk to Just a Kid about this matchup, he doesn't mind it at all. Okay. It's relatively even.
well, he had a chance before, and he did actually look good versus the Luke. He made Phenom switch off of it, of course.
Yeah, he's done a lot of damage to some of the top Luke players.
Okay, yeah, and the situation on the vacuum.
Oh,
All right,
wow.
early
and
on,
the side
and the
switch
side
as well. Look at this. Just a couple bad reads, and it could be stun here for Kawano, and that's exactly what it is.
Bad spot. Grab will kill just like that. Instead, Just a Kid backs off. Tried it.
Tech.
Big opening. Kawano started things off. Up close. Yeah, just out of there.
Delayed throw didn't hit. Jumps out. Oh, catches him.
Kawano patient.
So hard to close him off. Yeah,
Still
trying to bait out that reversal. Oh, that's too big a bet.
Wow.
Wow, talk about making a hard read there, David. Didn't pay off. All right, first round goes to Just a Kid.
And that was a round in which he kind of needed to make a comeback happen. He did do it. Kawano starts out. Okay.
Wow, straight away.
Caught in the corner. Again, remember, we do see jumps from him in the corner sometimes. If he hangs on, Kawano's looking for it, it seems. Yeah, definitely backing off, crouching, hoping to see a jump or something he can react to,
Yeah,
but nothing
doesn't
that
want to let her out. Wow, these guys giving each other the same treatment. Quick cut reversal straight away. Oh, nice, caught the jab. That button's so good, one of the best buttons in the game. Again, the wake up rising rocket.
This time it worked out. And he's got the activation into significant damage too. Just a Kid now on the back foot. Try to
up. No, you don't.
There's one more.
Oh,
and it worked.
Just went away. Bad
When
patience.
that's up, Luke has such stage control. You just gotta respect it. He does such a great job at freezing the opponent.
100%. And not enough respect shown there by Just a Kid. Lost a ton of life unnecessarily. He was very much in that round until those
That said, I mean, you can't do nothing, right? You gotta be. Oh!
Missed his light DP. Good start to the round here for Just a Kid. Oh, love that stand up to make the stand jab whiff.
Hey.
Confirms low. Look at the momentum shifting in this round. This could be it. He dashes. The jab pays off.
Still maintaining that
What
support.
a
The neutral jump. He knew
He's watched them
exactly.
videos.
He knew it. That was time to get things going for Just a Kid, looking for the activation, and Kawano was on top of it.
Yes. And this pick, I mean, for those huge Colleen fans out there who are hoping to see how to play the jury matchup at a high level, sorry guys, we have Luke. He's gone nuclear, and it's paying off so far, and you can see why he's gone with that pick, can't you, David? Great
It's very
start.
useful for him to have the DP, of course. You can see that he's gone to that a few times, but that has been an important part of it, even as it's cost him as well. Yeah, interesting maybe to see more forward movement, more intense forward pressure from Just a Kid, whereas previously he was kind of walked back into the corner. Again, he really likes hanging out just at the tip of footsies, and he's very strong. He's got a character who's got great move speed, so he can do that, but Kawano has forced him backwards into the corner as a result, and looks like the same thing's happening again.
Oh, empty jump, great. Oh, no, cool.
Oh, boy.
That's not a good sign. Oh, that's not a good sign. Late jump back.
Yeah, but just to the other corner. I mean, he was at one wall, he's at the other.
Yeah, he's gone from having a massive cross counter combo opportunity to being sent to the corner to losing a bucket of health. Could be the end here. Wake up buttons, though. Trade not great with the health deficit. Kawano flexing. All right, catches that reversal. Can he make it count? Gets a decent dash off this. Takes the throw. Kawano, oh, great timing. Tries
Can he
to
get there in
protect
time?
himself. Beautiful play. Can he make this count? Rock Smasher. Oh, could have DP'd that. Wasn't ready.
Kawano trying to move in. Remember that walk-up grab did work a couple of times for Phenom. Just a Kid, 17 on the clock.
It's a big ask. It's a big ask. It's not going to happen. And I believe we now have set point to Kawano in what has been so far a slightly anticlimactic match between these two. Can Just a Kid turn this momentum around, especially with his Luke experience?
Ah, okay. Kawano didn't do that for such a long time last round because he was worried about that. Finally, of course, won with it, but Just a Kid this time solving it early. He's got the corner himself.
Love that roundhouse. So hard to read Kawano on wake up. Oh, it's the activation. Fierce punch, charged it up. And this is what's happened every time. Corner and then throw. Dashes up. Looking to close this out.
No flinch. Just a Kid really wants to activate. And he does.
Nice. Oh, afterwards he did it. He saw it coming, he didn't. Base it out.
Kawano just jumps back. Back to safety.
What jump? Too far.
The EX. He's got another one. Oh,
that's nothing. Kawano with the Luke pick. And again, efficient, concise, prepared. He takes another victory over a mini giant here at the Capcom Cup. And he is living up to his reputation right now as the EVO champion and the Street Fighter League talisman.
So honestly, pretty tough start for Just a Kid.
Very tough day. Very tough day one.
That's right. Yeah, that is his day one.
That's a very tough day one.
That is his day one. Yeah, we're doing this group by group, as you said, and so we're doing each group has a block of 5 matches, and then they're done for the day, and it's going to be until tomorrow. So that's going to be a night of, I'm sure, a lot of studying for Just a Kid. But you know, having lost to those two, including here in the replay, versus Kawano, going to be tough to recover.
Agreed, man. I mean, give him your energy, guys. All the American fans and the jury fans out there. He's got a mountain to climb tomorrow. Still very much not over. You know, this is round robin. Still a bunch of matches to go, but it has been a very efficient game from Kawano. That jump in came just after Just a Kid missed the cross counter punish. So a bit of rustiness from Just a Kid as well. Needs to make sure he figures out what was going on there, whether it was psychological or controller-wise. But every time he seemed to gain some momentum, there was either a decision error or an execution error, unfortunately for him, and it definitely cost him there. Couldn't quite get going against Kawano in that one.
So starting out 0-2, again, Just a Kid. But Kawano starting out great for him.
Incredible start for Kawano. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, talk about a statement. I mean, we were talking about how deadly this group is, and as you said, definitely the favorite of the guys in there. But, I mean, couldn't have wrote this better for him. What a start.
For sure. So we move on to our last match of this block, which is going to be Doom Snake versus the Four Phils.
Yeah, it's a matchup that we know he's very familiar with. You know.
Panama for Doom Snake.
Last match of Group B, guys. Group B, we're taking a break until tomorrow once we see this one. And it is panning out. You're starting to get a picture of where it's going to be, looking like Phenom and Kawano. Very much the favorites at this point. But Four Phils only losing one, still very much in there.
Yeah.
Sorry, won his one, so still very much in there. Doom Snake lost his game against Young Ho, very important game, so if he's going to make a turnaround, he needs to make it happen right now. Now, matchup familiarity-wise, we know Four Phils has got tons of claw experience and exposure thanks to the players in the UK and Europe. Shout out Bolt Strike and the other core players. We'll see how things look right now. So this is how it stands after day one before we get into this final match of Group B. You can see there, Kawano 2-0 up, sitting pretty at the top of the group there, David. Yep. Young Ho with a very important result there in his first match. And then Phenom, of course, winning his one. And Four Phils, Doom Snake, and Just a Kid all losing their opening matches. Just a Kid, unfortunately, playing twice today, losing his first 2 opening matches. But they were against 2 of the best players in the group.
For a couple of those guys, there's not going to be a second one today, right? So Phenom is just going to be hanging out. Young Ho's just going to be hanging out. We have our last one here. Again, Doom Snake versus Four Phils. So 4 of the players play 2 games. The other 2 just play the 1. That's how it's going to work out over a 3-day process. Yeah, look, man, for both of these guys, it continues to be an absolutely important win. You just have a tough time imagining that if you don't get this W, that you're going to be able to make it through. through into the next stage.
Agreed.
Only 2 make it past each group, as you could see earlier.
I mean, huge implications of this match. I think the loser of this could be very much out of there. I mean, 0-2 is not a great place to be. I think Just the Kid's still in though, so having said that, we'll see. But from a Four Fields perspective, it's a must-win match, and of course, even more so for Doomsnake.
Yeah.
With the matches he has to play after playing Youngho today. Gonna get into this one, guys. Group B, starting to take shape. Everyone trying to catch Kawano. Which one of these two will mount the best pressure? It's Claw versus Colleen. I mean, shout out Salt Mine League. We've seen a ton of this over in Europe.
Yeah, got V-Skill one yet again, trying to swipe on through. But I love the ranges so far that Four Fields has been playing at. He's at just outside of that stand strong range from Vega, one of the best far buttons in the game. V-Skill one as well, swinging through. That means actually that Doomsnake's already got his trigger.
Oh, too
far
far
for the
the
link.
That would have been linked into V-Trigger.
V-Trigger 2
Oh, where you going?
Uh-oh.
Didn't respect it.
Yeah, he did not.
He did not. Didn't come. Dashing, come on,
Yeah,
grab.
he gets pressure after EX grab. Here he is. No,
Oh,
nothing.
he got it. He got it. He just dashed and did nothing. Strange decision there. Could have closed that out. That stand throw was actually the right bet.
He is a hit away from doing it if it's the right hit, but Four Fields is just hanging out. Yeah, slow approach. Oh, no.
Nice walk forward block. Very nice from Doomsnake. Such an important part of the game today is that ability to edge forward and block instantly. The hitbox guys easily the best at it. I'm not sure what Doomsnake plays on these days. That was a lovely walk forward block. Great start here. Oh, that looks a bit close. Oh, had the opening.
Oh,
wow, 3 in a row.
But
My
nothing
goodness.
Four Fields again is slowly pushing towards the corner.
Got to be ready for that dash when it comes. It's got, there it is.
There's triggers as well to think about. Slide activate, for example. Doomsnake stuck in the corner still. And he's out. The way that he uses that trigger is really for escapes. It's mostly what you've seen. Hey!
We tried it.
It's still going to be there, though. Yeah, okay, so he just walks right out of the ball. No!
Still blocked. Gets that jump in, finally gets the hit. Yeah, he's going to spend EX here. Should be able to kill out. He does. Great meter management there. Doesn't go straight into the CA. Keeps 2 bars stocked. Gets himself around back here. Does Four Fields. What?
Buffer in.
Wow, the
Good
range.
damage to start out.
That looked very player and matchup specific. That the timing. I'm guessing he's probably seen Four Fields start the round with that button.
That's especially important considering how Doomsnake plays. He tends to play this slow game. So to start out with already a 3rd life down on your opponent, fantastic.
This is going very well for Doomsnake. Nice, I could have punished that more. Yeah, Four Fields got playing catch up here. Great angle on that jump in. Gets the trade.
Into nothing, maybe hoping to bait out an
See that
EX.
+1 into just walk back?
Yeah, just hang out, just in case.
Doomsnake strategizing here. Oh, gets the opening. What did he press? Oh, he missed it. Gets out of the corner though, very important.
Worked out for him. And right back to where he wants to be. Phil's trying to take advantage with his roundhouse. What a light from Doomsnake, and he's back again.
Oh, that's crouching. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness, it's all gone pear-shaped for the Four Fields as Doomsnake looks to cause the first real upset in this group, taking that first game. A couple of categorical execution errors there from the Four Fields. And he goes, I don't want him going straight back in. I think he should have taken a moment. I mean, he got that crouch fierce into nothing as well. I'm not sure why that keeps happening. Doomsnake, strategy-wise, though, I am loving his game plan. I mean, he's taken plus frames to just backing away, going back to neutral, and one of the few characters that does not mind a neutral game versus Volt.
Is he close enough? Not quite. So, okay, no big deal for Doomsnake, though, as you can see. He's cool just heading back where he's comfortable.
Oh, great time. I'm trying to anti here.
Not too much out of it.
It's a let off.
Oh,
really.
that actually counts. All these individual hits count so much.
Oh, he got carried away there with the slide. Takes the throw.
Remember how Doomsnake likes to escape, though. Four Fields backs off, doesn't make the activation easy.
Goes in, plus frames, respect. Oh, that's going to be it. You cannot do that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That didn't come well. He'll take it anyway. Forfeels making a recovery here. You can hear Logan and a couple of the others getting behind there. Our UK brethren here. It's a massive match, man. Losing this has huge implications for qualification chances. Oh. And same for Doomsnake. Doomsnake really needs to win this big time after losing to Young Ho.
Again a jump, and again no anti-air. At least for Forfeils, he knocks his opponent back down.
Oh, nice.
Sick.
Right, dashes out.
Forfeils is gaining corner. No, not for long.
Gets out there. And the dash up surprises him, but able to block it out.
In and out of those Falc button ranges. Doomsnake.
Yeah, he's trying to whiff punish. There's a very unique angle where you can whiff punish with target combo. That Sam Fierce walk up and throw, no fear. Well teched by Forfeils though.
But Doomsnake is so disciplined in this range.
Agreed.
He dashes in just like
again.
that. Foils did not expect it. And with
Super,
yeah, he could be dangerous. EX again, absolutely.
Beautiful play here. Doomsnake.
And back to where he wants to be, back
exactly.
to his home.
You see that? The strategy. Slows it down, gets another hit.
Phils just wakes up
so
walking.
well.
He maybe
Oh! Oh my goodness, the grab beats the reversal. Unbelievable play. Doomsnake at set point here against Forfeils.
Doomsnake is playing this perfectly and kind of making Forfeils get off of his game plan a little
Agreed.
bit.
Forfeils is looking impatient, looking a bit anxious.
It's not like he's overextended big time, but just little tells, walking forward in situations where he doesn't usually, for example.
I think the ground game surprised him. He's been getting caught with a few buttons from positions where maybe he felt more comfortable. Nice confirm.
Look, all that aside, neutral game aside, he can get the corner and she can really pump out the damage. She can get plus frames. She can harass.
No anti-air though. Again! Definitely feeling the nerves here.
I think that's it.
Doomsnake with 2 jumps in a row.
Again!
Oh my goodness! He's
And
really
by the way,
in his head.
backdash or V-shift each time from Forfeils afterward. He's so safety first. He's got a big opportunity now.
Huge
Super!
damage. Only 3 hits beforehand.
And it is enough! It is enough. And I gotta tell you, for Forfeils, gotta be feeling real happy, not just to get the W, obviously, but also the fact that in some of those rounds, I feel like Doomsnake had significant control.
Yes,
and
agreed.
for Phils to nevertheless get the victory has got to make him feel good.
I mean, if you're Doomsnake,
you've
got to make those jumpings count. I mean, you're getting plus pressure for free. You've got to make the next read count. He had free jump-ins, and each time he was unable to capitalize on it. There's that target combo position I mentioned earlier. Such a matchup-specific range. Forfeils, despite not playing anywhere near his best, won a piece here, and he started anti-airing again. All right.
Important to see.
The confidence he needed. And again.
Oh, that would have been the sickest jump. Okay. Doomsnake again, caught towards the corner. He's got trigger 1. You know, he's looking for it. Fills in.
Important tech. Great life lead here for Forfeils. Keeping Doomsnake in the corner. He's going to V-trigger out. Yep. He uses it just to get out of those situations. Claw doesn't really have a reversal or escape, so.
The character definitely can get damage out of it under the right circumstances,
Agreed,
but that just hasn't really been Doomsnake's go-to. He's okay with just a single hit here and there,
He
really
loves the
mounting
neutral
it up
game,
over
doesn't he?
time.
Oh, look at that pressure. Great awareness from Forfeils, and catches the neutral jump now.
And he's looking strong. He's looking like he's recovered to me.
Yeah.
Walks up
Oh,
for
wow.
the grab.
Wow,
that's how you know that he knew that he felt all the control in the world.
It's 90% psychological, David, I swear. I mean, a shadow of the guy we saw a few rounds ago in that round. Forfeils looking like he's back in this set. Can Doomsnake turn it back around?
Too close, but not that big of a deal versus the claw right there.
Oh, nice. Beautiful play, and the activation here to get some momentum going. Has to take that throw. Doesn't want to risk it. Oh, it's a jab. Face handstand throw. This could be it.
Yo, what a
It's done.
conversion!
That is a dead claw. Forfeils able to bring it right back. He's got the.
He's got to get this.
Oh, he dropped it. He actually dropped it.
He did,
My
but the backdash
goodness.
actually made it work out. And Forfeils, honestly, a bit of an escape as he does make it out of there with the win.
Very shaky, but still a win nonetheless. And Doomsnake off the stage immediately. I mean, he definitely got into Forfeils' head there, but it wasn't enough. Made the adjustment, and despite a huge combo drop at the end,
Yeah.
I think Doomsnake was mashing backdash or something. I don't know.
I think that's it, but
Still hit.
Yeah, I mean, again, as Phils, you have to be happy with that result. you know, obviously you'd like to have dominated the whole time, but even in a game in which, for parts of it, your opponent had control, you still end up with the win. That is a confidence booster going forward into other matches as well. So good for him in a sense.
Massive result. We'll take a look at some of those rounds, the sloppy endings and the clean ones. It was a bit of both in this set. Definitely the nerves get into players' hair. You know, so much money on the line for this tournament, trying to qualify. And you can see this round is the first round, and I think that put a mental blocker in on Forfeels when he got that dash command grab and kind of set the tone. And there's that walk forward, that specific Forfeels round start counter there. I love the awareness and preparation there from Doomsnake. That was no coincidence. The fact he edged forward before he did that, and then the anti-air beat there with the grab.
This was match point Doomsnake. You know, Doomsnake had a real chance.
Yeah, he mashing back dash wasn't the right choice. I mean, he would have had a full punish there as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the skill would have protected him. But hey, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Forfeels takes it, and he's 1-1 after day one. He'll be back tomorrow for day two for the remainder of his matches.
It definitely could have gone differently. While we're here, we just wanted to announce this new figure from Max Factory. It's a highly detailed 1/6 scale figure of Chun-Li. It's based on an illustration by Street Fighter II co-creator and the designer who brought Chun-Li to the world, Akiman. The design was originally requested by Momochihama Chozai Pharmacy in Japan, released in 2022, and finally coming to life thanks to Max Factory. It stands just over 10 inches tall. As you can see, it is an exquisite recreation of the original art piece with input from Akiman himself. You can follow Max Factory for more details about the figure coming soon, as you can see down there at the bottom, at MXF_official.
Speaking of large figures, I mean, I had the pleasure of walking around the venue. Those of you who were able to come, there are some amazing giveaways here. So those of you who are still coming to Capcom Cup, make sure you do. Incredible stuff. And I believe one of my favorite guys is on the floor right now with the crowd near the stage. Rob TV, what's going on, bro?
I am here with the reigning and defending Capcom Cup champion Adam. That match right there, Doomsnake and Forfeels, that was ridiculous. What did you think of that match?
It was a good match. Forfeels definitely was playing sloppy in the beginning, but I feel like he kind of cleaned it up a bit.
Feedback from me.
Oh, okay. All right. So what were you saying about that match, though?
Phils was playing a bit sloppy in the beginning, but then he cleaned it up more towards the end of the match. And, you know, it's probably rough because it's like one of his first really big events that he's participating in. So, you know, nerves, because I had nerves too when I was playing in like high-pressure tournaments.
Okay, so, you know, I already brought up the fact that you are the defending Capcom Cup champion. At that time, no one thought that you were going to win that tournament, maybe outside of just yourself. Whereas this time, you are easily one of the favorites. How different does it feel going into such a big tournament back then versus now?
Doesn't really feel much different to me because, you know, I don't really feel pressure from being the favorite. I feel like people try to play better against me because I'm the favorite, but I still feel like the same as I did in 2019.
All right, so with the nerves that you brought up there, now, of course, you know, a lot of these players, some players don't have as much offline experience or international experience as other players. And Problem X did say that he went down there to the player lounge. He snuck back there, and he said that the vibe was a little bit off. People were a bit quiet. What can you tell us about, like, you know, what the vibe has been like, what the energy has been like? Is it tense or are people chill?
I'm pretty chill. I feel like you got to have a good sense in mind when you play in, like, offline brackets like this. So every time I go into an offline bracket, I'm usually pretty chill and, like, down to earth. But, you know, for a lot of people, this is like their first big tournament. This is their chance to prove themselves. So, you know, it's tense. You know, they're trying to be the God Slayer, the King Slayer, the God Killer or something like that. So.
Okay, and, you know, one of the main matches, the main match I would say that we're looking forward to in your group is, of course, you and Oil King. How are you feeling about that matchup specifically? You know, it might be a little wild one.
You know, Oil King is a very, you know, very footsies based, you know, never random, by the way, just got to get that out there. Oil King plays versus never random. Oh, okay. But he is a very respected footsie player, so I'm really interested to show off both of our footsies against each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Capcom Cup champion Adam, and we do have Group C for Capcom Cup coming at you right after this break.
taken out dinosaurs all over the planet.
So Picatola Island's been sealed up for 3 years, and Ivius won't own up to Leviathan's malfunction?
Can you address the request for exofighter patrols on the island?
Reports of exofighter patrols are simply untrue. Ivius is committing all possible resources to the investigation.
Exercise results logged. Sunsetting temporal instincts.
Come on back. Drinks on me.
There are hundreds of exo-fighters running around out there. Everyone's armed, and nobody knows what'll happen next. 1 minute, they could be helping you. The next minute, they're shooting you in the back.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the bomb. It's trying to build stronger exosuits, so it's pulling any exofighter down back in time for these bloody wargames.
Like it or not, exosuits keeping these alive out there.
But the more we use it, the more it helps Leviathan.
Well, that's not an option.
Value team members, prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes. You stay right on.
If you give an AI like Leviathan the directive, improve our exosuits, it has to complete it. It doesn't matter whether that takes 100 tries, a million, all for the purpose.
At least do me the courtesy of looking me in the face whilst you do it.
Okay, pinky, forefinger, back to middle, full wrist articulation. Then we do it in reverse. Begin.
What the hell are you guys doing?
It's a secret robot handshake.
Good morning, Victoria.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Yes, welcome back to memorable moments of Street Fighter V. early on, we had events that really established a lot of players and a lot of the action that we would expect to see during Street Fighter V's lifespan. And one of the most memorable events was Canada Cup 2016. There were so many great matches there, but one of the most iconic moments was the match between Phenom versus Daigo the Beast Umehara. Everyone, of course, knows Daigo, one of the greatest fighting game players of all time and one of the best players at reading their opponents. But Phenom at this event showed that he had no fear going up against the Beast in Daigo, and with his Nakali was able to command throw Daigo 5 times in a row. 5-time dunk, 5-time slam dunk champion Phenom stayed consistent and was able to defeat Daigo in spectacular fashion, giving us one of the most memorable matches early on in Street Fighter V. It was domination.
And it was in the first game.
Also, 2016 Canada Cup was the birth of NuckleDu and really establishing himself as one of the favorites going into Capcom Cup. At the time, Xiao Hai from China was considered the strongest player in Street Fighter V, but NuckleDu came in and established dominance over Xiao Hai, especially with a well-placed taunt that took Xiao Hai out of his game.
Line it up, replay crew!
And thus, very early on in Street Fighter V's lifespan, we were able to establish all of the drama and rivalries and iconic moments and really establish NuckleDu as one of the favorites going into Capcom Cup and one of the most dramatic beginnings for the game.
Welcome back, Capcom Cup number 9 on the docket, the last for Street Fighter V. And we take a wonderful look at the pair down there. Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I never thought we'd get to the point where we're bringing in Capcom Cup. Nonetheless, with the legendary Logan Sama himself. How you doing, bro?
Great, man. What a pleasure to be here in Los Angeles, enjoying an extended Capcom Cup as well. Not just along the time scale, but the player list has been, it's our biggest ever Capcom Cup, and I think what a fitting send-off for one of my favorite iterations of the game. We're in such a great competitive state now, and we've enjoyed 2 very hotly contested groups. If you've been paying attention at home, you'll know that, of course, we are playing partially through each group every day, and now we're going to move into Group C, which has players representing from regions that are very, very famous, but some regions that have never had the opportunity to compete at a Capcom Cup before. As you can see, Brandon representing Southeast Asia, and he's had a very, very interesting couple of years come through over like the COVID period and online. He's really shocked us a lot with his Akuma, but now, of course, like every other Akuma out there, he's seen the light and he's getting ready for the protagonist of Street Fighter VI. It's Luke that is there.
We got a lot of those around these parts these days, bro.
He's very popular, of course. Everyone likes the lore of that character and the design. That's what it is. Valmaster is back as well. How amazing is that? What a great storyline. Valmaster, we've been there for Street Fighter 4. We remember Valmaster and his Chun-Li, but he's back now from France.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I had the opportunity to go to UFA this year, as well as just watching the amazing Street Fighter League SFL Pro EU.
Oh, the best one. Fantastic.
Don't lie on the internet like that. Either way, just watching Valmaster play, got to talk to him personally, and just watching how he actually excels not only in this team format, but in the solo format, going all the way back to, say, Street Fighter 4, if you're nasty, if you've been keeping track of it. But I will say, one of the players that has really put the forefront to showing what Chun-Li can do in this game.
Absolutely. Obviously, don't see the graphic anymore, but one of the players that I want to shout out, who is representing for the first time ever at Capcom Cup, we have a player from Africa, representing from Africa, Jabi M. So shout out to Jabi M. But with no delay, because we're on a tight schedule, we're going to get into our first match, and it's going to be Brandon against Valmaster to kick it off. Luke versus Chun-Li. Wow, it's going to be a great one. And of course, Brandon, as I said, he surprised the world, managed to beat out Cien for that qualification spot.
It was a lot of those that happened in this Capcom Cup specifically. That's why that LCQ was crazy.
Format was really brutal for a lot of players. But Valmaster showing the the great format of the World Warrior system as well. His consistency was paid off, and he earned himself the second place from France, and he is here as well. Once again, back with the Chun-Li. I can't wait to see this one. So it's going to be most likely Luke against Chun-Li. And Chun-Li is a character that, of course, when Street Fighter V first came out, she was like the Luke equivalent then. Everyone was picking up Chun-Li. Now, not so frequently seen.
You know, I still feel like this character is really strong, especially if you just
100%.
If you look at what this character can do, the comebacks she can make, I feel like she still has really great buttons overall. I've actually been trying to convince one of my friends to play this character, Punk. But anyways, here we go. Game number 1. We got Brandon versus Valmaster. Like I said, Valmaster's been ridiculous at making sure you know exactly who he is as the Chun-Li. I feel like the guy to look at in a lot of instances that's consistently playing with this character and keep her on the map. Oh, nice pressure already, gets the knockdown, keeping his fight in the middle of the screen.
Backing off, and he's respecting that. Forward fierce, medium punch, not getting whiff punished, and Valmaster playing a bit more of a passive style. You're seeing the change as well. Obviously, that fierce punch was so frequently used from Chun-Li's in the past, but the recovery has made them now revert to the roundhouse and the back roundhouse, and of course the forward medium punch as their choices in the neutral. There you see it again.
And still, like we said, it has been changed a little bit where you can't just throw it out there, but still has buttons good enough to make you respect the neutral, like we can see right now. Valmaster almost got opened up, but he is in his corner right now.
And again, nice play from Brandon as he's encroaching in the space and ducking underneath that roundhouse.
Check it. And great patience, tries to go for the throw.
Wow, he gets away for it there. That's obviously -2 on block, and he went straight into the instant jump.
Oh,
that's it. Activation.
Yeah, that's what happens.
So that V-skill to that Zanchu has been a big deal for Chun-Li as well, and the Chun-Li players in Europe have been loving it. Obviously, we've got two very strong ones in France, not just Valmaster, but TKR as well, who I know you've seen on Street Fighter as well. But yeah, that Zanchu is a big deal. Nice punish, though.
Nice. Wake up EX spinning bird kick. And you can see just
another
keeping
really
the range.
Nice punish from Brandon. He's very aware.
With punish, he's playing the spacing really well. We talked about those buttons being really big. Low forward into the EX confirm, big knockdown in the corner, and you can see a little shimmy right there. Looking for a button from Valmaster.
Yeah, I really like this very slow, patient play style here from Brandon as he's slowly pinning Valmaster to the wall. The activation comes, but the early V reversal gets the pressure.
Oh,
wow!
That V trigger powering up, getting the extra hit on top of it. Knockdown in the corner. What's the mix? Gets the counter hit, but didn't believe. Pretty uncharacteristic of Valmaster in a
just beautiful interruption through the cancel. The gap.
Great knowledge right there.
It out. I'm really enjoying watching Brandon's approach to this neutral game because obviously Chun-Li is so strong in the neutral. Brandon's very aware of the threats of the buttons here. That micro walk and duck just to take away the threat of the roundhouse. The patience. Obviously, I think Luke's in his strongest as a counter puncher anyway.
Yes.
And he's really showing those whiff punishes. But right now, he's getting pushed to the wall.
That series that we just saw from Valmaster in the corner netted him about 60% life. Still had a little gray life on there as well. And look at him, how he's going back to this neutral game. Stand heavy punch low forward.
Nice patience again, though, from Brandon. He has got that V-trigger. He eats a fierce. One more touch will do it for Valmaster. Oh, my God.
Triggers on the table.
He has got a bar, so he can risk a wake-up EX.
Ooh.
Wow, he just returns with the...
Valmaster, I'm going to tell you right now.
That was an interesting button to interrupt with. I guess spacing dependent, but...
Super scary. If you saw how much pressure Brandon was putting on with Luke, though, like you said, just that in and out, using that stand medium punch, back medium punch a little bit, just to make sure they're not going to be safe hitting the button in that corner. That was very brave. Very brave.
The thing with the style that Brandon's approaching this match, it makes sense on paper, but Valmaster is very, very comfortable with a patient game. He's never been a crazy player. He's never been a super aggro player. He's very much a control player. And he will happily back up.
Yes.
He's shown that he's willing to fight his way out of the corner as well. So I feel like whilst that slow, steady pressure that Brandon's showing him is definitely a good strategy in this matchup, he's showing a lot of matchup awareness as well. He's not actually seeing any return from it. So I would like to see a little bit more aggro from him, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely...
Stuck again.
He's definitely keeping it in the middle of the stage, which I really like. I feel like that's a hard part to kind of keep, especially when you're fighting Chun-Li. She has that great walk speed. We already talked about the buttons. And Valmaster's just really good at controlling the pace.
Valmaster showing the hit confirms as well.
Look at the stun. And this is the Valmaster I typically see when we see Valmaster work.
Loops.
These ridiculous combos. Oh, legs actually floats over Luke. This is a bad situation to be in. V reversal, but V trigger still on the table. This is a long climb back, though.
Oh, my God, the counter hit.
Oh,
it's going to do a big chunk of damage and stun.
Still fighting.
That crouch and light kick, man. Oh, that's the activation, though. Okay.
All right. Good spacing. Once again, not going to be enough.
Uses the frame advantage from the powered-up Kikoshi. Okay. And gets the throw. The frame advantage is all he required. Pin Brandon down.
Playing a little bit further back this time around, Valmaster.
No hit confirmed that time, though. He's been pretty good with those.
That's just the name of Valmaster. I feel like once he's pretty good at confirming these straight hits that he gets. And damn!
One-button gaming.
Perfect
like
spacing on display.
Puts him straight back into the corner, and he's got control.
Very slow-paced game here, like you said. Valmaster, not afraid to go there.
He's willing to wait for his opening, but the opening hasn't quite come for him yet. Nice.
Oh, got you to hit a button. Valmaster in trouble. Stuns on the table. Wake up, crouch short from Valmaster.
That's so smart to not finish and just jump out instead. Okay, that's going to be it. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's done. That is done. Strongest woman in the world, and the detective at that.
Valmaster opening with a 2-0 win, and you know that scoreline I think flatters because it looked a lot closer than the scoreline really portrays. But Valmaster at no point really looked like he wasn't comfortable, and I think really that's the big difference there in that Brandon just wasn't able to make Valmaster have to in any way scramble or play out of his comfort zone. That was a very, very comfortable performance.
The exact word I was about to use for that matchup. I mean, Valmaster, for the most part, was controlling it. We saw a little bit of that spatial control get better with the Luke, playing back a little bit further because we know those buttons are really big. As we take a look back at the replay, that first game definitely looked promising for Brandon.
Yeah, getting out of the corner there was huge in the first game, and we saw Valmaster escape the corner in a couple of inventive ways that really make a huge difference in this matchup. Luke's corner pressure is so good. Of course, he is using the V-Skill 1, so he hasn't got the V-Skill 2 corner pressure to extend as well. But the damage is there. He wasn't able to get the openings is the big deal. And you talk about damage and openings. What a beautiful combo to finish it off. That one, that was too long for the highlights. That combo that Valmaster hit.
Yeah, that was 27 hits, bro. That was a long combo. And that's the Valmaster, like I said, that I'm used to seeing, man. He has these long, drawn-out combos, really good at keeping you on your toes, especially with the frame traps and the great button range from Chun-Li. We got a lot of Lukes here, so I hope you guys are ready. But there's a lot of variety between them. I mean, we saw right there the adjustments on the matchup just so we can play it a little more comfortably. Didn't work out in the end, but still, I like the adjustments that I saw.
Absolutely great start from Valmaster and Europe. Obviously, I'm going to be as fair and balanced as possible.
I'm holding you to that. Y'all heard him. Y'all heard him.
But Valmaster moves to the top of the group, and hopefully that's where he stays. We're going to move on through the brackets, and we have got a very exciting player coming up next. VX Bao.
VX Bao, man. We got a lot of good players just in this group. See, all of these groups. I mean, Punk is in this group as well. You know, I'm a Nash player. Frozen is in here as well. So, I mean, every group has, like, these very heavy hitters. We talked about where these players are coming from. Jabby M being one of them. Seen them here on Capcom Cup, even when we had these exhibitions where we didn't have the offline Capcom Cup, so it's good to have them back here rocking the Karen. But VX Bao representing the Cody, a character we've been seeing a lot more in the later years of this Street Fighter V.
Like a number of players in the world, they've really embraced Cody this season. VX Bao, often seen with Urian for the last couple of years, and when we have been able to see him play, but obviously there's not a lot of footage from the qualification process out of China, so we haven't really been able to see a lot of VX Bao's play, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him play here. He actually does utilize both of the V triggers. A lot of the Cody players are just all in on the knife.
I'm telling you right now.
He does use the pipe as well, so he's V-Trigger 1 and V-Trigger 2 usage here. Jabby M is a very interesting one because he's a very competent player. I saw him for the first time at Red Bull Kumite in Japan.
So
he flew out for that. And from then I've kind of followed, because I have an affinity with South Africa. I lived there for a few years when I was younger.
Shout out
to
South Africa.
I've always like followed. Shout out to Rip.
Hey, yo, shout outs to my bro Rip. Y'all know what it is.
But JBM using the carrying, and he really utilizes, you know, the tools that make us strong. The footsies, the whiff punishing. He's very, very solid with that. Like, he's just a very polished carrying.
Yes.
His experience at this level with worldwide, because he's so dominant in his region, in his country. He is almost like untouchable.
Yeah.
But now he comes out here, and it's like, you know, back in the day, I'm the best in my arcade.
I'm the best in a 2-block radius, bro.
Yeah, I'm the best in this store. Like in the bodega, no one can touch me. But you go down to the arcade and you see it's a different world.
It's a different
JBM is entering a different world now. It's Capcom Cup IX. It's the first ever African representation here. But let's talk about the Chinese representation, because boy, Zen showed out in that LCQ. DCQ showed out in SFL.
Two favorites that didn't get there via this process. Had to fight it out in the LCQ, but with that being said, we're going. JBM, VX Bow, that's our next match. Group C, I'm telling you right now, Punk is in here as well. We got some killers in here, bro. I mean, this is Capcom Cup. I expect nothing less. But here we go. JBM going up against VX Bow. That's going to be our next match. Man, I hope you guys are enjoying this Capcom Cup, bro. Hollywood.
So it's going to be the V-Trigger 1. We got the knife on deck.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Sway. I think for me, Crime Sway leads to some of my favorite combos in the game. I love the
Oh,
extensions.
yeah.
Oh my god, we got real throw loops.
Ooh, more loops. Do it again. Try to.
Actually take, oh, the delay. What a start. My word, VX Bow. VX Bow announces himself on the world stage. The golden letters, the golden bar at the top.
Crouching medium punch right there. A little shimmy in the corner. JBM wasn't looking for it.
Now, how shaken is Jabi going to be after that first round? Because he literally just got throw looped to death, and they're not legit. Like, we all know, there's no real throw loops in this game. You have to steal frames, and he was scared.
That little staggered pressure is real. Nice V reversal.
Okay, so he steals from frames, interrupts with the frame trap after the jab.
Kick.
Now he's in the corner.
Once again, another V reversal.
Oh my god, the light activation though, and you're going back into the corner. Final Fright series.
Metro City combo. Gets a knockdown with the V skill. Ooh, you get extended range with that knife V trigger active, so I like the check right there with the jab from VX Bow.
Oh, he got the counter hit, but didn't link. And that would have been the round for Jabi if you'd able to close it out. Nice buffer, and that is going to be the round and the first game for VX Bow. Get out of my face.
I love the adjustments right there by JBM, though. I will say playing that up-close game a little more. I mean, there was a few mistakes, especially when he got the V-trigger activation. The throw into the corner after that really did kind of set up VX Bow to take control of that. And I feel like it was looking good up until that point. JBM was with the life lead.
Well, he had the round off the counter hit jab, but he wasn't able to link afterwards.
Backing up, and you can see VX Bow making the adjustments. He's like, all right, you're fighting a little better at the 0 range, 0-1 range. Let's see if we can change up.
Oh my god, the defensive shimmy that time. I respect it.
Stand medium, light kick ruffian at that.
Nice interruption. Doesn't get the juggle afterwards, but he gets the meaty light kick. The stun racking up. It's not going to be enough for a guess for a round situation. He gets air reset.
But he does push to the corner.
This activation's going to hurt.
Activate with the EX.
Wow, challenged after the medium kick. That is brave.
Especially in that situation. Ooh, stand light kick the challenge. Finds the hit. Still got a little V trigger left. That's the end. Oh, what a jump in. JBM gets one on the board. I love that patience building up there. VX Bow got a little impatient. Open him up to the jump in.
Jabi starting to settle down now. He's getting those hit confirms in as well.
Wow, okay, JBM.
Go. This is the solid stuff. The back throw, it's teched.
Oh, crouching medium kick. VX Bow trying to fight his way out of the corner. Stand heavy kick activation into the knife. EX Ruffian. Dash up stand light right afterwards. That light kick Ruffian does give you those meaty options afterwards.
Again, he gets jumped in on. Oh, and he doesn't finish the combo. Is this going to be a huge drop for Jabi? It could well be. Wow, he busts out. I can't believe it.
Oh, that's the end of the V-trigger. That's the start of the V-trigger for JBM to win punish 1-1. And that's what I'm talking about. These sets here in group play are only best of 3. So you want to get as many matches as you can under your belt. Especially when only the top 2 make it out. The top 2, are the only people that are going to see
It's
it.
really interesting one, right? Because obviously there are scenarios where it can make a difference and people can be leveled and tied. But because the winner of the group goes up in winners, and the second place, you can only, it's almost like double elim. You can only really afford to lose one game. If you lose two, it's really hard for you to get out of the group. So even though it is a round robin and you are getting even more Street Fighter, the same pressure is on for these players. They need...
Ooh, anti-air's on point.
He's in front, of course, after the Tenku.
Okay, I like the challenge with the stand medium kick for VX Bow.
Off the wall, Michael Jackson.
Ooh!
Medium punch. And
right after the ruffian. That light kick ruffian. Then the meaty gets the hit. VX Bow with the life lead to confirm. Tries to check in with a dash. Tries to get in there, gets greedy with a dash. Maybe a button input mess up, but...
Yeah, so I have seen a couple of players not get their timings out on cancels because they're just doing things too early. Like the setups are really perfectly
maximized
here. Yeah. And some of the players are like used to playing on setups with a little bit more input latency than we've got here, which is, you know, a really testament to the work that the production and the guys have done, making sure everything is set up. Here we go. The EX gets caught. We're back in the corner. VX Bow with a huge life lead activates. That's very plus. Back throw towards the corner. Ooh. Another wrecker in the face. There's the counter hit. And Jarby has one more guess for the round. The back throw will be enough. Oh, and he baits it out. And he gets the stun. The throw bait with the Rasenha.
Yo, Jabby M staying alive right now versus VX Bow. You talked about that representation of South Africa, bro. They're putting on right now.
We're going to a final round. What a call out as well. We knew that the back throw would be enough for the stun. Oh my God, and he gets baited out there. The EX Rasenha, and he's in the corner.
Forward
delayed throw.
It all started from that EX Zonk knuckle.
Didn't walk far enough to get that throw up again.
Jabby M has been doing a good job from jump, just V-reversaling though, so there has been no momentum for VX Bow up until right now. Oh,
no hit confirm off the low forward, and that's going to cost him.
Full charge wall bounce, big damage.
He's still
right
alive.
Here. You got a chance, Jabby M. Make it count. Dash.
Oh my God.
Still has meter.
Shot the combo. This is going to be really hard because, like you said, the extended range on that knife, it comes out so quickly, and he was pinned down. In the end, VX Bow walked up and closed it out, and Jarby goes down. VX Bow.
And what a show.
First game.
First off, my man VX Bow came dressed to the T to let y'all know he's here to do business like the mayor of Metro City, though.
Did you not see the post that DCQ put up? He flew in like that.
Bro, my man, that's an everyday occurrence.
He was fresh off the flight with that suit.
Every day?
And I think the same tie as well, actually.
Oh.
Pretty sure I recognize that. So he came for business.
This
not pleasure, business.
That's what he said when he got in. What are you here for? Business or pleasure? Business.
Strictly.
He put an arcade stick up there. Business.
Business.
Sir, what is this? No. Shout outs to everybody hanging out. Capcom Cup IX. Hollywood, California is where we are. Man, they flew out the homies for this as we take a look at this replay.
All right, this is the first game, and what a huge first round this was. He's walking up, he's stealing frames. Jarby respecting it. He thought no one's going to just do that to me here at Capcom Cup. They know what the data is. Boy, you better show me you know what the data is.
And just a lot of checks. We know Karen has crazy good range control, right? Even with the nerfs. Great moves like standing medium punch we saw come in and crouching medium kick. But the range was really what did him in. That V trigger with the knife definitely extends the range. You get a little more chip with the gray life as well. That's what really does make this V trigger very, very useful.
I feel as well VX Bow did a really good job of mitigating the pressure because obviously Karen gets looping offense. Every touch she gets should be a knockdown into Oki, and VX Bow was very good at removing that from Jarby. He would take the block and then maybe backdash out. But I do have to say there were a couple of execution errors from Jarby. I saw him get a counter hit jab into nothing. I saw him do 2 jabs into empty command dash. There was no Tenko that came out as well. And you know, like we said, Karen, she gets looping offense. Oki off every knockdown. The stun is hugely important. So every time you leave damage on the table, you're not only just leaving damage on the table, you're leaving another offensive opportunity on the table as well. And it was 2-1 last round. You know, that makes all the difference. We've seen players here already, you know, making uncharacteristic execution errors on the big stage. 150,000 for the winner.
That's a lot.
A lot of these players have never in their life
that's true. That's life-changing
for
money.
something like that. Ever. They've never had the opportunity. This is the biggest Capcom Cup we've ever had. A lot of players here have never played under that pressure on a stage like this. and we're seeing a few uncharacteristic drops.
It can definitely be that way. I mean, we saw earlier, I mean, it's not only the drops, but we see those character choices starting to switch up a little bit more. Sometimes they want to put their opponent on the ropes. We get character switches. Haven't seen one yet, but there's multiple ways of dealing with how high the talent level is here, especially now that I feel like this game, like you said, is at its highest competitive point that we've ever seen.
You said that, Steve.
Oh, I said that?
Yeah.
Let you know how smart I am.
A wise man
Either way. But that's what you really get from him. I love the fact that we're seeing more Cody. I'm a Cody player myself. I'm a pipe user. I love to use that V-trigger
You're
too
a Cody
instead.
player yourself.
Just
What happened to
a little bit.
Alex and
I play multiple
Nash
characters.
and-
I play all the cool characters,
Okay.
bro. You got to remember that if
Well,
you ever
no
want to
one's,
see it.
no one's quite as cool as arguably the #1 Nash in the world.
Ooh, yo,
What's,
that's actually
what's
true.
colder than cold?
Yo, ice cold. Frozen cold, bro. Got a whole character in another franchise with it, bro.
But you know what?
Going
He's
up against
going
Punk.
up against-
Punk, arguably one
Welcome
of
to
the
the Capcom
greatest, the greatest Street Fighter V players out there. And that's one of the things I love about Street Fighter more than anything, is the fact that each game gives us generational champions and new players to look at. And I think they're still going over the test right now to make sure that they have everything in line. But yeah, Frozen, like you said before, definitely one of the best Nash players in the world. You have to give him that title because
I've been really enjoying, the Argentinian, Brazilian representation for Nash. Him and Ronaldinho, of course, we saw earlier. The Nash with that V-Trigger 2 is so fun.
Yes.
So fun.
Yes.
The V-Skill 2 obviously pushed him up a little bit more with access to, slightly enhanced sides. But for me, that V-Trigger 2, I love the pressure. We watched both of them represent at the Intel Olympics event when we saw so much different regions compete in there, and we had the opportunity to see them play. Ever since then, I've really been following both of them in their regions, Brazil and Argentina. And Frozen here, who of course won the South America West, I think it counts as Argentina, but it's basically pretty much all Argentina there. But yeah, an amazing performance from him to qualify here, and he's one of the most exciting practitioners with Nash right now.
The only reason I say he's one of the best that you have to count is because he's still with the character. Like, even with those changes, and he got some significant changes. I love the usage of V-Skill 2 that lets you get that opportunity. It adds you a little more pressure after that knockdown with those powered up sipes as well. But V-Trigger 2, I feel like, is the real game changer because you get extra mix-ups, especially in a character matchup like this where if you hit Cammy with a good mix-up, she's going to be stunned. That could be the round.
I mean, Punk really showing that he's here for business as well. Straight to the Cammy pick. Not messing around with anyone else. Doesn't fancy the Luke.
Some of the best neutral in the game, in the business.
With the Cammy. He's got that toolkit of characters. And we'll see whether Punk can show us exactly why. There's the counter hit conversion. Very nice.
That forward heavy kick. And we're looking at V-Skill 2, V-Trigger 2.
Yeah.
This is really good. We haven't seen one power-up just yet, but really keeping the offense on pump right now in this Cammy. Teasing with that stand medium punch in the corner.
It's going to be very hard for him to get out, and he does successfully, but back into the corner.
V-Trigger 2 also gives you access to that extra V
That's
reversal.
a really nice time on that EX.
Ooh, wake up V-Trigger. Tries to use the V-Skill activation, didn't work out. Punk at the ready. Oh, tried to confirm the crouching jab, not going to work. Punk has a chance.
Nice block. What a block
and the
that was. I
target.
had no idea what side that was going to be when she jumped out. Really good block from Frozen, and the awareness and wherewithal to actually interrupt and get the round. Pressing that light kick.
Yeah, that stand light kick, back medium kick string. Oh,
wow.
jump light, okay.
Yeah, Frozen is not messing around. He is ready, match ready.
Going back to the old tools, that stand heavy punch. Here comes that Cammy pressure. Everybody knows. Oh!
Kind of lightly. Oh my God, back into the corner. We actually got this V-Trigger 2 now. Let's see what the pressure is.
Had to hold that stand medium kick after the tragedy assault.
Plus frames.
Back throw to get the corner. He still has trigger left. He can make you guess.
That trigger lasts so long. It's crazy. So many opportunities. Plus again. Use it again. Yeah, plus again. And there's the throw tech. It's finally gone. And now he has to respect Punk because he has all the tools he needs. That should be just too far away, I guess.
Better safe than sorry.
He's plus enough off that activation to link the CA, but there is travel time as well.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Better safe
But
than sorry.
Catches him.
And didn't even have to use it to get that last hit versus Frozen.
Final round.
All right, here we go. Game number 1, round number 3. Big jump in with the heavy kick. Punk gets the knockdown. And you can see he's just trying to keep the pace where Frozen is not prepared to deal with it. Making him spend all his V meter just to get out of the corner. Ooh, and another punish. Crouching heavy punch goes straight into the CA.
That's well worth the spend as well. He's got a huge life lead. And he gets a really
mix?
good situation after this as well. Goes for the light kick. Nice patience again from Frozen. Here's the activation. And Punk can just afford to take all of the throws here. Plus again, no reason. Yeah, actually wastes a throw opportunity because he's not actually at point blank range.
Yeah, he used the EX right there, got the hit, but couldn't confirm it to the V trigger.
What a
jab
challenge.
check.
Oh, doesn't finish it off though.
Spending a lot of meter trying to make sure Punk does not feel comfortable hitting the button in some of these pressure situations, and it's not gonna work out. You saw Punk hunting for a gap in a lot of those situations. Finds it with the heavy punch, closes out that first game. Yeah, I like the adjustments going from round to round. A lot more aggro coming from Punk, not letting Frozen get set up in any way, shape, or form. We saw him try to use that V skill to try to get some pressure early on, and that's actually what started the downfall because that's when Punk really turned on the offense. Color change. I like it. I prefer the color change mix up. Like, you know what, maybe it was my outfit.
I want to see if he's going to stick with V skill too. He didn't really have an opportunity to use it at all, right? So.
I feel like that's the problem in a matchup like this. Like, you get it off of like the heavy kick scythe knockdown, but if you're not getting it, we saw him actually drop to confirm a couple times for those heavy kick scythe knockdowns, so not going to get a chance to use it in another instance. All right, here we go. Change the stage, change the outfit. Hoping for better results right here. Once again, this is you got some opportunities here to get in, but you can't lose more than one game, essentially. That's what Logan was saying. Groups are way too tightly packed with talent.
I've got hit confirms, of course, from the man.
That Sobot, speaking of hit confirms, catches you crouching.
Yeah, nice counter hit. Very on point with that. This is a very torrid situation for Nash to get out.
Yeah, that stand light kick, back medium kick,
Doesn't
target
actually
string
get the
again.
V skill off. Got interrupted before it was completed.
Okay.
And again, he gets the same activation that we saw him get in the first game. Nice.
Oh,
Wait.
bait it. Okay.
This is going to do a big chunk. It's going to be guess for game situation.
Oh, you did. You got meter.
Oh my God, he actually...
Stun, and I'm taking your meter on top of that. Leaves her with less than 1 bar of EX to go into the next game, the next round, excuse me.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, you had EX, he could have did multiple.
I told you I love this V trigger too. I love this V trigger too. That was way more damage than even I was ready for.
Throw down. V shift.
A great use of the V shift.
The break didn't find his mark, but still, man,
Just
Punk
too far away with the light kick and Punk ready.
showing you what the neutral do. Showing you what the footsies with Cammy do. EX this time, not going to spin the activation on the trigger. Oh, wait a minute. Big counter hit on the forward heavy punch.
All right, we know how much damage this is.
Oh. Wait a minute. I'm not sure if that was oh, I'm not sure what that was right there. Maybe a mix-up, maybe a mistake, but definitely could have had an extension there after the V trigger. Okay.
Well, we're with punishing with spiral arrow. This is Capcom Cup.
Yeah, you got to tighten this up. We talked about what the stage can do. Those lights. Okay.
They are, yeah. Escape scot-free.
Okay. Jump in, starting to add up. Punk getting a lot more comfortable in this matchup. Small punish there on the
sweep. Could've got CA after.
Yeah. Punk biting this time. Oh, chases the V reversal this time around.
Yeah, it turned around in the air.
Okay, double tragedy assault combo, still in meter.
CA's off the board now as well because he's stolen the meter.
Oh.
Just make it back, that's fine.
Let me get it back with these jabs. Try to seal the deal on this round. One more guess should do it, guess for life. Stand light kicks to try to get a button out of him, and he does. Standing heavy punch to close out. Punk gonna take it over Frozen.
Very complicated performance there from Punk. That post-CA situation is so difficult for Nash to deal with. Doesn't really have the tools to challenge in that situation. That's why Cammy's such a good counter pick there, because she's just so apt at, you know, maintaining pressure, maintaining knockdown into Oki. You know, those like magnetic normals that she has. She gets so many turns
we've seen like the changes that they made to this character over time, and it's for that reason. She was really good at that up close range stand, medium kick, stand, light kick, just to annoy you a little bit. We've seen how strong stand heavy is.
Just the crouch, you know, the crouching normal, the crouching lights into throw, losing those, and it's not really been a huge loss for her. Obviously seen a lot less Cammy in competitive play than previous seasons, but she's still very, very dangerous. Let's take a look here. It was a good start from Frozen.
It definitely was. Started off with that stand forward heavy kick, got the counter hit confirm on top of it, but that's when we saw Punk get a lot more active, like you pointed out. Nash does have a problem keeping track of a character like Cammy because of all the jumps, whatnot, et cetera, especially when he does not have meter.
He's killed.
Yeah, bro. He could have did more. He could have did more.
He could have done EX after that, right? Yeah.
But no, you can see how Punk really just started to play a lot more active in the neutral. Not let it, like you pointed out at first, he didn't even give him time to activate his V skill, which really does help in that matchup because you get a little more plus and advantage versus Cammy if she blocks a scythe if you're using it like that. So especially with V skill, V trigger 2. Not going to work out in that spot, though. Still has more games to play, so Frozen not out of there yet. That's a good spot for Punk to be in, though.
Yeah, Punk obviously looking to make it out of this group in the winner's side. At the top of the group, that's his aim, and he's got that first win. But our next matchup is going to be two players that have already suffered a loss. It's going to be, I believe, Brandon up against Jarby M. So they both lost their first games here in the group. Yes, I can read correctly. Jarby lost his first match in a performance up against VX Bow.
Yeah,
Brandon was really, you know, outclassed by Valmaster. So both of these guys need to get back on their winning ways. They're both here, I believe, making their first appearances at a Capcom Cup. Of course, Jarby definitely is. I don't believe Brandon's qualified before. So they're going to want to hold a good account of themselves here on the biggest stage of them all for Street Fighter.
You know, you talk about Jabby M. I remember him getting, you know, when he found out that he actually made it to Capcom Cup, I'm pretty sure he was really in his feelings about it, man. It was beautiful to see, especially like you said, we don't get to see that much representation from South Africa, so it's always a beautiful thing to see.
First ever African qualifier for the Capcom Cup, and he has been so dominant in that country. You know, all credit to him. Hopefully, we can see him show that across these 3 days of group play as we move towards a final 16. But of course, there's many more games to play. The next one up is going to be Jarby versus Brandon. Brandon, for me, has been a very interesting player over the last couple of years. His Akuma has been very difficult to deal with. Traditionally, Akuma has always been very, very strong. And there's so many Akumas around the world that, you know, after season, back-to-back of balance changes, we're not going to use the N-word, balance changes, many of them have migrated to this Luke. And for me, like, obviously he's not actually a Shoto, but he maintains a lot of the play style that a Shoto introduces, that horizontal control.
I was about to say, yes.
The DP. And, you know, he's got a lot of other fun tools as well.
Stand, medium punch. Instead of, like, just if you compare it to Akuma, right? You see Akuma, he gets to walk forward, stand, medium kick from back in the day. Now, stand, medium punch is something that you look for.
Yeah, a great whiff punish tool. Absolutely.
Gets to knock down a lot of instances. Like, that's what makes this character really strong. Huge damage cash out as well. And like you said, that's the perfect word. The migration of a lot of players over to Luke, especially for a situation like this, makes a lot of sense. But one thing that stands out more to me than anything is the people that stuck to their characters. That's what I like to see.
Well, they're not here.
They're not
Brandon
here.
is. He's going up against Jarby, who switched to Colleen. Now, Jarby's got quite a lot of characters in his locker. Obviously, he gets to experiment a lot in his local community, and he's going to be trying out the Colleen pick here against Luke. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure as to his thinking about this pick. I think that Colleen still finds it hard against the projectiles that Luke has.
Just that getting in, you know, and making sure you keep that momentum.
V-Trigger 1 as well. Obviously, V-Trigger 2 is much maligned now, but most of the players are still using it, even though she, you know, basically can't use a lot of her target combos. It burns so much of that V-gauge.
Actually checks the dash right there. But still, Brandon trying to close out. Big life lead on his side with the Luke as well. Jabby M holding his ground, gets the crouch jab, EX Parabellum. Takes the Oki.
Double dash, and there's the throw, and he's got the life lead now, but you have to respect Luke. He's got all of the tools.
You said respect? You said respect? You know what? I'm going to hit you with this crouch jab and see how you deal with it.
Brandon goes down with 2 big flashing gauges in the bottom corner. He's going to maintain 1 going into this second round, though. Immediately opens up with the EX. Nice whiff punish off the wall.
Ooh.
Big damage, spends another one, and that's well worth it. Ooh. No meaty there as he makes the hard read on the EX counter, but it doesn't connect, and there's going to be the stun, and that's going to be another perfect round. Jarby has been perfected in both of his games so far.
Aye. That's cool. That was the first game. He got that first round pretty instantly, pretty good. So let's go. Let's see what this third round does.
Yeah, this perfect doesn't matter if he doesn't close the game out. So.
Resources were spent to get that perfect, you know. Jabby M, of course, definitely looked really good playing that up-close game in that first round. Ooh, okay. EX Parabellum, this is going to push him to the corner. This is a good spot for Jabby M to be in. Gets the forward throw, especially for Colleen. EX Hill.
Yeah, has to respect that.
Ooh, tried to hit a button this time. Actually gets hit the EX Hill. Not going to actually
Brandon
hit.
with the patience. The shimmy doesn't work, and he gets the activation. Doesn't get the follow-up, the EX flash. Oh my God, just raw tackle, but nothing.
Little scramble right here. Jabby M trying to close up. Got the shimmy, but didn't believe. Uh-oh. Jabby M has a chance, can't close out. Activates trigger, which actually is working out.
Oh my God, he gets put back in the corner. This is a very dangerous situation. Plus frames again. Oh, he takes a throw, and he just throws out the V-trigger. Twice he caught Brandon unawares.
That looks pretty good versus Luke. Just takes the ground out completely and just calling out, I guess, a forward movement, maybe a button, but it worked out. Jabby M gets this first game.
Yeah, it's great to have that there just to throw it out. You said it's a single button. If Luke's walking backwards and forwards, looking for that spacing and feeling a bit comfortable with the projectiles, comes out mad fast as well. You saw Brandon just wasn't ready for it. He got caught twice. Now, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but right there at the end of the game,
that was momentum.
It did enough damage. That was momentum.
I feel like that's one of the things that any Colleen really does do well with, right? You get that momentum, you have trigger going, like it really does help out your game overall. Gives you a little more confidence moving around on the ground.
Well, Jarby's going to be happy that that perfect that time didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
It's 1-0 to Jarby. Brandon. Fighting to stay in the running. Oh, no.
Jabby looking a lot more comfortable, too. Parabellum. And look at that, just trying to find a way in right now. Slowly but surely, crouching medium punch, stand medium kicks.
Yeah, big punish on the EX Parabellum. I like the backdash when you think the throw is going to come.
Uh-oh. And real close to stun. And once again, a check on the approach by Jabby M with the crouch jab. EX Parabellum confirmed.
Just takes the mid screen, but Brandon bosses out. He's got activation. He's looking for the medium kick to connect. Jarby doesn't care, throws it out, spends a bar, and he closes it out with a low forward.
Okay. Comfortable doing that. I mean, he gave up the V-trigger, but he was really close to closing out the round.
Yeah, he didn't really need the V-trigger at all.
Has plenty of resources. 2 bars of EX going into this next round. He's looking good. There he is, that dash up, that medium punch. You got to respect it. One of the main spacing tools right there.
Respect those plus frames. There's the back throw. Walks up for another one, but Brandon Tet starting to encroach, but he's respecting that back roundhouse.
Yeah, taking his time,
Ooh. Nice. He's ready with these punishes as well.
Full charge, go straight into the CA on top of it. Jabby M in trouble.
Crazy damage.
Jabby M in trouble.
At all.
Again,
wakes up with the jab. He's going to take the medium. He's got no bar here as well. He's got to respect it. Frozen status. V-shifts out.
And almost had him from corner to corner right there. Another
dash.
Look at the stun bar. Break the arm, get the stun. Oh, and the freeze. It's cold out here. Oh. Big damage on the table. What's the guess?
He's got one more guess, but he's got bar. He got the jab. He landed.
Jump in the trade.
Anti-edge.
Oh, no. Brandon
Because of course it anti-airs. Of course it does. Why would it not? I've seen that happen before. It happened in Street Fighter League actually last couple of weeks. Street Fighter League US.
The trade.
Made the correct read and jumped the projectile. You're meant to do that, right? You're meant to jump the projectile at Street Fighter. That works.
Nah, that's not how it works.
No, the projectile anti-airs you as well.
Multi-purpose tool, this projectile, baby.
Absolutely. All right, one apiece.
Back to the flash knuckles.
Someone's going to be 0-2 right now.
Great rebuttal by Brandon, though. Got to take that momentum back from Jabby.
Yeah, you take them by any means necessary, bruv, because that was not intentional. It was just a happy accident, as Bob Ross used to say.
These crouching jabs are going to work out, because I'm going to tell you right now, Jabby M has gotten some mileage. Oh, big crush right here. Big damage as well. Oh, my gosh.
That's why he's using that V-Skill 1. They're drunk on power. That damage output is crazy.
Colleen full trigger on the table. Try something a little cheeky to get in there. Not going to work out with that vanity step. Oof.
The reversal completely negates it. No hit confirmed. That would have been the round. Swinging these legs.
There's that medium kick. It's doing so much work just keeping her at bay.
Yeah, it's not got the same range as the back roundhouse. Obviously, Jarby's trying to use a Colleen, but it comes out a lot quicker, and it actually covers all of that horizontal space, whereas back roundhouse not so much.
Ooh, low forward confirmed.
Pinned into the corner. Set point here from Brandon. This is going to be a big punish.
Ooh.
Yep, he gets the charge.
EX flash knuckle follow up.
It's a solid 40%. Bagger stun as well. Jarby takes his turn. He's going to look to activate. There we go. Plus frames.
Oh, gets the tick.
Him low. Brandon trying to walk out.
Wait a tick. Gets the tick. Hold up. Back throw.
Immediate wake up back throw. Switches the momentum, and now single hit territory here for Brandon. Right, so he's using that to get in. That's a very interesting strategy. But Brandon is looking to be very patient. That should be it. No, it's not.
Has a chance.
Yeah, one more chance.
Ooh, the raw sweep.
Bruv.
So slow.
Again, that's got to be an input error. I don't know how he's getting that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know enough. But I've seen him just do empty rush.
Oh.
Too far away. Spaced.
Why did he look like he was ready for that? Like he was like, I wanted you to reach just so I can get that hit. Jabby M going down to Brandon, and it was a lot of back and forth there. It could have went either way, but I felt like the adjustments made were just not in Jabby M's favor, you know?
Brandon manages to stave off that 0-2 fate, but it's Jabby M who's 0-2, and it's going to be very difficult for him to advance out of this group. Brandon still in the hunt, closing out that win. Of course, we are going to be playing only 5 matches from each group here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Big stun combo into the perfect finish from Brandon, but he didn't win that first game. In fact, it was Jabby who went 1-0 up.
After the perfect, nonetheless, you know what I'm saying? Actually gets the perfect right there. And these punishes that you pointed out were so on point. I mean, he dropped the combo there, but
but the fierce into the charged. He was really making use of that V-Skill 1 as well, getting the big damage.
Oh my god.
So unfortunate, man. But
momentum killer right there. Momentum. If I would have got that, I mean, you got to bounce back, right? You have to bounce back just to get into it. And still, Jabby M found so much success just challenging on wake up and just sometimes on the slow approach of Brandon with crouch jab and then getting the confirms and just going straight into EX a lot of times. But it just wasn't enough to, like, keep that ground. But the V-trigger choice was actually doing a lot of work.
Yeah, utilizing it just to get the plus frames. I quite like that. It allowed him to get in and just try and open up Brandon in some ways. It didn't really convert into damage, though. There was the one instance where he caught Brandon trying to walk out, and he caught him with the normal into the crouching light kick and converted that into a series. But other than that, Brandon's defense was very stable. You didn't really catch him like throw tech in and getting opened up there. You didn't really catch him interrupting unless there was a significant amount of space, and that's actually how he got the kill in the end. He blocked the crouching light punch, but Jabby was so far away, he knew that Jabby would need to overextend to maintain pressure, and he closed it out with the jab. Let's take a look at how the group is standing, though, after I think 4 games. That's right, 4 games. You can see Jabby at the very bottom there, Valmaster and Punk at the top, but Punk's going to get the opportunity to go clear into first place, but so is VX Bao. Actually, they're both on 1 win. Now Punk he's going to have a lot of experience against Cody
Yep.
because,
Yep.
of course, close
Shine.
friend, training partner,
Yep.
teammate in a lot of instances. Not SFL this time around, of course, but a lot of play against
Yeah.
Shine. VX Bao, I have not a lot of, I don't know how much Luke experience he has, but everyone's got to have Luke
I was
experience,
actually about to say, like, that's the name of the game right now. Is like, you
Luke
need
Fighter.
to know a Luke Fighter. You need to
Luke
know how
Fighter
to deal with
Luke.
Luke. For a while, it was Cammy. Cammy was up there, too, where he's
Yeah.
like, look, you need to know how to deal with this character. But I feel like the same thing is kind of like transferred over to Luke. If you're playing high-level Street Fighter V, you know how to fight Luke, or at least you have to have some experience because you're going to run into him.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you've got here.
Yeah,
this far
there's no
to
way.
Capcom Cup, and you don't know what you're
It's
doing
either you're
against.
using them or you beat a couple, you know?
Absolutely, 100%. So VX Bao with the Cody has looked pretty solid. These guys are both on 1 win, so the winner of this will go to the top of the group because Valmaster will be playing again tomorrow. Only one came from Valmaster today, and he is yet to play either of these 2 players, so there's a lot still to play for in this Group C. VX Bao, he's looking to really put his name there alongside the performances of DCQ and Zen, who have had breakouts in 2 big events, the LCQ and SFL US.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell you right
win
now.
against
the,
Punk
the
would
mirror,
be-
the
Oh, he's
mirror,
gone for the mirror.
the mirror match. You know, Punk likes to do this.
Yeah.
When he has XP of what he would say, well, look, I got enough XP. I know how
Yeah.
to play against. He'll play the mirror.
He
match.
wants to let you know that he's the alpha, right?
Yes.
That's the brand.
Yes. I like that. That's the brand. Light kick, ruffian knockdown.
Let's find out what VX Bao has to say about that. He actually tried to use,
Oh, nice.
tried to interrupt, but gets caught by the late cancel into the tornado.
Didn't get the combo right there. Actually had it on the hit, but goes for the crouch short instead, not able to confirm into a hit. That V-Trigger 1 we were talking about for both of these guys. V-Trigger 1 and V-Skill
Nice
2.
anti-air, and he's going to get the follow-up. Big chunks of damage.
Pressure. V-reversal this time.
That's one of my favorites.
Wow. Oh, and the Great Life cash out out there by the EX Soft Knuckle. Punk.
The fact that that V-Trigger actually gives him a proper anti-air is like really scary as well.
Punk.
Huge damage off that. Punk poking away though. He's got a lot of Great Life on there on VX Bao.
And more,
even more. Oh my
Oh.
God. Oh, the drop. The drop.
And you saw the hesitation right there when he did the ruffian kick after. It's a small hesitation.
Again, I feel like that's one of those input errors where he pressed the button too early because he just stood.
Yeah.
He
Got the counter hit right there.
Yeah.
Didn't get the combo, but still kept the corner.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
surprised the throw actually worked. Like normally it doesn't, right? From the hit stun off the counter hit.
Big damage here.
Beautiful. Beautiful. These V-Skill 2 combos, I love
The
them.
crime, so he sways in the middle of the combo to
Love
hit
them.
you.
And that's just all specials as well. There's like no scaling at all.
One of the things I really like about it is you see a V-Skill 2 specialist
God.
and they start V-skilling right through your strings. Wait a minute. VX Bao not phased. Working on a perfect.
Oh!
Shimmy gets the crouching medium kick, gets some meter on top of it.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Nah, just
Oh
a
my
pixel.
God.
And then the throw to
How
get
can
the
I-
kill.
I've been wrong twice on pixel health.
wins.
This is not good for my brand. I'm never wrong about this stuff. These guys showing me up. Pixels. I can't even see the pixel on the
literally
screen.
was not
And I've
even
got my good contact lenses in, Steve.
Here's the confirmed first game going to VX Bao.
VX Bao with a perfect against Punk, by the way. We're talking about big statements from these Chinese players.
And look,
if he beats Punk here, what a huge statement that will be.
I mean, and think about it as well. Punk going with the mirror match.
Yeah, and he's stuck with it as well. So either way, we're going to get... This set is going to be decided between Cody Mirrors. Punk is locked in now.
Looking for something. Trying to get Punk to hit a button while that V-Trigger 1 is active.
Yeah, that V-Trigger's gone, but Punk's got his, and he's looking for the activation. He catches him low.
Oh,
no!
confirmed. EX off knuckle for his troubles, though. Punk in trouble, back in this corner. Oh, crouching heavy punch.
Yeah, a little bit late on that, or the angle was a little bit off because he didn't launch him up as you would expect.
Yeah, that was that anti-air you was talking about. That crouching heavy punch anti-air he gets.
Yeah, it was
Actually
kind of
gets a
like right
follow-up.
above his head
Yeah.
rather than in front of him, so slightly different.
Oh.
That angle is very difficult for him to deal with after he's with the button.
About 30 seconds left on the clock. Both of these players taking their time. Jump in, no answer, no confirm.
Yeah, immediate V reversal, but Punk still got 2 bars. More plus frames, catches him low counter hit, but he doesn't get a link afterwards.
Was looking for the edge.
Oh my god, what was that?
Oh.
That had to be an input error.
Had to be an input error. Had to be an input error.
Overhead.
Punk in big trouble right now.
Nice
Okay.
walk back into the EX.
Okay, confirm on
Keeps
the
him
walk
standing there, yep. Nice. V-score through.
Fighting with these big heavy buttons mid-screen.
Big Spaldo is in the position to activate, and he wants to do it on hit.
And look at the life lead I was about to say Punk had before he got hit by that Zoc knuckle.
Bruv, the double ruffian combos do so much damage. This is a lot of plus frames. Punk has got one more guess. He activates off that, and he's just too far away again for the link to work. 2 V-trigger activations that haven't paid off for Punk. He needs one more touch. VX Bounty meets him in the air.
And that is not a good look for Punk, but a great look for VX Bow. Takes it over Punk 2-0 in the mirror match.
What a huge statement here.
I mean, if you...
Welcome to the world stage, VX Bow.
This has been something that Punk has done before. We've seen him play like, oh, you got enough, you played Colleen? Yeah. I play a couple
sometimes
of those.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
Not all
that
the time.
It didn't work. And VX Bow is sitting there now at the top of that Group C, and a huge, huge win for him against Punk. You know, as we said, Chinese players have been really showing. We're going to see a Chinese winner for the first time of Capcom Cup. Let's have a look at the highlights here. There was a couple of V-trigger activations from Punk that didn't work out for him, just a bit too far away, and I thought,
oh, right there.
Yeah.
Not just not in range right there to get the jab follow-up. I like that, using the light kick ruffian to get this knockdown. These combos took off so much damage, bro.
Yeah, and again,
finding the
spatial awareness, a little bit off on the spatial awareness, a little bit off on some of those situations as Punk, and it kind of shows that he's not a Cody specialist.
And those are the things you're paying attention. If you're a Cody specialist, VX Bow, he's like, oh, you're a little off here. I'm going to challenge here. Like, that's what you see when you get those kind of mirror matches as well. So Punk not going to be able to do it in the mirror match. This time, VX Bow looking to take it out, make it out of his group on winner's side.
Well, what a great position he's in. He's at the top of the group now. Of course, Valmaster still has to play more matches tomorrow. Everyone's got to play more matches. We've got 3 days of group matches. It's great. So much action for you. Going through all 8 groups. All great. They're all great.
They're all actually great.
All 8 groups. That's a tongue twister. And we are going to be running through matches all day here through till 8 p.m. local time. Every day, 3 days until we find out which players. 16. Got to go, what, 47 down to 16? That's a lot of players getting eliminated, but that's still a lot of players left as well.
A lot of Street Fighter to be played. And thank you guys for joining us here at Capcom Cup. We're going through this Group C, so thank you guys for chilling for more matches. But with that being said, I need you guys to hang out a little longer because we're going to take a quick break because we have more Street Fighter V action coming from Capcom Cup right after this.
Time to
you won't be disappointed. These two don't give me what I want. I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last loop. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Welcome back, everybody. The group stage is here on day one of the official Capcom Cup. First offline one in so many years is going on right now. Welcome, everybody. My name is James Chen.
And I am Seikola. I'm excited to be here with the legend. I'm also excited to run you through Group D and C. We're going to see who's going to take it. Obviously, this is the first day, but we have a lot of action. You've seen a lot of great action. We're having even more in store. And this, personally, I feel blessed to be able to commentate this action coming up because we have the young gun, the young star himself, recently signed, Ending Walker, up in this group. But there's many more in store. We also have Joe Rogan from Canada. And who else do we have in this bracket?
One of the things that makes me excited about this bracket is in particular very, very diverse in terms of where all the players are from. And that to me is what Street Fighter really is all about. So I'm always glad to see this. We've got M. Lizard from South Korea, Ren from South Africa as well.
Right.
And then you mentioned Ending Walker, Juninho Raz, sorry, I didn't mean to skip over his name over there, and Bravery as well. So again, we have so many players from so many different regions here, and that's, you know, this is going to be exciting for me to see. So Juninho Raz, obviously from Brazil, as you mentioned, Joe Rogan from Canada as well. What do you expect from this?
I expect a Luke mirror match, even though it's kind of a weird, you know, honestly, like, I'm going to say something weird. Don't get mad at me, chat. Don't get mad at me, y'all. I think Luke mirror matches are not that bad. They're really fundamental based, and I think that when you look at the other characters that Ross has, it's a Ryu, it's a Kage. Those don't play well against Luke. So at this point, you run the mirror match and you run those fundamentals. And it's that kind of match where you're looking for whiff punishes, you're looking to, you know, utilize the fireballs. If you watch things like Street Fighter Japan, which you should have, you'll definitely see the different sort of styles that the Luke players present. And I think that Joe's a little bit more on the aggressive side compared to Ross. I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think he's more active with his buttons.
Yeah, obviously the story of this tournament right here, you know, out of all the 47 players, I think we had 12 Luke mains in this tournament, and who knows how many of them picked them up during, you know, after they qualified to try to give themselves a good chance here. Now, obviously, Luke is a huge part of the conversation here at Capcom Cup IX.
Or any tournament.
Or any tournament at this point, right. And so, obviously, a very strong character. But, you know, we were talking in the commentary room a little bit earlier, one of the tricky things about having a character being so, well frequently played and so dominant is that this is the character that everybody has practice against.
Right, everyone's trained. You've seen it and ranked a million times. You're going to see it in the tournament a million times, but you definitely have a way to stay fine if you understand that matchup. And there's, you know, Luke's a strong character. We're not going to get it twisted. He is very good. I think he's more overtuned than overpowered, because he does a lot of things that other characters do well, but he's not invulnerable. You can whip punish a lot of his normals, you know, even some of his best buttons if you stay outside the distance. And there are characters that do well. Urian, Vega, and things like that. Do they win? I don't think so. Maybe it's 5-5. But I don't think that Luke is such an impassable thing. However, if you're a Kage player, you don't get in with those T-Rex limbs.
Right,
You ain't reaching. You have to really hope and pray that you can get a conversion to get in the
wish
corner.
punishing,
The wish punish, yeah.
punishing,
Same with
the
Ryu.
hoapsies, right?
Yeah, the hoapsies, the prayers. But like same with Ryu. Like you don't, your buttons aren't as good as Luke's, and your fireball game can keep up. But that's why I think the mirror match is probably the way to go.
Yeah. And again, talking about this mirror match coming up, we're talking about Luke here, but, obviously we're going to see Ending Walker a little bit later. Ed is one of those characters that I feel like, and players like Ending Walker, like Ajax Fidelity, have really, really put Ed into that limelight. Some people even moving him into the top 3, perhaps the vaunted top 3.
I think that's cap. That's just me, though. That's just me, but yeah, they make it feel like that.
They really have shown what that character is capable of, and so this is going to be the telling story right here, is just how well Ending Walker can handle this, because it's like a double-edged sword, right? Obviously, very young player, very young player. So
like 17.
So this pressure could get to him, but at the same time, he might not know any fear.
Yeah, it's we'll see. But that's going to be the story, I think, of today, is like you see the tension, the nerves from a lot of players that weren't dropping stuff in casuals previously. We were talking about that in the dressing room. A lot of these players weren't dropping these combos, but when you sit them up on the stage, we have the trophy rotating in front of their face. It feels different. First match of the group, Stage D. It's going to be Joe Umirogen versus Ross. Let's get it.
All right, and
he's going with the Ryu.
We're going with the Ryu.
He said vanilla, no sprinkles. No sprinkles.
Interesting. Okay, so Juninho Ross pulling out a Ryu here, kind of catching us a little bit by surprise over here. Interesting.
Had to be a mistake right there with the fireball. Top 2 side switch tag. I think the fireball game is fantastic in this matchup. Also gets fireball too as well. It's actually going to keep up with Luke. Almost found a jump in. Here's the activation from Joe.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about how basically Luke is just like the best Shoto in the game right now. And so you're trying to bring the OG Shoto into the house.
Yeah, the new versus the old.
But you know what? Look at this. Juninho Ross, slight line lead, but just getting hit by the V-trigger from a screen away. That's what Luke is going to do. And then the counter hit and combos, and suddenly all of your life is gone.
The activation, EX fireball. Lost range. Ross trying to find out the corner,
for the light punch, but no reaction, unfortunately, from Juninho Ross, and he's actually going to get just not an opportunity to whiff punish that stand light punch. It is a light punch, but it is one of the slower light punches in the game because it moves forward for Luke.
Right. It's an advantage and a disadvantage, but right now looks to go up in the corner, counter hit, nothing after it. The crouch mini kick, stun is rising.
Yeah, it's good corner position right now, but you see that activation right away. And just like that, back throw into the corner. This is where Joe got all of his damage in the corner last time. Oh, but here we go, Juninho Ross breaking up against the shimmy, but he was too far away for the crouching medium kick to connect.
There's the anti-air, reversal for some distance, EX fireball. DP, here's where Joe gets the knockdown. Push him into the corner. This is where Luke can really shine. I mean, he shines anywhere on the screen to get real mean up in that corner position. The medium punch, the buffers, doesn't get the standing heavy kick.
Yeah, a little bit. Standing heavy kick is not a free timing after forward throw in the corner. What a backdash by Juninho Ross there to get the punish, to dodge, and then get the punish. So here we go, 1 round apiece.
This is frantic. And I like how Joe is playing around these fireballs with the jump-ins every so often. He's got to get the timing, it's the rhythm of those fireballs. Get these jump-ins every so often, or the back heavy kick.
Ooh,
there it is.
What a read with that jump over there. Joe Umirogen getting a good chunk of damage there. Juninho Ross is going to spend the meter. Obviously, he's got a 2-bar V-trigger, so still has a chance to build it back. Nice auto-correct DPT, the cross-cut.
Back to mid-screen we go. EX fireball to lock him down just a little bit. Ross, I like him using that V-bar overall, too, as well. Get that V-reversal. You're not really going to use it for trigger that much. I don't think it's going to help out in this matchup too often, but Ross can walk to the corner.
That's definitely an execution error by Juninho. Was probably trying to walk forward, throw a fireball, came out as a DP. And he's trying to get out of there, but again, the cross cut from Joe, not going to let him get away for free. Trying to get this pressure to get one more hit. Doesn't fall for the shimmy, but tries to escape, but gets caught by the V-trigger. And Joe Umirogen is going to take game number 1 with that Luke, so. Man. What is Juninho Ross going to do? What's the character pick here?
I think it's got to be Luke, but he's locked in with the Ryu all the way.
Wow.
This may be his final fight, because just the way that things are operating, look at how much Luke gets off his exchanges. Look how much corner carry, and Ryu doesn't get as much, so continuously. The raw DP uncooked before the season.
Not even an EX DP right there.
That was DP Tartar.
But it's just interesting. I mean, there's something about this match. Maybe there's something about the Luke Mirror match that Juninho Raz does not like, and that's why he's going with this Ryu. I'm not sure. It would be great to pick his brain at some point in time.
I'm sure that Joe has played a lot of the the Luke Mirror matches, but this is done though, and this is done. Oh, the DP too. That's how you know you're feeling it right now.
Must defeat Shang Long to stand a chance.
They're too young for that. They don't know. We're old men.
And now Joe trying to slowly walk Juninho Raz back. That's why I like that EX Fireball in the neutral there. Fight for the screen stage. And now look at this. Juninho Raz slowly trying to get to the corner. Yep, there's the frame trap off of the meaty after the forward throw.
Here's Joe with that fear. So get the side switch. Obviously didn't have trigger for it, but we'll get that corner push. These jump-ins. Absolutely money, but this ain't funny. That could have been it.
Didn't get the confirm. Yeah, he had all the meter. That should have been a. Wow. You know what? If I didn't get the super, I'm just gonna chuck plasma like you can't even imagine, throwing out all those EX fireballs. And the key to this game right here, the reason why Juninho Raz was able to take this game number 2 was that you saw in the first game, every time Joe got all of his damages because he managed to get Juninho into the corner.
Right.
And Juninho this time really fought really hard. That's why I like that EX fireball in the middle of the stage to get the knockdown when he was getting pushed back.
And that switches up your timing too for zoning as well.
Yeah.
Throw out the EX every so often. It's hard for him to get that read on the zoning that we had because we've seen the jump-ins come through. And I'm glad that Joe doesn't go back to the Akuma. We've seen the Akuma at CEO 2021, but he's locking in with this Luke pick, and I think this is the way. He is a Luke player. He is not one that has picked up the character for fair weather. He understands how strong the character is, and he's locked in with this character. No switch with it. He's got to switch up the game plan. That's the way to play here. 1-1, game to game.
And Juninho Raz with a single hit confirmed just to start off into the Tatsu. And again, fighting for this stage presence right now. Corner is such a dangerous place to be in especially in Street Fighter V. What? The combo did not connect.
Unfortunate, but here's that throw though. Knuckle sandwich, EX, activation, dash up, B-shift gets caught. That range that you talked about off that light, being able to catch that defensive tactic right there. Caught up in the corner, the finesse and butt. Oh, the stock up with the V skill. This might put him to rest.
Guess why that happened? Joe got the corner again. He just got the corner position, was able to get, the whip punishes and the shimmies in the corner over there, and he is now at match point.
What a dash into as well. The aggression with Joe's feeling himself when he gets, that momentum. This might all go away though.
Yeah, Juninho Raz now with an opportunity here. That's minus. Juninho just takes it safely with the stand light punch, the 3-framer, and he gets the anti-air, the light DP to give him a little bit more pressure after the anti-air.
Nice reaction with the sweep, EX activation.
Oh,
wait to bait, easy bait up and off the backboard.
And here we are, corner again. Can Juninho Raz fight his way out of here? No, can't make it out, and that was a raw DP.
He's like, I can do it too. You almost through, because this is a one-touch situation. There it is, the shimmy. It's a shimmy, because he's leaving with some points on the board. Joe Umirogen with the first win in Group Stage D.
Yeah, qualifying out of Canada East. Of course, again, a lot of strong players from our neighbors up north over there. And it's awesome to see it once again, the variety of players that we have, the way that Capcom Cup was run this year with players coming from all the different regions, For example, we do have Ren once again here from South Africa. And, I think it's one of the first times we've had a South Africa representative here at Capcom Cup because previous years we didn't have any of the qualifiers in that area, and now we have one. And, can you imagine just like coming out here and representing South Africa for like the first time at Capcom Cup?
It's beautiful. It's that world warriorness, right? That Street Fighter is known for. We see it here, but we're going to be seeing the replay on how Joe Umirogen was able to get that win in the end. To me, it's just that confidence that Joe had back in his hands. Once he had his game plan, the jump-ins were coming hot and heavy. He was steady with these combos and things like that. What Luke needs to do is gain as much as he can off every conversion because that's when he dumps out damage. Outside of that, he's okay, but things like this, look at that damage.
You say he's okay outside of that? Did you just say he's okay?
Besides the buttons.
Saint Cola, ladies and gentlemen, president of the Luke Down players here at Capcom Cup. saying he's okay in neutral.
You know, I got a text from Chris CCH. Yeah, thank you for that 5. I appreciate you. But I will say that, Luke really shines when he has those charge combos, and it's such a grazing sort of, analysis, but that's when things get really powerful for that character. And that's what you see, the more damage. And that, to me, makes that character way more structured than Ryu.
Oh,
that's a tournament character.
Sure,
Luke's a tournament character. Ryu, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, again, going through that replay and stuff, it's a tough one right there because, like I said, in game number 2, Juninho Raz did a really good job keeping himself from the corner. I felt like every time he got put into the corner, a lot of it was just small little mistakes here and there,
They add up
right?
so much, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've been talking. I think I said it's during the LCQ, right? It's like baseball, right? The number of errors is a stat in baseball because they're so significant. And when you play fighting games like that, every mistake that you make is so significant because you just see it, especially in Street Fighter V, where one knockdown can equal just instant death off of 2
One
mix-ups.
confirm can get you Oki and things like that, especially for Luke. We gets off his light button, so you're definitely right about that. But that's also the beauty of fighting games is that these small mistakes, these small moments, just steamroll into so much.
Yeah, and let me tell you right now, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we've seen a lot of drops. The stage is terrifying here. I've told this story many, many times, but it was one of the Street Fighter IV Capcom Cups. It was the one that was up north in Northern California. I forgot what the venue name was, but it was the 2-tiered one with like the balcony seats and everything like that.
Yeah.
And PR Rog, who had been winning tournaments after tournaments, it's just like, I'm a veteran of the scene,
easy
whatever
work,
like that.
easy work.
He came out on the stage and he said he saw the audience like on the balcony and on the floor, and he was like, yo, I got nervous, And even the most seasoned players, they come out here, and when the lights are on, when you're on the stage, like you said, when the trophy is there, it's the nerves,
Sitting
man.
right in front of you.
Nerves.
All right. I mean, we'll see who's nervous between these two players, Rin and M-Lizard. I want to give a quick shout out first to Naruto. RSA wasn't able to come through, unfortunately had travel issues. Rin stepping in was able to get second place, so he's going to be representing his region. M-Lizard, we've seen this cat for a long time, for a lot of tournaments, been doing a lot of work on the online scene recently too as well, and obviously did enough work to get out here with that Vega play.
Yeah, and again, now that Ren is coming up here, it's like I said, to me, it warms my heart so much to see a player like Ren be able to come out here and represent South Africa. I saw him in the player room downstairs, and he just immediately walked up and he was like, I want to introduce myself. I'm Ren from South Africa.
He's such a nice dude.
Dude, I mean, can you imagine coming out here to the United States to play in Capcom Cup in front of the big stream, the big audience, and everything here, You
got to be a cold-blooded killer, though. You can shake hands with people, but when the hands on the sticks, it's going to be hands on the man. First match between these two, let's get it.
Yeah, and M-Lizard, of course, from South Korea, a very, very strong Vega player. I know he commands a lot of respect from a lot of the players from Korea. And what's interesting here is that Ren is a Ken player, but he has a pocket of Buki here, and that's what he decides to bring out versus Vega.
I think Vega does make Shoto's kind of nervous. The clawed addition definitely is painful. And you have these aerial approaches with the EX Kunai and things like that that will help out against a character that can't traditionally anti-it. But on the ground, M-Lizard is ruling. Gets the first win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking what's happening here. So, like, Ken, for example, the range is going to be a little bit tough fighting against Claw, right, against Vega. And so, obviously Ibuki doesn't have tremendous range either, but she has the mix-up. If you get Vega down, you can just basically delete him with some nice V-trigger sequences, and maybe that's what Ren is counting on. But we got a bad... Oh, no, that's a free punish. There we go. Nice.
VP knocked down. M-Lizard still in the lead. He's the activation. The reversal out of that situation. Nice check. Gets the Fierce. And this should be an end of the super to seal it.
Yeah, that was so smart by M-Lizard. He not only did he use the V reversal to move backwards, and then he backdashed afterwards, and then you saw the shuriken just absolutely
gone.
Just like was deleted from the equation. That shows the little matchup knowledge right there that M-Lizard's like, no, I just V reversal with my kicks, backdash, and now all of a sudden we're just back to neutral. I don't even have to worry about the return of the shuriken.
I like that matchup also because that's something that if you don't know, maybe like that your V reversal isn't the best in the business. You know that your V reversal, like Vega's V reversal is very terrible, especially up in the corner. And I like that he knows that mid-screen I can't escape that option, and I can, take back my turn and stay solid, especially that V trigger being buffed this season. So for good reason, Blizzard takes the first game pretty dominantly. Let's see if Ren switches over to the Ken.
I also like that, some intentional stage picking here.
Ooh. Yo, go to Flimo Tagger. No, actually, you can't do that. Don't do that.
Dude,
Oh, let's go!
Sometimes people feel comfortable in certain stages. True story, I was playing at a tournament one time in Street Fighter 4. I always went to a specific stage, and I went there and picked it. My opponent was like, no, go back and random select.
No.
And I was like, yo, okay.
I see the fire in your eyes. Nah, you're getting buffed.
I was like, yo, okay,
there are players that get buffed from their costumes, so it makes sense with the stage.
Hey, I beat him anyway.
Oh,
But
you
know,
beat him.
I'm just saying.
If you're the one that got that beating by James Chen, I want you to tweet it out and let me know who you are and that you cheated. All right, let's see if the Ken pick is the one to do it.
Yeah, this is his main. This is Ren's main here. But again, you know, see if he can handle the range of buttons right here. He does get the jump in. Vega's pretty hard to jump in on, and it's very easy to get crush countered by that heavy kick as an anti-air.
Yeah, you do have the X-Tatsu, though. That is another approach that you can play with. And I do think that, you know, you have to be careful with these fireballs at the same time, though, because they leave your hand out a little bit further. You know, Ryu can probably play the fireball game a lot better, but the EX bar at the bottom means you can't fireball in general. Here's a confirmed DP call from the corner. This is where Ken works. See me in my office.
Yeah, Ken tried to steal a turn right there with the dash after the forward throw. Not a true meaty sequence there. You are minus. Oh, there's the EX Tatsu, like you said, and he's getting in. The EX Air Tatsu.
EX now, the medium gets a confirm and a side switch, that V-trigger used for the escape option, more than damage.
Hitting buttons, but then he went for too many right there, and so after the two crouching lights, no combos, and now you see M Lizard. You can't throw a fireball either because there's going to be a,
there's going to be chip, no dip.
Wow.
Dorito Cheetos or Fritos, that's it. M Lizard on set point, the Ken pick.
That's an interesting one. He had such a life lead. I don't know if it was necessary, but I think what he's doing right now is trying to damage Ren as mentally as much as possible.
So this is to dominate.
Yeah, you take that win saying basically, I don't need the meter to beat you this last round.
But is this a bait on the meter, though, from Ren? Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, back to neutral, looking for that medium kick. Does get the lion breaker. Heavy kick, that's Oki. Yes, sir, can't be pressing buttons.
There we
my
go.
friend.
And like I said, without a lot of meter, he doesn't have a lot of resources. He's got almost 2 bars now. He does have the 2 bars. Here we go. But the trade, that's a great trade for M Lizard. He might have been dead, close to dead.
Had him up in the corner, but Ren escapes. Finds the exit sign. Backs away, no punish, though in play. And Ren sitting on that feed trigger, but the whip gets hit. The standing heavy kick. Too far out. Too long out.
And now M Lizard can kill with one combo into super right now. He has built all of his meter back.
Please don't throw a dang fireball.
And
oh my God, I just said, don't throw a fireball.
There it is. And like, it's so dangerous to throw a fireball at that range, especially M Lizard being so aware and so ready to go. And you see it right there. M Lizard, once again, from South Korea, coming in and taking it over Ren. And again, you know, obviously Ren has got to be feeling a lot of nerves here playing.
Of course.
But that's the beautiful thing about this round robin format. You will have a bunch more matches to play. Every player plays 5 matches in this pool, except for Group H, which everyone plays 4 matches.
Get that later. But either way, I would like to see Ren maybe play Ken later on. You know, as you mentioned, more time to play. I'd like to see more of that Ken. I do think the Ibuki wasn't the worst pick, but there's, you know, you're close to Japan, so you can practice against some of these Ibuki players. Heavy Aura, for one thing, is definitely out there and very active, very strong with that Ibuki pick, so I'm sure that Blizzard has probably run in with a decent enough connection to that person and played and prepared for that matchup. So I'm wondering if the Ken might have been a better play. Also, looked like Ren was really, you know, nervous, as you pointed out. Throwing out fireballs against that matchup is already a bad idea when there's bar at the bottom. EX roll could have also clipped 2 as well, a lot of ranges, so you have to be very careful in that matchup throwing out the pokes out of the fireballs of Ken.
But I still want all the guys from all the people from South Africa watching this right now, definitely cheer on your boy Ren. I want to see some South African pride.
Send that energy.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
and
I'm
speaking of energy, you're knocking down some Red Bulls over here.
I got some wings.
Not knocking down the Red Bulls the correct way.
Yeah. This could have been bad, but we're gonna have some more good action for you coming through this group stage. We've been talking about how we have Ending Walker, we have Jotami Rogan, we have all this variety in terms of players and characters too as well. Yes, there are a lot of Lukes, but we got to see the Ibuki, we got to see a Ken, and a Vega. Who could have thought Vega would reach that? And a Ryu, my bad, I forgot the vanilla man with no sprinkles out here, definitely doing some work, and we might be seeing some more work. And I think that as these group stages go on, they start figuring out how to play. But however, Both of these players have been through the mud for a little bit. Ending Walker, we've seen him take down people at UFA, the likes of Punk and other players in play, and like Valmaster and such. We've seen him get, what was it, third at Versus Fighting X. That was his first offline tournament. Bravery's been on the scene too as well in Singapore. We've seen him at Intel World Open working. So these players, obviously they're new maybe to this kind of stage right here, but they're not new to the tournament scene.
Oh yeah, and you know, Ending Walker is the story here, right? I'm talking to a lot of the other players and commentators and stuff. A lot of people are picking Ending Walker as, you know, if you're gonna pick like 5 players who have the chance to win this thing completely. Right. Ending Walker is right up there, and honestly, this is his first fighting game. He's barely been playing fighting games for that long. What is he? He's like 6 years old or something like that.
Yeah, he was like really young, like losing 9 when he started playing 10. I don't know. Ending Walker family, correct me with that, but you know, he is that young gun, but he has been doing a lot of work. And when I say that he's new, or not so new, I should say, it's because he's been playing in Salt Mine for so long that he's been so dominant. Yeah. Dang near every week, it's Ending Walker wins. Ending Walker wins. Kind of tiresome to see, I ain't gonna lie.
And it really kind of came out of nowhere, right? Because, you know, you obviously you're saying like, oh, Problem X is gonna win. You know, Phil's has been doing super well.
Infectious in them, right? They were the first run.
And then all of a sudden, Ending Walker started winning everywhere and constantly. And so, like I said, so much of fighting games, so much of tournaments. You know, we've already talked about the nerves and stuff like that, but so much of fighting games, like way more than you think, is about your mental strength coming in here and being able to survive the moment, right? Yeah. So this is, you know, Ending Walker went to UFA and he won his first offline tournament and he walked away like he was like, that's it. He didn't realize
he's like,
there was like,
anybody? You want casual?
Because like when you win at home online, you're just like, I'm done. Turn off the game. Go eat some lunch. And so like he wasn't like sticking around for the award ceremony and stuff.
Nah, he was chilling.
Not used to a lot of this. So let's see how he can actually handle playing in the situation. And Bravery here already coming in and trying to assert himself here. Now, Ending Walker probably has experience against Hurricane.
Right. But for someone that is this aggressive, like look at this. Fierce gets a hooligan side switch here. Bravery is definitely different when it comes to aggression. I feel like, you know, Hurricane's a mix of everything. Bravery, well, it's foot on the gas. He may not pass the entire time. Stuns rising, activation, dive kick, plus frames. Ending Walker forced to block the air right there, the jump back jab. It lands the EX.
There's that buff right there. Just getting the follow-up. Oh, just clip. That's actually good for Ending Walker. That was really high up. I almost thought that was going to be punishable. Too far away. A trade, and now we're down to nothing here. One more hit for the mix. Chases down the V reversal. Bravery taking first round. We've obviously been talking a lot about Ending Walker, but, you know, obviously the Singapore crew over here, they're all so strong. They're all so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's online versus they've been playing every single week. Chelsea Chien putting that on. There's an impact right there. We want to see more of that from like Ending Walker. EXDP was a goon to a goblin.
Yeah, again, Bravery qualified via the World Warrior, but, you know, so did Ending Walker, right?
True.
So, you know, that definitely doesn't mean just because you didn't win CPT online that you're not as strong, because these players are strong. But look at this defense from Ending Walker now. And I love this idea that he's using the air-to-air to stop Cammy, because Cammy, her biggest strength obviously is the dive kick. You can throw off a lot of anti-air timings by the delay of the dive kick or not doing the dive kick at all. You have to deal with 2 different timings. But the jump backwards light punch will work for both timings, and even if you don't hit her, you kind of get away unless the Cammy is ready.
Yeah, I don't know what Bravery can do. Maybe, I don't want to say raw spiral arrow, that might get clipped, but here's the EX in the corner carry. I do like, again, as you said, that defense that we see, that race the bar school on the side of Bravery. Oh, my man's counting. My man's ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. He's like, get free, the big jump, and that's the win. Ending Walker bringing it back and disallowing the mix that Cammy has. And the mix is literally these jump ins. You know, that said it right. It's dive kick, it's jump, heavy kick, jump, fierce, empty low. He's avoiding all those. Ending Walker with the first win.
Every person watching who hates Ed is so mad right now. They're so mad. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
But it's Ending Walker himself. You can find a regular Ed, and they're not going to be doing the same things that he does. He's acclimating. They're not going to have the same sort of tech or the jump back jabs, and now gets a counter hit.
Oh my goodness, and close to stun. Wow! Wake up throw from Bravery might have even been a tech. Maybe Ending Walker was trying to go for the shimmy, didn't get back far enough. Here goes the chance for Bravery now. He still has part of that feature. Wake up, jumping light punch.
The forward one does not look like it's always the best option here, but he still gets out of that corner. King tries to answer back with the Fireball EX for the plus frames. Bravery back in.
Yeah, minus. Ending Walker taking the frames. Finally stopping the jump from Bravery over here. And now just needs one more hit. However, Bravery sitting on some meter. Oh, but again, the reactions from Ending Walker are ridiculous.
Can we get a counter every time that Bravery jumps? It's got to be quite a bit. I think something that Brandon had told me about Bravery is he loves taking the skies, and he had counted out when he was playing. He was like, if I just count to 3, he'll jump every single time. Bravery with the anti-space out the DP.
The total read on the jump going with the crouching B skill. Oh, and the shimmy now gets the the end. He caught him with the classic.
Ending Walker, you absolute demon. You absolute demon for that one. What a statement. The EXDP, the way that he has taken down Battlemaster in UFA, he's not playing that way out here too as well at Capcom Cup. We were talking about the nerves. I don't see him.
Dude, he is playing like he plays every single day right now. And you know,
it's rank match.
And what is it with these Ed players that love to just walk up to your face and EX Psycho, Psycho upper?
It's him though. It's Ending Walker started this. Now every time I play on rank, it's all you doing it. You're not Ending Walker, so please stop. I'm tired of getting hit with EXDP,
But you know what? There was a clip of him using another character, and I think he did that to Mr. Crimson. And was like, yeah, I can do it with any character. Okay,
he does have a lot of characters, but that leads to how good Ending Walker is as a player. He has played with multiple characters. He's won tournaments with other characters. He has a Zeku, a Cody. All of them are pretty top shelf already, and he only spends like 2 or 3 months on them, and it's just incredible. He's a genius. Like, he's actually a genius.
Yeah,
literally a genius. He finished school early.
It's a great indication, again, like you said, of the lack of nerves, of how much this moment is not getting to him, because him just walking up and doing his thing and going for the meaty EXDP, you know, you do things when you play ranked online at smaller tournaments or whatever, and you're just like, haha, but like when you're in this situation where you're, like you said, it's like there's $300,000 on the line here in this tournament. That's a lot of money that you can win. And if you know that there's that much money on the line and you're still walking up to someone and just being like, hey, touch a button, touch a button, and then EX Psycho upper, there are no nerves on this kid at all now.
That's what I wanted to see most of all in terms of Ending Walker. But we're going to see more of these players right here. M-Lizard coming back up to the bat, this time against Joe Rogan. And I have a little fact to it, because I talked to Chrissy CH on the stream a little bit. I was talking about that matchup. He believes that matchup is slightly in favor of Claw, because of the fact that when he's got Claw, it's hard for Luke to do much. Looking for back heavy kick or fierce, but those buttons are not going to be as continuous as standing medium punch like the Claw. Now, when the Claw is off, it's a 7-3. Yeah, it's like real nasty. So Joe's game plan should be to get the Claw off as much as possible. Fireballs continuously are going to be a big pain point too as well. If you're blocking, the Claw health dwindles down. So if you're Joe, you're looking to continuously put pressure on to make that Claw get off.
Yeah. Again, you know, it's very similar. Luke is kind of like the current version of the Karen and the Camis from before. It's these characters that are really oppressive, kind of in that neutral with really good buttons. But if you can find a character that outranges them, you can kind of take away a little bit of their strength.
A little bit.
So, a little bit. So again,
practice before someone clips us and says, well, actually, Luke is the most powerful character in the game. Shut up. Anyway, we're back in this match soon. I'm curious to see what I'm sure Joe has practice with the likes of, like, you know, Metro M. You know, shout out to the East Coast. I mean, he's played Battle for the Bruce Lee, NLBC also. He's had great results out there too as well at those online tournaments. The online local, wherever he can play, he will play. So I'm sure he's had that practice with like some Metro M and a few other Vegas that we have too as well. I don't know if he played Arliet this week, but he's prepared for this matchup. M-Lizard, I mean, you play Luke. You go run into Luke when you play ranked. I'm sure there's many Luke players out there. Also, obviously, NL, I'm sure he's got practice on that side. So I'm sure they're going to be very stratified in this match.
I mean, again, you know, what's interesting is that you look at all the Capcom Cup winners, and probably Gotcha-kun is the closest to the top tier, current meta's top tier winning a Capcom Cup, right? Because, you know, again, the problem is whenever you are the current meta, everyone knows how to fight you.
Right.
And so that's what I'm expecting to see here. I don't think M-Lizard is going to get caught off guard by anything.
Definitely different styles compared to like the Metro M. I think M-Lizard again is a little more aggressive. I think Metro M's like more neutral heavy, but M-Lizard's got more tricks. Finds a whip, gets hit off the fierce, gets a knockdown. Well, we keep it meaty, no vegan.
And one of the nice things about what I saw from Joe to start out, unfortunately he's dizzy here, he went with the fireballs to make up for the lack of range and then turned that into being a little more aggressive. But then M-Lizard got the knockdown and then just basically said, you know what, I'm just going to mix you up.
There's a knockdown off the V trigger. But all it takes is one jab. A dab will do you through. M-Lizard with the first W. Looking fantastic. Again, in claw, you see how difficult it is to be able to strike back. Plus that fear is doing a lot of damage too as well.
Right, and so there we go. You see, back to that light fireball. It's going to be one of his best range pokes at this mid-screen space over here.
Also, the stand fierce is hard for Luke to punish. I've asked a lot of Luke players, they're like, bro, I don't know what to do. Standing medium punch, don't get through. But Joe with the conversion off the crouch medium kick, right knuckle right after.
Yeah, gonna need these single hit confirms. They're one of the key strategies, and there we go with the shimmy, but doesn't get the dizzy, the forward throw, still not enough. But there we go. Okay, Joe should be able to take this if he spends, actually, he doesn't, never mind.
It's Luke. It's Luke. He don't need bar to go far. Yeah. It's Luke, but I like that he stays optimal because it saves his bar that's not going down, and those EX fireballs could switch up the pace that, you know, how things are going to be playing right now. Hard for M-Lizard to kind of make a read on these fireballs when you have that EX bar flash in front of your face.
All right, nice dash up right here. M-Lizard trying to close up the space a little bit. Gets the shimmy of his own here, and now the corner position. How does Joe get out of the situation? That wasn't even a shimmy. That was just a frame trap right there. Gonna get some good damage here.
One more hit will do. He's got the bar at the bottom. Might just saw that shit.
Yeah, you got a V reversal, but again, this is a very common strategy we see from people. Obviously, Joe Umarogan had the meter for the V reversal. He was just a little late on that, but again, you do that sequence because you force them into the V reversal. Now they have no life to ever gain any trigger back. And the comeback mechanic is now taken away. So M-Lizard was like, go ahead.
Do it.
V
I wish you would. Yeah.
V reversal.
Lose that fantastic V trigger that you have. I don't have to worry about that. And it's only one thing to do with claw. I'll make it fall. This is game point possibly for M-Lizard. If he could take it, it'll be over here for Joe in this group stage today.
Yeah, interestingly enough, all 6 players in this group here qualified from their World Warriors. So, again, the World Warriors were year-long events. It's like a month after month.
It's like 5 months
building up
plus the
points.
finals.
Yeah, and then you had to win the finals. So, arguably, a lot of the World Warrior players actually took the more difficult road to qualify here, and are might even be considered stronger for it.
Yeah, it's kind of honoring consistency. Nice. We get the crouch medium kick in the DP ender right there, caught up in the corner. And so we can harass with back medium punch. Or it keeps that distance. Nice. Dash under DP.
Oh, jump backwards. I could have swore he was going to try to chase down. Might have been a little bit of an execution error, but unfortunately, that does put himself in the corner. M-Lizard's going to dash to avoid the cross-up, but he just traps himself now into the corner a little bit more. Faking wall jumps.
Nice whip punish. And this is good. 7-3 matchup. Counter hit, almost hit. There it is, off the crouching medium punch. And that corner pressure is so nasty from Luke. You're worried about back medium punch versus plus, standing heavy kick on wake up and things like that. The EX fireball frame traps. He's a difficult character to deal with.
All right, fishing with that forward heavy punch, safe on block, links into the standing light punch on hit at just about every distance.
M-Lizard's keeping his distance too as well. Negative things, but no.
That was a misconfirm because M-Lizard crouched at the last second, but he just let go of the stick after blocking crouch medium kick and got hit.
Speaking of the hit, his V-trigger gets the side switch. This is good. The V-trigger used with that escape option.
Oh no, that's going to be a punish.
Oh, that was super close.
Too close range for that. Back to this neutral over here. Oh, no whip punish this time from M-Lizard. Still trying to play this neutral game over here.
Calls off.
Oh, he went for it. He went for the command grab. He's actually going to get the hit, though. Now the question is, how much meter is he willing to spend to be able to try to finish this round off?
I'm spending every dime. Every dime. Ooh! Goes to the air right there for the activation. Bad situation. Don't throw out the fireball. Just don't do it. And that's something that, we've seen as a change for this character. The V trigger, being able to let that fly, that means you cannot let the fireballs fly. The side switch here, M-Lizard back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, an execution error from Joe Umarogan. Pretty sure he didn't mean to DP right there. All right, activation very early on, 83 seconds into a V-trigger activation. So Joe needs a comeback here. Of course, he is down 0-1 right now. If he does not win this, he racks up a loss for himself.
Back throw. Into the corner you go. Another throw. See if he changes it up. He's going to go for more meaty. Left throws, I should say.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was an air hit, so he's not going to get out of that. He did lose the claw. He's got a lot of meter here.
Let's it rock. The
Both of them now, one hit away. They've got so much meter, super meter. Any hit, I love that forward dash out of there. Crouching mini kick, not confirmed, but the back throw is gonna connect. Joe Umarogan does tie it up, 1-1.
Joe coming back from the brink. I like this, and I like that he's getting a lot more aggressive with the fireballs. I think that's helping him be able to stick in these buttons that he wasn't able to before. And now you see the claw fall off, which Lizard has been struggling with. He's like, oh, great, okay, I don't have that fantastic neutral. I don't have that forward fierce that you can't really deal with. It's looking a little peak right here. Joe Umarogan, can he seal the deal?
Yep, that's punishable. Nice. Good reaction right there from Lizard. Bad confirmed from Joe. Jump, just try to stay away. Lizard's reaction, the forward dash under the jump has been so consistent. Unfortunately, it does put him in some corner positions like he is right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because as we talked about, Mega doesn't have the best defense in the game, especially if it's that corner. Fear Reversal just kind of keeps you there. Has to find a way out.
Uh-oh, the crush counter, you're knocked down here. What's Joe's options here? Okay, yeah, not gonna let him get out, but and then just goes for the cross-up to try to keep this corner position, but they're essentially back to the middle of the screen.
Layers here from Joe. Puts him in the corner, needs to finish off the job though. Air-to-air jump meeting kick from Lizard.
No forward dash this time. No
forward. That out.
Again!
And I showed you this. The jump in goes for the EX Azuna drop.
And he got
nasty decision.
Yeah, he got the surprise jump against Joe, and he went for the jumping light kick to cause as little hit stun, block stun as possible, because you're surprised at the jump, so you're gonna block.
You're right.
Kind of go into this defensive mindset, so he said, you know what, light attack, slow block stun, command throw. Beautiful read right there. He tried another crazy read.
Yeah, if he went for the low one, he would have caught that, but still, Lizard, still on set point right here. Joe not done yet, caught up in the corner, that forward fierce trying to catch a preemptive fireball.
Here we go, tried to go for the shimmy right there, not gonna connect. And now Joe has the corner. This is so important of a position, not easy to time that heavy kick afterwards to make sure that it is plus.
Picture perfect. See right there, was able to get the counter hit. Back in the corner you go. West to east, can Joe seize the block?
Out of there. That's all he wanted to do was get out of the corner. Didn't care about anything else here. And now look at this, both of them pretty equal in life right now. But Joe now taking the lead. He's gonna get some, no! The two light punches into nothing.
A lot more. We'll get the hit right here. EXDP, one more hit, we'll steal it.
But look at this meter. Look,
oh, the
that was
mistake!
an accident.
Oh! The crouch jab to save the day.
It was too far. He missed with the command throw.
You know where we're at. Final game. Final round.
Here we go. A little bit of errors from both players there at the end. Again, falling a little bit to the moment, perhaps.
Those nerves, we talked about that. We'd all be nervous. But someone who's able to stay solid, stay stable, sturdy. No anti-air though for Joe.
Yeah. Again, just mental set. What? Jet through there, but it wasn't close enough for the punish. And there you go, the frame trap with the ace right there. Hitting a button, getting the counter hit.
Punish.
Yeah.
I liked off the light.
Standing heavy punch minus on hit block, so got the punish. Oh no, no, not fast enough. Oh, he was trying to sneak something in there. Look at this damage. Mega can dish it out nowadays.
No confirm. The area right there. And was it with one touch? The fireball to make it fall.
Gotta be so careful at this point.
One good hit.
Oh,
so hard to anti with this character.
No anti-air. The free jump in from Joe. Not the single hit confirmed. He didn't get the follow-up. Okay, trying to find a surprise slide. Didn't get it. Look at this. I think Lizard is a little nervous, but the air-to-air is finally gonna take it. And yeah, you see the Lizard right there?
Yeah.
You know what he did? He did the FGC head tilt. He did the FGC head tilt. You know, you see everyone do it. After a match is over, they're always like, ah.
even when they do something good or they make a mistake and they kind of clean it up, they still do the ah. Yeah. But that's why I love these offline events, this offline Capcom Cup. To be able to see these players, their emotions in person, it is absolutely beautiful. And so was that match as well. Wizard, how he was dealing with the fireballs was absolutely great. We saw the V-trigger holding on for that exact option. And also, I love his call play overall. He knew that was the way to play against Luke, outraging this character, but he did go on claw for the command grabs too as well.
And it was, again, Joe, he had been on point with those single hit crouching medium kick confirms, and then we saw a little bit at the very end. He didn't get it when he really needed it, because that would have been the key for that neutral jump right there, where he was about to land on the Sand Blaster, and then he was like, air rose, great reaction. I thought he was dead, but that was such a beautiful reaction right there. So.
Yeah, you know, that a lot of dominance, but I feel like there's some errors from Joe that, you know, no anti-airs that we typically would see from as the rounds were going down. And also, you know, that EXDP, you try to get wild, not mild.
Yeah.
Probably not the best time to do it, but you do have a lot of games to play throughout the entire week. There's still 3 days total of group stage events, so you do have time to make mistakes like this or do something different to kind of get in their head a little bit, but not a lot of time. You want to have as many points to stay fine.
And it's interesting, too, because knowing that we're in an environment like this, where we're playing at Capcom Cup, changes how you would expect people's reactions to play. Like, if we were playing a ranked online and you did an EX move that was safe and then you busted out that EXDP, it's because a lot of time people at home are playing calm and they're like, oh, he's minus, let me hit the button. And Blizzard might have even been a little bit nervous and like blocking, like, oh my god, I blocked at the last second.
I know what Luke does. Please don't hit me, please, please.
Yeah, and he's like scared to touch buttons and stuff.
Right.
It's really interesting how many different little factors come into the actual play of fighting games, you know?
Like, it's not stupid that Joe did that because he did it for a reason to catch people, you know, off guard, but, you know, sometimes you make the wrong mistake, wrong decision. Right here, we decided that Bravery and Rin are going to go at each other. Again, I'd like to see, in my opinion, the Ken pick from, you know, Rin. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see that Ken work because I think that's a fantastic matchup against the likes of Cammy. However, Bravery, when I watch him play, we talk about people being uncomfortable. I think Bravery was so, you know, headstrong in that game plan of jumping continuously. Even though he's got challenge to check, I want to see those nerves calm down a little bit and see him switch up his game plan. I want to see that grounded game plan, that grounded sort of play from him with that Cammy.
Yeah, and again, you know, obviously, you know, we're supposed to be completely neutral, unbiased here and everything, but, you know, seeing once again, Ren on the stage here, I would love to see him get a game in here, maybe even just take the entire set here, because I would be so excited to have the South African players see their boy here do some work. But Bravery right now starting off really strong against Ren, and this is a tough situation right now. But here we go, this corner, he's got the corner now. This is dangerous. +1 on that EX Fireball. Plus on that, and Ren trying to hit a button.
Bar, toxic positivity right here. Looking for that fear is confirmed. Ren caught in the corner. No back throw, just a normal throw.
I like the throw, and here we go to confirm. He goes for the full hit right there, so no more V. Oh no, he drops
the Tatsu TP.
Drops the combo afterwards. That could have tied it up at this point. Just barely got him on the shins. What a TP!
Ooh, there you go. EX, right back to him. Play with the thanks too.
Okay.
Trying to find an opening with the EX Fireball. EX Tatsu getting a little bit pensive here.
Got him, but doesn't have any way to extend that any further. No TP! And what a tech! The Fireball clip! I can't believe it! Oh, but then just a dash up, crouching medium kick. Ren trying to walk backwards, get away from this, you know, build some distance. Got caught low.
I will say the Ren, those EPs against the dot kicks, that's what you want to see. That's like that heat that you want to see from a player. So you know they're locked in. EXDP though from Bravery, more grounded play. We just talked about that. We see him go to the air quite a bit, but I like this grounded approach every so often. Here's the walk-up throw, chiropractor standing heavy kick.
Ooh, a
the dive kick. Yeah.
But here we go. Let's see if this combo doesn't drop this time. There you go. Gets the DP follow-up. Doesn't go for the full V trigger, so he has saved a little bit here. Too far away. Yeah, she doesn't go that far.
Does it again get outside that corner position? Still though. Gotta be careful, a lot of gray life.
Oh, he tried to go for the throw because last time went for the button, but a nice jump back from Ren.
Careful those fireballs, get too close, punishable. EX dive kick.
I think Cammy was plus on that EX dive kick, but Ren going for the DP. He still has his trigger, by the way.
Oh, and he's gonna use it. He said, I got you, James. I got you. Don't worry about it. Saves that bar for the next round going down. That could be super at any point to lead into Oki or to close things out. And the EX bar has been utilized to, you know, keep the frame traps going. EX Fireball up in the corner with the after Lion Breaker.
And again, you know, at the end of the first round, remember, he did the crouching medium kick Fireball. He didn't have the trigger to extend that. The last round, he did. So it's probably the reason why he decided not to go for the full powered up V trigger the first time this time.
Very smart. Text the back throw. Does not want to let that happen to him. Go up in the corner, that's where Ken was really able to work. Here's the throw. Another one. They say take the throw, but the damage is adding up. Nice challenge.
the check, and let's see, yep, he just does the small one again. So now he has another hit confirm available to himself. Bravery hasn't activated that V trigger yet. He's looking for the hit. Watch out for the crouch heavy punch.
Backs away, so he get the punish. Unfortunate. Bravery, the drop, but cleans up with the V trigger activation of the crouch fears. Area right there.
Bravery, I think, thought that was going to be a crush counter. Oh! Not enough to kill, but one hit in the super. Oh, he walks up and throws.
The confidence. There's the confirm and the finish.
Red from South Africa is on the board here, taking one game off of Bravery from Singapore.
However, I don't think that Bravery's too far off in terms of how this round is going down. These matches are going down. I like the fact that, you know, he's a lot more grounded with his approach. He's better, you know, if he gets challenged and checked with the dive kicks, he takes off the table for a little bit. Maybe not always so often, but enough where it's hold up. The Seth.
Wait a second.
SCG, my bad. Is that you? Is that you? I feel like Singapore definitely had a lot of Seth with the likes of, you know, I mean, dang near everybody. Sheehan obviously popularized that character. I do remember Bravery playing this character for a little bit. And I've seen him kind of go back and forth on CFN a while ago.
Yeah, this Seth is not in my notes. I'll tell you that right now.
Yo, Brent, you feeling the type of way. I like that. I like that energy. Let's go.
Plus frames on that heavy spin kick.
This is a hard matchup, though. Anything that's -4 or more, that's a heavy punch TP easily.
But obviously spacing it out just to keep yourself safe. A little too far right there. Here go Ren is going to get the combo over here. Bravery gets out there. Nice confirm. He saw the hit, so he didn't actually he didn't have the beater. He just went raw in for that crouching heavy punch. Never mind. He did it again.
Oh my God.
You are a madman.
Absolute demon right here. Could get punished and killed for it. Now it's off in the corner. And you see the V trigger one. No mix with it. Just hitting heavy.
Gonna save a little bit of that. Oh no! I think Red tried to walk under, but then on the drop combo.
What's going on?
But Bravery is gonna get it. He's gonna be able to seal this off. Okay.
I look back, but it looked like Red just kind of stopped playing there for a little bit. Maybe thought the combo was coming, but either way, Bravery takes a round.
All right. So the Seth pick working. Beautiful DP. Minus frames right there.
Inconsistency. Wasn't able to get the second hit of the medium kick. Unfortunate. Caught up in the corner, no cross-up DP. Ren has him in the corner. Can he keep him there?
Second time, Ren has just jumped out of the corner. Yeah, he tried to punish there a little too far. Like you said, that 4-frame reach right there.
Spaced it out correctly. No anti-air here from Ren. Bravery small and blood. Plus the tech. Ren does have V-bar at the bottom. He's going to use it right here.
He got him. And he does go for the full damage right here. No, that was supposed to be a dragon punch. An execution error there, unfortunately for Ren, is going to cost him this game.
Yeah. But that feature, as we point out, coming in the clutch for the anti-airs.
Dude, can we turn this to an all-Cien match? Is he going to go with the Ibuki?
Going to go with the Ibuki? Oh, man. I'll show up in the crowd being like, these are my characters.
No, but see, that I think would probably be a bad choice because Bravery's probably played against Cien a bunch of times.
A million times.
Yeah, so I would stick with the Ken if I was Ren at this point. That last round, obviously, a big, massive error right there. But
mistakes.
Like we said, those mistakes. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not a matchup thing. It's a nerves thing. It's a drops on Ren's side of things.
I have experienced that so many times where you see that situation and your brain decides to do 3 different things and it all ends up as the wrong option.
Right. Okay, that one worked up close enough.
That time it hit. 3-frame was able to catch it fast enough. Wow.
The buffer, gotta have those as Ken. And they confirms. Almost the end. One more touch right here. EXDP. Would have died either way. Now he gets to play with the feature activation.
Oh, you got the hit. You're touching buttons. What are you doing, Ren? What are you doing? Look at this damage. And now maybe just one mix-up away from taking it. Safe. Plus, actually, I should say.
V-reversal. Oh. Push up in the corner. V-reversal. DP goes for the chip. No dip. That's it.
That was such a smart play. That V-reversal doesn't knock down. You get the hit, and then Bravery's not even thinking about it at that point in time. You get in there with the chip damage. Ren, match point.
That's a good V-reversal. Yes, it's in. Sizable situation. Catch the throw, though. See Bravery trying to bait on a DP, push up the jump ins, making it really difficult to deal with.
All right, Bravery now in control of the situation. Trying to do this for Singapore here. Doesn't DP the Tatsu, but doesn't try to take a turn afterwards either.
Whip punish too as well for Ren. Oh, he's trying to slide, get to the fly with the activation too. Crush, jump, light kick, that was ambiguous. Hard to deal with.
And he's still got a little bit more of that trigger. There it is. Gets the hit. Is going to be able to confirm it. Guess what? Again, another final game, final round here between Bravery of Singapore and Ren from South Africa. Let's go.
Ren waking up a Bravery. Back in business with the Seth. Can he do it? No anti-air. It's so hard because you're so worried about the dive kicks. They might whip. Oh, but the DP gets the hit, the knockdown up in the corner. Anti-air the same heavy hit this time.
No, so Ren has gotten out of the corner many times with the raw jump in right there. You saw Bravery this time reading it, had the heavy kick to stop it. Oh, yep, still in range.
Too close. I guess hold your breath.
And now you got to watch out for the air approach because it's got that V-trigger 2 ready, does Red.
Oh,
too far away, too far
away.
away.
Kick though. He's got the Hekatakuris.
Oh, no V-trigger 2 activation on that neutral jump, but he has the corner position here. Again, safe. He V-shifts out of there, doesn't want to deal with the throw strike mix-up.
And Bravery does have the lead, so not the worst V-shift in the world.
No,
oh,
an air. That's huge, but Ren chooses not to spend any of those resources in that situation.
Maybe he wants to make sure that...
Wait, that's too far away! That's too far away!
Bravery! Because the DP, that's enough to kill! Bravery will take it with the set pick to do it!
Oh, Ren, he backdashed. He saw that, and I know that Shinryuken has deceptive horizontal range, but not that deceptive. And it was a little too far. He should have... Oh, that's so brutal. Oh, that's so brutal. But again, well played by Ren, taking it to the final game, final round.
Very
Great job to him.
Right, but Bravery, though, better on the ground with this character. Way more confident, I think, on the ground. Obviously, the dive kick switch up where he is coming through in the aerial approach, too, as well. It baits out the DPs continuously, making Ren maybe more pensive to anti-air like that. But, however, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a set like that still. I was not familiar with your game. My bad. Bravery still wasn't too bad with the Cammy, but I feel like when he switched the set, it just flicked the switch in his mind.
Right. And again, I apologize to all the Singapore players out there. I'm sounding so sad for Ren over here. Obviously, really happy for Bravery here, but again, it's just we're in that position, of course, where Ren from South Africa is the first time we got an African player in CBT. Very exciting here. I mean, you guys got an Evo champion, Cien already. Whatever. You've already tasted victory, Singapore. No, I'm just kidding.
But we will see more of Ren as the days go on too as well. But Bravery, off to a fantastic start out here, getting a W against Ren. I do feel like once again, as the nerves shake off, as they start to understand where they're at and understand the gravity of the situation even more so, I do think the games will be even tighter and we'll see less drops coming through. But right now, in Blizzard, sitting in the winner's side, Ending Walker in the loser's side, considering points. And Blizzard has 2 and Ending Walker only with 1, but that does not tell the tale of the tapes. Ending Walker could just come through in the clutch. I mean, he might win every single match, and same with Blizzard, though.
Yeah, for sure. Ending Walker right now, if you talk to anybody filling out their little, prediction charts and stuff like that, Ending Walker's probably, a lot of people probably have him coming out of this at 4-0, at 5-0, I'm sorry, but... Exactly, but again, we've got a long way to go for that, and so for this tournament. But you know what you should do during all of the breaks over here? You should be taking a picture of that QR code right there on your screen right now, so you can download Street Fighter Duel, the new officially licensed Street Fighter mobile game. It is coming February 23rd. I've already downloaded. You can pre-download it on your phone right now, and then you will be able to get yourself a bunch of extra rewards like extra characters, gems, and more. There's over 40 characters in this game, and there's going to be a lot of story over here. With all the fighters going up against the Shadaloo organization. It's got to be some new costumes as well. So visit the website StreetFighterDuelGame.com for more details on how you can pre-register, or like I said, just take a picture of that QR code that you saw on your screen over there to get yourself into the game, into Street Fighter Duel.
Well, we've had a lot of great duels out here at Capcom Cup. We're going to have more in store. Group E is coming after this break. Don't go nowhere.
Time to fight. Time to fight.
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Showtime, baby! Prepare. Fight with all your heart!
An honor, to be sure.
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
NL Vega Pass first, you said?
Yeah.
What's What's up this way? Like forward or like in? Good.
Fast cars, bright lights, money, fame, Hollywood. This city has it all. The home of Capcom Cup. Thousands of players from around the world competed, but only the very best from each region made their way to the bright lights of Hollywood, California. Most people would have been blinded by this spotlight, but these players are different.
Just a kid!
Their vision remained clear, to write their name among the stars, to win a life-changing amount of money, and most importantly, to be crowned champion.
It's the Capcom Cup 2017 champion!
The world is here, and the world is watching. It's showtime.
But not of Rob TV, apparently. Yes, indeed. They wanted you to bring it in, David, but I'm the one that's at the wheel today because this is my first shift. You get a beautiful look at my hometown crowd, Los Angeles, California, of course. Riding with me is Ultra David, holding it down, man. Good to be here with you at the Cup.
I'm super stoked to have you with me, man. I know you always do the prep. This guy has the notes. You were showing me this thing earlier. He has actual notes specifically to the moments in YouTube videos where things happen. It was awesome.
You already know. You already know how we get our work done.
We're taking this stuff seriously. You know, we have players here who are taking it extremely seriously. It would not be right if we didn't do the same thing. For this next coming block that we have a very international crew that we're going to get a chance to take a look at, as in almost all of these pools. So NL, fighting out of Korea. We have Vega Patch here from Spain. W Falcon from Peru. We have Magnegro here from the United States in Alabama. We have Kalmal 09 from Bulgaria. And then rounding it out, ROF from Australia.
Beautiful, beautiful. This is the group elite. That is what the E stands for, baby. NL in the building. He's going to be one of our first participants against Vega Patch, two of the more known participants in this group, right? NL been holding it down on the Luke. He's always been about the business, always been about the best character in the game, right?
Yeah.
Has been no bones about it. Was a Cammy player for a long time during her reign of terror. While on the other side, we have a specialist, a Vega Patch. I was talking to Jammers a little bit. He was like, bro, there's more specialists in this tournament than players who are top-tier enthusiasts. You know what I'm saying? And Vega Patch is one of those. And I think players like him, like Mono, that have specialized in Fong over the course of this game's lifespan, I mean, they've really found their niche and how to get the correct answers in so many of these awkward situations that it takes time to build up.
I think that character is in such a cool spot, talking about Fong specifically. He is in a stronger spot, obviously strong enough that Mono could win CEO, but he's in a strong spot. Not just that, he's in a spot where he can be played differently, and you're going to see that over the course of this week as we have 3 different Fong players. Here's the first one. You're going to see people who are controlled. They are ready for the right moment, and you're going to see folks who like to do stuff.
Indeed, Charles Corsi as well, our third Fong.
Absolutely right, but Vega Patch, I would say, is on the second side. He's very confident. He likes to make his reads. He likes to be right about that stuff. And at the same time, NL, as we said, always up there when it comes to his character choices, but he's always prepared. It's not like he just picks a character and is cool with it. He does the homework. He knows the matchups. He really grinds it out.
100%. There's definitely players that pick these top-tier characters, and because the character is strong and they are fundamentally good, they go far.
Yes.
NL is beyond that. NL really learns every single character he plays to its most nuance.
Definitely. Taking the time there was Vega Patch to set out the carpet. And NL, even there, on crouching strong for Fong, it's not plus, so NL knew that he could get in. He could press the button. We got Vega Patch with trigger 2 ready to go after having lost a third of his life.
Oh my goodness, and he done. NL already cleaning up the business. No V-trigger necessary, and none of that even required to take down the first round.
We talked about NL and how I think many of us think that he's one of the favorites, at least for this pool. He just has had so much strength throughout Street Fighter V, and I'm happy to see him again here in Capcom Cup.
Almost definitely. Ooh, he was staying crouching for so long, but NL hunch you in the gutter. He doesn't care. He's coming for his money.
Yet again. Famously good reactions on him. Vega Patch in huge trouble. Yeah.
You already knew the tech throw was coming. Vega Patch using the EX9 to escape, giving himself another fighting chance. Ooh, gets the cross up. NL usually clean with the cross because, oh, you thought it was going to be behind you, but you only found the stun.
Yeah, full tough combo into Oki.
Ooh,
One of the best players in the game right there on crouching medium kick.
Most definitely. Oh, plus frames. I don't like those. We bust out. We got the V-trigger activation, double on the crouch medium punch, and the quick two-step. Didn't even complete the combo, but we got a throw to kill him off. Vega Patch, despite that being a little frustrating in the end, I feel like he should go into this next game pretty high on himself, honestly. That was a close round, both close 2 rounds. He really just lost it in a sequence at the end. So honestly, this is closer than that 1-0 victory leads you to believe.
I think that's right, yeah. He's definitely a dangerous player. Again, I really think strongly of this character now.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, David.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Like, I think Fong has some sauce for sure. Like, definitely has these fundamental things that make the character difficult to deal with. We saw the cower crouch. He tried it again right there, right? So when you're going up against Fong, that's something you really need to persistently stop, is the cower crouch heavy kicks.
That light kick, one of the best buttons in the game. You can just take your turn back very quickly, prevent people from doing stuff easily. In here, okay. Minus on the Samfear, so NL gets it.
Yeah, Ari with the throw, the V-shift, not gonna give him the slowdown, so still having the positional advantage, and again, the coward crouch called out by NL's crouch medium kick. Really looking forward now. +1, yeah, he's just gonna take the throw at this point. Doesn't want to contest, again, taking the plus frames, and now try to hit him with a throw bait there. Good discipline from Vega Patch, rolling up the sleeves, put some elbow grease in this, fam.
Still there though, and patience in case of DP.
Oh,
trying to take a turn, trying to take another turn, but that was one too many, and it's match point NL.
Crouch light punch king, that is Luke, right? 3 frames, goes into the stand jab, a target combo, even on regular hit. Definitely a primary tool that these Lukes love to use. Oh,
there it is.
There we go indeed, Vega Patch. Remembering how NL responded to the plus frames last time. Big bait, big punish. Are we gonna reset or not? Oh, try to put the Ryu Bender on. It prevents the
This could be
jump
tricky.
out.
Yeah, just smash it on either side.
Oh man, no. Yeah, not afraid to let the EXs fly, but does end up costing him a little bit, right? He didn't really get much done off of that. He's going into this next round with 1 less meter.
Starting it off well. Vega Patch into a range where he can be at least setting things up. Get in the corner. Hey, you know what? Not too bad yet. Punish.
That was good recognition from NL that he wasn't actually going to have to deal with the poison. Just wanted to V-skill up instead. Still hasn't installed, so if he wants to let it rock. Oh,
that is tricky. That is hard. Could be stun on the next one. It's grab. It's stun. Vega Patch. Can he complete?
See, gonna put him towards the edge here. He's on life support. The sleeves aren't enough. Bust out again from NL. He's gonna take super off the table with the sweet activators here. Oh, and the meatiest crouch medium punch you've ever seen.
And just like that, Vega Patch is at risk now of losing.
Oh, and not only at risk, but that is a reality, my friend.
The question is, does he complete?
V-trigger at the end, and Luke, you never second guess this character's damage, especially with NL at the helm. Most definitely, we talked about it, right? He's not just good and picks the strong character, but he is fundamentally solid with it, knows the ins and outs, will optimize the character to its fullest extent, and you saw an example of that right there.
Yeah, NL, again, I think many of us think that he's one of the favorites for the group, and you saw part of why there, but at the same time, Vega Patch was definitely in position a couple of times to have taken some more rounds than that. Didn't quite work out, but he was close, and maybe that's something encouraging to build on as this goes forward. Obviously, you want to take all the sets, but it's not like that was a complete wash.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where NL got some big breaks with some good EXDP reads, right?
Yeah.
Because of that, he was able to really oppress and kind of take his turn back. But if Vega Patch, which we did see one bait out, but if he was more consistent with that type of read, I mean, it would have gone a completely different direction. So if I'm Vega Patch, I definitely don't think too sour about myself after that set. I thought he played well. It was just NL, one of the most elite players in the game, and he made the correct choice just a couple more times than Vega Patch did.
Man.
And of course,
that was still going, by the way. There was another hit there.
Yeah, exactly.
That wasn't even over yet.
Ridiculous. Luke always one to watch out for, but that's exactly why he picks the character, right? Yeah. He gives himself the best chance to win. And I really respect the top tier enthusiasts with that mind state, because you're working your ass off, right? Like, these guys are working as hard as they possibly can. They're going up against elite level competition. They're playing against other scumbag characters that are really hard to deal with. So why not give yourself the best chance? I love NL's skill. I love how he approaches the game. Already 1-0 in Group Elite.
I think that's right. Coming up next, we're moving on here as we, again, have quite an international group on our hands. But we're going home for one of them with Magnegro on the left, W Falcon on the right. We're looking for this to be a birdie and a Seth. Just to talk them up a little bit, let me tell you about footsies.
Yeah,
Some of these players here, all right?
Let me hear it. Let me hear it, David.
You know, I've had a chance to play against a bunch of these guys, just casually on my own. And they're all, it's just a question of, like, you know, how much do they beat me? How badly do they beat me, right?
Sure.
And badly is the answer in Magnigro's side. His mid-range game is just unusually strong. He is extremely precise with where he stands. His hit confirms, single hit confirms, are extremely strong. Every stand strong is hit confirmed. Just very consistently into fantastic Oki. Excellent mix-ups as well. So, you know, somebody who I have a little bit more personal experience against and can really talk up big time. Not quite as much for W Falcon, but in watching him, you know, coming out of South America from the World Warrior program, I think there's a lot of strength there as well.
Yeah, most definitely. On the set as well. Always a character that's dangerous, always going to be a knowledge check type of character, right? And I think Magnigro, he's really going to try to make sure that doesn't even come into play, right? With his strength and footsies, with Birdie's strength and footsies, he's really going to try to make Seth pay as much with their life as possible on the incoming. But once Seth gets there, we'll see how good Magnigro's defense is. Now, just to reiterate some of your points about Magnigro, he's been in the scene as long as I have, like, known about the scene, you know what I mean? Like, he is a veteran of the game. I think he played four previously. I was going to say, right? Yeah. So he's been around the block, and you can really tell how much he's honed those footsies. He is at a level 10 when it comes to the high level of that. Oh, the crowd can see us. Let's go. What's good, crowd?
Yeah, no, he is super, super strong as they are setting up. And for my money, I feel like, again, I think that NL is probably the favorite here in the pool. I would personally say I think the second place is Magnigro, although I can totally see cases for each of the other players as well.
Dude, and I'm really interested in that Magnigro versus NL head-to-head, just because I think Birdie is pretty decent up against Luke when it comes to the footsie game, and considering how good Magnigro is at that just fundamentally, I would like to see them. But he's got to go through Falcon first.
Exactly.
And he's got the set on deck, V-Trigger 2, V-Skill 2 as well.
You see what I'm talking about 3 seconds into this game?
Immediately, right? First whiff, we got to punish like that. Magnigro not letting anything pass him by. Of course, Falcon, kind of trying to space out the Hecaton freeze punch to full Magnigro into pressing something, but you can see he's making right decisions already. Quick reaction to that as well.
Stun, though. I love it as Falcon's in. It's his turn yet again.
Oh, what a tech throw. That prevented the stun. That was going to be mad damage
stun
here.
Is still there.
Oh, the V-trigger. It was so good. The V reversal not at the proper point, and Magnigro, who was on the verge of stun the whole round, finally gets cashed out on Falcon. Can he end it? EX still not enough.
The big boy's not done yet.
Let me see. Yeah, he's not playing the alpha costume, fam. That's the gut. That's the big body vitality.
Whereas Seth,
yeah, on the opposite end of the spectrum.
The 900 character.
Yeah, you got to watch out. I mean, Magnigro gets the right hit into CA. I mean, she might be dead. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Not
Falcon
going
has
to say
to be
anything afterwards.
cognizant of that. Just trying it out in trigger one. Oh, okay. All right, some characters have trouble dealing with that, but there's Seth.
Yeah, especially when you only need that hit left, right. Falcon going with the option just to punish it immediately.
Great knowledge.
Didn't get greedy with their turn after that. Oh, look at the stand medium punch of Magnigro. You can see him picking all the right buttons. Again, the stand heavy kick. He's got the big fierce coming out as well as the pushback happens. Even checking the approach from Falcon using that V-skill too.
Yeah, out of that was the first real series for Magnigro, so W Falcon getting out of it, pretty classic choice.
Oh, I like that little spacing trap. Didn't get the full hit on
there are
Birdie,
some different ideas here on the set. I love this so far.
Definitely cool. There's the V reversal timing he was looking for before. Now Magnigro in the driver's seat. Ooh, surprising didn't have anything to follow up that stand medium punch.
W Falcon trying to move in. This time Magnigro's there. He's got the corner. Stuck in the box. This is W Falcon. Fully loaded though.
Indeed, he's gonna pop up the V-trigger now. Ooh, gets the low, and he's gonna get the juggle off that. Yeah, conserve the meter after that. Trying to catch him flinching, but Magnigro, he's got the health. Just take the throws. Until then, waking up with the button, checking after the dash from the throw. Well done.
I really like how Falcon's approaching this, especially with V-Skill 2 as a way to sort of bypass an uncomfortable range.
Yeah.
V-Skill 2 and with the air approach that Seth has, he's made great work of it so far.
Definitely a smart ways to approach, get around those things that Birdie really has over Seth in the matchup. And that's what the V system really allows, right?
That was the same time.
Yeah, you saw both the yellow flashes on the opposite ends with the Hecaton grease. So active, so quick. Oh, excuse me.
Not that big of a deal. And we see Falcon. He was holding on too much and Magnigro recognized.
Good block on the overhead, but yeah, it was so far spaced, right, that you try to press the button afterwards. Magnigro was ready for it, but there's the back heavy kick he was looking for.
Oh boy. Well, W Falcon has set up again. It's gonna explode into the champion for W Falcon.
And Magnigo, that's what we talked about at the start of this, right? Once Seth gets close, it's really a knowledge check type game. Will the CA do it? Oh, even with the birdie vitality, not enough to live through it. W Falcon putting himself on the map with the first game.
Again, I love his approach to this. Having that V skill too, having the air axe kicks, the way that he pressures when he's up close. He DP'd out of the first offensive series for Magnigo just to stay away. Because he has an exact idea of where he wants to be.
Wow, an incredible whip punish right there as well. Gonna get some corner carry on that. He really understands that you gotta push Birdie to the corner, nullify that mid-range. But right now, Magnigo gets a jump in that Falcon definitely not looking for. Magnigo is so firmly planted on the ground, but these V-triggers are causing him havoc.
W Falcon all the way up close. Birdie does not have great defensive tools. He's stuck.
They're able to check after the axe kick, got the stand light kick off. Another follow it up. There's the stand medium punch we like.
Blocking. Okay, does not quite have trigger even still. I thought blocking that might give it. This is going to give it, though.
Most definitely up the V-skill 2 Hekatonkeries. Let's pop it. And Magnigo, he hasn't really plotted on the command throw too much. Really relying on his footsies, trying to cut off Falcon's approach.
His one EX Dolphin Dive so far was successful as well. Falcon, oh!
Oh, and just as I alluded to, right? Magnigo saving the command grab for a round-ending scenario. That's when you got to do it, when you're not really trying to establish it early on. Oh, the crouch heavy kick. Always good option from Seth, man. He is really utilizing the flip kick super well.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, no, but 2 errors. 3! Oh, no! Magnigo's the one who comes out on top.
Yeah, we've been talking about spacing traps this whole set, right? Both of these characters have moves that leave you at awkward ranges. Another great whip punish on that sweep, though. Oh, again, right there, you see Magnigo, he was expecting the tick throw. He tried to reach in. Falcon, though.
Look at that stun.
Oh, so close to getting it off the armor, though, absorbing it.
Okay, so safe on stun is Magnigo. The question is, how safe is W Falcon in life bar? Okay, he's away.
Indeed, you gotta watch for the EX Dolphin Dive now. Okay, just raw with the V trigger to approach safely.
Going for sure.
Yeah.
That's hugely plus on the explosion as well.
Oh man, after the Hekatonkeries, jumps out. Maybe thinking about the EX Dolphin Dive as well. Magnigo, though, he's been so patient, so solid on the ground. I don't think he's gonna try to gimmick it out. He doesn't look like it. However, W Falcon with the dash button gets the counter hit confirmed. Now on the verge of taking the set.
Yeah, his footsies have been great. His own whip punishes, his own confirms have been excellent.
Super good.
Yep, stealing a turn here. Again, and that's been into the roundhouse spin each time.
Oh, huge jump in from Magnigo.
Seth cannot afford that.
Oh, again, I really love him picking that. Even when he doesn't get the 2 hits, just making Magnigo think about the button choices in that space. Tried the command grab that time, gets met with a DP.
So this has been successful, and it is again as W Falcon finds the hit.
Such a high success rate on these V-triggers. EX actually, you can know, see the knowledge check from Magnigo was there. Immediately trying to take his turn back. CA is on deck. Seth will melt, but spins the EX immediately.
Very close in life. Magnigo's only jumped once, and it was successful. So W Falcon now, slow, patient. Never mind, just like that, he takes it. He's in. It's not enough.
Oh, he didn't believe in the jab. Magnigo's gonna get a chance now. Oh, stuffs the EX. Still anybody's game here. Falcon just needs one more strike. Magnigo, though, definitely more threatening considering the meter.
Oh, yeah.
Getting close to a CA as well.
But close to trigger too.
Oh, no!
I think that was the intention. I think the intention was super on reaction to that V-trigger too, but it didn't quite come out. The head shake comes out for Magnigo, but the fist pump for W Falcon, who played an awesome set.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, we really highlighted Seth's strength as a character once they get close, their ability to mix you up with that V-trigger. He did that time and time again. But more so, what we were impressed with, I think, is the whiff punishing.
Yeah.
Super great whiff punishing, and the choice of the V-skill, too, to really make those whiff punishes count so heavily, right? You get the corner carry, you nullify what Birdie is so good at by putting him in the corner.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is that as the set went on, we saw fewer of those just raw V-skill 2s into Hecatoncheires.
Yeah.
Earlier on, that was really used to sort of make Birdie uncomfortable.
Exactly,
right? Now it's Birdie on the back foot. But as it went on, it wasn't as much about that, that already having been established. So I love that Falcon went in and varied it up even throughout that set.
It's great, right? Because like as you mentioned, Birdie, he has the stand heavy kick, the stand fierce, these really long-range buttons that Seth traditionally can't really deal with that well. So using that raw Hecatoncheires, using that long-range option, really made Magnegro kind of second guess, start playing different in the neutral, and that opens you up to getting closer, to start using some of your other options. Falcon, I mean, that was textbook high-level play. Really, really was impressed by both players, honestly, but Magnegro falling just a bit short. However, W Falcon clean all throughout the set.
Coming up next, we are going to have Kalmal versus ROF. So ROF here from Australia. He has a countryman here. And Kalmal does not. Kalmal here from Bulgaria, setting up his keyboard, as you can see.
Oh, man.
I just want to call this out because it's a topic of conversation in the FGC over the past several years. What do you use? What's your input device, right?
Yes,
it's no longer
your
the case,
peripheral.
and for a long time, it's not been the case that we're all stick players.
Yeah.
It was pad players, then it was hitbox players. Nowadays, it's like whatever you want.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting more creative. We all have different bodies. We all have different ergonomics. I play on my own personally designed thing that I can separate into two halves. That I call the split box. So we just all have our own different takes, and I think that's really how it should be. There's no need for us all to play the same stuff. It's not the arcade days anymore.
No, it's
right?
not.
We're all doing our own thing. I think we should really be better about paying attention to our own bodies and what we prefer.
Absolutely. I think that he nailed it right on the head. And as an 09er, when I got into the scene, that was still very much the arcade stick prevalent days, right? Like, it was like kind of a myth when you first got in that, like, if you wanted to be good, you had to go get a fight stick, right? That was definitely something you heard from the lower level gremlins.
I'm sure I said that back in the day too. You know, we were all like that at the time.
Exactly, right? And you know, there's still merits to learning stick. I mean, with it, arcades aren't as, you know, prevalent as they once were, but it's very important. However, Kalmal is playing on that keyboard, very impressed. And to me, that's the first hitbox, bro. You go back to the Kylera days, people were playing on keyboard. It's real cool to see people still with that peripheral. And we got him on the Ed, going up against ROF on the Birdie, qualified from the World Warrior event on the Oceania region.
Yeah, we saw Kalmal play both Ed and Sagat in World Warrior and other events. And for ROF, yeah, Birdie, in watching him play, this is somebody else who I feel plays with big confidence. He's not somebody who cracks. He makes big reads. He's willing to take those risks. And again, you know, one of the things I like about this game right now is that I feel many of the different characters can be played in quite different ways. So we just saw a Birdie in the last match. That was a Birdie that's very focused on footsies. He wants to be playing that neutral game up close. Right, he'd play the mix-ups. We saw that, right? That's obviously part of the character too. But when I think of ROF, I think of more about he is getting in. And he's doing the thing to try to get up close and make the big bet. And you know, it oftentimes works out. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's the style, and he's comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I love, personally, that's the more style I lean to, right? I really like the aggression. I really like the confidence in the reads and the wrist to kind of just open up your opponent and get them to crack mentally, and that's what we're hoping to see from ROF here. Always got to be wary up against players like that when they get their first meter, right? The EX Dolphin dive might be a way to get in quickly. But yeah, man, it is going to be a good one. On the other side, I think Ed could present Birdie some decent problems. I think Flicker is something that's going to shut down a lot of what Birdie wants to do with that range. That's just me theorizing. Of course, we could see if ROF has an answer for that, but I think definitely the Flicker is going to be the most annoying thing for Birdie in the matchup.
Man, I feel like Ed presents almost among the most options that you need to consider. He is so strong at making the mental stack of his opponent high. It's Flicker that you're paying attention to, but if he's got V-skill 1, you're thinking about the V-skill. Also, you're thinking about the charge spheres. You're thinking about the fireball or the fireball fake, right? Like, he's just got so many different things going on.
And I think what's cool about him, like, really overwhelming the mental stack of his opponent, is that as a player of the character, you are not that stressed out, right? Like the Flicker, the anti-airs with the double buttons, no motion involved. Like, it really leads you to believe there's less mental stack on the player itself. So that type of character, when you think about it that way, it's kind of obvious why he's so successful, right? Yeah. Like, especially with the Flicker EX extension, like, that's all he really needed. And then these players that are playing him at a high level and have really developed these game plans that are so safe, so precise up against these players that make them take risks, it's not an easy time.
I also just wanted to talk about, you know, of course we were spending time watching all these players' qualification matches just to be up on things. The match that ROF won his qualifier in with literally 1 second left in the grand finals reset was ridiculous.
Oh.
So again, I'm telling you, this is a guy who he doesn't crack. Like, he's there.
I like it.
He's gonna keep his head in the game.
One of the ice sweaters, huh? Got those veins at 30 below zero. That's what I want to see. That's where you need them here at Capcom Cup more than any place. Because honestly, I've been watching all the matches today, right? We've seen a lot of drops, uncharacteristic drops, people having the nerves get to them, and just in general, you can tell the bright lights are affecting people in ways that they're not used to.
That Bisco one, establishing it right away. Just a couple different timings on that. You need to account for both. They're reactable if you're a genius.
Yeah, exactly right.
But again, there's a lot going on that the character has. We didn't even talk about the excellent normals that the character has too.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's so many things like that Sobot right there, the flip kick. Having the throw in bowl properties as well as just being a long range option. Can low crush some of the moves that you're trying to poke with, some of the crouch moves. Oh, we tried it again right there, right? Definitely, oh, again, trying a lot of those with the airborne property. As we said, even when you hit him out of it, he kind of texts and your next buffer isn't gonna go the way you planned.
Interesting way to get into V-Trigger 2 at that range. Okay, the button out, he was right about the timing.
Oh, yeah, just caught him low right there. ROF maybe wanting to get some distance. But you nice and intimate with this one. Staying alive due to the birdie health, not even going for a tick though, just trying to stay clean with the pressure. Oh, what a way to dodge the can. Trying to get the instant overhead on the jump back. ROF though firmly planted on the ground. He actually pops off himself.
This is actually one hit away.
He has a real chance here. Command grab, no, just regular throw. Very smart. Less of a risk, still enough damage to get the kill.
Very interesting interactions there on both sides.
Yeah.
Starting out, looking for crush, and he's right.
He was looking for that all last round. He got hit out of it a couple of times. Not abandoning that strat, reading the EX as well.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, I love that though. You pop off after that, actually throws him out of the EX there as well.
Yeah, he got armor, man. That busts right through it.
Yeah, that was wild.
No, the solution's to can, but not right there.
Yeah, I really like the idea of the anti-air to avoid the can. But ROF does a really good spacing to jump back, as you saw the follow-up not connecting. Ooh, stuffs his charge fierce, it looked like.
So here comes Trigger 2. No view reversal or V-shift to think about.
You have guard, Crush City. All day, every day, really just corner carrying him, and then he switched it up at the last second to catch the legs. ROF just not watching his feet at the most opportune moment. Birdie can rock this hairstyle, bro.
Yeah, this is actually cool.
You know what I'm saying?
This is good.
Give me a new costume.
It's a nice response to the EX bull right there. Don't have to worry about the spacing trap. Here's Calm all over.
So good. That's what we talked about, right? The low crush properties of that move as well. The stand roundhouse from Ed.
No, the can, no, to the rescue.
Finally. Caring about the environment, finally paying off. Ooh! You can tell ROF very used to people pressing after that pushback and them not being used to where they're at.
It's definitely minus, but the pushback is so awkward on it.
Yeah, he was very much ready for Kalmal to whiff a button right there. Oh, not ready for that though, right in the gut. Mans was doubling over, corner carry.
Into nothing, into patience. Looking for Ed to get over it again. This time Kalmal was patient. I like the variation.
Yeah, most definitely. We're in the corner again. Guard break. Let me get them plus frames, fam.
And Super's ready to go for Kalmal. He's dangerous.
Indeed. Oh, he tried to cancel with that last bit. Good anti-air again, not popping off afterwards. I thought the EX was coming.
Maybe a bit of a freeze there for Kalmal.
Ooh, trying to fake him out a little bit. You see these feints, the charge fierce, not going all the way through. Ooh.
It did nothing.
Yeah, just
a couple of opportunities.
Kalmal definitely could have got a whiff punish off here, but just so scary in the heat of the moment. The pressure is up right now. Both players could die at any moment.
Oh, into roundhouse of all buttons.
Wow.
Talk about taking your turn. I'm telling you, he doesn't crack. Look at this guy. Game 1 goes to ROF.
The point blank big boo. Just one of those buttons that has enough startup to give your opponent some time to press their own option, and then not enough startup to actually beat the move though, you know? So really good decision from ROF right there. One that sends a message as well. You're not gonna like losing like that, trust me. Oh, and stuffs that with the chain. I don't care about your psycho power. Ooh, I don't care about your anti-air.
Yeah. And So a bit of offense for Kamal. Exploded. And the can yet again.
We're getting close. Oh, trying to bait out, but he didn't have the EX meter. He was trying to bait out a V reversal.
This time getting out of there.
Lots of V shifts today as well. You can tell the pressure's on. People have been looking to V shift out of a lot of strike throw scenarios.
Tried it. Safety's there.
Throw immediately. Smart decision from Kamal. Taking the minus frames, jumping out of that one, but the back jump not gonna net him a punish like he would have liked. Oh,
Over it again, yeah, very nice. And then right back into the flicker.
1, 2, 3, count with me.
It is minus, but it's so fast.
So good. So fast, such great range on it.
ROF trying to walk in.
Oh, I like that. The way he established the crouch normal range, and now we get the command throw game going. Do it again, please. Oh, that would have been bad. So good that you did normal throw.
Kamal at big risk.
Oh.
He waited. And he was right, and the activation's correct as well. He's got to...
Yeah, Kamal's rocking and rolling. Has the corner himself now just after having his back to it. Very smart, not too much V-trigger left, but he's going to make the last bit of it count. Nice. EX gets him out, but not for a free punish. The flicker as well. Sometimes it's weird to punish that move, right? Because
oh no!
Not like this. ROF gonna get another chance. It's Kamal leaving some big damage on the table.
Trying to hit confirm there as ROF, but he still has another chain. Tried it again, hoping for any buttons in between.
Yeah, he just wants Kamal to get impatient. Press something. Oh, good thing. He was able to cancel it in time before the anti-air found the toe. Can and jumped over. All these overheads have been blocked. Kamal, those keyboard reactions.
ROF trying to stay patient. The barrage of fireballs comes out, slowly whittling away his life lead.
Oh, it's gonna put him on the magic pixel though.
Into nothing. We had seen flicker almost every time after that.
Oh,
you know, he did wait. He did wait.
Wow.
Let me tell you about a secret strength of that move is that it's so slow.
Yeah.
That EX right there, you think as the offensive player right there, you press the button, you hold back with the timing, that means that you'll block most reversals.
Exactly.
But that one's so slow, you think, okay, I'm not blocking, it's time for the second button. It's not time yet.
Yeah. The better you are, the better that DP works against you.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times people have that, right? Where they're not reacting visually, but they know the timing so well that they're just kind of automatically inputting it. That DP throws off so much of that timing.
So Kamal evens it up 1-1. His jump spacing has been awesome, actually. He's gotten over 3 crouching strongs.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Not an easy button to defeat from the sky. Ooh, but ROF popping off right here. It's time to be on the defensive. He's going to let that stun bar drain a little bit. But maybe not for long. Kamal already finds the corner, but what a button choice. The stand heavy kick. My man knows his spacing really well.
Kamal played safely. He would love to activate. Not so easy. Command grab from ROF's gonna put him at match point.
You ain't going nowhere. Gotcha for 7 hits. Kamal now back against the wall. ROF set point.
Hey.
Ooh, sending him to the skies right here. Gets the proper follow-up as well. Good corner carry, double dash to stay in that ass.
Can it up. He has each time. Trying to armor through, not quite there. That can, as you can see, does not do very much damage. Oh! That roundhouse this time was too big of a turn.
I was going to say the big boot. Oh, there we go. The cross strong made it, right? Kamal's really found success at cross-up jump range from that. So as he stays in front of ROF, gets a consistent anti-air for once. Oh,
yeah.
Tried to wrap his arms around him. Kamal gonna have none of that, fam. DMs are closed. Again, the
huge
big
life lead to get it.
He wants it, right? Yeah. That's why he was going for the Hail Marys, right? He was looking for the big hits because, as you said, the life deficit was so heavy. And just the type of player ROF is, he wants that big hit. He wants that momentum shift. Now, Kamal, ooh, the neutral jump doesn't get the punish in time, but still finds the counter hit.
He's gonna get pressure here. ROF backs off all the way into the corner.
That had the EX.
He's out.
Ooh, speaking of EX, ROF popping up with his own, establishing the can. Oh, I thought he was going to look for the command grab again as he inched closer. Oh, what a way to stop that attempt.
Kamal just trying to stay patient. Yeah, that's exactly what he was looking for right there. Now that they're both spent, it's his turn again. This time Arlef blocks there. He had been hit 3 times.
Oh, the raw chain. I love that as a way to shut down these long options. The fireball, the charge spears, can coming through. Again, we're jumping over the fireball. Has the banana
there.
Yeah, he has the V-trigger. Oh, it just walks past it as it dissipates. Oh,
Got
my
the big
goodness.
hit. He needs a little bit more.
What are we going to do with it? Come on, he's got the V-trigger. He said V-reversals. Doesn't want to take those plus frames.
Can still there. Almost over it. We saw it before. He's in again. He gets the grab and the W.
On the keyboard, baby, again. It doesn't matter what peripheral you choose as long as it's the most comfortable one for you. Well done to Kalmal. And it's back up against the wall as well. Big ups to ROF. That was a really fun set.
Yeah, that was awesome right there. Big back and forth stuff. Interesting adaptations even mid-set when it came to things like jump-in spacings, jump-in timings was a big part of this. What do you press after certain situations like the charge here? We saw the big stand on us for the crush, but we also saw the little variations including block then EXDP for Ed, just all around the table when it came to different timings and adaptations.
Man, this Ed character is so serious, bro. I'm glad we got some representation for him at Capcom Cup. Of course, Kalmal, the premier Ed of the world, ending Walker in the building as well. Definitely a good time for the character. And of course, you're going to be seeing him in the future as well, established in the 6. Oh, I love that. Using the airborne properties right there, it looked like the throw was coming out from ROF.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Little flub here, little flub here. Didn't go exactly as he wanted. Ended up being okay for Kalmal, who took that game. There were definitely some big moments where ROF had big damage output. You know, the way, too, that Kalmal handled Can at times I thought was really impressive. We saw him with the V-trigger over it. We saw him wait and then have the anti-air kick, whatever it's called. The kickity kick, I don't know.
Kicks.
As a way to deal with it. He just had a lot of different ideas.
Yeah, we even saw at the end, right, with the banana split right there after the V skill, he canceled it to the V trigger. Like, he used the timing just enough to have to not worry about that. Yeah, I mean, really impressive display from both players. Kalmal, though, definitely on the edge, and just in general, I think one of my favorites in this group. So I'm glad to see that he's doing well to start it off.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a really interesting set of matches so far. We are going to continue now with W Falcon versus NL. Again, NL looks very strong coming into this. He looked very strong when we saw him earlier versus Vega Patch, and maybe that continues. At the same time, Falcon, I thought, played fantastically when it came to his match in versus Magnegro.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Falcon because we were expecting, if you're going to qualify into the Capcom Cup with Seth, obviously the V-Trigger 2 mix-ups are going to be there, right? That's kind of what we're expecting. You're going to have that dope offense once you get into the close quarters. But the impressive thing about him was his whiff punishing, was his grounded fundamentals just in the footsies area. And NL, I mean, he's always been one of the best in that area, right? So I'm glad to see these two combat right now, especially because they both picked up the victory to start their set.
Yes, yes. Yeah, even as this group starts here, just in our first set of matches, whoever goes up 2-0 just jumps out to a significant advantage throughout the rest of the couple of days in this group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get to go into this set getting 2-0, right? That's a lot of confidence. But then you have less remaining matches. You get more study time. You really get to break open the remaining opponents and can really put all your focus on them and ensure those victories later on. Just because you have more prep time. But who knows, you know what I'm saying? There could always be an upset here to start off if NL gets taken out. If anything, you probably have Luke practice, right? We heard James talk about it. We heard you talk about it. Everybody coming into this is probably going to have some good Luke practice. So I want to see if Falcon has anything that maybe NL is unfamiliar with in the matchup, right? I'm sure he's played plenty of sets himself. But you always have your own brand of the character, and especially what we saw from Falcon in the beginning, utilizing that V-Skill 2 from the outside range could be something different. I do like the V-Skill 1 in this matchup. He's kind of hovering it right now, just because Luke has great options in that V-Skill 1 range, so I like him going with this switch-up.
Yeah, you're playing at a different range here versus Luke.
Yeah, exactly right. With the birdie, you kind of need to get past that stuff. Up against the Luke, he's always going to be kind of hovering around that stand fierce, the stand medium punch, the crouch medium kick range. So V-Skill 1 in that instance can really put a damper on what he wants to do.
Yeah, picking V-Skill 2 versus Luke is just uncomfortable. You put yourself at his plus frames and he's got faster buttons and, you know, it's just a, it's a tough spot to be. So I get it. W Falcon and NL coming in.
Indeed. So let's see how NL tries to establish. Okay. We saw Falcon a little sneak that
there you
in,
go.
and even against the fireball. That was really impressive to start.
Yeah, that's really hard to react to.
Oh no, NL though. We saw this earlier in his first set too. He's willing to risk these jumps early on in the sets. Really try and test his opponent's anti-airs. And there's a lot of grounded options. Oh my goodness, Seth, you got no stun and no life. But there's a lot of options that are heavy commitment on the ground and are susceptible to jump-ins. NL willing to do it.
He'd love to get V-Trigger 2 going. NL knew that and got out of there right away.
That was OD. He immediately recovering from the V-shift and going with the sweep as well, countering the Falcon to hit cancel. Ooh, okay. I like him pressing the crouch medium kick right after hitting that.
Tried it again, no. But okay, got something out of it.
Yeah, super solid start from Falcon. Doing the neutral jump instead. They didn't want to heavily commit to what NL might be doing.
But too far.
Just outside of range.
Seth is hanging out there for a while afterward. V-Trigger 2 is already ready.
Oh, man. Yeah, V-Trigger on both sides prepared. NL going to activate his off the target combo, of course, but didn't leave him in throw range.
Into what? Okay, NL's defense.
Super solid here. Oh, no, but again, Falcon. We saw that in the previous set, right? He had these spacing traps for the flip kicks that are catching people time and time again. Oh, and it was enough.
Yeah?
It was enough to tie this first game up. Of course, did bait the meter. Gonna go into this last round. No, nothing. While NL has a CA on deck.
Just when Falcon decided to dash is when L brought that out.
Oh, he's got the V-Skill 1 loaded up as well. Any hit's gonna be mad damage. Try to charge it up for a free get in as well, but you can see NL so focused on the ground, not even an anti-air on his side. Falcon has his V-Trigger 2 ready. You know he just needs to get close and start popping off. He's going to now activate. No V-meter for NL as well. V-reversal not an option, but just blocks it out.
Yeah, too close. NL very, very smart, scoped it out.
No,
and he still has super. And just the dash up super?
NL didn't need to put Falcon in the grave like that.
Wow.
You think this V-Skill is good against Luke? Okay, I know where you want to use that.
You know, yeah, the way that Falcon used that right away, like almost instantly, made NL reconsider where he was standing, and NL then 2 big times outside of it. We're going back to character select. Are we switching that? Are we off of that now?
Super. That was nasty. Luke's super is very quick. I think 5 to 7 frames, something like that. And I mean, wow, it was very, very impressive. Just to see him react with that nonsense. NL is a monster, bro.
Yeah, I'm taking a look now at W. Falcon's got his head down. He is deep in consideration. What to do? What to change?
That sends a message, right? He's gonna keep it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned, he used it even outside of the range I was expecting him to at the beginning, because to counter the fireball.
Yeah.
And that was really the range he was using it at again right there. So I mean, a quick recognition from NL. What a way to flip that script.
See if he finds a different spacing to use it at.
Oh, and I like that choice from NL now.
Yeah.
Using the forward fierce, right? Okay, you want to use that at a different space. You got to come in a little bit closer. I got that forward advance for you. Plus frames into the tick throw.
This might already be done.
My goodness, yeah. With the health on set, you got the EX meter on deck. Gonna use it here. Oh!
Match point NL.
My goodness, 17-second round, bro. And NL here.
You're so right that he almost goaded Falcon to move forward, and NL knew exactly what was coming up.
That was nasty. Oh, even the spacing trap not working out that time. Not too quick on the buttons. You can see NL, though. He definitely has a lot of confidence. After that forward heavy punch was going with the jab. He really thinks all of his choices are correct at this point.
He should.
Yeah. Justifiably so.
Okay, get him.
Oh, no punish.
The one time he did a V-skill is the one time NL jumped?
My man held up forward after getting hit. He knew that was coming.
Wow.
Oh, man. And then super right before the stun. You don't even got to see stars.
Oh, no. He did live. Okay, but there's trigger, and it's over. NL hops out of his seat with the quickness, as much quickness as he won that round.
My man NL really didn't even stun him. He was like, the Walk of Fame's outside. If you want to see stars, you can just go outside the venue.
There you go.
Holy smokes.
Falcon. Look, again, I loved a lot of that we saw from Falcon in his previous match. at the beginning of that first game, I loved it as well. But NL made like instant adaptations. And then, yeah, just to double back in on what you mentioned, at the start of that second game, the knowledge that Falcon had of, okay, I can't stand back where I wanted to. Okay, maybe the solution is, let's get closer. That's exactly when Forward Fierce came out from Luke to shut that down.
Yeah, I don't even remember him doing Forward Fierce before that. It was such a smart move. I mean, when you're playing against a person like that, I agree with you. Falcon made so many good choices. I really like the ideas were there.
Yes.
I saw the ideas to be Luke in the matchup were there. But when you're playing against the caliber of player that NL is, and his ability to recognize and then process and adjust his spacing and his decision making, it's just ridiculous, man. He's a world-class competitor for a reason, fully on display right there.
So 2-0 for NL. Again, that means he's in a great position to be able to move forward out of the group stage. We got a lot more left to play. Rest 2 more days of this. It's not over, but that is a really good position to be in after day 1.
Yeah, taking down, who did he defeat as well?
It was Vega Patch at the start, and then it was Falcon after that.
Patch, yeah. And I thought Vega Patch is one of those players, right, with the Fong, maybe can steal a victory here and there in a 2 out of 3 format. So already putting down Vega Patch, NL is looking pretty clean to take that group.
Pretty impressive right there. Up next is going to be ROF versus Magnegro. But before that, look, we have a lot of stuff going on here that is not just the players playing. We have some amazing vendors here as well.
Figurines, you know I'm about the figurines. Been so since the LCQ, that bison is actually ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, I walked by that this morning and it was as big as my torso, and I was like, oh my god, look at this thing.
Yeah, you see that? I don't know if you guys saw, but there are little figurines for scale next to them. Those are gigantic figures right there.
Definitely.
Like half a person, most definitely. So yeah, all kinds of cool stuff around the venue. Thank you for all the partnerships to bring you Capcom Cup and make it possible, of course. But now we are getting into another Group E for the elite match. It's going to be ROF on the birdie up against Magnegro on the birdie.
It could be birdie. He also plays G. He's got a very strong G as well. I don't know what his choice is going to be when it comes to the mirror match. I would expect ROF to stick, but I guess we'll see on that one as well. As we've said previously, to go down 0-2 at the start is a tough one to come back from. So this is a very important match for both.
Yeah, pivotal match for both. Man, I really like the fact that we got like both 1-0s in the last match and now 0-1s in this one, right? Definitely pivotal matches here that are going to dictate how the rest of the group plays out. And yeah, I mean, Magnegro, he has the birdie. You mentioned the G as well, right? I'm hoping for the Haas fight. I just want to see the 2 birdies slug it out. But I think G is a good kind of choice up against the birdie, honestly. Like the fireball spacing, if you can start getting your stuff going, it'll present some problems. But birdie could get in quick and then prevent you from ever getting that going.
Definitely right, yeah. As G, you are never out of it.
Yeah, I love
and he's all over the place when it comes to the B system as well. So he's got a lot of options up his sleeve. I'm not sure where he's going.
Pick the 11.
Yeah, right. And straight to G, but then the question is, what else?
Oh yeah, let me get that Valentine's Day pink. I am a big fan, and yeah, what we
1 and 2.
Ooh, the V-Trigger 2.
I loved watching G players lately. The high-level G players have been all over the map when it comes to the V system. When you're in level 3 nowadays, you have some of the tools of V-Trigger 1.
Exactly.
So you're there anyway, but also buffs to V-Trigger 2 over the years have been helpful. He has a lot of different options when it comes to his V system.
Yeah, and there's small ways that you could actually end up falling down up against birdie, right? Like via the can and the banana that could actually take away your levels.
Yeah.
So that's another, just a highlight for it.
Oh, shuts it down right away. And a little bit too far there. He thought he was close enough for the down fierce.
Man, already
He's
at
already
level
there?
3. Yeah,
Wow.
exactly, Magnegro. He knows where his bread is buttered, prioritizing getting leveled up very quickly.
Okay, away. Didn't give any time for that can, but ROF was there with the roundhouse. He can set it up again? He does.
Yeah, but he's already taken away. Oh, those levels, the big boot.
2
big
roundhouses
sexy.
after each can. Again,
Oh,
can.
no.
And in control, here's ROF. What a block! Hold on a second.
Magnegro's gonna get a chance now, pops the V-Trigger. Oh, and that explosion from the V-Trigger 2, enough damage to ensure the kill. I like it, man. I like the V-Trigger 2, obviously more damage up against the big body of birdie. I really like armored command grabs, just in general in this meta. People really are buttons happy. They know when to press the jab, and armor command grabs really catch them off guard.
ROF's timings have really caught off Magnegro. Stand short after that.
Oh
and
my goodness.
Again, ROF has control. Here comes Magnegro out of there at least.
Yeah, and I think Magneto was betting on ROF, expecting a back throw. He just tried to keep the jabs going.
Looking for the hit confirms. This makes G's excellent normal set even more dangerous because rather than just hitting you, now you can go right into trigger and it's even more damage there. Like this.
Ooh, very nice, and he gets to level up off of that, of course. Leaves you at a good space. He's trying to whittle down the lives. He's got a long way to go, but plenty of meter to do some damage, and he's gonna save that meter for the next round as ROF busting out.
It is impressive that ROF's timings with Birdie are so funky that even Magnegro, the Birdie player, is caught off guard.
Yeah, man, right? I mean, that's that. Oh, what a response to the fireball, though, absorbing, going straight through and punishing. But yeah, just to all reiterate on your point, the heavy kicks have been really, really unique from ROF. Oh, that spacing trap right there, right? The immediate stand light kick after the blocks, that heavy punch.
Hey, I was wondering why V-Skill 1 was the choice with V-Trigger 2, but that was great utility.
Yeah, most definitely. Able to keep him stunted and stunned up. Stand heavy kick is there.
It's a little funky, a little funky.
Drops the combo just a little bit here. He's gonna put the can out, try to establish the neutral once again.
Jumped over, he might have been looking for command grab, but that was fine as well. Almost stunned, just like that. Super doesn't worry about that at all. ROF continuing to make the big reads, continuing not to crack. He's got game one.
Man, yeah, you told me the highlight, the most resonating characteristic of this player was his ability to maintain his cool, his composure, his confidence, and not crack, right? With the Magnegro having full CA, I don't know a lot of players that were gonna risk that command throw right there, man.
That's for sure.
And he was willing to do it. He was one step ahead. What a way to put yourself on the board. Right here, Magnegro trying to establish his game. He's locked into the G, right? He's not looking for that mirror match. ROF on the other hand. Ooh! Tried the buffer on that, but it looked like it caught the sweep. Didn't really move Birdie forward, so outside of range.
It's a chance for ROF, and he takes it.
Yeah, big sweep. That's why he keeps looking for them. I love him establishing the command throw. Oh, tried it again. I do love me the back-to-back.
Absolutely. Not there, though. Choosing to level up first here is Magnegro rather than going into trigger.
And you can see, it's funny, Magnegro definitely thinks ROF is going to bet on the command grab from G, right? He's been really trying to catch the jump outs, not really committing to any command grabs. There we go. That's what I like to see. You recognize the fact that he is not doing that, but he leaves some damage on the table. He was level 3. Didn't have any EX meter, maybe couldn't have gone any farther, but EX Dolphin Dive, gonna try to bring ROF another dub.
Great opportunity for ROF here. Still a little bit of that trigger timer left.
Oh, EX right after the fireball. Oh, and just walking in and out real quick, Magnegro. Vehemently shaking his head right there, not happy about that.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do as it's ROF now on match point. Looking great in neutral, has been able to get the corner for himself. His reads have been great.
Good punish right there. Are we gonna get to take the level up? No, he just wants to take the Oki, stay in his face, stay in the corner, but again, these heavy kicks. How does ROF know?
He's been right so many times about those.
It's wild, man, whether it be like in a defensive situation, like on his opponent's minus frames to catch them hesitating. Oh, that was a great punish. Crouch Spears, huge damage here. Gets the level up, but just busting through the light. ROF again, not giving any care. Make that save. He's been utilizing that sweep so well.
You can't jump out of that, but Magnegro is still...
Yes.
Big damage on deck. Is that going to do what it does?
And ROF taking it 2-0 over Magnegro. Very, very strong performance on the birdie. You can tell Magnegro, I think, a little bit disappointed with his performance. Definitely was looking for certain things and just got frustrated by the decision-making from ROF. When you get hit by weird reversal stand heavy kicks like that, it really gets to your mental, man. Yeah. You're not used to fighting people like that, especially on your character. You're like, bro, why are you doing this? I would never do it like that. And stuff like that could really be a detriment to your mental state, just bother you a little bit too much. And because of that, I think we saw Magnegro fall a little bit short of what he was hoping for.
Again, you really can see how different players, even with the same characters, can play really differently in this game. Think back to when we saw Magnegro before and how he really wanted a certain spot on screen. Yeah. He wanted to play slow, he wanted to play this footsies game, and ROF was good when he needed to do that too, but that wasn't the goal, that wasn't the name of the game. The name of the game was to get in and press, and even in defense, to take interesting risks and make interesting decisions, and he was just right almost all of them.
Yeah, again, you saw that crush counter, the Kevin Nash big boot coming through definitely was one of the main things that ROF got so much damage from. But indeed, it has been a dope group elite so far, right? I love seeing ROF come out. He was in danger of being down 2-0, right? So I'm glad, or excuse me, down 0-2. So putting a W on the board, giving yourself that chance going into the next subsequent days, going to be very good. All right, so let's take a look at those standings, actually, as I bring them up right now. NL firmly at the top with the 2-0. Of course, Kalmal actually getting the 1-0 as well, but didn't play another game, so he's going to be chilling out there before he plays his subsequent match, while Falcon and ROF 1-1. Vega Patch, of course, falling to NL in that opening match, and Magnegro finding himself at an 0-2 deficit. Definitely rough.
Still a lot of changes that can happen at this point, but I think, again, many of us thought that NL was the favorite coming into this. And I think that you're seeing that after this first 5 matches. Again, lots left to be played, but NL's in a great spot.
Yeah, you know what else is in a great spot? This Chun-Li figurine from Max Factory, when I put it in the background of my streamer setup, that's when it's going to be in a great spot. Because it's the 6th scale figure, of course, brought to you by Max Factory, as I said, with collaboration by Akiman, the person who brought Chun-Li to the world in the first place. The design of the figure was originally requested by Momochi Hama Chozai Pharmacy in Japan in 2022, and now they're bringing it to the rest of the world. Again, this figure is over 10 inches tall. It's not just your ordinary figure. It ties any streamer background together, I promise. Follow them at MXF_official on Twitter. Get yourself the Chun-Li figurine.
There you go. Hey, that's Group E. We're going to have Group F coming up very shortly. We're going to have our buddies Jammers and Tasty Steve hop in. We'll be back with that in just a sec.
Time to
That was great.
time to fly. The ones who stand up turn to feast or fly. Time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Come on, break that beat. Go, party people. Everybody still cooking? Oh yeah, now you got it. Okay, okay.
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Showtime, baby.
Prepare. Fight with all your heart.
An honor, to be sure.
Let us begin. No. One more.
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last limb. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Oh, this is one of my favorites, actually. Oh, RD's run in this year, there's something ridiculous about it. He was coming in, I think, at like the 24th seed, and he had to face off against the #1 killer, Tokido. But going into his bracket, right, taking a look at his top 8 performance, he actually had to face off against Itabashi Zangi first.
There's Mena RD. It was dominance. 3-0.
He's been pretty much unstoppable, I believe, for that Capcom Pro Tour. It wasn't up until the winners finals where he had to face off against Tokido for the first time.
Working on stun as well. Mena.
Oh, he beat the armor with
that stun, baby!
And Tokido has done it. He's got the grand finals versus Mena RD. Such a close match.
He fell short to Tokido in the winners finals, and he had to face off against none other than Nemo and that Urien. And I feel like even at this part of the game, Urien was such a big problem, but in the hands of Nemo, a true Street Fighter artist, it was unheard of to see the way that Mena RD performed.
Mena RD eliminates Nemo!
Finally, the train has been stopped, and Mena RD with a 3-0 over Nemo!
Only to find his route back to Tokido. And I guarantee you that everybody else in the room at this point in time were thinking to themselves, Tokido might have this. This might be a wash for Mena RD. But to everybody's surprise, the way that it went down at the final round where Tokido actually slipped up, you see Mena RD really shine and rise up to the occasion.
A couple more. Oh, boy! One more!
Gonna do it!
One more!
No, not quite!
Mena is on the verge of doing it! Tokido has to stay alive. He can't get touched. If that big boy...
And that picture-perfect moment where he puts the controller down, looks at the crowd in bewilderment, as if he had no idea where he was at. He kind of just snapped out of it. That actually brought a tear to my eye, because as soon as that happened, that split second, you know that he was giving it his all. And of course, he gets to celebrate with his DR brethren immediately after that. That is genuine emotion and all the commitment coming into one spot in his heart. And that actually is one of the best moments that I've ever experienced at Capcom Cup. I want to see somebody rise exactly like that this year, and I cannot wait to see it happen.
Welcome back to Capcom Cup IX, coming from sunny California. You guys already know that beautiful beach out there, man. I mean, I live here now, so I get to see it quite often. You know what I'm saying? California is a beautiful place. I'm happy to be taking in the sights, the words of the Street Fighter lore here at Capcom Cup IX with my brother from another, all the way from across the pond. Jammers, how's it been? It's been a long time coming, man.
It has been a long time. What it do? And now, production team, you weren't smart about this because you don't know the law or the rivalry between me and Steve. So you actually put us here in the most dangerous group with the most dangerous rivalry on commentary. So hey, you're gonna have the energy, you're gonna have the knowledge here. It's gonna be a good time. Group F. What we're doing?
Oh my God, Group F. Not only is Angry Bird in this bad boy, Travis Styles is in this bad boy, Uriel Valerio in this bad boy, DCQ in this bad boy, Chris CCH in this bad boy, as well as Mr. Crimson, some of the heaviest hitters in the Street Fighter game right now, especially at this level. And I'm telling you right now, all these guys have had crazy points in their career, instances throughout the year that you can look at and be like, dang, they deserve to be here. But Chris CCH is actually coming from doing some hardcore work right now.
Hey, listen, he had midterms, he was doing some online classes at a hotel room. He almost didn't make it to the Capcom Cup, but hey, he can't miss this for the world.
Hey.
He's America's hero, one of the American heroes as well, so he's going to be putting in the shift. But Monsieur Crimson, one of the favorites to make it out. But we've got to talk about this first match here to kick things off. So, a lot of people did not peg Travis Styles to get out of the group, but they're making sure that they think Angry Bird is going to get out of the group. But Travis Styles, on paper, Boxer has a good lineup here.
Tell me, okay, so we were talking about this a little bit before we got here. What makes this so, what is a potential win scenario for Travis Styles to make it out of these groups?
He can give Dalsim a hard time, despite Dalsim being incredibly aggressive in this game. He's going up against Angry Bird now with the Ken. Can avoid the fireballs as well. Damage output is kind of tantamount to one another too. It's going to be ferocious, and then we have to check how Angry Bird's actually going to deal with dash straight. If there's a poorly dash straights by Travis Styles, it's going to be punished by Heavy Shoryuken. The guys are getting set up right now. There could be a number of things, and of course, Travis Styles is the best player in Oceania, in Australia, right? So he's here for a reason. And I think he's brimming with confidence. I'd like to see that with the players.
I've been to a couple of Australia tournaments myself, you know what I'm saying? And I've seen Travis Styles in the flesh do his thing with Balrog, nonetheless, a character we don't get to see that much at all these days, considering. But going up against the Ken from Angry Bird?
Yeah, he's going to do it. And this is the thing, right? I'm looking at this lineup today. Travis Styles has to fight two Kens. Angry Bird is the former. Uriel Valerio is the latter. But we're going into game one here in Group F. Hope you guys are ready just as much as we are.
Yo,
this is the highly anticipated group.
This group is actually bonkers, y'all. Y'all need to pay attention. This is the Street Fighter that I like to see. Ken, oh man, it's good to see you.
Letting the intros rock. Now, Angry Bird has some of the most ferocious, some of the best aggression in Street Fighter V on the player base throughout the time we've been watching this game. But Travis Styles, don't sleep on his knowledge and his aggression either. Look at that, already exchanging blows with the projectile and the normal.
Ooh, okay. Dashes up. Nice little series there. Still fighting in the middle.
Already in there, gets the target combo for the Oki. Good throw tech there to assess what Angry Bird's going to do on defense, Steve.
And you saw the B skill just to get in. Nice anti-air. To the corner you go. Oh, there's another throw.
Let's test him. Yeah, he's going to take another one. When's the wake up button?
Oh, shimmy the low forward.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Steve.
That is not good. Pressure EX for the plus.
Throw
One more throw. Guess for the game. Hits him with a too short combo.
And trust me, your first game in the deadliest bracket in the cup, and you got to deal with Ken in the corner like that, it's going to get anybody. Well played there to Angry Bird.
Part of Ken's game, man. He keeps you on your toes, man, especially with that V skill, able to close the distance really fast. That dash straight, we haven't seen it just yet, and I think it's because you can see Angry Bird zoning, making sure you can neutral jump in a lot of situations, full punish. Here's the knockdown and the pressure.
He's trapped in the corner, execution error there by Angry Bird. That was a negative edge, so Travis Styles has to take advantage, and he doesn't spend 2 bars, but he takes him straight to the corner, Steve.
I like what Travis is doing right now, holding his ground damn well versus Ken.
Dash low, walked away. That should be an indication. He's looking to tech after those negative situations. Punish.
Ooh, okay. The V skill reversal, EXDP.
He's going to watch out. He might do a couple of throws here. He fireball run.
Good tag. Travis Styles.
Throw again. What's it going to be? Shimmy or throw? Good tech there. Where's the dash straight activate? He needs it.
He tried. He did try. Hit by the medium kick though on the target, and that's not going to be enough to stop the assault from the corner from Angry Bird. Yo, damn.
Solid first game there. A couple of things Angry Bird's doing is he's jumping at an angle where standing medium punch anti is working. He could move a little bit closer, try to jump, so he gets the cross up and make Travis Styles anti differently. But also, he's doing it at a range that he's ready to react to EX dash straight, just in case.
And you play a dangerous game because if he clears you and you actually do dash straight, he just resets the scenario anyway.
Punish. Good V-shift there. Angry Bird could have punished that, but he wasn't quite ready for it. Throwing out that hard kick. Trying to fish for that crush counter. Just waiting there, lying in wait. Yeah, he needs dash straight to create that space. He needs to go back to neutral and breathe a little bit.
Small pokes right here, right to the back, to the middle of the screen. Crouch medium kick.
Right now, Travis Styles, he's doing moves in trepidation. He is way too tentative at the moment. But it's because dash straight, as you called out before, it's not quite working at the moment.
And you can tell, you called it out perfectly. Angry Bird is playing at this range. You can react, neutral jump. You can react, jump forward. You can get caught. To the corner you go.
Back throw, and a good jump out there. He has no cross up, so I'm just going to mention that.
I was about to say the same thing. It's just an escape. Oh, I like how this is adding up for Travis Styles. Nice V-skill to get through the fireball.
Get back dash there, but that's going to be dead.
Full CA, but he's not close enough. Has to spend some meter. Travis Styles, I was about to say, has a chance, but gets clipped on the way out. The V-skill actually plays out as well. Angry Bird on set point here in this Group F play.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the commentators before mentioning that players are having some uncharacteristic drops today. Seen quite a few from Angry Bird so far, but he's still in the lead. But Travis Styles needs to get around on the board now. Not looking too good. Throw again.
This is the Angry Bird that's scary to play against, man.
Yeah.
His offense is so strong.
Saw it in SFL. We're seeing it here live and direct. One more throw should stun him. They're all good tech.
Okay, a fighting chance here. Travis Styles.
That's right. He needs another one as well. Hang on a minute. He's got CA here, so one wrong move from Travis Styles. That's going to be a reaction CA from Angry Bird.
Okay. Needs to be careful on that range.
Yeah, he's allowing him to press the buttons. Travis Styles, he literally has a V-trigger in a dream right now, and he can't even jump either.
Slowing down the pace a lot. Travis Styles still got a dream to close out here. He gets, like I said, it's a long path back. Just about 40 seconds left on the clock. Full CA on the table from Angry Bird. A lot of work to be done.
Just still waiting, line and wait, 35 seconds on the clock.
I appreciate the patience.
He's not even going to throw everything in the kitchen sink with the V-trigger because he knows it's going to chip him. And Angry Bird's trying to set up that situation. Misses the confirm.
Still, Angry Bird content, just waiting it out, though. Just content waiting it out.
Don't play with your food, Angry Bird. Please do not do that. There's the fireball. And that's going to close it out here for game one in Group F. Slow but solid close out there from Angry Bird. Pretty solid. That strategy was there. I'm not quite sure what Travis Styles wanted to incorporate in that matchup, but I think from the get-go, he was in second place.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you think about it, you'd be rough on him, bro. But that's definitely true. The fact that he was like kind of on the back foot the whole time, he was really working to try to get a reaction out of Angry Bird. And a lot of times I feel like when Angry Bird plays, you kind of get that aggressive play from him. But he waited till his perfect time. He's like, you know what? I'm going to let you overextend first before I start my offense. That's why we saw those longer, drawn-out, slower rounds in the later part of there, but it still gave Angry Bird the W.
See, and the thing is as well, I don't know if you guys noticed at home, because Travis Styles on the defensive all the time, guess what buttons are used? Fierce, jab, stand medium punch. We saw no roundhouse.
Not one.
Rarely saw the dash straights I'm used to seeing as well. He had to dash, but to get out of trouble, not to get in trouble and be the full-on aggressor. And that's it. When you are going up against Angry Bird and you're an aggressive player, he gives that word a whole new meaning.
He literally like sucks the air. He sucks the aggression out of the room. He's like, no, you're fighting me. I'm fighting you. You know, it's one of those things where you really have to take into account. Travis Styles, once again, like you said, one of the best in the Oceanic region and really one of those guys I look at regardless, but Angry Bird is just on a whole nother tier when it comes to some of these matchups and just how much expertise he has in.
I'll tell you what, who else is also on a whole nother level is DCQ, hailing from China, representing BLG and UYU. He's going to be going up against Uriel Valorio. If you guys didn't have enough Ken, well, we got another one on screen for you right now.
I'm going to tell you right now, Uriel Valorio is my kin, bro. Like, I went down to, so first shout outs to like Mexico, because I went down there, Rangers there, that boy IFC Yipes was there, and I met Uriel in person. And I saw my man play in person, came out with the full getup, the full garb. I see you. And he actually reached out to me on Twitter, and he was like, hey, man, I'm having a little difficulty getting to the States, man. Is there anything you can do? I was actually about to put him in contact with Sherry, like, yo, Sherry, make sure my man gets the Capcom Cup. But he got it sorted out. He's here in the flesh, and I'm telling you right now, one of my favorite Ken players from Mexico, just in the world in all honesty. I love the commitment to the character, and I really do expect y'all to see like some craziness from this guy because he's one of my favorites.
Well, the thing is, I haven't actually watched him as much as probably you would watch him per se, because again, this is what was fantastic about the World Warrior program in general. It shed light on so many different players, even the guys who didn't qualify.
That's what I'm saying. Like, think about that. The fact that people were able to go back and look at some of those qualifiers and see that some of their favorite players didn't make it, that gave so much attention to what was happening. I feel like coming from those separate regions, showing these guys exactly where they could end up if they're able to make it out. But once again, now you out of the kitchen. Now you got not only in the hot seat, but you're actually in the fire. DCQ coming off the heels of a crazy SFL run. And I mean, when I tell you, I feel like the target that was put on his back was not like, I can beat this guy. It's like, bro, it's going to be a tough time beating this guy. One of the rare and the few, I feel like, Urians that we still have existing and, you know, operating out there.
Well, here's the thing, right? You mentioned his amazing track record that he had in SFL. The one player and the one character that kind of didn't give him that 100% win ratio was Ken by Angry Bird. They're in the same group, but hey, the character's still there. So I'm hoping Yuri will actually check the tapes, kind of picked up on one or two tendencies, because I'm gonna point something out when they actually start this match, what DCQ does in this matchup. You might see it, but again, this guy's out of this world when it comes to the knowledge. He's a big troll as well, by the way.
Oh no, he's a
big troll.
He's a huge troll. That's
he's on the internet a lot.
Yes.
If you've seen his Twitter account.
Oh yes, oh yes. But I'm going to say this. I feel like Uriel plays Ken the way this character is intended to be playing. He's really good at showing the aggression, keeping the control, and I feel like he's really on his toes about, hey, are you going to do something? I'm trying to force you to do something, and taking advantage of it as these guys go to the character select, well, the stage select.
Hey, nah, that outfit. Hey, Uriel, do you mind giving me that thing?
Right, exactly.
I might actually pick up some.
I need the hoodie. I need the Baja hoodie. I need that, bro.
Nah, and he wears Christmas Ken as well. Nah, this guy's come to play for
keeps. Bro. I'm trying. This is the flashiest.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay. He went with the plain Jane. Come on.
Hey, look, it's cool. It's cool. This kid design is still one of my favorites, though. The gi on the outside with the Under Armour kind of. One of my favorites, bro. But here we go. DCQ versus Uriel Valerio. Here we go.
All right. One thing I want to keep an eye out for is DCQ's button choices up close. The crouching medium punch, the stand medium punch buffers. It's a heavy tackle. He's already in there. He's actually excellent at whiff punishing with throws as well. But Uriel Valerio is in there. Look at that. See, space crouch medium. The crouch medium kick as well. And you have to play this matchup up close.
Yeah, you have to. And on top of that, that crouch medium that you pointed out is really a good space control tool for Urian and just in general, but especially to keep Ken out of that perfect. That's the range Ken wants to play at. V-skill's going to be a lot harder to use right there.
All right, good block on the EX Shoryuken. He's going to go for this combo I've never seen before.
Chop him in the air. Nice juggle. Back to the middle of the screen. Wake up, EX.
He had to. Save the embarrassment, man.
And look at that. Back in the game right there. There's the throw. Uriel.
Again.
Uriel. V-reversal blocked. No! Oh, the crouch medium caught him, checking a little too much for an opening, but that was still the run back from that whole entire round from that EX just to get started with the V-trigger.
And he did a haphazard heavy headbutt at the start of DCQ. So he lost 20% from that, but he's back in there, full on aggressive.
DCQ answers back instantly.
He's gone with V-skill 1 here as well, interesting. And he charged it up as I mentioned it and noticed it. But Uriel Valerio.
Look at how aggressive he is. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
This is what might shake DCQ, because I don't think this matchup is particularly good for Urian.
Oh, check out the loafers. Crouching medium kick whip. Good punish right there on the stand. Heavy kick, headbutt to get out of the corner.
Here we go. He's not going to use the mirror from mid-screen to reflect a fireball. He needs to get a full-on activation. Can he sneak in another
Look at right here. Look at right here. There it is. V-reversal.
That's fine. No, this is fine.
One more.
Pops it out. He's going to firm it.
Good defense. Nice back throw. Another one. Give me it here. Overhead the thunder kick into the turbine. No. Okay. All right. Okay.
Listen, I promise you, when people were talking about this group, not once was Uriel mentioned.
He's been on my mind the entire time. Ever since I found out my man made it, I was like, yo, please go here. Shake up the brackets.
Speaking of shaking it up, he's going to get a counter hit confirmed. Full damage here. He's probably not going to spend the bar. Shimmy.
Another shimmy and the stuns on the table. Oh, no, that is, that's not good at all.
Bit too predictable with that reversal, and that's going to be game 1 going to DCQ, ending it with dominant crush.
Yeah. DCQ, you can't sleep on him. Can't sleep on him at all. I'm sure no one is, but just in case you thought about it, don't.
Well, again, I still think this matchup is a bit difficult for Urian, but just kind of combining that with DCQ's knowledge, you can kind of have two opposing forces trying to clash with each other. His knowledge can keep him in the fight.
The thing, man, I'm happy that you're saying that. Because even though you said, like, Urian doesn't have the easiest time in this matchup, but it's DCQ making up for that. That's all of the rest of that is DCQ playing right there.
Right, what is Uriel going to do? Is he going to change characters? Is he going to change costume?
I thought he had a Sakura at one point, but I could be wrong.
Nah, don't pick Sakura here. I disagree. If he's going to do that, I disagree with it. That's just me personally.
Nah. He probably ain't switching no way.
Right, he did too many EX Shoryukens. I think they were a bit too obvious. I know one of them hit, but that was because of the whole, oh, you block this one, you're not going to be ready for the second one. Classic SF5 scenario. I want to see maybe one or two more jumps at a tighter angle. Jumping at Urian in the corner when standing hard kicks there and ready, especially with DCQ at the wheel. That's a bad choice. But telling just by his aggression and how momentum-based he is, I reckon he can make this one apiece at least. Yeah. He can take this to the final game if he wants to.
2 close rounds, I feel like. He definitely could have closed out.
With punish. He wasn't charging, so he just went for the Metallic Sphere.
Okay. Tries to go for the throw. See him using that crouching medium punch to get back into that range where Ken is not feeling comfortable throwing out those heavier buttons.
The thing is, it's very hard when you're at the helm to pay attention to DCQ's button choices. So there's sometimes I feel you might be able to get away with a jump, but crouch medium. There you go, hand shot, good check with the target combo.
Oh wow, gets the counter hit confirmed this time.
Straight to the corner here. He can actually, oh yeah, and the nice juggle fall up there.
Good pressure here. Oh, that's the round. Hey, look how you going into the turbine for real this time. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
That sounded like a baby T.
Right.
All right, good start here from Uriel. Gets the target combo from the stampeding kick once again. Delay. Here we go. He might be able to delay him again, actually, if you think about it.
Oh, the thunder kick fake out? Wait a minute. Tried to go for the tick throw. Not gonna another stun on the table. Uriel Valerio, let's go!
Just needed, trust me, with a lot of these guys today.
Woo! That's a quick 2 rounds back.
There you go. I hear the crowd making a little bit of noise there. But yeah, just by how that first game went, it was whoever's on the back foot and who has to defend first in situations in high-stakes tournaments like this, you can really tell the nerves are coming out. And again, it results in poor choices. But if you get the opponent or win the neutral before they do, again, he's more than capable of playing it. So let's see what the adaptation is from DCQ, because he's good in the mid-range. He's got that knowledge. He is one of the best Urian specialists, but even they can get overwhelmed as well.
I mean, I feel like that's how Street Fighter's always been a matchup game, right? And just talking about how they're going to deal with this neutral game, especially versus a character like Ken, where the aggression paid off in full that second game, and he actually had DCQ on the ropes. Double stun rounds right there to get the closeout clean for Uriel. Let's see what the choices are.
He's not. I don't think he's going to change V-skills here, DCQ. I think he just needs a moment to recollect his thoughts, maybe ruminate a little bit about what just happened, because again, the first game was shaken to the final round where he dominated that, and then Uriel Valerio basically just ran all over it. That's it. This last game, he needs to find out how to slow him down.
I told you, that's the momentum-based Uriel that I've come to love. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I feel like, once again, he plays Ken how this character is meant to be played.
Now, some of you will not class as a surprise or an upset, because DCQ is probably one of the favorites to make out of this group. But if Uriel Valerio gets this win off of him now, DCQ's got double the amount of work, and there's no night shift pay on that.
And Angry Bird is waiting. He's like, yo, what's up, you know?
Angry Bird's leering at this match in the back, I can tell you that much. Good trade on the first encounter there, and he gets the coral punch into the Metallic Sphere.
I was about to say.
And a jump. What was I saying? He didn't jump on him enough.
Uh-oh, the throw. The feint was working pretty good. Nice distance on the heavy punch right there. Trying not to get too close. We've seen him use that crouching medium punch for Urian to get in. He's trying to negate it.
There we go. I'm loving the spacing right now. Very meticulous here from Uriel Valerio. Max distance hard kick. Getting that fireball at a range that's awkward for Urian. But here comes DCQ. Almost got this combo.
You see now the DCQ starting to contest.
There, what
right
I tell
now.
you? When he whip punishes throws, I told you. Bro, this guy's sick of doing that. Throw again. Right, knee drop maybe?
Oh, activate off the low forward fireball. Tries to reset, maybe a drop.
He squandered that opportunity.
Oh.
That's fine. No, that's fine. Let him charge up. Just let him charge with the B skill.
Oh, Uriel Valerio, let's go! I told you. I know. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Do you know what? I did not account for him actually trying to jump and take the ball by the horns. I said, let the man charge the V-skill, bro. There we go, nice counter hit. There you go, gets the throw. Can Michael Walker get another one? He's gonna leave it. Yeah, he has to leave it, play it safe here. Yuri Valor is too unpredictable for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do. Can't get it right back, that's punishable.
Oh, not close enough. Stun now down on the side of Uriel.
Yeah, there we go. And a check with the target combo again. DCQ's getting frustrated. Rare footage of this. And a force of a view reversal too.
Oh, the challenge right there.
He hasn't uppercutted any of those. He hasn't challenged one of those violent knee drops. I'm pretty sure Ken can do with crouch fierce or if you're ready with DP anti-air. But because DCQ hasn't been jumping at him, the anti-airs haven't really been tested from a regular jump.
No, that's true. But the jump-ins have been pretty successful. Back throw.
Average double dash there, gets that throw. Yuri Valorio might be fishing for another jump soon.
And now you see DCQ, he knows. He's like, let me make sure you don't get a step forward.
Walk away, he needs to walk away. Yeah, he needs a little bit more breathing room. Jump again.
Oh no, he is known for those crouching heavy punches, especially in the clutch.
Get out of there.
Known for the crouching heavy punch.
Fierce, and it was too far. They buffed that as well, and it still missed. Fireball, he hasn't got V-trigger yet, Uriel. He needs that. Because that's going to be the pivotal moment. That's going to be the game changer here.
Ooh, clip the EX shoulder.
He blocks one more medium, and then he can run and do step kick. Watch out. Oh,
caught
hang
the
on a minute. Please do not Shoryuken. Do something else. I feel he's going to do it. Do something else. Oh my god, he did. Ah!
Uriel goes down to DCQ. And man, still a great showing right there. That was a good run right there.
Yeah, first game for the pair of them there. Again, plenty more to go. Yeah, he can tell. I can look at him right now and say he knows he could have won that. DCQ, he won, but he had to work for it. There's a difference.
DCQ's jacket says, abnormal rival. That's who he is. The abnormal rival.
Wait, is that the new title?
DCQ.
Right, so when we close out 5 and go into 6, that's what we're going to call him.
There we go. Abnormal rival. That's what we're going to call him. He needs a special badge just to be sure. Man, that match was still crazy, though. Definitely was looking at Uriel, but this is the speed I was talking about that he likes to play at. He really does like to play the aggressor. That first game, I felt like if Uriel could have got that first game, we might have been looking at a different turnout of events right here.
Yeah, it might have been too many nerves that the Shoryukens came out in abundance there, but after that, you know, readjusted the spacing, was utilizing the target combo from Stampede Kick extremely well. He had his fireball spacing on point. Obviously, Heat Rush V-Trigger 1, that was paying dividends too. I feel in situations where he had to properly defend and probably firm the block, didn't quite understand the mind games, because DCQ has excellent mind games as well, because he has a high success rate on throws.
Oh yeah.
So, and then he get hit closing it out. That dash up.
That dash up stand medium max.
But you know what? It threw him off. Because, like, I'm pretty sure, a high percentage, he was checking those dashes, and then the one time it is, remember, you don't react to Yuri's dash, you react to what happens afterwards. And by that time, you already got counter hit with a stand medium punch, and you know what comes after that, huge mileage. Well, that is insane. And I did mention Street Fighter 6 and DCQ rolling into that, but in the back behind us, there are a ton of Street Fighter 6 booths here at the Avalon. You can see the guys there. I see Nightmare Effect actually playing the game right now. I don't know what character he's playing. He's playing Luke. He might be playing Luke. I don't know if he can hear me while he's playing, but it's great to see there. And again, it's fantastic. Can't wait for this game to come through.
Look, man, I can't wait. Look, we need another beta. That's all I'm saying. If we get the opportunity, I would love to get
Do we need another beta, though?
Actually, we don't.
Because what happens when the game comes out and they're going to be tired of it after week 1?
You're right. You know what? You're right. I'm glad Jammer said that.
It's just me. I think you lot don't need another beta because you lot are going to be bored 2 weeks in.
See, I feel you. I agree with you on that. But we'll save this more for later.
We can talk after.
We need to get to the next match here, man. Group F has been crazy, and now you see Chris CCH going up against none other than Mr. Crimson.
That's Monsieur Crimson.
Monsieur
to you.
Crimson.
Get it right?
Excuse me. Okay.
I tell you what, right? Again, one of the best players in the world, strongest player in France, qualified via the CPT Online. I was actually in Burbank, California last year to call the action against him and Killsy. Shout out to Killsy at home. But yeah, he's gone up against Chris CCH. Now, Chris CCH is in this bracket. A lot of the Americans have him pegged down to get out this group. It's a tall order. He can do it. He's accumulated experience from Street Fighter League. A different kind of pressure. Huge volume of pressure. But this guy, he defines, throw everything in the kitchen sink at your opponent. and maximize that opportunity as well.
When I look, I'm a big fan of Chris CCH.
Same.
I used to talk to him a lot. Well, I guess I used to talk to him a lot, but at Combo Breaker, I talked to him, saw his like performance as well, and just an uplifting spirit when it comes to like Street Fighter. And the only reason I say this because, like you said, he grinds. I've ran into him and ranked multiple times. He's a maximized player. That guy knows exactly what it takes to kill somebody, stun somebody, and get the W, all with that character loop.
And I'll tell you a deadly combination with Chris CCH. His disdain for Dhalsim, plus how, you know, immaculate and accurate he can be with studying matchups. Because he said once he knows what he's doing, he studies the matchups really to a T. And again, there is some stuff Luke can do in this matchup, but Mr. Crimson is on a whole nother level. He had an amazing year last year, kind of didn't get the results he wanted near the end. I saw a little bit of shakiness here, but hopefully he's prepared accordingly because he has been practicing with 4 Fields, Ending Walker, those guys in Europe. So is this his first game today? Let's see how he does.
Yo, Capcom Cup. Yo, Capcom Cup. Do me a favor. Make some noise out there for this next match. Chris CCH versus Mr. Crimson. Let's go.
Woo! Right, already starting with the yoga float here. And Chris probably looking for that crouch fist to tackle opportunity, but he gets the jump in instead.
A little early with the anti-air right there.
Yeah, a good question. That's another good question. How's he going to stop the dive kick? Already uses the Avenger armor. Look at that.
Yeah, that V skill too, using Piercer. Nice little delay on it. Make you gonna question some of your buttons coming from Dhalsim. Mr. Crimson in the corner, another early jump in button. And Chris CCH closes out the first round, not into the turbine. Oh my God.
Looking good here, strong start from Chris CCH. Again, super aggressive, being absolutely belligerent here. But again, he might be able to mix up and slow things down. But that dive kick can be an absolute nuisance for anybody, but he's been checking it so far in the early games. Trying to go for a frame trap with flash knuckle.
Nice. Push it to the corner this time around, this time on the offense.
And you got Mr. Crimson already teleporting away. Yeah, okay. So he's going to just throw in that mind game with the armored tackle.
Back throw, uh-oh. A forward throw, uh-oh. Dash up, nice check, Mr. Crimson. Life lead on his side now.
He's going to cook.
What?
All right.
Interrupt with the crouching medium punch in the fire?
And he's already avoided it through the fire and flames, as they say.
I love the Dragon Force song. Oh my gosh! Okay. All right.
Don't worry, we got a game on our hands. We can be biased here. I was biased with Range in the LCQ. We can be biased here. Let's see EU versus US. He already introduced the EX Avenger to get in there, but now he's going to have to go back to a traditional approach here, Chris.
Yep.
Utilize those Luke buttons, but he needs to get within roundhouse range a lot closer.
And look at him trying to whip punish some of these long-reaching buttons from Dhalsim. At least to get the knockdown, right? Sometimes you can punish it on recovery, hit the sweep, sometimes get the knockdown, take your opportunity to dash in. Mr. Crimson is aware of this, not gonna let it happen.
But I like the neutral adaptation here from Chris. He knows Crimson's looking for that whip punch in the crouch fierce, so he's starting to utilize Sandblaster a little bit. Tries to get that dash. When's the jump? That's the question.
Oof. Ooh. Getting tagged on the way in. Getting tagged on the way in. Mr. Crimson
check
with a lead.
Tackle, and that's going to be punished.
Yeah. Taking a lot of gambles to actually get in versus Mr. Crimson. And you saw it work out the first time, but then in that third round, that's when Mr. Crimson was like, nah, that's not going to work anymore.
Well, it was a solid strategy for probably one interaction, but you need a strategy that works for the entire game. Not quite what he needs. The early jump fierces that he was doing before, they were pretty good, but he was a lot closer than he is right now. And the thing is, he is checking the dive kick from Dhalsim, but you needed to beat it, not trade. When he trades, that's in Dhalsim's favor.
Yeah, it just resets it.
Yeah, and then you're not always going to check it because you're not always going to be ready.
And the Dhalsim, they'll keep checking it too. They'll legit be like, oh, how'd you deal with it last time? It looked a little shaky. Let me do it again.
Frame trap again. It didn't quite work out there. Good punish. That is a 3-frame punish.
Yeah, I can see Chris playing a little slower just so he can get a little closer
He got him. That's all that matters. He's going to activate off of the suppressor. Good delay. He wasn't confident that was going to hit though.
Oh, wow. V-trigger. We saw what happened last time. Teleport.
Cook him. Oh, wow. Boy.
Sniper. As soon as you touch the ground. And now Mr. Crimson is 1 round away.
Looking strong here. And he hasn't really used Air Gale to stop CTH's approach. Good crouch fierce into the tackle.
Pressure still really solid here for Chris CCH. Teleport to get out. Jab to keep it honest. V-reversal from Mr. Crimson to reset everything.
All right, there we go. There's another jump. He tried to do Yoga Anvil to get it, but it was a bit too late for the crush counter. He got the trade instead, but we'll take it. And yes, just the last active frame caught Dhalsim.
Interrupt with the crouching medium.
Chris might need to stay here, but he's going to, take it. to Mr. Crimson. He's gonna get the full combo. Look
Oh
at that
my
damage. Look
gosh,
at the
look at the slide loop from Mr. Crimson. Reset it, he tries to go in. Bust out from Chris CCH.
He's still got the life lead here. He's gonna rack up that great damage. A Sandblaster might close it out. Hang on a minute. Watch out for the 50-50, it's coming.
Oh my gosh.
Yay.
You see, even he was like, ugh. That was sweaty. That was sweaty. Extra deodorant for those two.
This is the thing, at that range, it's still difficult, despite having the knowledge to get in the jumps, the crouch fierce whiff punish into the tackle. You get in, but then there's this weird
it is.
Up close, and then for around Dalsim's back medium kick range, where it's like, I can't overextend because Mr. Crimson's excellent at checking walks. Not just dashes, walks, right? Then he can just do a Gale to surprise. He didn't really use Gale there as well, but again, he extremely frustrated Chris CCH. And he had his moments, but I think when he did hit Crimson, he wasn't expecting it to hit.
Yeah, there was a lot of times where you could see the commitment, but not the belief, right? Gets the hit, wasn't able to close out, but there was a lot of shines, a lot of glimmers of let me close this out. Right here, getting picked off by the snipe. Great whip punish right there with the crouching heavy punch. But look at this ridiculous loop that Mr. Crimson pulled off and goes for a reset, and we saw a small glimmer of that, that return from Chris CCH when the EXDP did hit, but did not get the round.
And that combo that Mr. Crimson did, despite, its overabundance of damage, that's actually not easy to do.
It's
You've
really
got to be,
not.
you've got to be extremely accurate with your spacing, right? That's the light EX Yoga Fire, the slowest one there, so it hits twice at different points. So, no, listen, I've tried and I can't even do it, but that ain't easy to do,
Look, I've heard other Dawson players talking about this on the internet. They're like, bro, that combo is mad hard. So, once again, this just shows you how far along Mr. Crimson is when it comes to the meta of developing Dawson Tech in Street Fighter V, and definitely the guy to look at right now, especially when you come to World Talent.
And you will see him in a few moments' time as well, because I can't spoil it for you yet. Got another Titan to face. This is the group of death. But right now, we're going to talk about this one. This matchup is imperative because both guys have got a loss on the board. Chavis against Angry Bird, Euro against DCQ. So this is the interesting thing about the groups, right? So if you go 2 wins and 0 losses, you're pretty much in a decent position. You just need an extra 2 wins. You should be able to emerge out of the group, if my maths are right. If you're 1-0 down, and then you go up against another guy that's got a loss as well, you both need that win.
You both did. That's why I said this is an important match for both of these guys. This typically is, judging from the pool, this is what keeps one of these guys alive.
Yes.
A potential chance to get another opportunity to face one of these other big names expected to make it out and making an upset and make it out on their own.
Hey man, the destiny is in their own hands. Again, he's running it back against a Ken. Different style. It may, do you know what? Same aggression, different perspective on it.
No,
that's all it really is. That's how I feel about it.
Uh-oh, here we go.
What? Excuse me? What? You never told me you had a Cody.
Look, I wasn't 100% aware of the Cody. I'm going to just be honest.
Is he going to do it? Okay. So he doesn't feel confident. From what I'm seeing here, this is just my interpretation of this. He doesn't feel confident using Ken against Boxer. Yet, if he should have paid attention to what Angry Bird did, I would have done the same thing.
I at least would have put it on the table.
Well,
I at least would have put it on the table.
If there's someone he practices in his region
to make sure,
right,
might as well.
I don't blame this pick either. And that's the top 5 character you've seen on the left there, Cody.
You say top 5?
I think he's top 5.
Okay.
What, you don't think so?
I didn't say that.
Look,
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
My man don't carry a shank, he carries a sword.
Right.
I know a sword when I see one. I'm telling you. We'll see what's up. Let me see the knowledge on it, though.
Right.
It might work out. But
right.
again, it's super vital that these guys get this win here. But somebody has to lose. And already starts off with a regular Zorf.
Stand heavy kick right there. I love to see when Cody's used a projectile. I love it. Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah, too far. It was at the tip, so he couldn't really get a proper follow-up there.
Man, he is abusing that forward heavy kick.
What's he trying to catch, though? That's the question. Whoa, nice sway. He did that extremely preemptively, but...
Like a slow button. Maybe it actually will catch the start of a dash punch.
It was only dash punch it was going to catch, or like avoid from there. But here comes the command grab.
Okay, answers back. Oh, stand medium kick doing his job.
Here we go, just keeping it in range. Again, Travis Styles, this style is what he was using before against Angry Bird, but it might be a different execution error.
Bad extension right there. Goes for that medium kick ruffian that is punishable.
All right, here we go. Time for pain indeed. He gets the 3-piece into the ruffian. Pressure being applied. Good check
What a
there.
check.
Protect. Oh, he tested him. He might have activated the V-trigger to test him. Jump.
Travis defense.
What a sway.
Yo, the crime sway back throw. Wait a minute, Travis Styles not done yet.
Right.
Roundhouse that
Yeah, because he can be more aggressive. I'm going to see the aggressive buttons. Yes, much better from Travis Styles here. Unlucky there for Uriel.
That's why I called it out. He was like, yo, we didn't see not one roundhouse last time. I'm like, there it is. That's how you know he's feeling comfortable. He's actually getting in the range to use it. When he was playing against Angry Bird, he was not there.
There you go. Much better. Even stand medium kick as well. He's applying the offensive pressure, getting those frame traps in. And Uriel Valorio, he is in a dangerous situation. Okay, did the V reversal late? Can block that.
With punish Travis Styles. We talked about how important it is for one of these guys to get this W to keep him alive.
Right, Uriel,
big
not
jump
looking
in.
good. Try to shimmy him with a dash. Swayed it. Oh, sorry, he done the KKB turn. Whoa, and he caught a delayed backdash there. He's trying to get Uriel to whiff a throw, but he's not biting. He's trying to do other options, but Chavez can still catch them anyway. And again, I've seen a lot of things that these two are trying to scope out about one another. I really think Chavez can run a train on him on his wake up. He can throw him a little bit, maybe even throw out that roundhouse a bit more.
And look at that dash straight to start it off. Perfect spacing.
Okay, he almost got there. He caught him. Level 2 zone, good check.
And he keeps checking too. All right, stand light kick confirmed. There's that neutral jump. Yeah, he's trying to catch him right now.
Roundhouse.
Oh, uh-oh.
And just walks away. There we go. Good backdash. He wasn't charging, so.
Ooh. Activate once again off the crouch short.
Good confirm there on the counter hit conversion from Travis Styles. Gets a throw there, or throw tech, I should say. Here comes the sword.
No anti-air, just the throw instead. Now he has the corner.
He's not doing it. Good defense here. Lovely defensive sequence on Chavez. Just firming the blocks. He can afford to take that grade damage.
Ooh.
Punish.
Okay, okay. So the heavy kick ruffian knockdown in the corner. Gets the V reversal blocked.
Okay, there you go. Just got him boxed in the corner. This is what he needs here, but I hope he's charging that level 2. He needs it. He needs it now. Anti-air.
Good anti-air.
So he's not charging with that.
Oh,
There it is.
Bounce. Big damage? No, he's not dead.
Okay, he wasn't charging. The punish! Oh, he got the back throw there because he avoided. He just used the V-shift to avoid that tornado sweep in the corner. And that puts Travis Styles at match point here, Steve.
I love seeing when people use the V-shift and they don't use break. They just get the whiff, use the punish. That's how you know they're paying attention.
Level 2 again. He's taking him straight there.
Wants to meet. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, wants the meaty. Big damage right here, Cody. Let me get some meter on top of it. Not dead, but the situation isn't looking good for Travis.
He's gonna wait for his opportune moment to use the button and then
Crouch
activate
medium kick
the command grab. Can he get one throw? There we go. It's coming in. Sounds racking up. All he needs is the command grab now. There it is!
But no.
You
The dirty bull?
No, it's too much scaling, so he's still alive. Can you do a tick command grab or something? Oh, little roundhouse gonna get him! Yeah! Oh, no. I don't know if he wanted to press a button into that V-trigger. He did not want to do it raw. You literally sort of start with the roundhouse like...
Right? All you saw was like Balrog, like, yo, what's up?
Do you know there wasn't SF4?
With their eyes in me? I love it. With their eyes is to get bigger. Whoa, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I'm telling you, no, that looked hilarious. I know it's unfortunate there for Uriel, but again, extra stuff there for Travis, equalizing his results here in this group. Uriel, he's down 0-2 in this group, so that means he needs from day 2 onwards, he needs to win all of his games, and he needs a result to work in his favor elsewhere in the same group.
He would need the only person he has to fought, he would need Travis Styles, because he hasn't fought Angry Bird yet.
Not yet.
So he probably need Travis Styles to go down to Angry Bird. He needs to be Angry Bird, and that's the only way it works out.
A lot of scenarios, mathematics we got to do. We're poor at maths, but hey, we can still try and put some numbers together.
I'm bad at maths, but I'm trying. I am trying.
2 + 2 is 4, -1 is 3. Quick maths, is that?
Quick math, that's right.
You remember the song? You don't remember the song?
That might not be something we had access to, just for the record. But I knew the numbers though. The quick maths was definitely working. You remember that song? Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Capcom Cup 9, Hollywood, California. Me and the boy Jammers holding it down. This is Group F, and it is crazy with some of these players we have in here, and just the matches have been good the entire day. These guys are trying to get the best record so they can move out of their group play into this main bracket, but we got another game for you, another banger for you. What is it, Jammers?
So last we had our penultimate match. This is the final match we're going to have, as far as I'm aware, on my schedule for this group today in Day 1 Group F. Monsieur Crimson going up against DCQ here. Now, they both got the wins on the board. Somebody has to lose now. That's what I like about these groups. Somebody has to lose now.
Oh, this is definitely true. So, look, right now, somebody's 100% going to lose, but this works out for the players in their group because if they haven't played whoever loses yet, this helps them significantly. That's what happens.
Now, I think I'm curious about the ranges DCQ is going to play at. He's definitely going to pick Metallic or a V-Skill 1. He has to pick that. I'm almost certain he's going to do that. Looking for the whiff punishes. Maybe crouch medium punch might be a good button, but I don't think he'll be close enough to get the chariot tackle. He might have to be Hail Mary with the headbutt of the chariot tackle.
I think DCQ will test the waters and be like, I'm going to catch some of these buttons you're throwing out here to keep me away, just to get that one time to get in and just steamroll you.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I feel like we're going to see right now. I feel like this game for Dawson is going to be like very poke heavy. If I get this situation where I get the knockdown and make you guess, fine. If not, I can't really push too much, especially because of the V-skill. So let's see how it plays out. I'm very interested to see.
And the thing is, like, Mr. Crimson has some of the best defense and defensive choices in Street Fighter V, going up against a guy who actually implements incredible mind games and he can overwhelm you when the cards are played correctly. But again, as far as I'm aware, I don't think he played a Dalsim in SFL US, so there was no experience to gain in that high-level environment. If my memory serves me correctly, I don't think he did.
I don't think so either.
And then I think he's got a Dalsim in his region. I can't remember the guy's name. I think he does. So he must have something. Obviously, no one wants to Dalsim in their group. But
right.
Is he going with V-Skill too?
You know,
okay.
That's interesting because this is slow-moving projectile, right? You still have to deal with teleport and stuff like that. Wow, okay.
Combo extensions, extra frame advantage when you're in the corner if you get into the corner.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're taking a gamble here, banking on getting Dawson to the corner in a situation where he can't escape.
First, he's got to charge it. Yeah. If Mr. Crimson doesn't give him the chance to charge it, then it's irrelevant.
But maybe that's what he's banking on. He's banking on the offense.
He charged it. Yeah, there you go. He got it. No, he lost it. No. He hasn't got it. That's what I mean. But if you're not going to get the chance to charge it, what's the point?
And I think that's what he's banking on. He's banking on that offense of him not letting him get the V-skill to make him a little more anxious to get in versus Yuri.
Good check there. Light kick into the Yoga Flame, and he's already trapped in the corner. He's not going to activate V-trigger just yet. There it is. Good
V-reversal. Completely avoids the V-trigger.
Hit the trade. That did a lot of damage on Dalsim.
Oof. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crouch heavy. Hold up.
And he's very good at sniping out dashes with that crouching
just said you were talking about this.
There you go. Putting out the flame. Watch out for the freight trap. Oh, no.
X. Surprise. Chariot tackle.
And that's going to be a huge factor in this. So Mr. Crimson has to consider the range he's actually standing at, so he's not locked in, jailed into that situation with the EX tackle with the V-Trigger 1 on deck. Cool. That was safe. That was safe.
So far away. Perfect spacing right there.
I'm so surprised he's gone with Indignant Thunder. That is bugging me. But okay.
And this is what I was talking about. Some of these scrambles, these situations, DCQ will call you out on it. And a lot of times he's had conversions.
Fireball comes out, and that was the fast one.
Whoa, wow. Nice snipe right there.
Good stab fist there from Mr. Crimson. Building on that life lead right now. Good spacing there from DCQ.
Jab right there to check. Still a lot of testing.
They do not want each other
to
play.
They don't. They're like, yo, every time. Another one.
Pressure. Can he get a grab? Yeah. Good stuff. Solid performance there. I know he had to firm that because he was stubborn and had to keep the trigger to even make that comeback. And Mr. Crimson sniped that. Situational awareness. Crouch fierce.
Cool. Trade. Mr. Crimson with the lead. That is not safe.
Cook him up. Stays in front. There's a throw. Can be sneaking another one at some point.
And look, it just immediately takes the space. Wow.
Rotate there from Crimson. Trying to build that space with the pushback from the heavies, but Chariot tackle his ways in. He has to bulldoze at some point.
Reversal early, right outside the fire range, and then dash up to keep the pressure.
Good roundhouse. Watch out for the jumble. Violent knee drop. Something's coming. Good flame, yeah. Typical stuff. That's one of Mr. Crimson's special techniques.
Wow, I'm out.
Oh, he tried to do the trade combo.
Oh, back throw out of the tackle, and that third round looked completely different.
I saw the fist pump, and I'm seeing F-Word and Logan just make some noise.
Wow, F-Word and Logan. Man, tell him to sit down. Tell him to sit down.
Right. Yes. Okay. Please change the V skill. I don't agree with what you just did, but that's me personally. I'm a backseat gamer, but I've got to say something.
Wow. Stay out of my chat, bro.
Oh no, I'm coming in your chat. What is he gonna do? Sticking with the character, and this is it. I knew he was thinking about this hard before when the group was announced.
Oh,
I knew he was thinking about that hard when the group was announced.
You have to think about this. Mr. Crimson, one of the best players in the world.
And this is the thing. This can be a tactical decision as well. You don't want to lose to him. You don't want to lose to any opponent. But if this is the guy he has to lose to beat everybody else to get out of the group, I'll take that.
Yeah. No, that's facts. Is he sticking to Indignant Thunder? Yes.
Stick with it. Wow. He only used 2 magnified fireballs, and that was to kind of keep Mr. Crimson in block stuff.
Okay.
Or trying to take a turn back or something. It's been the other moves that didn't do work. EX Chariot Tackle, his whiff punishing, his throws.
A couple of trades there. We saw Mr. Crimson get a lot more active, actually throwing a couple of those Chariot Tackles from the range.
Dude, his crouch fierce placements for Mr. Crimson have been amazing. And again,
Wow.
still checking him. I don't know, I feel like the V-Skill 1 would have allowed him to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more haphazard to get in, but stays in front. Oh my word! Nah, he's done. Oh my word! What the hell was that? Yoga flavor the perfect! And DCQ nods his head in approval because that was sick. Wow. My man, you got baffled.
That was a quick round.
I said light work, cousin. Let's see how he's gonna get. I don't know how he's gonna recover from this. If he does.
This is mental damage right here.
Alright, let me drop. Nice delay. That was a fantastic delay there from DCQ. Didn't close out the combo with Chariot Tackle though.
Oh, not close enough. Whip punish on the side of Mr. Crimson. Gets the trade, tries to make something happen.
The fact that he was ready to react to that with the dash and crouch fierce again. My man.
I told you, bro. He's always ready.
Situational awareness from these guys is insane, and he gets it with another spacing trap. And he's gonna cook for a little bit. He has to, because if you don't activate Mutual 1 now, you're done.
Oh, this is not looking good at all for DCQ. Activate.
There you go. Overhead. He's got to do something. Trade. Yeah, trade. He's getting rid of the mirror.
Yeah.
Completely evaporated now. He's back in there. One check will do it. Good teleport. Fantastic stuff there. And yeah, he's just getting rid of it. It's null and void now. That V-trigger has been absolutely useless in this.
Oh!
Punish!
Oh!
Right! He might be able to build it!
Oh, no!
Can he get a throw? No! Oh! Boy, did you neutral jump there!
And Mr. Crimson physically, visibly shaken from that match, but still swinging to the very end. DCQ goes down. Mr. Crimson goes up. What a set.
We were looking at it. It was on your screens. He was probably banking on building the CA. He probably buffered it anyway, but again, that meter build would have been absurd.
That would have been crazy.
But I don't know, maybe if he wanted to spend the 2 bars and put him in the corner, he still had a guess for game situation, regardless.
No, that situation would have been dicey because, like you said, if he had used the EX, he wouldn't have been in a kill scenario, right? Like, he wouldn't have been in that kill scenario to get the CA at the end. So I guess it's get the carry, get one more guess, and win.
And the thing is, his anti as Mr. Crimson, they were on point. My biggest gripe was that neutral jump at the end.
Yeah. Oh, and that last little series was so good. Oh.
I want to know what he tried to neutral jump.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he thought a slide was coming.
But the V-trigger wasn't there. So it's like Mr. Crimson only like abuses the slide when he's got trigger there. I mean, they're going to play the replay again soon right now. But again, this was fantastic. Look at that. There's a punish. Does he build it in time? Oh, tell a lie. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Good call.
Yeah. No,
that's probably what I was looking for.
So, I mean, I understand that just because of the scramble, but it's what you said first. Neither one of them wanted the other to play. Like, nope. They literally was trying to shut down the other person from getting their game started. DCQ very much snowballs in this gameplay, so we've seen that before. Same thing goes for Mr. Crimson. And now we have an update on the standings.
Big shout out to the production for putting this on the screen right now. So yeah, Mr. Crimson at the top of the group. Angry Bird got the 1 win. Travis Styles and DCQ 1 apiece. Christy Chage with 1 loss. Euro Valoria with 0 and 2. So he's actually going to be doing a lot of thinking. He's got put in the shift. Mr. Crimson probably needs about 2 more wins on the board, and he should be fine. But the middle of the pack,
it's still in the. It's
going to be shifted, man. It's going to be crazy.
It's still there, man. Hey, I think that Travis is in a good spot where he can make something happen. But with that being said, man, I can't wait to see what happens in the rest of the group play. It's going to be a good one, though. Uriel did surprise me, didn't let me down either. The fact that we see Travis Styles still up here, I feel like he's one of the people, like you said, they kind of wrote him off. but he still has a fighting chance.
He still has a fighting chance, indeed. But I also have a chance to register for Street Fighter Duel because it's coming this month.
What?
Worldwide,
Finally?
baby. I'm telling you what, it's the new Street Fighter mobile game and is currently available for pre-registration. You can earn the rewards on launch of the characters with gems and more. It's a brand new adventure that awaits all the World Warriors teaming up to fight against the rising. It's this company called Shadowy Organization. Never heard of it before. I've been around the block, but I've never heard of it before. But it's going to have 40 plus characters at launch with a lot of the artwork that you might have seen on the internet already. Fantastic artwork for this mobile game. But you need to visit the website streetfighterduelgame.com to find out more details on how you can pre-register and join in on the action there. So that was a nail-biting group. Riveting sets.
Very good sets, if you ask me.
But that was only day one. But I'll tell you what, we need to take that breather. And when we come back, we're going to transition over to the next group. So more Street Fighter action here with Group H at the Capcom Cup Finals. See you in a bit.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn to feast. Alright, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
Space-time distortions. They're still puking out dinosaurs all over the planet.
So, Bikitoa Island's been sealed up for 3 years, and Ibius won't own up to Leviathan's malfunction?
Can you address the reports of exofighter patrols on the island?
Reports of exofighter patrols are simply untrue. Ibius is committing all possible resources to the investigation.
Exercise results logged. Sunsetting temporal instance.
Come on back. Drinks on me.
There are hundreds of exo fighters running around out there. Everyone's armed, and nobody knows what'll happen next. 1 minute, they could be helping you. The next minute, they're shooting you in the back.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the Leviathan. It's trying to build stronger exosuits, so it's pulling any exo fighter it can get hold of back in time for these bloody war games.
Like it or not, the exosuits keep it his alive out there.
But the more we use it, the more it helps Leviathan.
Well, that's not an option.
One way or another.
Value team members. Prepare for dimensional integration in 10 minutes.
You stay alive, man. Only you.
If you give an AI like Leviathan the directive, improve our exosuits, it has to complete it. It doesn't matter whether that takes 100 tries, million, all for the perfect suit.
More than that.
But at least do me the courtesy of looking me in the face whilst you do it.
Okay, pinky, forefinger, back to middle, full wrist articulation. Then we do it in reverse. Begin.
What the hell are you guys doing?
It's a secret robot handshake.
Good morning, Victoria.
This is for my fellow hunters!
You're going down!
Here comes the pain!
Welcome, everyone, to memorable moments of Street Fighter V. Today, we are going to be talking about Mena RD versus NuckleDu at Texas Showdown 2018. Street Fighter V, being such a global game, has really allowed us to emphasize the regional pride and the regional rivalry between all the different countries around the world that play the game. One of the most surprising things that happened was that the very first Capcom Cup was won by NuckleDu from the United States, and the second being won by Mena RD of the Dominican Republic. And that set up the stage for Texas Showdown in 2018 when NuckleDu and Mena RD ran into each other for the grand finals.
That wallet was empty.
And in this match here, there was definitely a lot of regional pride being displayed here from the audience, especially being in the United States. The crowd definitely was very pro NuckleDu with a lot of NuckleDu chants. However, Mena RD and his crew of Dominican Republic players were there to cheer him on as well.
That's right. Let's go, Kaba!
To set the stage for one of the most raucous and loud grand finals of Street Fighter V.
There it is! NuckleDu is gonna go down, and Mena RD is your Texas Showdown champion, and he is telling the crowd, he is silencing the crowd right now.
And solidify the Dominican Republic as being one of the strongest regions in Street Fighter V. And again, showing how global Street Fighter V actually is.
The sun is setting here in beautiful Southern California, and we are getting close to the end also of today, of the first day of the group stage here. Obviously, we have two more groups left, Group G and Group H. My name is James Chen, and I am joined by Mr. Logan Sama. How are you doing?
I'm still reeling from seeing you put that glass down on that beautiful walnut table with no coaster, James.
Hey, look, I can do whatever I want, man. That's just how it is. That's just what it is.
Suck your what? Wow, okay. Right, so it's time to get into this group, and it is another one is absolutely stacked. Group G, you can see Big Bird, obviously, out of the UAE. Jiko from Italy. Momochi from Japan, one of the few Japanese players, and that's one of the things that's really standing out with this Capcom Cup. Not as many Japanese players as we are used to seeing. Mortzi, who of course has stepped in alongside fellow Fang main Mono, and then the winner of the LCQ, Zen, makes up that 6th spot. What an exciting group this is going to be, James.
This is going to be an insane group. I mean, it was crazy already before the last chance qualifier winner, Zen, showed up into it. But Zen, I mean, really, honestly, what a story about him. We'll get to him again a little bit later on, but obviously nobody saw him coming out of the LCQ. No. Everybody was picking Problem X. They were picking...
Little did they know it was going to be the fake Problem X that was going to step up. But as you said, we're going to be looking at that in a minute. We're flying through the matches here in this pool. And let's get to the first one with Big Bird up against Jiko. So Big Bird is down as a Ken main. I'm not sure how accurate that's going to be because I'm expected to see a lot more Luke here. And he will be going up against Jiko, who is certainly a practitioner of that scammy cami, as is called in the Saltman League. Shout out to Ritas. Now, we could possibly see Ken. Ken's certainly a good pick for this matchup, but I think, Luke is entirely capable of playing this out as well. And there we go.
There's
Here's the Luke that we've seen him qualify with.
And I'm curious how often these two have played each other, because Big Bird...
I can't imagine they've ever played.
Really?
I can't imagine that they've ever played.
Okay, because Big Bird and Angry Bird, like to be claimed by EU, because I know you guys have...
They do. One of the interesting things, actually, about Italy now, Italy has got a good online community, and they've got a good local community. They're starting to do a lot more offline events as well. Shout out to the Red Line guys. But in terms of representation at offline events, maybe, pre-COVID, we didn't see that many European competition is pretty much dominated by France, the UK, and then other regions, like Germany and the Benelux. So in terms of like Spain and Italy, we just don't see as much of them. But it's really great to have players like Gico here representing, and there's others. Oh, the V skill actually does its job and baits out the throw. One more guess, but he wakes up with buttons, and then the interruption.
Yeah, again, it's one of the huge benefits of having great netcode in fighting games here is that we definitely get to see a little bit more of the other areas. And so, yeah, Italy obviously showing up here.
Lovely whiff punish on the EX dive kick, perfectly spaced. And now we're in the corner, another target combo. That V skill, good for your reversal though.
Yeah. The
call out on the cancel into the EX.
And this is a hard match for Gico. Obviously, Big Bird, one of the strongest players that we know. Him and Angry Bird, of course, the Bird brothers over here doing so much work out of the UAE. And Big Bird right here trying to get his first mark here. Just needs to get one more hit to get on the board, and there it is. Big Bird takes it 1-0.
That was a very, very one-sided first game from Big Bird. And again, we're seeing a lot of these players that are very competitive in their regions that, have managed to put together a number of very strong results. Coming up here against very seasoned, world-class competitors. And we're starting to see kind of I guess maybe the disparity in levels here, but hopefully Gico can step it up.
Yeah, I mean, but this matchup, I mean, it's one of those bad combinations like high jump and low ceiling, man, because I mean, this is a damage dealing character versus a character who has basically lost all of her health during the course of all the patches of Street Fighter V. So every time Luke hits Cammy, it is going to hurt very badly. Yeah, you can see Gico has just been trying to find a way in. Okay. Does not use the EX, does not try to go for the damage because he wants to keep the pressure going, but he's still down so much in life right now, and Big Bird is not going to let you jump in for free like that. Here comes Gico.
That sweep activate was on the cards.
Yeah, I just have to be aware of that. As soon as they get that V trigger, the sweep becomes such a deadly weapon.
Big Bird doesn't really need to overextend as well. He's got a big lead. Can be patient, and that's the great thing about Luke. He just does so much explosive damage. You don't really need to overextend. He's such a good counter-puncher style character. You can wait for your moments. You can wait for your openings. Such strong whiff punishes and such reliable Oki after the touches as well.
And just really great range on the normals. I mean, he's really a character that has it all.
Yeah. He genuinely does, and that's why so many competitive players... Yo!
With the punctuation mark, Big Bird gets his first win here in Group G. Just absolute domination here from Big Bird, and as pretty much expected, not to say that's not a comment about Gico's play over here, but
absolutely.
more of a comment about Big Bird.
My favorite in that matchup. He's got so much experience, not just on an international stage, but actual Capcom Cup experience. He's been here so many times before and performed so well. He's been on the biggest stages in the world, and it was a very workmanlike performance. They're the kind of matches that you want to see as one of the favorites in the pool. In a group match, you just want to get through these games and get those wins on the board. And now he can definitely look ahead towards the match coming up against Momochi, which will be later on. That's going to be a really pivotal one for him, and a tune-up, I guess, making sure that he's in form, he's landing everything. That's going to give him a nice bit of confidence. But the next match we're going to see is going to be Momochi on the stage, and he's going to be going up against Mortzi, a player that wasn't expecting to be here at Capcom Cup, but they've stepped in and have replaced Cereblast, who wasn't able to take part. But Mortzi is going to be here, a player again that has a solid amount of North American experience at a high level. And is going to be representing with a character that maybe will give some people some problems. And if you have problems with Fang, this is not the group to be in. No,
exactly.
The luck of the draw. Both of them ending up being in this group, of course, Mono as well. So it's going to be an interesting one to see.
But as you can see over here, Mortzi. Again, West Coast in North America has a lot of Fangs, and they've had to deal with a lot of these Fung's all the time. But, you know, Momochi, look, Momochi, his greatest strength is that every time a new character comes out, he plays the character a bunch. He knows every character so well, and the fact that he settled in on Cody just gives you an indication of how strong Cody is. I mean, this character, I mean, obviously we had players like Shine, NYC, really kind of showcasing a little bit of Cody with the knife, but then Momochi on CPT Online did wake up low, crouching light kick, activate, one mix-up, and the guy was dead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that makes the knife so strong is the conversions that you get from the situations you can engineer from, you know, the plus frames. Because normally when you block that EX Zonk, yeah, he's heavily plus, but he's not in range for a throw mixer.
Right.
Right, so you can kind of safely walk out of a lot of stuff, and he can't confirm from a low to stop you from doing it. He's going to normally check you with crouching medium kick, and that's about it, right? With the knife now, he can actually get a conversion because of the extended range after a crouching light kick, and it really opens you up to having to sit there and take that pressure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you can't just walk out, you have to sit there and take it. So it's a kind of a have to take the throw situation. And of course, just in generally, the upgrade on the knife, the juggles he can get, the combination with
knockdown
that,
on the crouching heavy punches.
yeah, the combination of that and the buffs to V-School 2 from last season, where that's such a strong, and the combinations we're seeing coming from the V-Skill 2 as well. Cody is just an enormous damage dealing character, and he always has been, but with this reliable V-Trigger as well, you're not playing the gambling game of going for command grab that you used to go through with V-Trigger 2. Now it's very solid, and you know, watching players like John Takeuchi and Momochi play this Cody, you know, they're basically eschewing a lot of his tools and just relying on walking up, standing medium kick, you know,
such a good button.
just walking up, standing medium kick, and holding that Zonk charge, and that's pretty much it.
And obviously the ability for Zonk to hit at the level 2, get the wall bounce on the EX has been such a strong buff. But I mean, speaking of Fung, I mean, this is a character here who has gotten a ton of buffs as well. We saw Mono, who is, as we mentioned in this pool, take CEO over Punk recently. And so obviously a very strong character. And honestly, there's not a lot of Fung players in Japan.
No, I think we got Haku is the only one I can think of.
And so I'm wondering how much experience, but there you see that level 2 Zonk allowing links afterwards. So that's definitely a good start right here. Gotta respect that. Plus frames, no! Mortzy tried to do something.
Yeah, the thing I'm interested in is, you know, how Momochi deals with the pressure. Of course, he hasn't got a 3 frame, so...
Yeah, well, looks like Momochi starting off very strong over here. Mortzy going down, Momochi taking very little damage during the course of that entire round. Ooh, try to hit a button or backdash or something. I think it got hit out of the air, so I think that was a backdash. And here we go, the pressure. And again, Fong is another one of those characters that, you know, maybe started out a little bit as a zoning character, but now just look at this pressure that Mortzy is applying here. Momochi really trying to bulldog his way out of the corner.
Well, the interesting thing is every time he trades, obviously he gets rid of the poison effect, so that's kind of like a net win for him.
Yeah, he still has the life lead here, despite the fact that Momochi got that throw, and he still has the corner position. And again, oh boy, yep, there you talked about getting those conversions that he normally couldn't get. One more hit might be able to do it, but he just said...
It's all square off one mix-up.
Yeah. Oh, couldn't chase it down.
The reversal.
Plus frames again, and
that's Simlo, and that should be... No!
It's me! I'm telling you, Logan, it's me! I'm sorry! I curse everybody! Nobody can tell when anything is gonna kill!
There's no pixels on that life bar, none!
Look, I'm telling you right now...
Oh, Mortzy!
I'm telling you right now,
overhead.
If you were sitting next to Femi right now, that would have killed, 100%.
I can't believe it.
Oh, man. But yeah, Mortzy finding a way to take that round. Nicely done.
Yeah, I really think the approach to this in terms of like slowing things down and trying to put as much poison on Cody as possible and trying to maintain a bit of difference because Cody's a bruiser, man. You know, unless it's on Fung's terms and he's actually got the plus frames.
Yeah, and honestly, if Momochi is going to play this patient, then the poison is going to make a big difference. It's going to add up. Yeah, look how much damage Momochi has taken just from poison so far.
Yeah, tried to interrupt to get rid of that poison, but he just ate some more.
Oh, look
this
at
is
this!
a significant life lead. He actually uses the EX to try and get out.
Crouching heavy, but that is not what he wanted at all.
And
he gets
Mortzy
in there.
takes the first game against one of the favorites, Momochi.
Yeah, Momochi winning CPT Online Japan, which is undoubtedly the hardest CPT Online to win. And in comes Mortzy right now, taking game number 1 over Momochi. Most people probably just expecting, based off of Momochi's name alone, you know, on their prediction cards to write down a 2-0. But Mortzy coming in here and
Yeah, this is such a losing situation for Mortzy to come into, because it's not like he's a last-minute addition and he's got the element of surprise with his character. They would have all been training for Mono already, right? So,
right, that's true.
what a performance so far.
Right. Oh, but look at this, Momochi looking very strong here. Big life lead.
Nice little jab interruption though, and he manages again to put the poison on Momochi.
Oh no, just getting juggled. Tried to get away from that, but still has the big life lead. Plus frame.
Wow.
Mortzy has been very active after the EX Zonk.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Mortzy's trying to do. There wasn't a counter hit there. So I'm not.
The medium kick counter hit, yeah.
Oh, did it counter hit? Okay, okay, I just missed that then. Then for sure, Mortzy is just hitting buttons. Maybe he's just suspecting that Momochi is gonna go try to steal a turn or something.
Yeah, maybe try and walk up afterwards, but boy, he just pressed that 7th frame.
Okay, Momochi getting a little antsy on this defense here, going with the V reversal.
That linked.
Yeah, nice conversion. Anti-air all ready to
You
go.
have to take that throw in that situation. The damage potential is way too high. It's caught in the air again. More poison.
Yep, gonna keep that poison going.
Yeah, he can just afford to back off now and just make him play this slow game. Yeah, he takes the poison again, which is good. And Mortzy, he's just keeping him in that purple
Trying
stuff.
to activate. That's what that sweep was about. Gets it this time. Here we go. Oh, but again, a trade.
Yeah, the trade is not the one that he wants because he's getting hit after getting poisoned again. Ooh. Nice.
For Momochi doing work with that V skill too now. Oh, look at the reach. Oh, Mortzy, that poison is adding up, but did I not?
Way too close.
Did I not talk about the range on that standing medium kick? That button is so deceptive in how far it hits. It looks like it's a short range stubby move, but he turns into it, and so it goes out there really, really far. So Momochi manages to tie it up here, but Mortzy is definitely giving Momochi a fight for his life over here. Throws out the Ryo Benda, and the poison has been applied again. And there's that down forward heavy punch 3 times in a row. Too close that time, and is gonna get caught. Oh no, what did Momochi try to do? He just got back thrown into the corner. All right, tries to get that V reversal. And now Mortzy trying to attack, but beautiful spacing from Momochi. Getting that coward crouch kick to whiff, and the punish, so back to the middle of the screen. Ooh. Interrupted by the poison shots again.
All right, activation, so that's a lot of plus frames. Backdashes and gets air reset, but an activation of his own. Doesn't manage to get a conversion off of it, though. And Mortzy...
Oh, what a neutral jump!
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah,
great read from Momochi. Very fortuitous for him.
And again, the conversions that you can get off of that knife.
Yep. Just that added range, and of course the extra damage.
Despite Mortzy taking the first game, it is Momochi now with the first match point.
Yeah, but these guys are going at it back and forth.
Whew. That V skill is putting in so much work for Momochi right now. Just tries to get away. Woo. Look at this pressure from Mortzy. This offense, and here he has the corner, but Momochi's gonna get out. And all you're gonna take
freely as well.
Yeah, if the only damage you're taking is that one hit of the crouching medium kick, you'll do that all day. Oh no, he touched the button. He was trying to do something.
Oh, okay, only get one ruffian then.
Again, crouching medium kick, shimmy, but he didn't get any punish for it. Oh, that's brutal.
No whiff punish on the hammer either. Oh, and he gets the activation on it. That's going to give him the life lead. Nice, though, from Momochi.
And now the activation of his
Oh,
own.
this is horrible. He's in the corner as well. Oh, and he gets out. Morty defending set point. He has to take that throw.
See, Momochi.
It's a guess for the game situation after blocking. He had to make a decision.
But again, Morty had hit a button after EX Zonk so much, and he was punished for it so often. And Momochi saved the throw after the Zonk knuckle for the very, very last time.
It was a true 50-50. And like you said, he'd kept him trapped with the standing medium kick so often. I mean, if he'd have backdashed in that situation, he would have got air reset by the medium kick. It wouldn't have killed. But he had the V-trigger, so he could have been jailed with the crouching light kick. So it's a really horrible situation to be put into, and unfortunately, just happened to guess wrong. But a really valiant performance from Morty there. Gonna be really, really confident, you know, after showing against one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Morty definitely showing that he's not here to just make up the numbers. So hopefully continues with that performance. There you go.
Yeah, again, just doing so well here in game number one. Definitely catching a lot of people by surprise. You can see this corner situation here. He was able to take that, but Momochi coming back, tying it up 1-1. And then at this point, I mean, even still at this point, Morty was keeping it very close the entire way. But finally, you see that last throw over there after the EX Zonk, finally going for the throw option. Beautifully done by Momochi, so he's on the board 1-0 now.
If you enjoyed that fun action, we've got more purple stuff for you coming up because Mono is up next, and he's going to be up against the last chance qualifier. The man known online as Fake Problem X was able to get the win against the real Problem X and the LCQ on his path to victory. He also eliminated Broski, the other UK representative in that bracket as well. And ironically, I said this to Problem X as well, the grand finals was Alex versus M. Bison, and he had to watch that from the crowd.
Now, I will mention the main is listed there is Urian, but it's actually M. Bison for Zen. And it's so funny because, you know, Mono, he had been playing Fang for so long, and like guys like me and Ultra David were like, go back to M. Bison. M. Bison's so good, you should keep playing him. He's like, no, I'm sticking with Fang. And now he's had the success. And what's his reward here in Capcom Cup? He has to go up against one of the best M. Bisons that we have in Capcom Cup. And so, you know, M. Bison may be trying to get revenge. Like, why did you drop me? Why did you drop me?
Well, at least he can't be blamed of, you know, meta chasing by sticking with the fun or being a, you know, picking a top tier, because he has been in the trenches with that character for years and years and years. He did flirt actually, and I was trying to encourage him and push him even more down that path, but he did flirt with using Seth a couple of seasons back. I thought, yes, he's finally turned the corner. He's taking this seriously, but back on the Fang he was, and he, you know, he's one of the loyalist practitioners of this very peculiar character that joined us in Street Fighter V. I don't blame, you know, the people who make that mistake of putting Zen down as Urian, because it feels like every single player in China has a Urian,
I mean,
right?
One of the most famous CPT onlines for me was, I forgot the name of the player, the Chun-Li player from China, but he had to fight, he played, I think it was like, I counted,
oh yeah,
it was
he
like
played
20,
VX Bao, he played DCQ, and he played Choo Choo.
Yeah, it was like over 20 total Urian matches in the top 8. He finished second place in that CPT online, starting from the winner's side on top 16, and he literally only played Urian. That was the only match he played the entire time. So China definitely knows their Urian.
Yeah, well, let's see how well Fong knows his M. Bison here, because I think this is a very difficult matchup for Mono to go into M. Bison with Fong. The normal play style of Fang, as we saw, is trying to keep a mid-range distance, utilizing the poison and trying to get damage over time, right? But the threat that M. Bison has with the Psycho Axe really makes it almost impossible to Fang to play that game.
Well, one of the things that Mono said is one of the biggest buffs that Fang did get recently was the Ryo Bender having a higher hitbox. And so before, the EX Psycho Ball used to just go right over Ryo Bender and just basically give Bison free pressure. But he says it doesn't happen anymore. The Ryo Bender actually does stop the EX Psycho Ball now. So he says the fight is definitely a lot easier than it was before.
Interesting.
But as you mentioned, this guy's been playing Fang forever, and as I mentioned earlier, won CEO Grand Finals against Punk. And so he is definitely...
And even after that, he had some really good showings offline as well. Made a bunch of top 8s. He made top 8 at Combo Breaker, I want to say. You know, he's had some very good performances with this character. And it's just so impressive how he's able to consistently perform at this high level whilst doing so much in his community. I really want to celebrate that as well because, you know, within Puerto Rico, he runs the biggest event. He manages the Red Rooster team that he helped put together, and as Ajax Fidelity has said, he's given him so many opportunities to players in the region as well. He does so much in Puerto Rico whilst maintaining a position as one of the most dominant players there as well. A true talent.
Exactly, one of the greatest TOs out there in Puerto Rico, and also one of the strongest players. As you mentioned, Ajax said, like, Ajax feels like people wouldn't know who he was if it wasn't for Mono, and Mono has done such a great job taking care of him. So again, Mono, not just a great player, but just a great member of the FGC overall.
One of the things I was very impressed with Hussein is, you know, his ability to correctly read that rock, paper, scissors style pressure that Bison has. Because Bison can effectively just run his offense and just see how you react to it and then just adjust his frame traps accordingly. He's got so many beautiful adaptations to that. And I really noticed that in the LCQ, just how good Zen was at making the right reads. Both on offense and defense there, actually, as it showed. He got out with the V-shift. But we're going to see whether he's going to be able to reproduce that now on the big stage here in Capcom Cup itself, because it is certainly very difficult to do when so much is on the line. Gets the cancel, though, from the stand. Fierce, and he's in the corner.
Yeah, he was talking about it after the LCQ. You know, he was surprised, he was nervous and everything, but he was able to come out of this. So now you got to feel like, you know, he beat so many of the Japanese players in the LCQ. He can't feel threatened by anybody at this point. So he's just going to go in, and his M. Bison is so offensive.
Yeah, he beat the brakes off Kichipa, and that matchup is not fun for Bison, let me tell you that.
Okay.
Nice anti-air to crouch Fierce.
Yep, and yeah, he's going to get out of there. So here's an opportunity now for Mono here. The mix-ups, and this is where Mono shines with Fong, but hasn't had a chance. What an air-to-air, and then he lands on the poison as well.
Still got this life lead, though, even though the purple is coming off.
Oh, no. The jump back was right, but he was so scared of that EX Psycho Ball that was still coming. Made it under. That was so beautiful. Here we go, Mono. Can he make the comeback this round? Goes for the tick throw, chases the back.
He doesn't want to let him activate. This is very important.
The poison has drained him down to 0 health.
Okay, full screen activation, and he was just outside the range of the Psycho Crusher, and Mono knew.
Yeah, I feel like the Ryobenda actually kind of shortened the distance because it absorbed a hit.
Yeah, the interaction with the projectile, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Mono with the comeback there, it looked like it was going to be all Zen for that second round, but here we go.
Interruption there from Mono.
Okay, V-shift to get out of that. I like it. Made it over, got the cross-up, but didn't believe.
Yeah, that hit super late. That was kind of a weird interaction, but that's the corner pressure. Keeps him there with the Psycho Blast. Dashes into
EX Nishikyu.
Yeah, but he's back in the corner.
And of course, the EX Nishikyu is so good because it's just so active. It's so many hits. But here comes Den, corner position. And again, I've talked about the regionality of this. I love it so far. I can hear the China crew and the Puerto Rico crew cheering up for the
looks
player.
for the shimmy.
Oh, this is huge. Huge opportunity. Chase.
Oh my god, that hit so big. The activation. No, he goes for a throw. He wanted to close it all out.
Yep. But he's got the trigger raw activation, but Jen has the activation as well. But he's at 0 health, and the quick jump kick, and you see once again, as I talked about in the
I see
great
you walk
moments of Street Fighter V history, we see the Puerto Rico crew cheering on there, especially Kaba.
That's right.
One of the best cheerleaders from Puerto Rico you can get right now. He is definitely just so much energy and so much love for his fellow teammates. Oh!
Yo, and he turns it into his own opportunity.
Oh, but there we go, the cross-up. He does get the hit this time. Zen goes for the pressure. What a throw tech. Same side, but what a block by Zen.
Not able to check the dash in time, and he gets clipped.
Yeah, No comebacks for Mono that round. Zen trying to tie this up again, still 2 out of 3. Nice air-to-air into the throw. Nice, too far away for that counter crouch kick to connect. Just switching sides now.
Mono doing a great job of locking down Zen in these scramble situations. He's always landing into a Rio bender. He's landing into plus frames all the time. There's a counter hit conversion. There's the stun. He was never really out of pressure, and that stun wasn't coming down at all. Mono was doing such a good job of keeping him in block stun. That stun was staying there, and it's set point now to Mono.
Mono trying to do his best job right now to show Bison why he quit him. Trying to show him that the Fang loyalty is where it's at. Oh, EX scissors, and out of there with the V reversal. I love that. Fang is one of those characters, you know, he's nice to have the V trigger, but honestly, you don't necessarily need it as much, so he can spend it on the defensive options a lot more.
Nice backdash there from Mono.
All right, Rio Benda finding its mark there. Oh!
Okay, yeah, just times that perfectly.
Okay, back to this poison again. We saw how effective that was. Mortzy versus Momochi. Oh, that was weird. Gets in there with the scissors, and Zen does take round number 3 to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, it just goes for the low forward after the V-trigger activation. Catches Mono standing up. There was damage left to be tacked on there if you wanted to follow it up with more.
Again, just a nice little close match here.
Punish.
Oh no, if he'd come with a different button, that might have actually been able to catch Bison.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult because he's got such a floaty jump, right? So, even on the neutral jump.
The real, oh my god, just erased by the EX.
Slaps him down, there's going to be a punish on the Inferno, yeah. He gets out for free. Well, he has to spend a V-gauge just to make it fully safe, but this is plus. Backdashes out and gets the punish. Stand fierce now, plus frames again, more plus frames.
I mean,
a lot of terms.
Both of these characters have so many plus frames on so many different forward-moving attacks.
Yeah.
Both of them have to deal with that. Unfortunately for Fang, he is not a 3-frame character.
And I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, and here we go, Zen, match point. Mono's gonna have to make the comeback like he did in the first game, winning the last 2 rounds. So you know he's definitely capable
nice
of it.
punish.
Back to this poison, there's a little bit of a distance game. Oh, interesting. Anti-air with the Sotoja.
Again, the backdash. Been very good with that, calling out.
You get out of there, you still have to deal with
Beautiful
plus
whiff
frames.
punish himself though from Mono. Both of these guys have been very good at baiting out slow recovering, forward moving normal attacks.
Oh no, the Rio Bender got eaten up, so it wasn't gonna protect him.
Both the stare down, no one wanted to press anything. Nice punish after the V-shift, plus frames again, gets air reset.
For Bison, he's got a 3-frame. There's no reason for him not to hit light kick after blocking. That's
he gets out of the cross up. No, it's too floaty.
Oh
my God.
Here we go. Here we go. Gets
Damn,
the juggle.
that juggled like that, okay.
Gets the hit. No! Drops the combo with the Rio Bender. Manages to keep him down.
He's still in it.
Drain all this health from the poison. Still going. Oh, look at all these open.
Oh my God!
Walk back far enough. He didn't walk back far enough. That reached.
I can't believe that throw reached. We're going to a final round.
Ooh, he definitely tried to shimmy, but there is the downside.
Yeah, punish on that.
That walk speed of M. Bison.
Wow, the whip throw bait. He'll take that.
Oh, double V-shift.
Yeah, Shen throwing away his V-gauge.
Wow, the interruption on the side.
And this is a huge life lead here for Mono. He can afford to just back up now.
Yeah, playing very defensive. But here we go.
Keeps him grounded with the short and he gets the command grab. There's going to be a lot of pressure here in the corner.
Multiple throws. Got to watch out for the explosion.
Air to air. He's going to get the juggle after this as well. One more guess. He V-shifts out. He gets chased down. And that is going to be it from Zen.
Ooh, dude, how many comebacks did we see?
Mono Gave him the come on, man.
How many? Yeah, I mean, honestly, the big mistake from Mono right there was using the EX command dash when he had the bomb planted at him. You knew it was about to explode at any time, and sure enough, he did get hit out of it.
Popped for that. Absolutely.
But again, I mean, every round, I swear, the person who had the lead was the person who lost, like the majority of the rounds in this match. There were so many comebacks, especially that round 2 from Mono. A crazy comeback there, but in the end, Zen taking it just barely.
Yeah, what an exciting matchup that was. Mono really giving a great account of himself. Both of these Fung players giving a tremendous amount of entertainment, and he was so close to closing that out as well. But Zen, he smelled blood and he stayed on him like there was no getting away. And in the end there, the kind of predictable V-shift was baited out with the meaty throw attempt, and he chased him. That was meaty, not meaty throw. As I saw Broski say earlier. In it, Tuesday, in it. It is Tuesday, isn't it? It is Tuesday.
It is
chased
Tuesday.
Chased him down there. A great setup from Zen. And I think, you know, in these situations, we're going to see a lot of players kind of revert to these almost telegraphed V-shift escapes in these moments. And we're going to see a lot of lovely punishes coming as well. But let's look through the highlights in this. There was some... It was a real slugfest, I think. There were some really great trading moments as well. Both of these players fighting for their lives, showing some beautiful baits as well. The backdash, baiting out either the Psycho Axe or the Coward Crouch. Oh, nice, there's the back throw that time. And here we are. We don't really get to see that moment of the stun, but it was the V-shift there. And what a great sequence it was from Zen. As you said, the miscalculation in using the EX command dash. Did get caught in the recovery and popped up in the air. Shen took that combo and then followed it up with more pressure, and he was able to close out the win. So he came back from behind, Shen showing some of that championship form that he showed in that LCQ. He had a couple of real tight ones in there as well, and he's going to open up with a tight match. He has got one more to play because he's playing both the Fungs actually today. He's playing Mortzi as well later on. But let's get into our next match, and this has to be the marquee match of this group. The two favorites, and it is Momochi against Big Bird. Two guys that I don't think are going to be using Ken today, but two of them have done so much with Ken in Street Fighter V. I think it's most likely going to be Cody and Luke, and that kind of is a good example of where Ken is at the moment. He's a great character, very strong, but I think both of these guys are making the pro decisions and using the stronger functions, I think is the phrase, right?
I mean, we have the situation. I mean, I talked about Momochi. One of his biggest strengths is that he uses so many different characters, and so he gets used to them all. But you know what? Big Bird does the same thing. Big Bird and Angry Bird, these two guys, when they're training, they're playing all the different characters all the time, and they really do have a lot of characters under their belt. Big Bird, of course, a runner-up at EVO, right? So with the Rashid, and so that was his main originally. But he can play so much of the cast as well. And, again, that partnership between Big Bird and Angry Bird, you see them both here in Capcom Cup for an obvious reason. It's because these two work so hard at keeping each other so strong.
Well, there's no better way to understand a character than just picking them and pressing some buttons and seeing how they work and understanding the mechanics. And more importantly, understanding the psychology behind that character and their win conditions as well. Having a good grasp with that really allows you to start making better decisions when you're facing them, because you understand, on a more personal level, how that character needs to engineer win conditions and scenarios in which facilitate that. So I think definitely, from a professional standpoint, both of these players have got a very, very good approach to that. I think you see a lot of players out there right now that, even though they might be known for one character above many, you go and play some casuals with them, they'll be able to pull out a number of very, very high level characters. So
it's interesting too, because a lot of people who are trying to learn fighting games, I know a lot of people out there probably wanting to get in there, they, you know, when they play fighting games, they don't realize that, yeah, certainly these characters have win conditions. There's certain things they're looking for. A lot of players out there just think, oh, if I just kind of try to get for this mix-up, but how do you get to the mix-up, et cetera, et cetera. And these top players over here, they understand that, so they know what the opponent is looking for. Good single hit confirmed from Big Bird to start off. Oh, not that time though. Thought it was a little too far. I don't think he was expecting that to hit at all. Well, there it is again. Single hit confirms. Oh, very difficult. If you do it at perfect timing, it misses. That heavy kick afterwards.
Yeah, you got to delay it a little bit just to get the last active frame.
Oh, just goes for the cross-up directly into the throw. Big Bird now starting off with a pretty decent life lead. Momochi's about to run out of that V-trigger. Yeah, he's going to get nothing out of that V-trigger. Meanwhile, Big Bird still sitting on a tunnel. He hasn't even been able to activate his V-trigger, and he's not going to need to because he's going to take round number 1.
Very solid performance from Big Bird that round. Didn't really get put under any pressure at all from Momochi.
Yeah, again, I talked about the range that Cody has on some of those buttons, like that standing medium kick. But again, Luke, the range on his buttons are ridiculous in the forward movement, giving him the whip punishes, and all this pressure in the corner.
It's a brave challenge from Momochi. It's the fully charged EX.
Delayed crouching light punch.
Oh!
Baits out the flash kick. That's going to be a stun. Can Momochi kill off of this? He's certainly going to try his best. Not quite enough, but it was like half damage. Anyway, Momochi round number 2.
Final round. Fight.
Very interesting from Big Bird, showing he's willing to let that EX off. It didn't work that round.
Oof, not fast enough, even though that jump heavy punch hits so far down. Again, just barely a little bit too late. Fishing with that forward heavy punch, -2 on block, safe.
Yeah, it's an excellent cross counter tool. As soon as you get comfortable, that back roundhouse as well.
Ooh, the trade! These guys are swinging. Oh, got the counter hit. Yeah, but only a level 1 EX on.
But
he's still gonna get the stun with all that meter. This is almost guaranteed to be a kill without a commentator's curse drop.
what a tremendous turnaround it is from Momochi, because realistically, that first round, he didn't offer anything in terms of offense. It was very much Big Bird just stalking him down and really doing pretty much anything he wanted. The next 2 rounds after that were a huge, huge turnaround from Momochi. He really did just adjust the times in which he wanted to start to pressure and press buttons.
And that's just the mark of a strong player. They make those adjustments once they start realizing what pattern you're using for that day, you know, what tendencies you're going towards. And I feel like that's what Big Bird is doing on the counter side here.
Yeah, you're noticing both of these guys, there's a lot of counter hits. When the offense is working for them, there's a lot of counter hits because they've got really good readings on these timings. Woo! And it's no coincidence that these rounds have been heavily dictated by stuns in the corner.
Yeah, it is. I mean, most of these rounds, unlike the last match we saw, most of the rounds here have been pretty one-sided, even though it's been going back and forth on who's winning the rounds. Ow!
Dad! That hit in front as well, you know.
I didn't see the cross-up message.
That hit in front, you know.
We got some Street Fighter 4. Exactly. Oh,
was that an unblockable?
Oh, okay, and Big Bird's out of there.
Oh,
gets
the bait.
With the backswing
I love that V-skill too, man. It is, isn't it? That's why I like it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's fight like gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, just spending all of it here. Trying to...
He's got that CA, and we saw him land.
Oh, it was too far.
A low forward.
Spends one of the bars. Oh, no, that's not going to be a kill.
Surely.
God, how deep was that jumping heavy punch? Oh, and the walk-up stand medium kick just catches him.
It's such a great tool when you just need that single hit, right? Or even if you're in V-trigger, because of course you can cancel it into the V-trigger. But that medium kick, it's very reminiscent of like Karin and Kami's, where it just occupies a lot of horizontal space. It's really quick, and it doesn't have much of a lingering hurt box.
again, both of these characters with amazing standing medium kicks, but Luke's, yeah, definitely a very powerful tool. And harder to whip punish, as you see, Big Bird whip punishing Momochi's. No, that's not what he wanted at all.
That looked like an input crossover.
Oh, he gets out of the corner for free with the jump. Oh boy, here we go. We've seen Momochi be able to kill off one mix-up from here. Big Bird does get out of that situation, but the knife is still there. He gets the hit. Here we go, the corner. Look how close the stun this is already.
Jeez, and that time it did work.
I can't believe he went for it. I can.
That was a 50-50 for the round. It's a great time to DP.
Okay.
And he's still got that activation.
What?
There we go.
He just walked up and completely just found the perfect timing to get the counter hit on that standing heavy kick into the activation. Match point for Big Bird. Like you said, this is like the match here. Whoever takes this likely could go undefeated in this group. Oh, Momochi got hit by that. And so now Big Bird with an opportunity, trying to tie it up right now. Big Bird still with a life lead, but barely. There's that trade, and Momochi is walking himself back towards the corner. But, oh no! Baits out the EX uppercut. We go into the final game, final round here. Momochi just needs one more damage. Yeah, there you go.
Turn around and get that crouch.
And there we go, final game, final round between Momochi and Big Bird. Let's go! Pester with that Sandblaster, but then walks face first into the EX Zonk. Momochi now with the life lead, the corner, and the pressure. Another throw.
Wow, he challenges there.
And now a throw of his own.
Back into the corner. Gets away with the dash up and the button. Plus frames have to be reversal. Plus frames of his own. Keeps him there with the standing medium kick. He loves that after the EX zone.
Ooh, barely just too late for the whip punish. Big Bird finding the opportunity. Dash up, gets him with a backspin glove.
Rock smasher. Okay, here we go. One more throw will do it. Plus frames. He interrupts.
He went for the button. Momochi went for the button into the super. Is this gonna kill?
Of course it is.
Not quite. Crouching light kick
So
starter.
much.
The range on that knife. Oh!
That V-trigger's gone, but he's still got EXs left. Momochi's gonna have to walk up, but he walks into the Sandblaster. And it's Big Bird that manages to close out what was a scrappy last round. Momochi got the interruption, but the scaling from the V-trigger activation, and that CA in general doesn't do a huge amount when it's scaled anyway, but the V-trigger scaling added to that kept him well in the game. He was left with no resources as well, and unfortunately for him, it is Big Bird that sends Momochi to his first loss here in this group, and it sets Big Bird up in fantastic position to make it out into the playoffs.
Yeah, again, that Sandblaster is just one of the most deceptive fireballs. I mean, you look at the frame data of it, it has as much startup as almost all the other projectiles, even slower than some of them, but it's just, you don't see a lot of, there's not an emphatic
travel
motion.
time, right, as well, like it's on you so quickly. Let's take a look at some of the moments here. And it was really just an absolute slobber knocker. They were just swinging back and forth at each other. There was so many counter hits coming out of these first couple of rounds.
Yeah, and you can see how much these
Another
two were so good at finding each other's timing. Yeah,
that was messed up, man. I'm gonna have to ask him about that because that was messed up.
Oh man. But again, Momochi then starting to look like he was about to take this, but then Big Bird able to get it to that final game and final round, and again, the Sandblaster just too fast.
We missed the short activation, and we got into that position where he didn't have any resources left. Generally for Cody, though, it's quite difficult for him to circumnavigate projectiles unless it's using the crime sway with the low kick afterwards. But Luke's just so good at keeping that distance where there's not really a risk of it. So Momochi just trying to encroach little by little, but like you said, there's not a lot to go by visually on that Sand Blaster, and eventually he got clipped. It wasn't even the EX one, just the standard one, and that was all he needed to suffer his first loss, unfortunately. But someone had to. Let's get into our last match of this group, and it is going to be Zen again, who is running the Fang Kumite today. He's had success against Mono already. He's going to go up against Morty. And of course, Zen hasn't played either of Momochi or Big Bird, so that still leaves the group kind of open.
That's true.
Because we know how dangerous Zen can be.
Is it too late to fly MQS out here to just get
all of them,
so he can get to play a little bit more of Zen can play more.
Well,
that's true. Yeah, Vega Patch. Exactly. He's got to go fight all the Fangs at this point in time. So I mean, he's M Bison. Fang is what, #2 in Shadowloo right now, right? So this is just it's lore-wise, it's perfect for this. Yeah, but
management disputes, right?
Wants to take over.
Someone
here.
get HR in for this one. But it is gonna be Zen with the M Bison, of course, and we saw him go through some of the absolute strongest players in the world right now, players that we have seen absolutely tearing up Street Fighter League Japan, players that we've seen tearing up Street Fighter League EU, players that had tremendous placings at EVO this year, you know, players that we have seen dominate and qualify for Capcom Cup almost every year. Zen, in his first ever international event, beat all of them, so we know what he's capable of.
And again, that's just what makes this so exciting. You know, the fighting game community, the FGC, it really is. As long as you put your entry fee in there, you have the chance to get in there.
That's the beauty of open bracket formats, right? I love it so much. And you know, we saw the vignette that you made at the start, how Dominican Republic came and shocked us all. You know, they had this great community that no one really knew that much about. We've got Mono here as well, that great PR community, and we're discovering the younger players like Ajax Fidelity, who's been so impressive of Street Fighter League, coming from Europe. That's a region that was overlooked for so long, and then we came and won 2 EVOs. And now we're in a period where we're discovering all of this talent that's here in China that's now, you know, competing and joining us on the world stage. It's a fascinating time. I got to commentate Jarby M, who's the first ever African qualifier for the Capcom Cup. So what a wonderful time it is for international Street Fighter.
Absolutely, and you know, speaking of winning the LCQ, that's actually a really strong position to come out of. I mean, one of the most famous LCQ runs was Nemo taking that and then getting into top 8 and getting into top 4. Especially with the very famous handshake, of course.
Of course, that was there,
that was the year that Mena RD did win. As we saw, Mena did manage to defeat with Jeremy talking about that, Vicious talking about that in his little segment. So Zen here coming in after having played 2 hard-fought days of Street Fighter V. So you know he's coming into these events well practiced and ready to go. But again, now you have to fight a completely different style of Fang. And can you eke out this victory? Looks like a good start for Zen right now. Has Morty in the corner already. And this is the style of play that I expect to see out of Zen. He's so offensive with M. Bison. He never wants to stop attacking.
But I think just generally in this matchup, it's so beneficial to be proactive in that mid-range. You know, with the Psycho Axe, with the scissors, I just think it's so advantageous for him to just be proactive, because if you're passive, then you're just going to start eating the poison on the V skill. You're going to start letting Fang set up these spacing traps, set up these plus frames, and you're going to have to challenge. Yeah, sure, you know, he's got a 3 frame, etc., but it's just far better for him to be proactive because he's got the tools to do so.
Did you see Morty trying to steal that turn
straight into EX scissors?
But yeah, so far right now, Zen is looking pretty dominant here. Morty has not been able to get anything started or get any damage going right now. That's too close. Actually, I thought it was going to get punished, but Zen a little too slow on that.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would criticize about Zen that I've seen in these 2 matches. We see a couple of bad cancels into the Inferno, and they've been punished, but obviously the punishes the Fang gets are not that terrible.
Right. He's not Luke. He's not going to just drain half your life.
Luke with V-Skill 1-up and a couple of bars.
And yeah, you're not going to get away with that, I don't think.
Well, he gets off with it, just a fracture medium punch, but Zen manages to close it out with a low forward into the EX scissors. 2 rounds back to back.
Brutal pressure there from Jen. Looking absolutely dominant, looking like that match against Mono definitely helped him out a little bit.
I also just think that just generally Morty isn't as tricksy as Mono is. As solid as Morty is definitely, and you know, in terms of playing by the book and understanding exactly what he can and can't do, he's very good at that. But Mono just seems to be a far more like wily and
right, yeah,
like player full of guile.
Tricky.
Yeah.
Oh, nice interruption with the standing medium kick. Again, the early active frame.
Nice, he hits the meaty, but he uses the EX Devil's Reverse to get out.
That's what Bison's like to do in the corner.
Jumps out.
For the command throw.
That's the problem.
Yeah, too late on that jumping heavy kick, so the second one whipped.
Yeah, it's so floaty though. You're kind of like scared of missing your opportunity.
So here we go, Jen now. Yeah, the pressure just tries to catch him with a crouching light kick. Morty trying to be very defensive. That's plus.
Yeah, that's plus at that range.
And Morty find a way out, gets the Rio Bender out of there with the command dash. Oh,
nice.
There we go,
Brave. The anti-airs, and Morty's making his comeback. Every minute that goes past, every second that ticks by.
Oh, and he's not dead yet. Not dead yet from those.
This is a horrible situation for Zen to be in.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
Because how does he get hit here? He's spending the bar. That's it. It's gone.
Oh! What did Morty try to do? There was a counter hit message there.
Yeah, I think he just tried to walk back and press something. I didn't see what the startup was.
Unfortunately, that means he got counter hit there. That's minus. Morty takes his turn, keeps the pressure going.
Set point from Shen, but that was a very impressive round from Morty. I want to see more of that, more patience.
There we go.
More damage over time. There's the stun though.
So Toja,
what's the mix-up gonna be? Stays in front, V-shifts.
Oh, what a V-shift, yeah. V-shift has actually
baits the throw out. He's still alive though, and he gets him with the fuzzy.
Zen is like, how many times am I gonna have to die to this instant overhead jump medium kick? So Morty on the board here, tries to get in there right away, but a good patience and punished by Jen, and right away getting closer and closer to the corner. There it is.
Into the crouch medium, buffered into the EX, and he's in the corner. V-reversal's out, but he doesn't really get anything from it. Still the same stun as well.
Yeah, that's why Jen is trying to be offensive. He wants that stun. He wants the game. He wants the set.
It's a lovely little jab interrupt after the stand fierce.
Oh, maybe that's what he was trying to do last time. The auto whiff punish on that standing medium kick, but he was too close. Oh, the fierce catch him before he can get on the
that was great awareness from Morty. He went to try and punish after the air reset with the stand fierce, but Pixel's out of range. He's in the corner now, single hit, and again, that standing medium kick from Bison. It's such a good tool to close out. There's so many of those in the game. We pointed out Luke's, Karin's is so good at it, Kami's is so good at it, but Bison, especially after he makes you block something in these plus frames, that standing medium kick is great if you're trying to backdash out, if you're trying to jump out, even if you're trying to walk away, and we saw him try and auto punish something with some spacing, beat you to the punch. It's a very good tool for closing it out, and he closed out another win for Zen, who's going to go to the top of the leaderboard as well with 2 wins.
Yeah, so it's going to be him and Big Bird sitting at 2 wins right now. And so surprisingly here, we're seeing Momochi actually not quite there. But let's take a look at this replay first over here. Again, definitely not quite.
It was a big first round, wasn't it?
Yeah, not quite as close as the Mono match over here. But you see here, Morty was able to get some stuff going and came close here in this second set, the second game over here. But it was indeed Jen in the end who was able to take it. And so, yeah, as you said, moving up to 2-0. This is a great way to start. Again, we're just going to keep playing throughout the next couple of days.
Well, the good news for Zen is he can completely forget about Fong now. He doesn't have to think about Fong at all anymore. But he is going to have to think about Momochi and Big Bird. Still those guys to play to make it out of this group. A very competitive group. Big Bird, as you said, at the top there as well with 2 wins. But he has played Momochi already. So we're going to see more matches to come in this Group G, but we'll be back tomorrow with more from that. As you can see, Big Bird and Zen tied at the top at the moment. No, Momochi, Mono, Moment, Mortzi. There's so much going on. It's a tongue twister, and it's been a long day for me as well. I'm going to blame the jet lag. But the action has been great so far. I really enjoyed it. Of course, we still have one more group in today's standings to go. That is going to be coming up in a short while. But James, I believe we have some important information to give to the viewers at home.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And once again, you can check out this beautiful statue here from Max Factory. I mean, this thing is such a beautiful statue here. It's a highly detailed 1/6 scale figure of Chun-Li based on an illustration by Akiman. As you can see there, very much a big part of the character designs of the original characters, and was really who brought us the design of Chun-Li to the world in the first place. This whole design of the figure was requested by Momochi Hama Chozai Pharmacy in Japan, and Max Factory is the one that is bringing this figure to life. It's over 10 inches tall. It's an exquisite recreation of the original art piece, and Akiman actually had some input themselves. I mean, this thing is... can I get one? Can I get one? Can I like go up to Max Factory and just be like, hey guys, please? Like,
I mean, if you follow them on Twitter and pay attention to when it's released, I'm sure you can purchase one, James. Just like all you people at home. We have got one more group to go in day one's action. We're going to take a short pause for the cause, and then we're going to round up today's action. We'll see you on the other side.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You home? I answer! This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Oh, this is the one right here. You want to pay attention to this year of Capcom Cup 2018. Yeah, this is the one that Gachikun actually bodied everybody in. He actually went 3-0 against Big Bird.
Oh, and there it is!
He went 3-0 against Tokido.
It's bad news, is that enough?
And that will be that Gachikun.
In fact, he even went against Itabashi Zangief a little bit earlier, I think, and he actually got a 3-0 victory against him as well.
Oh man, he was looking for that one frame armor to get there. It doesn't even matter anymore. That was Gachikun in one of the absolute most dominant performances I've seen in a long time.
There were only 3 big instances where he was close to losing. In fact, he ended up losing in grand finals. For the reset, he fell 0-3 against Itabashi.
What has he got on the mix-up here? Goes low, Itabashi resets the bracket.
Only to bring it all the way back, and I gotta say, this one is the one to check out. One of my favorites, too.
Good position here, gets the throw. EX, he clips him trying to jump out. Not enough to kill. Gachikun got it. That's gonna do it. He is your Capcom Cup 2018 champion.
First falling short against Itabashi didn't mean jack squat to him. The amount of control he had throughout the entirety of the match, again, it only takes one mistake to fall to Abigail, and we didn't see that all from his immaculate gameplay. The fact that he took it back 3-1 against Itabashi Zangief, it's so crazy to see it all develop the way it did back then. I'm really curious to see if it's going to develop the same way this year.
Night has fallen, but the city does not sleep, and especially here at the Capcom Cup Finals. We're here in LA, Hollywood. Very excited to see how this concludes. We've done A, B, C, D, E, F. Now we're here for G, and now we're here for H, and it's really exciting to see. I mean, listen, I've got to say, that guy on the videos, like, I don't know, it's something about him. He's very charismatic and slick and cool, and I don't know what it is about that guy. I got to meet him someday. You know?
I think we could both learn a thing or two about the hair care tips that guy's on.
Honestly, there's something about the way he shaves. I just can't get it to be as crisp as. Some people just got it like that, Vish. You know?
I can't play that act anymore. I'll tell you what, though. It's a great time to be a Street Fighter V fan, especially with Group H coming up our way. Now, despite having 5 players in the groups, right, we're still going to have all the matchups for you guys here today. Merkin Samurai, Pugera, Meta RD, MDZ Jimmy, representing the Salt Mines, of course. But we're going to get really acquainted with all of these players as we get into it. Just a reminder, though, considering they have 5 players, we're just going into 3 matches to round it out here for day 1. Starting things off with Merkin versus Samurai.
Yeah, man, this is super exciting, man. We saw this guy, this kid, rocking it in the CPTE East qualifier. But Samurai, of course, you know very well, working with him there, Street Fighter League on a weekly basis. We saw him get better and better as the weeks go on. Rocking that Luke as well. G versus Luke is an interesting one. I've seen a few G's say that it's one they feel they can fight. mixed opinions left, right, and center, but it's going to tell us a lot about this group to come. It's one of the harder groups to predict, I must say, of all the groups we've seen today. But I mean, if what we've seen so far today is anything to go by, man, expect some surprises, expect some close matches, expect some nerves, because there's been a lot of nerves today in day one.
Absolutely.
A lot of like hiccups, but some of these people have been able to pull through those hiccups and still get the results that they needed. We'll see if these guys can do exactly that as they come up for this first match.
One of the best things, though, everybody's still in high spirits. It is only day one. Everybody's getting acclimated to the pressure and the way that everybody has been playing. I have been able to get the opportunity to talk to some of these players as well, and they're still very much so in it, still eyes on the prize, and that's the exact mentality I like to see hour in, hour out throughout the entirety of the day. One of the biggest things that we talk about surprises, right? I actually haven't been able to study up on Merkin as much, but he is coming from the land of Poland, right? This man has been putting in that work with that G, and I feel like there isn't as much of a spotlight as there is right now, obviously, but those guys you cannot sleep on.
No, you can't. I mean, we saw Kalmau from Bulgaria earlier, you know, taunting into a flopped combo and still able to win his game. We saw that. I mean, Eastern Europe's got some interesting players, man.
Really
we saw the Russian scene as well. Me and you had the pleasure of covering the Olympics last year. And we saw some talent from all over that region. And Poland's definitely one of those areas that has some serious talent and just hasn't been given the platform to shine. This year's Capcom Cup is doing exactly that. This is his opportunity. He's up against one of the best players in the world in Samurai. I truly believe that.
Right.
Can he make it count?
We'll see if it's going to be a good day for Merkin or if it's going to be Dobra Noc for the land of Poland. Samurai.
Oh, I like that. I like that. You've been studying. Oh, okay.
I'm a little bit, you know, Dzień dobry if he wins. Dobra Noc if he loses, right?
I just know Cześć and Raja. That's it, bro.
That works, man.
That's the end for me.
Anytime he lands a command grab, Cześć. That's all you got to do, man. We got the forward fierce coming in from Samurai, trying to take advantage a little bit early against Merkin. Now, you see that Grey Life really adding up. One solid hit from Samurai. There it is, into the corner, and a gang of damage to open up.
All right, he's cornered here, Merkin.
Oof. Talk about those single hit confirms. He's some massive damage, and I love that.
Nice
the jump reset. Very excellent call.
Got himself out there. Delayed. Oh, just jump straight out, straight away. Uses that so well. Step back, standing short, activate too far for the V skill. Still gets out of the corner, a bit of damage as well. Activation.
Ooh.
Oh!
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't sleep on this kid.
Okay, yeah, backing away. Has to force that V-trigger to at least create some space against Merkin. I do appreciate that. But now it's going to be Merkin in full control.
Yeah, V-trigger coming as well, Vicious. Any moment now.
And you can see, Samurai is so deliberate to even hit him, right? He went for the throw instead to try to secure that damage rather than give him the chip.
It doesn't have EX for the super plus frame activation, but gets opened up. Needs to make this count now. Samurai doesn't want to get activated upon. He's got no reversal when he does. He's got the bar now, keeping him at bay. Oh my, you cheeky bugger! You tried to walk out that far. Don't you dare, says Mirken. Gets the jab interception for that throw attempt, and he takes the first round.
And it's so scary too, because Samurai is definitely one of those players to kind of play the mental game a lot in terms of taking his turn back and being a little slightly disrespectful, right?
Yeah, he'll get in your head. I've seen him get in players' heads.
It's worked in his favor so many times.
Man, it's worked again.
Whew. I love that. Yeah, just kind of buffering the crouching medium punches Merkin to kind of enforce the fact that Samurai is not allowed to go in for free.
I love that air to air to the V-skill. Anti-air choice there from Mirken. Kind of clouded by the V-skill as well, so almost hard to see the empty jump low.
It really is kind of difficult, right? Just that last minute decision to see that spark.
All right, let's go into a zoning game here. We go full screen, try V-skill up.
And this is the kind of Samurai we're used to seeing, right? He's played so many different Shoto archetypes, or so many Shoto characters in general. There we go, the big single hit confirmed yet again. What happens here?
Gets the timing right.
Oh, this is the turn, but I told you, looking to take it right back.
Oh, there you go. There you have it. One of those rounds. I mean, you saw two sides of Samurai in that round, Vicious. He was keeping him at bay the whole time, then went in, went a little bit crazy. Mirken just a step behind.
But you know, Merkin was shook just a little bit. You saw on the top left, he was actually rocking back and forth in the seat. He was in slight disbelief after that.
Standing short. I mean, who's got the better lag kick here? I've seen G's do a ton. He's waking up with C8. He's got the jab. He's hit him. He's hit him. Mirken giving him a bit of his own medicine here. Levels up. Needs to get out of this corner, though.
And I love this. A lot more activity from Merkin.
Air to air. He's so good at that. Gets away with the dash, but puts a little delay. Tries to tick throw. Doesn't come off. Another correctly timed backdash.
Okay.
Still close to the corner here, though. Positional advantage too. Oh, didn't confirm.
Missed an opportunity there to get the damage off of the EX flash knuckle.
Good block on that V-reversal.
Oh,
bad bet.
Hey. either side. Dash 2 times over. The V shift out of there to reset the momentum. Merkin, raw activation, trying to get the low.
Oh no! That's it, that was it!
No punish from Samurai.
No whiff punish from Samurai. No sweet punish from Mirken. He had the round there. Samurai make that mistake count. V-trigger spent. Projectiles. He's in the corner now. Towards Fierce. Oh, he gets hit by the cross medium.
There's no way Samurai's going to build up that bar again, right? I was going to say, Merkin,
close.
Real steady, at least in the neutral department. I think there's a lot to be said in regards to what Merkin's patience levels are currently at against Samurai. I don't know how much experience they've had prior to them meeting up until this point, but he's playing all the right moves in regards to keeping Samurai at bay. Right? We know Samurai can whiff punish. We know that he can counter poke pretty well with Luke. But Merkin's keeping it so ambiguous.
He just looks very comfortable. For me, once you're anti-airing with air-to-air, it tells me that you're a step ahead, you're comfortable, you're focused, your prediction game is on point. I mean, Mirken looks very good right now. He doesn't look phased by the occasion just yet. Hope I'm not jinxing him here by saying that. But Samurai's definitely got another gear he can step into if he needs, and let's see if he can access it, Vicious.
Oh, I see the conditioning too.
Did you see that?
He's not afraid of it.
But did you see the fear to press the button afterwards?
For Samurai, yes. For Merkin, no way.
For Merkin, he pressed jab and he kind of hesitated. But he's in the corner now. This round's going well for Samurai. He's got the timing on that roundhouse perfect to perfection. 3 in a row. You know what the scariest thing is? I can't tell sometimes if it's 0 or +1 because of the time. No, it's ridiculously hard to tell. I mean, that's a 1 frame difference. I mean, and as G, you're screwed anyway, right?
I feel like you are. Yeah, I think we're in the same boat for that one.
Well, it's that 3 frame that Luke has.
I see this little inching forward here from Samurai, also looking to catch Merkin slipping, throwing out a normal that he can't. So he's looking for that whiff punish mostly, but Samurai, there it is, baits him into standing.
Oh, what a start. Corner again.
Roundhouse? No, the suppressor bait.
Man, he's found a chink in the armor here.
I love it still. Yes, sir. The fire back from Merkin is going to go into the trigger. Yes, he is. He's looking for that corner carry. And the damage. Dash up 2 times over. Watch out for the command grab. Samurai, no fear.
What was that? What was that? What? Oh, he's dead. It worked out. It worked out. When it's your day, it's your day. I mean, that was the perfect outcome for Samurai because he was airborne, so the jab into the rush missed, so he couldn't cancel it. So you have to just take the punishment.
But the idea of the uppercut even coming out in the first place is what blows my mind, right?
When it's meant to be, it's meant to be, Vicious. I don't know why that happened.
The funny thing is, like, Samurai looked up and he's just like, well, I guess that's just how it goes. He didn't even, like, acknowledge it thoroughly. It wasn't, like, calculated. He's like, oh, yeah, I got lucky.
All part of the plan. And I wouldn't even say Mirken necessarily, fell off or lost confidence in his strategy. I'd say it was all Samurai changing up there. And we're seeing that change up continue here. Another dominant round. It's like the first game seems so long ago now. Sends him to the corner. Tick throw. He's eaten so many of those.
Oh, that suppressor could have been a lot worse. Merkin does get the interruption.
Yeah, I mean, he's conditioned him so much. He was never going for the meaty after being hit by those EXs earlier. I mean, he didn't even do a delayed button. He just waited and did nothing there.
I have a really bad feeling once the suppressor is blocked again, Samurai's going to do a delayed EX. I have a feeling in my bones.
You know better than we do. I wouldn't be surprised at all. What job.
No, swing and a miss.
He knows what he's looking for.
Back throw.
Out.
Just fine for Merkin despite the damage. He's out of the corner. That's a big win for him.
Man, his momentum is dominant. Very one-sided right now since that first game. Can Mirken slow this down? No, he can't. It's getting worse. One more hit will do it.
Leads us so much, and he's fishing with that low 4, and you can see it.
Oh!
Forth.
Reactivate. No, that's it. That's gonna be it. Oh, well, that wasn't max damage.
Off of crouch jab. Yeah.
I think he'll survive this. G's health bar, yeah, should be good.
He's fine. Yeah. For now, despite the life lead, right?
Okay, here's the activation.
Okay, command grab.
Reversal, yeah, makes sense.
Oh, just hit him low.
Okay. Tries again. V-trigger running out here. Nice jab check. One more of those will do it.
And you can see Samurai just waiting for it. V-reversal out of there. No longer in threat of the trigger. It's all Samurai.
Great turnaround from Samurai. I mean, he weathered the storm there. Could have fallen apart. Stayed calm against a relatively unknown player who's clearly more capable than many people gave him credit for. Mirken with an awesome attempt, but it goes to Samurai who makes the adjustment there. And this is the important thing when you're dealing with this level of opponent at this kind of stage. There's layers, there's strategies, there's another gear that these players can access that Mirken needs to be prepared for. And we saw the adaptation from from Samurai, but we didn't see the readaptation, the adaptamentation, as they say, where I'm from. We didn't see that reply. We didn't see that reply from Mirken. He only had the one layer, so something he's got to go away and work on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said in regards to how Samurai has conditioned so many opponents, even in the past, right? There's just so much unpredictability because he's willing to take these giant risks. And it's all layered from the solid fundamentals that he's been exhibiting, right? Once he gets you nice and comfortable on that, sometimes he'll explode with like an EX uppercut. Then it resets your mind all over again. It's like, how do I even dissect the way that he's playing? And he's gotten the best of the best in certain circumstances just like that. But it's up to Mirken to really kind of cleanse the palate of the randomness and really focus in on the taste of victory and try to get that adaptamentations, as you had mentioned, against Samurai.
No, absolutely. It's so easy to, not easy to do, but it's easier to do after the tournament. You go and you watch the video and you see what your opponent was doing. But there was a huge change in approach from Samurai that Mirken clearly couldn't adapt to in-game. He needs to go back and watch that, so if he's in a situation like that again, he can make the necessary adjustments. But it's all a learning curve. It's only one game in, and still got a strong chance of qualifying, right?
Still got full 2 days left of groups, right? And he also has to play another game, I feel like, as the third one. Like, Mirken is still going to be around on the group stage for at least today. In the meantime, we're going to have a switch-up between Pugera and Mena RD coming up next.
Oh my goodness, these matches.
I'm so excited to see this play out because of the heartfelt W that Pugera had qualified for via World Warrior Japan. Very emotional in that state towards the end of it. Again, he's been grinding it out. He's been feeling a type of way of not getting the same type of results he'd expected from Balrog in previous seasons. Right? But he's made himself such a powerhouse with his character yet again. And speaking of powerhouses, this guy Mena RD, obviously Capcom Cup former champion, being able to prioritize any character as a threat as soon as he picks them, right? Luke being one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. He's adapted so well as the meta has changed. And you remember there was a period in time when he was being so loyal to Birdie, and despite Birdie's constant changes, he's still one of the most popular characters represented here at the event. But we're all very, very doubtful that a Birdie will actually win this event. And he said to himself, if I want to win an event like this again, I need to adapt to the meta. And every time the meta has changed, this guy has picked up the character necessary to do it. And he's done it to a very good level.
And that's the thing. It's no longer Mena RD. It's Meta RD. That's what we've been talking about, right? Like, he's just been going off on every single player. And he's also been traveling to Japan with his homie Kaba to make sure. Actually, I don't know if Kaba actually went there to level up with him. Despite that, he's been leveling up significantly, making those travel arrangements and also putting in the time in. So this is a whole different level of Mena RD that we're about to experience, which is the same for Pugera, right? They are at the peak of their momentum in regards to their wins right now.
And they've both been great for their teams at the SFLs, respectively, SFL Japan, SFL USA. And now we have two pinnacles of their scene really going up against each other. Pugera, I must say though, when I saw this group come out, just on matchup experience and like everything I've seen so far, he's the guy I have down as probably the favorite to win the group, but by no means is it guaranteed. And also Mena, of course, has played a ton of Boxer himself. That's one of his characters, so he's going to know the character quite well. I'm always shocked. I'm always telling people this. I'm always shocked at how little representation we get of Boxer in competitive high-level Street Fighter.
I agree.
I mean, the character is seriously good. I mean, it's so strange that we don't see more of him.
It's just very, I feel like it's very difficult to pilot for some people to kind of like transition from what was with the previous V-Skills.
Yeah,
right? Like
that's
V-Skill 2 was such a powerhouse, and then being able to kind of hone in on what he currently has in his current toolkit. It's like, how can I make this consistent? I'd have to play like 2-3 steps ahead out of everybody. And you could see it from Pugera's play throughout the entirety of like every World Warrior, every week of Street Fighter League. This man has put in so much effort to try to counter his opponents like more often than not. But it's not in a sense that he's trying to get you in like some random mix-ups. He's not trying to throw random overheads on you. It's all calculated.
It's
right?
all extremely matchup specific studying
stuff.
And it's also player specific. If you listen to his, I mean you do because you cover it every week, but I was watching some of the Street Fighter League with you and Cola covering and some of the conversations he has with his teammates and the detail in which he goes into how he studies his opponent. It's not just matchup, it's very much player tendency. You can bet your top dollar he's done the exact same amount, if not more, research for every single player in this group, including Mena RD. And he probably knew he was going to be playing Luke for this too.
Well, listen, I feel like it's about to be a mirror match in regards to the skill levels and the way both personalities are. They're both the type to grind and watch all of these matches, but we'll see who prevails, right? Balrog versus Luke in the hands of Pugera versus Mena RD. Game 1, here we go.
We saw Travis Styles play this earlier, and honestly, he made it look very decent for Boxer. That stand jab interrupting a lot of Luke's normals. Hangs in the neutral very well in the matchup, but once the pressure got started for Luke and the continuous Oki, it was a struggle for him to get out. We'll see if Pugera has answers for that if he finds himself in the same predicament. At the moment, it's fairly even, neutral, but the ground advantage definitely here in Mena RD's favor as he pushes Bugera back towards the corner. That's going to change it though. Back throw switches it up. This round has suddenly gone pear-shaped.
With the meaty dash punch as well, Bugera definitely knowing the timing to keep Mena RD in check. However, Mena, the Raging Bull, he's not stopping here.
Trying to get something going.
Even with the activation, he still isn't safe to do it for free, right? Oh, God, the suppressor! Thermal Barrack. The
Oh, the rock, yes, again! This is what I'm saying. It's very similar to what we saw in Travis Styles. A lot of momentum, some decent domination in the neutral, but when Luke gets going, Luke gets going. We're going nuclear, baby. Just another example.
I love that. Absolutely nuclear. Oh, geez, the forward fierce catches the crush counter. Now it's going to be an RD.
I can't slow on that standing short, but man, that could have been devastating. Great positional advantage here early in the round. There's that stand jab in neutral again.
Oh, there it is.
So well, nice counter hit confirmed. Where you going?
Hey, I like that. It's, as long as it's not a crush counter standing or grounded, you're totally fine with that.
He has to make a hard read for that.
Interruption. Thermal Barrack, he's going to let it waste out a little bit, but now this is where Mena RD gets to move on forward with the threat of the V-trigger and getting some of this estate. Bugera at the right distance, though, to fire off a V-skill or even a dash punch. I like that. A little bit of damage, but still, it's Mena RD who's playing a little bit passive. We're going to see the aggressiveness come out real soon, though.
Yeah, he's just chilling now. He gets hit there approaching. Still got a V-trigger. It's going to run out here in block stun. Press the button.
Yeah. Just ran out of it. Not in ways of throwing out the last V-trigger. Last bit of it, anyway. Oh, this is a dangerous territory.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
he
got.
gets the move on in.
I was about to say before we started this guy's got to have the highest hit percentage of any boxer I've ever seen for EX Smash Low. I mean, this guy will catch you. He just knows. He's analyzing your every move, and he's waiting. I very rarely see people block his EX lows.
Ooh. And he still managed to get the back throw. That's a meaty one. Yo, Mena RD tried to dash up in a moment where it wasn't really his turn. Bugera now on the offensive. We do get the sweep, back throw, you know it.
Yeah, execution error there allows Mena to come back into this round. Throw well teched. Dashes in again. Mena RD extending quite a fair bit, trying to get his momentum going here.
How often have we seen Bugera dash up like that, too?
You know, it's an analysis. Oh, beautiful whip punish. Walked out of space. One more hit. He's got the CA approaching. Got to guess right here. Can Mena RD take the lead? Ooh, nice jab check. Oh, that back roundhouse almost clipped him there. And oh, counter hit. No!
I was waiting for it, man.
Yeah, no.
I was waiting for the Dua. Dua.
The Dominican Republic scene. I mean, I say scene, but really it's Kaba. Making that noise, you can hear it from a mile away. Fantastic result there in the first game for Mena RD.
And how often have we seen Mena RD dash up in front of Bugera's face like that?
Yeah, man, he's been using it well.
Pretty often.
It's been you got to give him credit for that because we know Bugera checks dashes quite regularly, but he's just slipping them in at the right time. Another good start to the round. No cancel on that crouch medium.
Oh, the crush counter creates a lot of space for himself, but it's Mena RD not giving him any real ground afterwards.
Again, he gets the whiff punish, but no cancel. Maybe he didn't have charge. And it's keeping Mena in a strong position, but he gets to open up now. To the corner you go. No, it doesn't spend the EX to send him across. Just takes the plus frame advantage.
Is he waiting for like the activation? Is that
maybe he's trying to get to super?
Possibly. He wants to get the big.
Oh,
that's huge.
That's why. No, he's gonna save it. Wouldn't have killed. Oh my days, that was disgusting. If he'd have buffered that jab into dash punch, I would have gone crazy. Oh. This is so close.
Can you V-skill that on reaction, Bugera? From this range, can you V-skill the Sandblast from this range? I want to see it.
He's probably looking for it. He's probably holding tap as well. What's it going to be? Mena's got to be careful. Both of these players are in next hit wins. Mena's pretty much got super as well.
And I like the idea. See, Bugera's showing that he's breaking his charge every so often.
Oh, where you going? Where you going? He did dash punch into roundhouse? Are you serious?
That's a lot of in between.
Wow.
That's a lot of in between. A lot of time there. But Mena RD, he managed to get clipped. Wrong place at the wrong time.
He anticipated some kind of overextension. The round starts with a hit confirm. You can hear Kappa go. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I can hear it behind me, even with the headphones on. Kappa going absolutely mental in the background every hit.
That's what it's all about. Crush counter again off the fears. A little bit of space for him. Clears it out. Mena RD still trying to keep Bugera locked down, but no, it's the trade.
I told you, bro. Unblockable, bro. 2 out of 2.
Don't say that. The champ's going to believe you 100%. That's unblockable.
Oh.
Gotta hit you with the tasty seat from the background. That's unblockable. Oh god, activation time.
He missed his meaty, that would have killed. That dash punch should have been meaty. Whiffed and got jabbed.
Oh!
Wow, wow, wow.
I was so far away.
Right.
Oh, don't charge that
what
back
you
while you
doing?
shifted. No.
Still alive, still alive. Teched. Then RD extended and tries to do the EX, gets caught trying to come in.
Woo!
The timing of the dash punch is too good. Bugira makes the adjustment for the umpteenth time today. We're going to a third game.
I'm so concerned with what that decision was from Mena RD. The charge up on the flash knuckle from that spacing. Bugira has been known to V-shift that a bunch.
Yes, but he hasn't shown him that card the whole set, right? So you can forgive him for thinking that Bugira might not be ready this one time. I mean, if he'd have used it earlier, or even just used it once, but he's not really used it. So
true,
you can sometimes get away with that stuff. I mean, who was it we saw playing earlier that was just chucking projectiles? And I was like, yo, usually when I see Travis play, he always punishes these. It was Ken versus Boxer. And he got away with way more fireballs than you usually see. Sometimes heat of the moment, sometimes, you know, pressure. It could be anything.
That's something I can definitely agree upon, right? In the heat of the moment, sometimes you do tend to have an executional mishap, which has happened a bunch of times over. So I totally get that logic. But Bugira proving that he's absolutely ready for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Menardi tried to do it again. I
that's a good
genuinely wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Stubbornness can be a good trait in these games, man. Seriously.
I mean, he didn't have it, right? It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
That makes sense. Okay, this time he does have the buffer. Catches that medium.
Look at how much more aggressive Bugira's gotten.
I love that. Even though he won, he's making the change to try and catch Mena off.
Yeah.
As Mena tries to adjust to the loss he just took. So suddenly Bugira ups the level. Goes too aggressive. Great punish.
Just within range as well to even get that conversion.
Because sweep would have been guaranteed, but big whiff. That's it. It's going to be set point Bugira. This has turned around dramatically, and you see Mena reel back on his seat there and take a huge breath. Needs to get himself focused there, needs to adjust. As it stands, it's Bugira who's looking to take this first game.
The Bandits also rallying behind their boy. The rest of the DR in full attention as well. I love this, just now being the aggressor out of the range. Yes, sir. Punish on the dash punch. Draws a rocket. Are we getting a throw? No, I thought it. And guess what? The suppressor came out anyway.
Caught pressing buttons, and the count hit kind of saved him there because it made the pro whiff. Bugira back in this round.
Pressure being applied yet again. And it's so scared to even try to contest the dash punch afterwards because of the fact that trigger is on the deck for Bugira.
And he's got meter if he wants to beat a button as well. He's just got to sit and block this. He's doing the right thing.
That's fine.
He's lost a lot of ground.
We're fine with that. No more trigger on the deck.
Oh my days!
God, no!
He's gonna save it. Wouldn't have killed. Oh,
yes.
What a choice!
Rising
what a
rocket.
choice!
Menardi also has trigger. What is this?
What?
A little bit of pressure on the table. This is Menardi's time to strike. No more meter on the side of Bugira. Thought he had to confirm.
Nutty. Big whip punish. The back that should have started the round. Mena gifted with that round and can take this now. Momentum in his favor. No bar at all for Bugira. Has to hold this pressure. Jab checks.
There we go.
Caught, stun racking up here. Vicious.
Mena
oh my days.
He's gonna get the stun. A good amount of damage. It's not gonna kill though.
Guess what game?
It's gonna be a throw.
One more bet. Has to be reversal. He will not get a V-trigger this round.
Oh.
Needs a miracle right now. Does Bugira. Finally blocks the EX low. Dashing throw, well teched.
He's still in his feet, and it's going to be the throwback Mena RD with a mental comeback. Going right back in there. As soon as Bugira had dropped the ball, spending that critical art, it was all downhill, and Mena RD capitalized successfully.
Wow, so impressive there from Mena. And you saw, for the first time in a while, you saw some shakiness, some nerves, and some panic from Bugira. A huge execution error with that dash punch into the CA. I'm guessing he was trying to confirm it, but it was on block. Lost his meter for the following round as well, which means even when he did get momentum, he didn't have the bar to carry it out into anything, any real damage, any more severe Oki as well. Just brilliant opportunity there for Mena. He really ran. You can see the way he started that next round. He was like, I'm killing you now. You made a huge mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
You could tell the mental stack was definitely on Bugira's mind, right? He was talking about that. He was thinking about that the entire match. Like, he was still trying to swing in moments where Mena RD was trying to steal turns, dash up in his face, at least try to like counter poke him successfully, which he did in certain instances, but it wasn't enough to deter Mena RD and outplaying him in the corner. Really, really well done. But Bugira, I will say, he chalked up a pretty good one in terms of countering the Luke play. You see, of course, Kaba going in, the classic. But more importantly, I think, the recovery from Mena RD. Granted, I think, Bugira had a very, very huge execution error it's up to the other player to really capitalize on that. And MinRD just having the mental capacity and the execution to do so, perfectly played.
Yeah, totally agreed. That's a really huge win as well. When you look at this group and you look at the talent that's in this group, that first game is a huge indicator as who you could say is the favorite to go and take this. Massive weight off of Minna's shoulders to get that win. He needs to go and do the rest now to secure that first place spot. Very early days though. Anything could still happen.
So that kind of puts a little bit of a wrench in our gears, I feel like. A lot of folks were looking at those two to kind of come out of the woodwork, but I feel like Bugera getting the first L is pretty significant. But again, the day goes on. MDZ Jimmy representing the Salt Mines going up against Merkin, coming back in with a G. He fell just a little bit short against Samurai not too long ago.
Got some Europe on Europe crime here.
Yeah.
Looking forward to this one. And massive shout out to the Jimmy army out there. This guy's got a huge fan base.
I'm a fan.
MDC
I love
Jimmy.
good old Jimmy Magic, as you put it in SFL.
Representing SML, qualifying, of course, through through Germany. I mean, Ryan coming so close all the way to doing that as well, but it's Jimmy who's here to represent, and I think he is the lone German in this entire event as well, so super massive kudos to him to represent. Rocking the Ryu as well. I mean, one of the few exclusively playing Ryu, this guy. So any of you guys who aren't familiar with MDZ Jimmy, he streams a ton of Street Fighter. I mean, he's a full-time streamer. I mean, he literally lives off of streaming. He's very popular, his fans love him, and he plays Ryu exclusively a ton. So, you know, look out for some unique setups, some Ryu specific matchup stuff that he's going to be bringing out here. But no easy feat here as he goes up against the guy from Poland. I forgot his name. Merkin from Poland, sorry. Who played incredible in his first game as well. Can't underestimate him. And also, I don't really like that matchup for Ryu when I've seen it playing.
I feel like when it gets to different presidentiality levels, that's where it really gets kind of dicey for Ryu.
When he starts going
Being
through
able
the
to nullify
fireballs.
one of the biggest things that Ryu can do for a control game. But I will say, I think the damage output is going to speak more than enough for the game that Jimmy wants to play in particular, right? He can be kind of rago, as you put it.
Yes,
I think there's a lot of potential here for it to be very explosive from the side of MDZ Jimmy. I really want to see if Merkin has what it takes to kind of control and suppress that kind of Jimmy factor, the Jimmy magic. No one can really stop the Jimmy magic, not even guys like Problem X. Like, I've seen it happen and unfold in person, even against like Mr. Crimson over at Street Fighter League EU, and it's been kind of wild.
He's had some moments, doesn't he? He has these moments.
So many highlights.
A lot of people think, because he's so online now, a lot of people were like, oh, he's an online player, he can't play offline. Like, he used to play loads of stuff. Before he became a popular streamer, he was at loads of events offline. You know, he was traveling, he was playing. He's actually quite comfortable in offline setting from when I've been exposed to him. He doesn't necessarily play nervous. He plays like himself, which for me is a big deal. That's one of the biggest things to get over when you're going from offline to online. He's already got offline experience. Maybe not on a stage as big as this, so that's going to be a challenge for him, but expect the best Jimmy possible as he goes up against Merkin. And actually, if you're being honest, this is actually a pretty good game for him to start with, relatively equal levels in terms of accolades and ability in the scene, so he can go into this one feeling like the favorite, but I mean, Merkin's no joke. I mean, we saw what he did earlier, so could go either way. Very excited to see this one. I'm going to call Jimmy, but, you know, anything could happen.
I think my mind says G piloted by Merkin, but, like, you know, I feel like the heart, and I've seen a lot more Jimmy than I have, unfortunately, of Merkin, to be honest with you, because, again, just looking at the past records, even on, like, CFN, I haven't really been able to, like, dissect all the players. It's hard to be quite honest with you, full transparency. Some of these cats, it's hard to find information.
Dude, this is almost double the amount of players we usually have at Capcom Cup
47,
as well,
bro.
you know?
47
It's a big change,
players.
big change. And then there's players who qualified very late that you had to learn about very late because
that one I was very lucky on, because I actually got to talk to some of the folks from that area
beforehand.
too. Like, I got
Dude,
to talk
did
to
you see the tweet that DCQ put up like a week ago? I didn't see that until today. Someone was like, yo, you didn't see DCQ's tweet? I was like, what tweet? Oh, you mean the tweet that he said with his group? No, not that tweet. Oh, you mean the tweet where he said something's free? No.
Literally, the whole timeline is
I love
all
that
like the
guy's well.
transcript you would need on this person.
Easy cake, man.
That's it.
Seriously. No, but
Easy
the tweet
cake.
was, "What China is very strong. Watch out for this kid. Don't be surprised if he wins the LCQ." And then Zen goes and wins the LCQ. I mean, geez. That's
In his first international tournament.
That's crazy, man.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Was he 19 years old?
I don't know, man, but that's wild. That
Young
is
man's
quite
game.
the wild accomplishment. And he's also throwing some hands today. I want to see
So
more of
it's-
that coming from both here.
It's the year of the unknown, man. Who knows? Those of you who don't know Jimmy, maybe he'll go on a big run this year. Maybe he'll qualify. Nothing is to be taken for granted here as he goes up against against G.
And talk to me a little bit about this one. Like, we talked about how Jimmy's playstyle is. He's more so inclined to go for V Trigger 2, but how often have you ever seen him play Trigger 1?
I see him play Trigger 1 a ton. Yeah, he loves Trigger 1.
I've only seen it on his streams.
He's big on his projectile game as well. So I think in this matchup as well, he wants to try and keep G from leveling up, keep those balls on the screen. And both V triggers hit extremely hard. I think 2 probably hits a bit harder, but Both triggers here really hard. The stun on V-Trigger 1
I
is
think
just
there's
insane.
just a lot more control in regards to V-Trigger 1 with enhanced fireball and the meter not going away.
The meter not
but
going,
also
that's
you
such
get
a good
like
buff.
significant amount of stun also from both, like, or sorry, from fireball and any sort of like punch normal or even punch special.
Yes. And the corner game is just frightening. It's a good start here so far. Mirken's got to find a way around those fireballs. When he doesn't have meter and he doesn't have presidential level up, it's quite tricky.
I like
the meter
that.
uses it straight away. One of his key tools in this matchup.
Yeah, being able to utilize that wheel kick on reaction with just that much range shows a lot of promise from Mirken.
Oh, should have stepped back into the stand short there. I've seen G's do that. Block the jab, stand up, stand short EX or stand short grab. Tried to react, wasn't able to. And the fireball game causing him some issues here. Just goes straight into the smash.
A little bit of a fumble. And I love the audacity from Jimmy to just press the button even after that. Not afraid. I think that was off of a low short anyway. Oh, no.
Take.
Here we go. Who take that? Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Oh, I thought he was going to do wake up crash medium. I've seen him do that before. My guy was standing.
That's just how it goes, man. You have to guess when it comes to command grab. It's a yes-no game when it comes to G. Oh. A little bit of an overlap there with the movement.
Wow, the heavy punch after. Is that stand short buffer so good?
The best bufferable lights in the game.
Jimmy trying to re-establish his fireball game here. Yeah, that's another factor in the matchup. That V skill, it builds up so much meter when he absorbs a fireball.
It just boosts right up there.
Yeah, I mean, look at it.
And you can see the reluctancy from Jimmy, not even throwing a fireball immediately after that.
Yeah, you got to throw from poke range, but then of course that puts you in danger of being jumped in on. That stand short, not cancelled into anything. Oh, this time it is.
Can you use that to his detriment? Will Jimmy be able to kind of get closer to Merkin? We're going to see, actually. Ambiguous? No.
One that could have done a...
Side.
Yeah, chose not to.
Ooh. Oh, anti-air, please! Yes, sir. That was a lot of clearance there. The wheel kick, and it's going to be so dangerous. Watch out for that command grab yet again. He's trying to layer down the frame traps. Jimmy not biting yet. I do say yet. It's not over. No, not close to over.
Oh, he had the hit. Jumps out.
He's at full critical art. Ah, spoke too soon.
Oh, him trying to walk forward.
Commentator's curse.
This is great control here from Mirken, but he's still in danger. Oh, just as I said it.
That Jimmy magic.
Donkey kick.
It's still alive. 9 seconds on the clock.
Can't throw fireballs. Has to be careful here. The boss now. Oh, he tried to react. He did it from too close. I think he tried to buffer. I think he tried to buffer the
I think
the
so.
wheel kick. Yeah.
I think so.
It was so close.
Oh.
Great space from Jimmy.
Ugh.
Nice correct DP. Gets checked by the jab though.
Hey. Dash it twice. Check the throw. I feel like he hasn't gone for grab at all.
I mean, he went for the EX at the start of the first round, right?
I mean, just like a normal grab, right? Now he's
normal throw, yeah, you're right.
Some of these frame traps.
Oh, he's so good at that. There's another air-to-air that catches his opponent low.
Oh, that
works, that works. Jimmy's in big trouble here.
The timing on that.
Jimmy Army very nervous here. Get baited out, that should be it. Mirken with another. Oh, whoa. Okay, should still get a kill. That was good to save.
That was advanced level frame kill is what it was, yeah. Advanced level frame kill. We'll take that. We'll absolutely take that. Merkin nodding his head. He's like, you know what? I'll 100% move on with this one game. Jimmy's making him sweat, and, you know, he just wants to get it over with.
Now, looking very good here is Mirken. I like the control, I like the decision-making. He's been playing a very good strategy here. A good counter Ryu style. It's up to Jimmy to adapt here, because I feel like he was playing catch-up for most of that.
Uh-oh.
Moments like that don't hurt, though.
We'll take that opener for MDZ Jimmy. Getting a lot of the fireballs from a lot more of a compact space. He doesn't want to give Merkin a chance to build up off of that V skill.
Look how much bar he got. Crazy.
Hey, too far for the rest of the cut. Hey, not too bad, though. Gets a cross-cut DP. He has to pay his toll for jumping out. Jump short, jump jab.
Execution, he got the trip recovery as well. Beautiful punish from Mirken. And all that momentum was just shifted away now. Big danger. This time he does connect. Oh, don't do that. He's got the V-trigger. Oh, my goodness. Get grabbed.
Hey,
like you can get command grab. Shut up.
He's going to do it again, Femi. Oh my goodness. So far. Eventually he's going to do it again.
You called it.
Thank you for being...
You didn't say it the exact time. I was still going to give it to you.
Thank you for humoring me. But I will say, that anti-air had no business hitting that far.
No, you're taking that. No, you're taking a bit, mate. He's dashing in the command grabbing and starting the round, mate.
Hey. Forward throw. What happens here? Jimmy still trying to pepper in that standing medium punch. Slowly trying to open up the defense of Merkin, trying to make him lose patience within the neutral. The fireball game's still there. There it is.
That, yeah.
That's what we wanted, right?
That,
we wanted Jimmy to walk right into that buffer normal.
Yeah, he's committing to that buffer, man. You can bait it out. Wow, that works. There's the activation. Plaza de Plaza.
Nice work.
Oh, guess he's been hit low too many times.
Anti-air, trade off.
Wow.
Catastrophic if it succeeded, I think. Or if it was a command grab, it would have succeeded. Tight.
I see it's fireball point blank range. Jimmy trying to tie this up here. He's made the adjustment so far. V-Trigger's gone now for Mirkin. Oh,
the
big
jump
jump
in
in!
is there!
Huge jump in! His first jump in on the fireball in the set.
Once, it's over.
Dash trash better reversal. No, dash in a throw! You said he's not been doing the throws. It's like he can hear you, Vicious. That's exactly what he does next, and Mirkin moves into match point.
In all honesty, Jimmy had actually backdashed the very first one within that round. So Merkin going for it again. I love him sticking to his guns. That's just going to condition Jimmy even further, right? Now he's forced to sit still. More often than not, he's actually taking to the skies, but I think going forward, he might be able to force Jimmy to sit still in the corner. We'll see if we even get there, though. Jimmy's been on the offensive, peppering a lot of damage.
I'm seeing a lot of damage left on the table, though, man. 2 cancellation opportunities not taken. You leave a character like G in there, but huge life lead. V-Trigger almost here now, though. Jimmy's changed the strategy. Big neutral jump. Huge punish, donkey kick. Yes, it is. Dash. One more bet. Mirkin looking to activate.
Oh, no.
He tried the neutral jump again. But this time it was the high one.
This isn't too bad for Jimmy. A good amount of damage, but the trigger is just about half for Merkin.
Good block.
He needs like a sequence, like 4 sequences.
No, you didn't.
He's fine. He's fine. Not too much damage off of that.
Still the corner, though. The corner.
He does it again.
Roundhouse. Meaty. Gets out of Jimmy's out. That's huge.
Work.
Massive escape now. Can he make this count? Needs to just be careful. Not to let any momentum back in Mirkin's corner. I think he's just chill. Oh, no.
My God.
Oh, my goodness. He tried to dash on him. Absolutely ready was Jimmy. Jump back. One apiece. Germany has arrived here at the Capcom Cup Finals. And it is Poland 1, Germany 1.
Can we talk about Jimmy's defense in the corner thus far, even after getting conditioned with frame traps, normal throw, and even command grab?
Yeah.
And also the fact that he's also been anti-aired correctly with crouching heavy punch. He's found another option on the way out, which is jump tatsu.
Jump tatsu, yeah. It was a great time to throw that in. He needed nothing but to escape that corner because all the resources were depleted for G. G would have to overextend to get anything going. So as soon as he got out of that corner, he just needed to chill, which he did, and made it count. Now, can Mirkin make the adjustment to the adjustment? The same adjustment he needed to make against Samurai earlier that he didn't make, he now needs to make against Jimmy, who has changed the game enough to bring this back. Oh!
The solar plexus.
Dancer looking like a no so far in the corner.
Oh.
This meaty throw, that's massive. Oh wow, that V-shift worked out.
You talked about it earlier.
Man.
How many
Again,
times?
It's so good.
He succeeded on it, I think, almost every time.
People just aren't used to it. Oh, plus, I think 14 on that activation. Horrible situation for Jimmy.
Oh,
Get gripped
man.
up. What you saying?
That's the one right there. That's the patented effort.
Oh my days.
And that's the patented Jimmy. This is part 1 of the magic. Will we see the rest of it?
Whoa.
Oh, Jimmy. I was about to say,
What was that? Why did he do
is
that?
he about to welcome Merkin to the show, or is he going to have the curtain called on him instead?
I don't know if that was a trap of some kind. I maybe he thought the fireball hit late. Not sure why he cancelled. We haven't really seen him get to use that V-trigger much in this set so far.
Ooh. Still attack the anti-air. Jimmy looking to force Merkin into the corner a little bit. No, actually he backs away. I think he wants to reinforce the fireball game.
His set point Mirkin. So far so good for him. He has made the adjustment. That round that was going badly for him, he managed to bring it all the way back.
So difficult to call, just a little bit shy.
Again, execution there, no
back to
from
back
Jimmy.
from both.
Come on, guys.
On a meter.
Don't leave it on the table here. Yeah, that's a huge meter deficit.
Oh.
Lightly for Jimmy's, catches him high though. Activation.
Oh no.
To the corner we go.
I think the scaling is fine, it's okay, but it's the
trying to
damage
beat it
now
again.
actually
Big damage.
unscaled. I'm sorry.
One more hit will do it. It's the throw. And Mirkin putting Poland on the map is going to take that game against MDZ.
Ooh.
Jimmy, unfortunately for MDZ Jimmy, his first game of the Capcom Cup Finals has not gone his way. And it's Mirken who gets the victory. What a performance from him. Shout out the Polish scene.
There it is. That's the way to say Dobranoc for sure. Being
Dobranoc.
able to close it out the way that he wanted to, at least force Jimmy in a scenario where he had to absolutely guess for game. Like, granted, we talked about Jimmy's defense the entire time in the corner has been absolutely stellar. Just that one final moment where he forced the guess. It is what it is with G.
He did develop a bit of a habit of not sitting still in the corner, understandably against these command grab characters, but he kept on going to the V-shift, and on that final occasion, it didn't work. It was a delayed crouch medium that just happened to counter hit perfectly timed for Mirken to get that win. So habitual choices there. You've got to be careful not to show too much of a pattern in your defensive habits, and unfortunately that's what happened there for Jimmy. But great play from Mirken to turn it around. Man, that was one of the longer sets of the day, I must say.
I think so, right? And I feel like it's been very unpredictable from start to finish with the way you kind of saw like some of the nerves kind of settle in. You saw some of these normals not really go into the full strings that you would want them to from either player, right? Not getting the big hit confirms that they were looking for, but towards the end of it all, it came down to really fine conditioning, I feel like, for Mirken. Jimmy, again, had some really solid reads in regards to what to do on defense. It's hard to guess when it comes to any of the command grab characters, right?
Agreed, man. It's just frustrating because you can't just sit there like you'd like to and take the throw, and then your opponent's forced to, you know, do something to overextend to make you throw again. It's nice to be able to down back, you know. It's a very nice feeling, regardless of how strong some of these corner games are. But when you got a command grab character like that, not only with that much range on a command grab, but it gets that much reward off a command grab, people have forgotten about G, man. Still very much a relevant character in this iteration of Street Fighter V, in my opinion, Vicious.
Oh, absolutely.
Being shown there by Mirken.
You've even seen like cats like Itabashi go through it with the LCQ for the most part, but taking a look at where we're at for Group H, that pretty much concludes our groups for the day. Taking a look at the standing Samurai with a W, Mena RD with a huge W as well against Megara, Mirken getting 1-1, evening it out. MDZ Jimmy, he still needs to put one up on the board as well, but we still got so many more games to play throughout the entirety of the week, ladies and gentlemen. But considering it's only 5 players in Group H, well, that just pretty much rounds it out. It's 3 games or 3 matches throughout the entirety of H. But it's not going to be the last of it, though. We still have a lot more to cover and also ground to cover in regards to the schedules, what characters to look for, what players to look for in Group Day 2 and 3, and also taking a look at the stats overall. So don't go anywhere. After this break, we got the full breakdown for you here at Capcom Cup right after this.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. Alright, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Come on, crank that beat! Go, party people! Everybody still cooking? Oh yeah, now you got it! Okay, okay!
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Showtime, baby!
Prepare. Fight with all your heart!
An honor, to be sure.
Where are you going? Let us begin. No. One more. What? You won't be disappointed. If these two don't give me what I want, I may have to come in there and bust them up myself. Amazing awareness there. She makes Dangerous look so good. Gotta remember, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. Oh wow, someone just got turned into a hashtag. You call, I answer. This is where things are gonna get very interesting. Making him sweat with these shurikens. We live for these kind of fights. They got the advantage. Gotta start cooking here. That's what happens when you have an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. Time for some good old violence. This is how you stay limber. You gotta crack every last lid. What in the world did we witness? That was unbelievable!
Another lovely evening here in Los Angeles, California, here at Avalon, to get ourselves into the rest of the group stage. Again, we just concluded day one of the group stage, going from A to, as you'd like to say, H. My name is Vicious, here with F-Word. To round it all out, he hates it when I do that, but I'll tell you what, you're going to love it.
I love it, Vicious. I love it. Honestly, I make the face, but I love it, man. Do it. Don't change, bro.
You're going to love this, though, right? We're going to get to a point where we round out everything that has happened up until this point, right? We get to talk about what the current standings are, what to expect throughout the entire week, and also highlight some of our favorite moments. Taking a look at this hefty graph of all the W's and L's that have been placed out for Group A to H.
Yeah, man, it's been absolutely insane today. As you know, there were the two killer groups in B and F. I had the pleasure of commentating one of them. And now we're seeing how it's looking as the first day is concluded. And some of those more deadly groups are starting to pan out. We're seeing Big Bird and Zen dominating in a group with Momochi and Mono there in the background. I mean, it's hard to predict how these things could have turned out. Are we going to go through these one at a time, Vicious? Maybe talk through each ones? Any of these really standing out for you, the current standings?
I mean, for Group A, obviously, we're talking about IDOM, right? He's one of the #1 contenders looking into it. He had such a dominant performance going in, but he only got to play one game. The rest of them, we're starting to see a little bit of that potential. I feel like Soul VNG is starting to get his bearings from underneath him. I think like Veggie also is starting to adapt to what really needs to be presented here on a stage like Capcom Cup.
Good, man.
Ronaldinho also had what looked like a very solid game against IDOM. I feel like he's going to come back in full force in day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Oil King obviously pulling out a very important win against Veggie. That was very close, very nervous. Takamura with an important win as well. And if we look at what's going on in the next few days, I mean, geez. So we got, is that Solving versus Oil King? IDOM taking on Takamura. Ooh, Veggie taking on Ronaldinho Saka. Can't wait for that one. And then we got Oil King. There's loads more there to go through, guys. You can always find those matches and what's going to be happening online. But that's just one group and the matches we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, we do have like pretty much every group that we're going through, right? Group B, as you can see, man, Just a Kid versus Phenom, it was so close. Every Just a Kid match I was going nuts for.
I feel like
Same with the 4 fills.
Yeah, the 4 fills, man. He's not playing like himself. He knows it. And the good thing is he knows it, so he's going to hopefully get those nerves out of the way and adjust and make the adjustment to bring his game back. But Kawano just emotionless, effortlessly. I mean, anyone else seeing this group would be like, man, what a horrible group. But Kawano just like casually steamrolling everyone. And
I'm calling it now, man. Dude's a robot.
I mean, seriously, yeah. I mean, he's ridiculous. I mean, whipping out a new character like Luke. I mean, he's had plenty of practice, of course, but to pull off the results so easily like that and still having his patented Colleen there to main as well. He was just so impressive.
And for the next day, Kawano versus Phenom, you have to tune into that.
Start.
That is for sure. Then Just a Kid versus Doomsday, 4 fills, as well as Young Ho. That's just the first 3 matches to expect in day number 2 for Group
I mean,
B.
huge matches for 4 fills and Just a Kid, because they've, of course, come off with some losses, so they really need to get some wins really quickly.
Going into it, Group C, we see Valmaster picking up his first W, starting things off against Brandon. Really high hopes for both players, but one of the biggest things that we were looking forward to is seeing VX Bao versus the South African qualifier, Jabi M, going the distance by the way. That was actually insane.
Jabi's kicking himself. I was talking to him earlier, man. He really had that. Just didn't come off for him. Then we saw Punk come up. I mean, what a scumbag move, picking the Cammy against Frozen. He ain't had to play games. He ain't playing no games, man. Straight counter picks. But I'll tell you what, he played that match to perfection. Brandon getting a huge win over Jabi M, who's in a terrible position now with 0-2 down. And then we saw the Cody mirror with Punk taking on VX Bao. I actually called VX Bao to win that. We were watching VX Bao for hours yesterday. This guy is one of the most solid Codys you will ever see. So no surprises that he took that. And then going into tomorrow, we got some more juicy matches to determine its group. Vicious, any that stand out for you?
I mean, Brandon versus Punk. I want to see whether or not Punk is going to try to go for another mirror match. If not, then still looking forward to it either way. Still jam-packed through and through with group number C, or group letter C.
Well, Punk told us he doesn't play Luke anymore. He only plays Cody and counter picks any other matches that Cody can't play. Apparently.
Apparently. All right, we'll put that in quotes. One of the biggest things that stood out to me, obviously, Joe Ume Rogan versus Juninho. I got to talk to Juninho a little bit before his matches, too. So I actually got to watch that over again. But M-Lizard putting out all the stops against Rand, that was actually pretty convincing.
Listen, M-Lizard is one of those dark horses in this group. And if you watch Ending Walker play, you'll see occasionally he's had trouble against, Just the Power and Bolt Strike in the UK with their claw styles. So it could be interesting to see how M-Lizard approaches that match. Those are the 2 favorites for me right now in that group. M-Lizard looked incredible. His dashes on the jumps have been amazing. And someone like Bravery could maybe pose a threat from the outside looking in. But Ending Walker showed 0 emotion. His parents in the crowd for the first time ever at a tournament. His biggest ever tournament appearance. And he looks like he's just at home playing casuals. I mean, the kid's incredible.
Yeah. You see the rest of it. I'm actually quite intimidated. I know he's a young cat, but I do not even want to say a word to him because I do not want to break his focus. I feel like I haven't seen or heard him say a single word since he's got here.
Well, his talking tends to happen in-game. So watch out for when he's actually playing and look at him then, because that's what
I'm not on the receiving end of that, so I don't have to worry about anything. In fact,
well, it's quite polite stuff. It's usually like you shouldn't press a button there, actually. Okay. I'm plus 11. It's hilarious. It's brilliant. You've got to see the guy play. And then Group E, of course, we saw Vega Patch taking on NL. A lot of people in the crowd were hoping that Vega Patch could pull off magic here, but it has been the NL show this group so far for me.
That's what it looked like. Then we see Magnegro going up against W Falcon, 0-2, unfortunately, right? And then we saw a little bit of a interesting decision there from Calmal as well as ROF, right? We didn't really get to see the finale, or at least I didn't get to see the finale of it all. So we are gonna alter that score eventually. But W Falcon versus NL. NL ended up taking it 2-0. But ROF as well, taking it down against the homie Greg, man. I'm telling you, that was huge. That was actually super close.
Yeah, because both of those guys really needed that, right? And ROF getting that win, huge for him moving forward in the tournament. And then tomorrow, we're obviously going to see some huge matches to determine this one. Calmal against Magnegro, NL against ROF, and Vega Patch in his match as well. So this group is a bit more predictable because we can see NL's really pulling away, but who gets that second place is still up for grabs, and that's where it gets really interesting as we go into those matches tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all about day 2, I feel like. This is just kind of like the introductory handshake with all the players and seeing how they're trying out. Yeah, even if you're up 2-0 or down 0-2, still things can change, right? We've seen that even from Group F. This was the death group, I feel like, with Travis Styles very close against Angry Bird. DCQ versus Uriel Valorio, that came down to the wire, I feel like. DCQ making that slow adaptation. But Mr. Crimson, I feel like his involvement in all of his games so far have been, despite it being 2-0, there were certain moments where it looked super close.
Super close. I mean, some really interesting tech from Chris CCH. Clearly studied that matchup, came prepared by Mr. Crimson with the edge. It's one of the few matches that I think Luke, cleanly loses, and Mr. Crimson demonstrated why in a very good way. Valerio was then shut down by Travis Styles. I was really surprised he went with Cody there, to be honest with you. I think he should have gone with Ken. His Ken was looking much scarier, but that didn't work out. And then we saw DCQ. A lot of people in the crowd were calling DCQ because of the form he's had to take out Mr. Crimson, but you're up against probably the best Dow Sim in the world in many people's opinions in a matchup that's uphill, maybe not one that you should have been betting on. And then tomorrow it gets more tasty. Angry Bird against Valerio, DCQ against Chris CCH, Travis Styles against Mr. Crimson. This is insane, man. I mean, Mr. Crimson in this group, he's in a good position now, but if you're one of the top players in that group, Mr. Crimson's got to be one of the most nervous going into today before today happened. He's got some tricky matches, even in Travis Styles. That's a pretty tricky matchup he's got to play. He knows it, but it's a tricky one. And outside of that, the players in his group are pretty strong. So, and he's still got to play Angry Bird. Good lord.
Yeah, there's so much more to go through with day 2, and also with Group G, right? Taking a look at a Big Bird, pretty much starting things off against Geeko, coming in from Italy. Mortzi, this was one of my favorite matches, actually.
That was
He
so close.
made it so close
so
against
close.
Momochi, falling just short.
I thought he had it, to be honest, but Momochi adapted so well. And I love the fact Momochi just went straight back into Cody. Like, he doesn't care about the matchups or anything. I'm not saying Cody loses, but you could have maybe considered a different character. He just stuck to his guns and made it work. Great adaptation.
Then Mono versus Gen, that one actually went down to the wire. Mono was actually on the verge of a huge comeback, fell just a little bit short as well. Momochi versus
missed
Big
time
Bird,
that one, didn't
there
he?
was something so different about the way Big Bird was playing. I highly encourage you guys to check that as well. But Gen versus Mortzi, proving his worth as the LCQ qualifier, and then Mortzi also making it very, very close. Again, as far as we can see, I think Mortzi, again, one of the strong contenders as the Fong main here in today's groups.
Yeah, he's going to have the Fong mirror tomorrow against Mono.
Unfortunate,
Momochi taking on Geeko. And the top of the table clash there with Big Bird versus Zen. Those two, both 2-0 at the top, joint on points. Momochi actually surprisingly the guy who dropped points after losing to Big Bird, so he's going to be fighting for second place right now. But he's got the guarantee of one of those two dropping points because they got to play each other. So very interesting implications of that group, and that another monster group, I must say, especially with the LCQ qualifiers then being added to it. And then, of course, H, which you guys saw just now, Miyaken taking on Samurai. Samurai taking that 2-1. I think Miyaken took the first game in that one as well with the G pick, right? So he was looking very strong there. And then Mena beating Pugera in an absolute nail-biting match. Definitely a standout match for me today.
It was the one execution error off of the dash punch into the critical art. I don't know if it was a buffered or if he thought that it hit correctly.
I think you can confirm it, right? So I think he just thought it hit, and he just
I think so,
misconfirmed.
to be quite honest, yeah. That was a really far dash punch. Then MDZ Jimmy versus Mirkin, we saw the complete control. A very big contrast in regards to the confidence I felt like from Mirkin from his match against Samurai into his match against MDZ Jimmy. But it's not over for the Jimmy show, to be honest with you. Again, I love seeing the chances that he gets with Jimmy Magic, and I'm a fanboy of it, but we're going to see more of it tomorrow. Yeah. One of many, that is for sure. But again, we only saw just a little bit of Group H, just considering the players, the amount of players that we had thus far.
Group, right?
That's only 5 in that group, right? We have 47 qualifiers, and they're still going to go at it head-to-head each and every one of these group matches. You guys do not want to miss it. It's going to be going on at the same time tomorrow, and we'll be sure to see you all there, the entire rotation, all the fans, you guys especially. We hope you guys had a wonderful time here at Capcom Cup, and we'll see you guys for the next one. Take a look at what we have as we get ready for tomorrow. In the meantime, appreciate y'all. Keep playing Street Fighter. Take care. Get rid of that. Now it's going to be Oil King on the offense.
Here he comes, Vicious. 2 throws will do it. Oh!
He does evade. Okay, I love that.
He's got to do it now, surely.
Gotta do it now.
Yeah, he can do that.
From Idom. We ran into it.
Get away.
Ronaldinho tried to slide. Get away, Takamura. Get away.
That's a big punish. Is he stunned?
Dolby and G couldn't hang on to it, and it's Veggie. Crush counter one.
Side 12. There it is. And
Side
again,
12 again.
comes the stun. I think that's it.
Oh, no! Huge drop. Phenom with a huge chance, just a little bit outside of that range where forward.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh no, we pressed the button again though. Got caught by the stand. Kawano so patient, so concise this time. Nice check. Needs to make this count now. Takes the hard knockdown.
Crouching, hoping to see a jump or something he can react to,
Yeah,
but nothing that
want to
came.
let her out. Floor feels able to bring it right back. He's got the.
He's got to get this.
Oh, he dropped it. He actually dropped it.
V reversal gets the pressure.
Oh,
Wow!
that V trigger powering up, getting the extra hit on top of it, knockdown in the
Crime
right now.
Sway.
That
I think for me, Crime Sway leads to some of my favorite combos in the game. I love the
Oh, yeah.
extensions. Oh my god, we got real throw loops.
Ooh, more loops. Do it again. Oh, chases the V
Whoa.
reversal this time around.
It turned around in the air.
Okay, double track. Oh, big crush right here. Big damage as well. Oh my god. Just so I can get that hit. Jab B-skill 2 specialist, and they start B-skilling right through your strings. Wait a minute. And that is not...
Yeah, a little bit. Standing heavy kick is not a free timing after forward throw in the corner.
Things like that will help out against a character that can't traditionally anti-him on the ground and lose it. They're going to have the same sort of tech or the jump back jab. Now gets a counter hit. Walker, you absolute beast. Special like where Lucio has, but Endless has got more tricks. Finds a whip, gets hit off the Pierce, gets a knockdown. Well, we keep it meaty, no vegan.
And one of the nice...
The leech activation.
Oh, he got the hit. You're touching buttons. What are you doing, Red? What are you doing? Look at this damage.
Ooh, gets the cross up, and now usually clean with the cross. Ooh, you never second guess this character's damage.
W Falcon has set up again. It's going to explode. It's another chance here for W Falcon. Intention. I think the intention was super
charge up. Just let him charge with the B skill.
Oh! Uriel! Uriel goes down.
He's gonna like take it to Mr. Crimson. He's gonna get the full combo.
Oh my God! Look at the slide loose for Mr. Crimson.
Now there it is.
The dirty bull.
He's too much scaling, so he's still alive.
With the eyes in me.
Techniques.
Wow, I'm out.
Oh, he tried to trade combo.
Oh!
Neutral's up there!
And Mr.
Presenting in this others. Oh, the B skill actually does its job and makes
Right. And so I'm wondering how much experience, but there you see that level 2. And the quick jump kick, and you see, once again, as I talked about in the drain, all this health from the poison still going. Oh, look at all these open.
Oh my God!
Woo. Dude, how many comebacks? Just Big Bird finding the opportunity, dash up, gets him with a backswing blow.
And it's Big Bird. Exactly what he can and can't do. Very again, that standing medium kick from Bison.
Activation.
Oh.
Oh!
That's what I'm talking about.
It was great turnaround from Samurai. I mean,
Oh, this is a dangerous territory.
Oh,
He's
got
the move on in. I was waiting for the door.
That's punch into the CA. They're still in danger. Oh, just stuck at it.
God, Jimmy, man.
Donkey kick. It's gonna take